Ooh-are. Day 2 of Worlds is here. How are we all doing? Are we alright? Are we having a good day? Are we treating each other with kindness and dignity and respect? I fucking hope so. How do? Hello, Kim. Hello, Oksana. Hello, Andrew. How's everybody doing? Before we do anything, before we get started, we need to thank lovely people to support this channel. So join me with a big old salute for the wonderful people who support the channel, starting with the reigning defending champions for the month of August. Starting with PokéTrainer Dean, the undefeatable donation champion and the YouTube gift champion. Drake Knight, the Twitch bits and gifts champion. And then over to our wonderful Ace Trainer Ultra members, who are Heavy Metal Muse, Samacardi, Typhlosion Shogun, Rachelin, Dr. Vixelation, Tactical Dilly, Lemia of Champions, Glenn, Sophie Jane, Alex the 8T, and Micro 7er, and our Twitch Ace Trainer Ultras, the Tier 3 subs, Bro Metapod, Purple, Rachelin, Gears of Gizmo, and Drake Knight. Then double salutes for the big boys, the best of the best, the creme de la creme, the Ace Trainer Ultra XL members. They ride the Ace Train in first class, and they are the wonderful Bro Metapod, Purple Dragonair, Mumbai Cobra, Gia Overlord, Toy Bonnie, Night Angel, Cap Rider, Blue Malamu, and PokéTrainer Dean. Thank you all. You're all cracking, aren't you? Well done. Aren't you lovely? This channel isn't dead, thanks to you lot. Cheers. Much appreciated. Big endorsement. Cheers, everyone. Have I gotten Luna in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? Do you mean Lunala or Ursaluna? Because yes and yes. I've got everything in Scarlet and Violet. You know what I mean? Let's jump over to, speaking of, let's jump over to Scarletto and Violetto. And then, that's the wrong screen. That's the wrong screen. That's the right screen. But that's also the wrong screen. Because we got the Pokemon stream up. But it's not time for the Pokemon stream yet. So we'll do... I've got some eggs to hatch, to be honest. Because I made a boo-boo yesterday. I don't know who was here, but I... Ursaluna? Yeah. You get it as part of the story. So you just play the game and it basically hands it to you. The Blood Moon one, yeah. Everyone has that. Everyone has that. Don't they? Yeah, the day 2... Oh, this isn't my controller. That's why nothing's happening. Here we go. Here we go. Helps if you use the right controller, boy. It does. Now, why don't we... I'll have to put the... Whatchamacallit back on as well. There we go. There we go. Oh, we were hatching an egg, apparently. I need to put the game music back on. How you doing, bro, man? What's happening? I've got a level 100 Lugia in my team on Pokemon Violet. I mean, that's not too difficult. Because it's really easy to get Pokemon to level 100 now. You just bang them like, what is it? 36 of these or something? Just boom. Look, that's level 1. Boom. That's 89 now. Look at that. Boom. That little bastard just went from level 1 to level 100. Just like that. Perfect. Job's a good one. What am I doing again? I've forgotten. Oh, I'm hatching all these eggs because I screwed myself over and I did too many eggs. No, I didn't do too many eggs. I did enough eggs, but I didn't, what's the word I'm looking for? I saved when I had the eggs. Hello, Shmon. How you doing, you beauty? What we hunting? We're doing roulette, mate. Well, once I've hatched these eggs that I know aren't shiny, I got Lugia from beating the Blueberry Academy. Yeah, that's how everyone gets it. You're right there, Kim. You doing all right there, mate? Like that's part of the game. You get the Lugia treat so that you can find Lugia in the wild. And then you go catch it. That's literally part of the DLC. That's what everyone has to do. Well, not has to do, but they do it. Got it for beating my nephew with fear Rattata. Naughty. Right, so we got to get all these eggs hatched so I can release these Pokemon. Because your boy made a boo-boo. None of these Pokemon in the remaining 50 eggs are shiny because we've already hatched them. It's just when we reset, we realize that some idiot, me, saved at the wrong time. So now I have these eggs that are guaranteed to not be shiny. My entire team is shiny except for my Lucia. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty cool. What are you running? Running that Fear Smoliv. Imagine. Fear Smoliv. Who is this Fear Smoliv? You're dead, Steve, already? Yeah, we were saying yesterday how we all wish we could just get rid of eggs. Shmon, are you doing Victory Road again today? Victory Road! That's the song, isn't it? Bum, 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 bum. So yeah, I didn't really need to go live at 4. Yeah, 20 minutes. Ooh, I didn't really need to go live at 4 because I assumed that much like yesterday, when the Pokemon stream goes live at 4:30, it's going to have a 30-minute countdown, but still. You're basically doing the Masuda method if you get a shiny. Yes, Kim. That's exactly what we're doing. Wow. Honestly, nothing gets past you, does it, Kim? Good lord. Good thing you're here. I'd have had no idea. Unbelievable scenes. Kim sounds wicked smart, you know what I mean? Smart cookie there. Here's me, you know, hatching eggs. Just willy-nilly. Bred from a German Ditto. Little did I know, it's actually Masuda method. That method that's been in the game since, like, Gen 4. Who'd have thunk? Got an argument about Venom and people crying about comic accuracy and had to go to sleep. Fair. Fairsies, realsies. I watched a lot of good Pokemon yesterday and then got a sudden shock that Marco Silva, my pick to win the big one this year, was eliminated. He went 3-3. I couldn't believe it. I think he went 3-3. I only learned about it Gen 6. Wow. Despite playing a lot of months before. Wow, Schmon. We see how it is. Fake fat. I'm joking. Imagine. Imagine. Which bug? Oh, no, this is Ray Rizzo saying the bug type sucks. Hang on. Ray, I can't hear you, mate. Speak up. Where is the volume? Ah. Oh, Ray.
With the worst type in Pokemon, the bug type. See, the bug type sucks. Defensively, it's okay.
We don't even need to go further than that, to be honest. Ray Rizzo's absolutely correct. Digimon is just so rad. Oh, I love Digimon. Hello, Tim Davis. How you doing? They gave me a genuine headache. Why Venom origin? Well, his comic origin is Garbo. Valid. Wait a minute. Weren't you angry about comic accuracy the other day? But now you're saying that Venom fans shouldn't be angry about comic accuracy because reasons? I don't understand. I do not understand. I understand that I just bought... The bug type has my boy Scizor. It also has my boy Escavalier. That is buging me. Oh, don't bugue yourself. Buging is bad. I love you playing the bugle. Those videos of the bug catcher beating the Elite Four. I'm going to be honest, sweetheart. That's not a complete sentence. So I don't know if you're asking me if I've seen them. I don't know if you're recommending them. I don't know if... I don't actually know. Where's the rest of that sentence? Your entire sentence is those videos of the bug catcher beating the Elite Four. That's missing a lot of information, so I can't really respond. Come on, try again. Complaints are extremely small, while Quantumania completely had a different Modoc. A better Modoc. It was great. Love it. Love it. Darren Cross Modoc. Best Modoc. His big head. Have you seen them? Bro, I'm just getting confused. Also, I'm a little autistic. That's fair play. Just take a little bit of extra time then to make sure that, like, read your messages back. I haven't seen them. I've heard of stuff like that. Like, people are doing no-nos for years. Like, can I beat the Elite Four with just Weedle and stuff like that? So it doesn't surprise me that people have, like, merged it into trainer classes. No comment because we'll go in circles again? Yeah, we will. You know what won't go in circles? The Pokemon VGC Championships. That means Video Game Championships. Day 2. I think MJTV did a Bug Catcher Gem 5 video. Oh, fair play. Fair play to him. Ba, 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 ba. A little bit of Monica in my life. A little bit, but... Oh, don't start Mambo number 5 in all over the stream. Yeah, that'd be scary, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be horrible? Would. Nothing against Lou Bega. You know, I'm sure he's great. Is it Bega or Lou Vega? Is it a problem worth looking up? No, but apparently I'm doing it. Mambo number 5. Lou. Lou Bega. It was Bega with a B, not Vega with a V. There you go. Tim, how are you doing today? I'm doing all right. I've had a cracking day yesterday, watching day 1 of the World Championships. And now I'm gonna even have I'm gonna have an even better, even more cracking day, because now it's day 2, so only the best players are left. Is that Switch 2? It is Switch 2. I'm hyped, man. And Wolfie's still in it. But Wolf's got to win every match now to stay in, I think. He basically can't afford a loss now. Because he's 5... no. He's 6-2? Yeah, so is Chopper Cross. Ooh, wouldn't mind a Chopper Cross win, to be honest. Nils Dunlop's still in. James Evans is still in. Brian Collins is still in. He's beaten me before. When did Brian Collins beat me? How long ago was it? VGC opponents. Because I have a spreadsheet, because I have a little bit of autism, probably. Brian Collins was my first opponent at EUIC 2024. And he fucking annihilated me. And he went on to have a 12-3 record at that event. So, you know, I was bound to lose. 6-2. Damn. Battle Room in round 1 is hard. That Clash in Paris is a good time for my sleep. Oh, what day is that? That's why the graphics are so good. Well, I mean, to be fair, the graphics are the same. It's more the frame rate that's better. It's a bit smoother. If anything, the problem is with things running a bit more smoother, it does mean that like the textures on the cliffs and stuff, you can tell more that it's just a repeating pattern rather than it being like a highly detailed texture, which is, you know, but that's okay. It's their first attempt at open world. I'm not gonna hold that much over them. Yeah, it's more of a performance update. It definitely runs better, for sure. Also, it's better on the lake, because the lake was all glitchy, and then Switch 1 version of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, that's what we're saying. It performs better. The frame rate is smoother. The processing power of the game and the console is, you know, more in sync. It's a good thing. Like, I think that's one of the big issues I have when people are, like, really strongly critiquing Scarlet and Violet. They're like, yeah, it don't run the best, but it runs well enough. And, like, it still has its problems now on the Switch 2, but, like, it was their first attempt at a fully open-world game, and their development time was interrupted by a literal pandemic and lockdown. When I was in that lake, there was a bunch of Pokemon just rushing to battle me, and I just hated it. Yeah, Veluza will do that. Broman's got PTSD from it. It's Pokemon, not here for amazing graphics anyway. We just want it to run. Exactly. As long as the Pokemon look nice, I'm happy. And the Pokemon look nicer than they ever have in this game. Oh, God, I've still got frickin' 35 eggs to hatch before I can start having fun. My day was ruined from that. Oh, damn. I wouldn't let that ruin my day. Like, your whole day? Your whole day? I'm getting bumped into by a few Pokemon? Nah, surely not. I'd have a biscuit and I feel way better. Hope Gen 10 will not be on Switch 1 because it'll be limited again. Yeah, I'm hoping it's Switch 2 only. Because as much as I get it, like, not everybody wants to get the Switch 2 just to play Gen 10. And not everyone can afford to. But also, the one thing I don't like in new console generations is that the console generation has to, like, hold itself back for the first couple of years. Because people go, well, I can't play this right now, so that's not fair. So you need to make a version that doesn't run as well, but runs on the older hardware. And I think that does limit what they can do with the new hardware version. So it's like the difference from when you get a game that is like PS4 and PS5, and then you get the enhanced, like, PS5 enhanced version, but then you compare it to a game that came out only for the PS5, and you're like, oh, look how much more optimized this is. As a Switch 1 owner, I'd rather wait to get a Switch 2 for a better game than get an inferior game now, which is valid. Hope Gen 10 is 2027. I reckon it might be next year, because obviously next year is the 30th anniversary. And it's kind of poetic to have the 10th generation in the 30th anniversary year. Because they're already working on it, so for all we know, it could be close to finished and just being massively playtested at this point. But I don't think we'll find out anything about Gen 10 until Pokemon Day next year, so 27th of Feb. I don't know if when Gen 10 is as long as they take... Yeah, I don't care for when Gen 10 is as long as they take all the time they need. Exactly. As long as they've been working on it since Sword and Shield. I hope there's something, whether it's Gen 10 or something else. We're getting Poké Park, remember? Why is everyone talking about Gen 10? Gen is short for generation. Gen. Although I do feel like that was a deliberate misunderstanding because you can see people in the chat typing GEN 10 when they're referring to it. Like, I could see 3 examples of it. So I feel like that was a bit of a cheeky pretend. I'm going to be funny and pretend to misunderstand. I spelled Gen wrong. Yeah. Just an oopsie, was it? I believe you. Right, what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stick these eggs in box 9 and worry about them later. Nope, in box 8 and worry about them later. Back to my egg box. And then I shall... Oh, I need my Ditto out. And I need my Roulette Mons out, ready. Yeah, get everything in place. And then what we'll do... We'll nip over here. I'm always using the microphone. Ah, speech to text. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. Yes, is that a good place for a picnic? Yes, and then just make sure you're in the right box. Save your game. We'll go into Pokemon Home. And then you could just mass remove those Pokemon. Can you go to Area 0? I can. I won't at the moment. I'm busy. Like, everyone can go to Area 0. It's a part of the game, unless they're in the early game. Eggs 1, that's the box we want. Save that. You know what I should do? Because I haven't done it in ages. Is I'll do a quick... I'll bust out a quick round of Pokemon Friends, and then I'll go into Pokemon Home. I'll see if there's anything worth sending to... Scarlet and Violet. Oh, do you know what I'll also do as well? Nice, that's loud. I'll also... Because I've collected... Oh, yeah, I've got a bunch of Pokeballs. I'm going to put, like, an incense on and just see if my phone catches anything good. Wasn't what I wanted to do, but okay. Oh, no, just do that now. Continue. Extra large. Ooh, we got a Spoink, a Wooper, a Joltik. And XXS. We got nothing. Extra small. We got Makuhita. Extra large. We got Gulpin, D's Nuts, Gibble. Psyduck, Phantom, Pikipek, Tepig. Nice. And then I think I've got some kind of shiny I want to send in. Probably send in Munchlax, but I haven't. Did I need? I don't think you did. I think I needed... Oh, you can't really check on these Pokemon. That's annoying. Do I have a... No. And no. Okay. I don't know what shiny I want to send in right now. Bro just showed everyone his literal Switch 2. Yeah, the home... What? The home screen? Where the games are? Alright, mate. Okay, I like this one. We'll do that. We'll get these out of the way. See if we can make anything new. Hope the next Pokemon region's based on a European country. That'd be banging. Oh, wait. We're at red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. Cool. Red, blue, red. Nope. Oh, God. Wait. Red, blue. Red, blue, red, blue. Nice. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. Nice. Showed you my Switch 2. Please respond. A European country would be sick. That'd be lovely. How you doing, Gizmo? How you doing? Boom. Oh, yeah, we're on easy mode for this one. Beautiful. And then bob. Easy. Boom. In the womb. Lovely. One of them. Nope. One of them. Thank you. And then one of them. Lovely. We've only had 2 European countries. Yeah, right. And one of them was England. Bit of Scotland. So we go one of them. Nice. Have you ever gotten a shiny Iron Valiant? I haven't hunted for it yet, so no. So that'll go there, that'll go there, that'll go there. Boom. Any Dark Horse favorites today? Oh, Dark Horse, I'm not sure. I mean, Suggy's still in it. Let's get Suggy to win. Lovely. So that needs to go there. It works. Lovely. We did it, Reddit. Well done. Let's see our results. Beautiful. That's enough of this game for today. Apparently UK isn't part of Europe anymore. It's part of the continent. It's just not part of the Union. Do I have a new sticker? Pretty nice soggy yarn. Oh! Fiery yarn. Hello. Let's go with the fiery yarn. Cool. Yes! The baby! Let's go. Beautiful. Job's a good one. And then... yeah. Bonus! Hell yeah. Lovely. Right, on that note, fuck this game. Let's go to Pokemon Home. Let's go. I want to see, what do I need? Should have looked in your shiny decks, Liam. Should have looked in your own business, mate. It's my business. Oh, Kim, come on, mate. Like, I understand that there's autism involved, but you asked me if I had a shiny Iron Valiant. I told you I hadn't hunted it, so no. And then someone said, have you got one? It's really like, come on. Let's not play silly buggers. Oh, yeah, Liam, you're literally logged into Pokemon Home. That's why you can't use it. Oh, yeah, good point. Well, then, I'll just have to figure it out. Happy with the new Pokemon? No, I don't. Trying to shiny hunt? No. Oh, well, there you go. See, there you go. That was easy to answer, wasn't it? Number. What do I need to send over? Do I have... yes. Hisui Alola? You do need to send... you do need... why is my phone listening to me right now? Phones do. Oh, I do need to send over an Alolan Sandslash. So that's the shiny I'll send through with the crew. Cool. Nice. 4 hours of work today. How was it? Was it nice and chill? Because, you know, you were vibing. No, don't do that. There we go. Lovely. Then I need to change settings. Must have a Mackey's on the way in. Nice. What you have? What you have, you dirty batch? Accessory device. Yes. Pokeball auto throw. Yes, please. And then we shall turn that on. Pop on a cheeky little incense and see what happens. Wait. Lovely. I will receive those Pokemon from Go. I will be Chancellor. Breakfast wrap, red sauce. Smart. Everyone's asking me random questions. No, they're not. People ask the question that you asked in response to you asking the question. No one else has asked you a question since. As someone who crochets, I'd love to really make those plushies. Oh, that'd be sick. Here we go. Ooh, pancakes. Let's frickin' go. Oh, Ruby, I know you want to see Jess, but you can't. So you'll have to deal. Yeah, shiny Alolan Sandslash. So, let's go to where we were. Oh no, first things first, before I forget, because I will forget. Mass release. Hey, I don't need that up now, mate. For the sake of rice. Ooh, rice party. Let's do it. Releaseu. I would like to select more Pokemon, thank you. How do you know you've selected them? That's a good question. Very good question. That's 30, right? Yeah, that's okay. You can't release those. That's good. So, release. Yes, please. Catalog party, ammo only. Damn. Saying hi to Ruby, but not Sapphire and Emerald.
Hey,
I
what
don't
you
own
want
those
is your
dogs.
business.
Hey, Cap Rider!
Cap Rider 33 months. Lizard, lizard, lizard.
Double salutes for the Ace Trainer Ultra XL Cap Rider, the fucking king.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Get that fucking cooker on.
Nice. So, oh yeah, got a little cheeky Alola Meowth here. Don't remember why. You have Abra, yep. So you need to put these in your alternate forms decks. Not Abra. Oh yeah. Take them all with you. Take them all. That's the wrong button. You're not playing Scarlet and Violet right now. Okay. There we go. Right. So those lot, these lot can fuck off to Scarlet and Violet to get checked. And then these lot will take over to the shiny decks and see if we can slot them in. So, where do we put... Oh, do you know what? This is Chocker, isn't it? Because it's Chocker, let's just slot them in where they go. Where's Alakazam is there. Good stuff. Machoke goes right after the Alakazam line. So there, lovely. Ponyta goes... Rapid... Ah, there. Ponyta. And then these two need to go in alternate form boxes. FaceTime? What? I still haven't been able to FaceTime Arceus. Very good. You want to go Galarian first of all, because yep. Oh, you already have Galarian Meowth in here. Why did I bring that in? Oh, I know why. I think actually I don't know why. Why did I bring this Meowth in? There's no gender difference, unless there is. Is there a gender difference with Berserker that I'm not aware of? No. I'll be completely honest, Liam. I do not know why you've transferred it in. Huh. Yeah, I don't know either. Because you've got Shiny Berserker already in the main decks, I'm pretty sure. Let me have a look. I'll be later in the decks. It will be in Gen 8. Berserker, yeah, we've literally got... I don't know why. Well, you can just go in Scarlet and Violet then, fuck it. Why not? And you, my friend, are Alolan. You go right after your mate. Perfect. And then... Good. I think that's everybody where I want them to be. Good. Lovely. Arceus is the god of Pokemon. He will destroy you if you were in real Pokemon. I mean, if you were the type to believe in God, then why doesn't the current god destroy us now? What about something being God makes it destructive? Know what I mean? Like I've never understood that. Why people are like, oh yeah, the god of the Pokemon world would kill you. Why would it? What have you done wrong? Let me just type these into my shiny deck. So Abra, Machoke. There's that bastard Busco. Oh wait, it goes this way. Oh, I already had Ponyta down in the decks as having it, so that's weird. Oh, fair play. 365 remaining, 660 out of 1,025, 64.4%. I will take that action. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. All right, mate. Yeah, we heard that in recess years ago. All right. What's her name? Gretchen Grundler? Right. Now we can go to... Back to Scarlet. Yes. Who's whinging about swearing? Because they can fuck off. Oh, I'm starting to think someone's just a troll, to be honest, so I'm going to get rid of them in a minute. I'm already bored of them. I thought it was Arceus. Well, no, it comes from the word archaic. I don't like if people swear, and I don't like it. Okay, it makes me not feel good. Oh, that's cool, because then I'll solve that for you. You can fuck off. Cheers. What a shame. Sorely missed, said no one ever. Hello, Will, how you doing? Arceus is low-key petty, honestly. You almost eliminated me doing Arceus's bidding. True. Oh, baby! Get that fucking game music off. Nice. Oh, imagine starting the stream with music fading out. Are you having a fucking laugh? Want to make sure it's not subtitles. Quality 1080p 60 FPS all day, please. Nice. Beans, beans, chocolatine beans. Hello, Will. Yeah, we've dealt with it now, mate. Let's not dwell on it. There we go. Music off. Jolly good. Let's go see the size checker. Check me size, if you know what I mean. Oh, Ryder, you were literally just told to just get over it. Like, move on. You signed the competition? Oh, there we go. Much better. Yes, I am. That's why we're streaming it. Did you, Steve? Was it Mahusive? Let's see. That's just the shiny Meowth. I think the Spoink is guaranteed to be big boy Spoink. Lovely. And then, I think this is guaranteed to be a big boy Wooper. Nice. Oh, mate. This is the actual music for the town I'm in. What are the chances? Here we go. Makes a thud when it flips out. Why does your thing flip out at you? It's not a big Makuhita. Therapy tomorrow. Ooh, Therapy. When that extra large gulpin I had there, I caught it yesterday and I turned to Sophie and I said, oh, I just caught something you can give me. And she said, what? And I said, an extra large gulpin. Fucking got her, dude. Got him. It thuds after hitting air. God damn, right? It's just the whip of it. Hello, Embers. Happy World's Day 2. Here we go. Have a bit of that. This is a big picky peck. Peck these nuts. Sophie really is a saint. I know. She deals with so much. Giant Tepig. Ooh. Hello, McSam. How you doing? Oh, wait. That's all of them. Let's throw these fuckers out. Well, not all of them. Have a little gander. So that wasn't giant. That was giant. That was giant. That was giant. That wasn't. That wasn't. That was giant. That was giant. That was giant. And that is Meowth. Yeah. So then, don't get rid of the shiny, but get rid of the Makuhita. Hi, do you have a favourite person in the VGC second day who you're rooting for? Friend of the channel, Suggy, is in there. I can't remember their given name, but I'm sure we'll see them. Obviously, Wolfie, it'd be nice because, you know, the video is going to be better then. Chup across the fourth, I would like to see win Worlds. Both him and Wolf have got a massive uphill battle, though. Because they've got to basically win everything. James Evans is going to do pretty well. Brian Collins is up there. Patrick Connors is great. Tom Winters from the UK, so there's a little bit of us being like, yeah, let's go for Tom. Because I think Tom Winter might be the only UK player left. Let's see, UK. Actually, do it with a closed bracket because. Oh no, that's an open bracket. Yeah, Femi went out. Tom Winter's in. Taron went out. Sam Tabner went out. Oh, Jack Clark's still in. Oh no, he's not. No, he's 5-3. He's out. Oscar's out. Dill's out. Yeah, Marco went 5-3. Matt Maynard's out. Joseph Martin's out. Yeah, so literally Tom Winter's the only UK person still in, so... Yeah, it's not Marco's year. It's not. I was fucking destroyed. He was my pick to win it. He was off to a pretty decent start, and it just, you know, it happens. Wolfie hooked me his official thirst trap picture. I have a laugh every time I see it. Mate, it's the edit that he did as well with the fucking YouTube short. Mild fantasy violence is starting already. Oh, no, it's going to be the little talking bit they do, isn't it? Show starts in how long? Oh, fuck off. Why would you do that? We all got well excited. Especially your mum. Hang on. Right, let's put you guys somewhere else. Oh, you sit in the lounge a minute. Why not? And then we'll put that in the lounge as well for some reason. And then we've got eggs 1. Now we're ready to go. We get 2 loads of eggs, and let's do a big old roulette. How you doing today? I'm doing good, Key Blast. How you doing? Hello, Tiny Travis. How are you? Oh, Ruby, what's wrong? I'm going to message Sophie and be like, Ruby wants to come see Jess. Wolf actually won't win because he said, I'm proud of you. To Stop! Stop! Stop. Oh, she hasn't had enough attention today. She's a little shit. What's wrong with you? Put you to the park. What more do you want? Hey. Exactly. No words. She's got nothing. She's got no comeback. Little bitch. Federico Campo went 1-3. Oh, yeah. So did Boy. Freak starts at 4:30. Then they make us wait. I know, right? Wormpool. Oh, you finally got shiny Wormpool. 28,000 encounters. My God. Yeah, I bet you're happy and relieved. Good Lord. Christ, well done on that. Have you evolved it yet? Do you know what it's going to be? What am I doing again? How have you forgotten? You're saving your game, and then you're going to get your egg sandwich going, yeah. It's been early gen Wormpool. You don't know that. Maybe they're just doing full odds hunting in a newer gen. Before it was 1 in 4,096. I mean, probability. Probability. NYC is melting me. Oh, no. NYC Heat, rip. It went 0-7 until they were given the bye in the last round. Yeah, that, you know what? Fair play to them for playing all their games. Oh, it's staying as a Wormpool. Good choice. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Picnic. Beautiful. Right, let's get some eggoos. And we'll play roulette. I'm surprised you're not playing Squawkabilly roulette. You could do, along with Toros. BDSP, so yeah, 4,096. Damn! Yeah, there you go. Probability is not always an exact science. That's why it's probability and not definability. Did you just say definability? I said what I said. Where are we? Let's go for some. Yeah, and because you buggered up, you've lost so much herba, I know. Can't wait for the funky guitar music. Oh, the horrible guitar music where it was fucking overstimulating. Hey, it's not extremely unlucky because they got the Wormpool, so it sounds to me like their luck came back. Why is that all the way over there? Why is that all the way over there? This is a major question. You're not meant to be there. You're meant to be... That's not the thing. Well, you fucked that right up, haven't you? That one is supposed to be over there. In the middle, mate. In the middle, mate. There we go. Very lovely. Johnny Regirock and BDSP took me 2 years. Damn. Where did my doggo cam just go? What happened there? This is a good question. Let's find out. Hello? Where is it? That's not it. It just died, I guess? Or did I move it? No, it's locked in place, I'm pretty sure. I'll fix this with my brain. Oh, I don't know about brain. Little. It's there. Deactivate, reactivate. Oh, it's broken. Why is it broken? Let's fix this difficulty.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers.
Pokemon.
California for Pokemon World Championships.
Is
And while
it
we're not
gonna
quite
work
ready to start the
today?
competition off here today, I am here with
Has it
some
got a black
lovely
screen over
friends to give you a little
Oh, God.
sneak peek at what to look forward to. And
OBS
maybe
has
catch
gone
you up on
wild
what
on
happened
me.
day one of the competition.
Oh, it's because
My
for
name
some
is Gabby
reason,
Snyder. I'm joined
the
here by
visibility
Chip
on
Ritchie,
Sophie's capture card
Kellosaurus,
happened.
and the shiniest, speediest G2
Turn it off and on again.
to kick off the morning. And Speedy, I got to start with you. Nice fit.
I appreciate it. You know, I just
Okay.
saw what Kellosaurus and all the
Crisis
nice guys were
averted,
doing. I said,
lads.
you know, we need to
Crisis
step up our
averted.
game just a little bit. I mean, it's the World
There we go.
Championships. You got to go all out.
Good day that I am revising Mario
Yeah,
Kart 7.
I
Do you
think
mean
the bar has
revisiting?
officially been
Gold
raised,
shoes!
and
What the
I'd
fuck?
love to see it here at the World Championships. And the bar has been raised.
Those
by
were
the
some
competition
insane
as well,
shoes.
And you know, Chip, we were talking about this earlier.
Oh my
I
God.
think one of the big stories here from a lot
Wolf
of
finishes his last match and says, "We'll be very right back."
A ton of upsets in day one, which has been really
Abby, we can't hear you, love,
Yeah, there's still,
because
of course,
the music
amazing
intro
players
was louder than...
in day two, but it does feel like a lot of
There we
the
go.
players that people favored
That'll be better.
to be the world champion for the TCG did not make
On
it
mobile, so I
through
could barely
day
see
one of
them.
the competition, leading that charge.
Well, that's the thing, is I turned it off
Undisputed
because of
best
Final Fantasy
player in
9
the
last
game.
night, but I must have
Did
pressed
not
something that
make it
made it
through day
appear
one
again.
tournament.
Weird.
Azul Garcia-Griego, another one of the more popular and better players, he also didn't make it.
All right. Well, before we get into that, Kellosaurus.
Same,
let's
same.
actually just go straight into that. Let's go talk about some of these players to watch.
Oh, these are
on
the players to
TCG
watch.
side of things, 'cause there's some
Wolf
choices
Glick.
there, at least for me.
No, this is
has
Pokemon
been
Go,
some very
right? No, this is
consistent
TCG.
players the last couple of seasons. Kato arrived from Japan.
Okay.
He's one of the players who
Hey Liam, how you going? Just got back from a show, done my back pulling down the ring because stupid people can't follow instructions, end up supporting a trolley full of wood and steel on my back. Oh my God, Sarge, you need some rest. Holy shit, get well soon. Started the Wurmple Hunt at the beginning of the year. Damn, that's not bad progress though. 28,000 in a few months. Along with life.
She's coming off of a top 8 finish at the North American International Championships, so glad to see she's using that momentum.
Go on, Piper.
Oyvind Svindafud,
Piper?
great
I hardly
player
know her.
from the European League, coming
Way!
over from Finland. He won a regional
Very
championships this year, got second place, and he
Sure
is
she loves
leading
hearing
charge
that.
in day 2 at a 7-0-1 record.
What do you think
Wow.
has been the big difference
Wow.
for these trainers in
Wow.
making it through day
I
one
need
of
to
the
feed my
competition over
Snorlax.
on the TCG side of things?
No, it's Worlds. It's one single tournament. You know,
Echo.
you work all year to get to this point, but at the end of the day, things
That's my
kinda have
sister's
to go
name?
your
Your
way.
sister's
The
name is
preparation,
Piper?
Of course, is very, very important, and then the decks that these players choose to play, one of the more important.
But your
things.
last name is
I
a
don't think
gentleman's
anyone
name.
Quite predicted this meta to shape up the exact way it has. You know, Golden Go was the most popular deck for the TCG, but it was the most popular deck by a wide margin, 23%.
Painkillers plus plenty of bed rest, I'll be fine. Ooh, keep us posted.
Throughohout the course of this season.
That first
so
beer
I
after
think
getting
that
off
was
stage
a
last night tasted
surprise.
so damn
Maybe
good.
those
How'd it
meta
go,
tier
Steve?
predictions
Did you have a
are
good
what's
time,
causing
though?
these players off guard.
Do you think
Didn't get the
next
story.
we're gonna be seeing a
Different
lot
dads, you
of,
got different
like,
last
Golden
name. Oh, that's
Go
lucky
Day
then.
2, or is it still going to be Golden Go all the way?
I mean, we've seen it already.
Just imagine if she was like,
it feels the
Piper
Golden
James.
Go
Obviously, I'm not saying your
counters
actual last
are
name.
out.
I'm not an
People have
idiot.
chosen to bring them, but the thing about it is that the Golden Go players are prepped for the counters.
Golden,
We've seen
golden
some
go.
unique
Golden, golden
things
go.
in players'
Golden Go is going to
deck
make a
lists,
comeback this
PNC
season. Regulation
from
H, baby.
151, a card that
We
has
love it.
never seen play.
TCG,
Kind of
make
considered
Wolf
to
take
be
a picture with the
little bit of
Pokemon
a
card with
cheesy
Perish.
strategy. Players are
Nice.
using that in their deck
Wolfie
this
con
weekend.
Perish.
We saw,
Literally.
a player using Ceruledge EX, a card that again we haven't seen.
Gizmo
too
Docs
much in
for real, for real.
Prior supporter. So yeah, they're.
Don't even know where he
there's
lives.
talent out there, but the Golden Go players that have
Singer
made
made
it
some kind of
through
obvious
day
errors,
one,
but we
I
made
think
it. Oh, that's all right. They were a
Alright, So
substitute.
over in TCG, they're Golden Going for the gold, if they may.
I like it.
Nice, good one.
That is my one pun for the weekend. I think I've spent it very well.
Oh, well done, Gabby.
We need more puns.
I'll try. I really do only get one pun. It's how my brain works. All right, let's go ahead and move on to Pokemon Go.
Oh,
which,
Gabby, you're so
is
wholesome, bless
having
her.
Also a very unique
Then it got edited, so
weekend.
he's holding
I know
his
you all
Cineroar.
had
Nice,
Seijun
classy.
Park, one of the only
Tonight we have our usual
people
single back with us, so it'll be a lot
in
better.
history
Nice! Look at you,
in
2
every
gigs
game
in a
that has been
row.
featured at the Pokemon World
Insanity.
Championships, including Pokken Tournament, thanks to an invitational. But I think he also has been eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring
I
back
mean,
Pokken Tournament.
I'm gonna piggyback a little bit here on Chip's point. A lot of our trainers that we were highlighting, looking at.
Bro, you seen
expecting
this
them to
outfit?
Really just exceed all expectations.
I got the
get to
Frigoraph
their
mystery
winning
gift.
ways, Have been knocked out. Marto Galde won
Seijun
3
Park's playing in
regional
Go.
championships
Goddamn.
And an international this season. 0-2. Out of pocket. NAIC champion last year. Had a stellar
Damn, everyone's
season and
filing
was
in.
picking up
Let's
towards
look for
the latter
people we know.
parts of the summer. 0-2. It's unbelievable that some of our best trainers have had this kind of fumble, but then you see
The
trainers
fuck?
like POKÉMON, who's absolutely excelling just like we expected, and the metagame is so exciting.
Let's hear it
Gabby.
for
I think
Wolf
back to when you and
Glick.
I casted Pokemon Go, and we see Glaring Course.
I think I saw Suggy, possibly.
We see Bug Bite users in Fortress. But there are so many interesting trainers, and these are just a few that are still competing here. Pokemoneymaker from Japan, actually, very interestingly, I believe qualified by winning a TPCI event in Australia.
I always find it funny. I know
Absolutely
it's
phenomenal.
Pataman, but it always
Fantastic.
makes me laugh
Our
that there's someone
NAIC
called
reigning
Patamon
champion. He said, "You know what?
in a Pokemon
Everyone's
tournament."
changing things around. They're bringing different Pokemon.
Oh,
It's
Amanda!
interesting.
Did I miss anything in the
I'm gonna
first
bring
40
the
minutes?
same
A
thing
long
I
wait.
brought to NAIC, my mighty Araquanid, and I'm just going to let everyone else deal with it. And then Pataman, of course. I had
Araquanid,
the
my
pleasure of
baby.
interviewing him on stage after a win yesterday. I said, Pato, you've been on the biggest stages, taking on the biggest players.
I hate they get to use their in-game names. Yeah, because some in-game names suck.
But you never know what's going to
There's a
happen. in the world,
Bidoof
and the meta is
hiding
as
right
exciting
there.
as it's ever been.
So similar to how Golden Goes.
Oh, you can't see my well, you can see my cursor, kind of.
Has there been a single Pokemon that's been dominating the Pokemon Go charts that
Here
you
we
weren't
go.
expecting?
Beans,
That's a really
beans,
good
beans,
point.
and
I would
beans, and
say that
beans.
Shadow Kanto Marowak
Missed
is
my
probably
first
the
Hating
biggest
Veluza
surprise
message
for
of
me,
today's stream.
because if
True.
you look at the length of the season,
Mega Dragonite is
four
Patamon. I
in-game
see it. I see it.
seasons, whether it's
That's
delightful
good stuff.
days, the maxed out meta,
Such
whatever
good
it might be,
shit.
there are only three
Okay, hanging off
Pokemon
me.
that have
What a
dominated
surprise.
all season, those being Azumarill, Shadow
What a
Drapion, and
surprise,
Diggersby.
Daddy.
And I thought Diggersby
Pretty
would
sure
be the
someone's
ground type of
got
choice.
97 at the end of their name. Like, bro, just say your unoriginal. Yeah, yeah, just say you couldn't get a decent username.
It's absolutely punishing, and if you're not ready for it, it can really put you in a tough position.
For sure. I gotta say, you've also had a little bit of fun over there. I know Michael Sharanka, who has a
Notification new streams,
very,
Pokemon stream
amazing
come in.
position over at,
But I was being
Pokemon
tortured by my
Go, working
chiropractor.
on some
Ooh, how'd
really
that go?
incredible projects and,
And given that you're
features
saying
that come to the
torture-
game. Got to get behind the commentary desk last night with Jim. I have to go back and watch that myself. But the fact that he was able to come down and commentate with y'all, I'm honestly kind of jealous.
Yeah.
That looked like so much
Oh.
fun.
We absolutely adore Michael. I still remember battling in the
gave
Ultra League
heat.
against Michael probably 3
I will have to come locate it, 'cause I have no idea. Bear with.
I know you remember.
I know where it's
definitely
supposed to
remember.
be. Hang on, lads.
Talented
I've got to
player,
go and find a
incredible
key.
human being, and
Kingdom
as
Hearts, innit?
Folsom said, I mean, if you didn't know that he was the director of global product at Pokemon Go, you would think this guy's a full-time caster. He was awesome.
Well, he did used to play VGC, and I'm going to use that to segue to VGC by saying, first of all, Michael, you should come commentate VGC. Second of all, let's go ahead and talk about some of our players to watch from VGC, because like we've heard from TCG and Pokemon Go, there have been some big upsets over on the video game side of things. You know, we have a lot of players that we were expecting to do well. Marco Silva did not make it to day 2. Federico Camporesi did not make it to day 2. However, Ko Sukide is our current undefeated player running Lunala and Miraidon. Victor Medina, who we saw in round 7 playing against Justin Tang, was able to make it into day 2, lost round 8 to Montana Mott, running Cali Shadow and Zamazenta. Very kind, very humble player, really excited to make it to day 2 of this competition, waiting to prove himself to finally get that victory. And of course, James Beck also made it to day 2, 7-1 in the competition, running Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon, but interestingly enough, also has a Reggie Alecki, which is a Pokemon that was popular back in the day for VGC, but hasn't been seen since the Galar region. So that's been really excited to hear about. Haven't seen him yet on stream. Hopefully we'll get him on stream sometime later today. But if you're watching at home and you're asking, where is Wolf Glick in chat? As I know a lot of people probably are asking, don't worry, he's still around in the competition. We saw him in round 8. He was able to punch his ticket to day 2. I had the pleasure of talking to him in an interview, and he did have a bit of a rough mental day, but he mentioned that his partner was able to take him aside and remind him that he's Wolf Glick and he can do anything, and that was all it took to turn things around. And you know, sometimes the stories just write themselves.
Sometimes you just need those positive affirmations, whether it's from yourself or from a friend.
Yeah, you know what, Kellosaurus, next time I'm feeling down, I'm going to tell myself I'm Wolf Glick and I can do anything.
Okay. Look, whatever works, right?
Whatever works. We still also have former world champion Luca Cheribelli in the mix. He won last year in Hawaii. And of
Gold
course,
member
Mikhail
be
Tush
like,
is,
my
I think, the
Vinky
only player
Vazaki,
remaining
my
from the
Vinky
segment
Vinky
yesterday
Vazaki.
still in contention. So
There we
shout
go.
out to
Don't
him
miss
as well.
much.
That being said, let's go
Professional
ahead and
hand
talk
bra.
about Pokemon
Hello.
Unite as the final game, but certainly not the
30 minutes of
last
massage.
game to talk
Cupping?
about, because you guys always
Oh, now
have
I get
the
it. Cupping?
best crowd mode, and they delivered yesterday. That must have been so cool to be
Only Embers, I
commentating
don't know
for
what that means.
Oh,
What?
Night always brings
Wait, is Wolf
everything,
Glick?
and
Wolf Glick's
not
a
because it's the
person.
world's largest marble, but
You know-
yeah,
where?
definitely some upsets.
Wolf
That's
Glick is
what
at
we
6
have
and 2.
in common across all of these games.
So he's not
but,
having the best
like,
run,
teams to
but he's in
watch,
day 2.
Aegis Flames, massive
Like, I'm pretty sure the
upset
players to watch, they
yesterday.
focus
So
on the
many of
people who
us
are
were
the
shocked,
closest to
especially
undefeated.
as casters going in with those predictions.
You lot of
thinking
menacers.
that
No, you were half right.
Zeta
We're men.
Division was going to come out on top
Way!
of groups, but Aegis Flames, they really just bursted on through.
Aegis
being able to make
Flames.
top of groups, take down Zeta Division
Reject.
from
Imagine
Japan,
imagine
which was
being
such a highlight
on a
match
live
to
stream
watch. I know
where it's like,
so
you gotta watch this
definitely
reject.
popping off. Otherwise, the other team to
Have
watch
some
here,
self-esteem, lad.
representing
I'm at work. What's happening in the world so far?
Japan,
Nothing. Ain't started yet.
ended up defeating the 3
Thank you,
IC
darling. You make sure the
champs
baby
we
gate is
had
secure.
this season, which was Luminosity Gaming.
Liam
So
is King
that was a
Menace. I'm actually
massive
King Simp,
story
thank you very much.
There to see them being able to defeat them, and
I'm also
well,
King G Fuel.
Luminosity Gaming, it isn't over
You should
for
use
them.
code ACE,
They
20%
are
off.
second
Obs.
in group, so
Obs.
do
Oh, yeah,
make
get
it
some
over
eggs
to
in.
day 2. And the final
Egu.
team to highlight, High Five from APAC East. They ended up getting a revenge match against Insomnia, which they versed back at the Asia Champions League. It was such an intense
Jane, what was
match
Wolf's
to
gonna put in the
watch,
video?
but
Oh.
High Five, I've got to say, they
I was
are
really down, but
definitely
looking at my
on a
girlfriend
roll
took me
so
aside and
far.
boosted my confidence for
What do you
round
think
8.
is the difference? You know, how are these teams catching each other off guard? Is it more
Damn.
like the counter pick shutting down strategies, or are you seeing new strategies emerge?
One thing I notice, Zarina. That
Okay.
seems to be the secret picks, the common thing amongst these teams. And Zarina ended up having that highest win rate. So interesting
Zarina?
to see whether we're going to see Zarina being
Making a meme.
put on through the
Because anytime you go to the
phase, or
mainstream
whether
chat,
it's
everyone's
just
always
going to
wondered
get
where
banned
Wolf
or
is.
not.
Oh,
We
you see,
have
I needed
that
more
option.
context for that.
But
Because I don't
guess
read stream
let's
chat
see whether
on
these teams have
the
actually
main
picked
feed
up on
because
that
it's
or
just
not.
slurs and
And
shit.
you'll just have to tune in if you're going to want to see how that's going to turn out. And, you know, we're feeling a little
Look
bit
at all
generous over
those
here at the World
nerds.
Championships. You're not going to walk away empty-handed if you tune into any of our streams for the TCG.
Had a girlfriend, I wouldn't be here.
Let's start
Oh,
out with
damn.
some of these drops. Chip, I mean, this seems pretty cool. I see full art. I like full art.
Yeah, absolutely, and some strong
Ooh.
options here as well. Hilda especially leading the way, really strong. Supporter
Special
card that
illustration
recently came out,
rares.
the Black Bolt and White Flare expansion.
TCG, if you put the code
Redeem this code,
WCST,
get access to these
no,
cards at
S25TCGL.
very
Yeah, yeah.
simple trade-off.
All right, and I think we also have another distribution for the TCG as well. You can get a special deck
Are the girlfriend to
box,
watch the
the
streams?
sleeves, the coin, and even
So embarrassed.
more, full art cards. I believe
Phil
that's
wants to
the
accuse anyone of them
Dino
other
Live
cheating. Why
ending
doesn't he
with
compete
the
and show
Hydreigon
people
EX.
what
That's super
competing
exciting.
fairly
Yeah, very
looks like?
exciting. I'm looking
Because he's
at that
shit.
deck box
Because he
and
thinks
that,
fucking Heavy Slam Whale Lord is a
go,
fucking
open up
winning
my
Pokemon.
laptop backstage and switch up and running so I can earn some of these drops. That is
With no
pretty
stab
clean
moves.
looking for sure.
It's super, super exciting. For Pokemon Go, we also have some exciting drops. Speedy, walk us through these.
You know, we're so inspired by our world
Wow, a
champions.
Skarmory.
You're gonna get Yakai's Skarmory from last year's Worlds in Hawaii. If you recall, just slashing through all the competition.
Doesn't like
as well as some
Pokemon, guys.
Stardust,
We're
candies,
not
and
together.
that ever so valuable Elite Charge TM. And as you alluded to with the TCG drops, Go's got doubled as well because you can take that Elite Charge TM and then you can select a Pokemon and a path to begin your 2026 journey. I recommend you use that Elite Charge TM on your Squirtle, evolve it up to Blastoise, give it that Hydro Cannon, and then you can play like
Nice.
Arrow will on stage here today. But Cradilly, Furret, all
Pray for the best then, right?
You have good
Had a girlfriend, I'd
taste
still be
in
watching, but I
partner
wouldn't be in
Pokemon
chat
Go.
because
I respect that.
I'd only
Of
have
course,
one
if you're
hand
watching
available to
the
type.
Video game stream, you can redeem your
He calls out other
own
because shit the game. No, he
Farigiraf
doesn't even do
inspired
it
by
because
the
that.
Belly's World
He calls out
Championship
others
winning Farigiraf from
because
the finals
it
last
prints
year.
money.
You can use that code
Because all the
World's
people
Armor
that are
Tail.
like
Of course,
jealous or
substitute some
envious or
numbers in
just
there.
don't like
It's
Wolf's
on-
face for whatever
and
reason
you can go
will
via
be
mystery
like,
gift
oh
and
yeah,
get
I
that
don't
in your
like him
game.
either,
What's
and they'll
really
all talk
cool as
about how
well
they
is
hate
it show up in the
Wolf.
Cherish Ball because it
And then
has the
similarly,
partner
the people that
ribbon.
like
When you
Wolf will
send
go
it
to
out
that
into
video and
battle,
go,
it'll
no,
say
I
Lucas
really like him.
Farigiraf.
You're
Kind of
just
like
jealous.
what
This
we've
is why he's
seen
really
Wolf
good,
and
and it just
Incineroar
prints
pop up
money.
on stream a couple of
Negativity
times.
prints money.
So make sure you grab that before the code expires. And last but not least, Kellosaurus, tell us about
All right,
Unite.
I'm up.
Had so many cool drops.
How
We have
do?
some cool drops for Pokemon Unite. We do have that Murkrow Platinum emblem, very shiny indeed. You can also earn yourself a rental license selection box. So it gives you an opportunity to go and try out a Pokemon.
A loot box.
That you
Getting my
might
hair did. Ooh.
get to try it out. And also the jersey
James Evans got the
random box. You
buy.
may have
Fucking
seen
hell. Let's
some
have a
of
let's
the
have a little
players
refresh and see what's going on.
yesterday rocking
That's
those
updated 41
jerseys
minutes
up
ago.
on stage and around the venue. Well, you can also earn that
James
for
Beck versus
yourself
Giuseppe.
in game and do a little cosplay. So that's pretty cute.
Let's hear it for Wolf
I
Glick.
love that. Can I earn that in real life? Is there a way?
Wolf Glick starting the day against Chi Hyung Chu.
So if you
Alright.
are
Jump across the
in
first.
venue,
Oh
you
no!
can actually do some
Two of my
exciting
guys are
things
against
to earn
each other
yourself
already.
points and
Tom
go
Winter,
and
the
get
only
yourself
UK
a
player
World
left,
jersey
versus
well
Chup
done,
across the
guys.
fourth.
Awesome.
One of my
And if you're
favorite
also at the
players.
venue today,
Fuck.
make sure to check out not just
Fuck.
the side events. We have some
One of my
incredible
favorites
demos
is
with some
going out
artists.
round one.
There are some
God
arts
damn
and
it.
crafts over in Hall C, and of course at
Fuck's
5:30
sake,
p.m.
Pokemon.
tonight,
I know you
there's
don't
the
choose 'cause it's
live
randomized,
Gotta
but fucking
Catch 'Em All
hell.
game show.
Tom
There's
isn't
gonna
the only
be some
UK player
Pokemon
left, is he
trivia.
not?
It's going to be so exciting. So
Is
if
he
you're
not?
here in the hall with us, make sure to check those out. You can use the event app to check the schedule, or you
Like
can just
5 of
walk
them?
around and check out the hall.
If
So
you go
we only have
to
a couple of
RK9
minutes left here,
Labs
real quick,
right
starting
now,
with you.
Amma,
Tell us, why should we watch TCG
Amma,
today?
and you
We're
search
gonna
for
whittle it down
UK
today, all
closed
the way
square
to top
bracket.
cut, figure out
One
who's
of
gonna be
one.
playing in
Tom
Championship
Winter.
Sunday, extremely exciting, and
Tom Winter is the only one because 5 and 3 didn't make it through.
Surprise card picks, and
Thank
hopefully
you
some
very
very
much.
Exciting moments, some coin flips incoming. up.
Yeah, you're looking at
Alright,
round
Will,
7,
go.
and
Three
it shows all the
words.
5 and
Go.
3 players.
3 words.
Oh no.
Fortress, Blastoise, Corsola.
Okay, Kellosaurus.
Blastoise, these nuts.
Trying to make the connections.
Yeah,
here, and
so-
I don't know if I'm paying-
That was way
paying
I don't
more
want
than
Chopper
3
to
words.
lose, but I don't want. Oh, you know what? I'm rooting for Chopper, so Chopper will lose. Matty Morgan versus Nils Dunlop for a winning in.
Amazingness.
Luca
Amazingness,
Cherubelli
okay.
against
Okay,
Joji
I like that. I
Kaeda
like that.
for the winning
You
in,
can have more
basically.
words if you want. I just wanted to make Will think. a
Basically,
little
everyone
bit.
who's 6 and 2, their matches are winning ins.
It's okay, guys.
And doesn't count, okay?
I'm very,
Okay.
I'm very thankful that you did not give me just 3 words.
Yeah.
Damn.
yeah.
I figure with TCG, with
Christopher
all the
Hahn is
text on
6
the
and 2?
card,
Oh,
that would
God.
be a little bit too much.
Z is 6 and 2.
But no, we're not.
Shoma Honami's 6 and 2.
Just kidding. But no, I'd say that the meta is incredibly dynamic. We've got, like I said, Fortress, Shadow Kento, Marowak, Galarian, Corsola. A lot of surprises.
Justin
a lot
Tang
of
is
incredible
6'2".
plays. The skill expression on stage is honestly phenomenal. Every single match, I feel like you can take some notes, you can learn
Yummy.
something, bring it to your own Go Battle League battles, or even to start your competitive journey.
2 minutes
in
to
the
round 1,
championship
baby!
series. So I highly recommend. Pokemon Go has never been more exciting or dynamic.
Kellosaurus, final thoughts?
I also want to mention for all of those matches that aren't shown on the main broadcast, we do have a feature stream as well. So we are going to be
Hell yeah.
showcasing.
Give me my yogurt.
all
My legs
of
are
the
suffering.
Unite matches
Getting treatments
today
done
on
are all
either
fun and
one of
games
these
until we try and walk
broadcasts
after.
on
I'll bet.
And I'm so glad
I'll
you
bet.
mentioned that because it's the exact same thing for the video game championships. So if we're not featuring the
Victory
match you wanna see on the live stream,
Road.
make sure to check out our YouTube channel as there is a chance you could see it there. That being said, I think that is about
I'm gonna have a
it
look what's
for
on
us
Victory Road right
here
now.
in this lovely preview show. If you spent the morning with us here, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're just tuning in now, congratulations.
Victory
You are
Road
tuning
side
in
stream,
just
baby.
in time to catch the opening ceremonies of the World Championships. Thank you so
Starting
much
in
for
30
spending time
seconds.
with us. I think
Leg day at
I
the
don't know
gym's a
about
bitch,
you.
it is.
Are you ready to kick things off?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Oh, get
I
your
am
dad.
so
Oh, wait. Did I
ready.
just leave my
All
sandwich
right.
going? Yeah, you did.
Why don't we just go ahead and kick it off?
Get the
Thank you so much
Eggoos.
for watching.
Get the Eggoos. Fuck off, Tinker Tink. Tinker Tough. Thank you. One boy was brushing on my calf and it made my hamstring twitch. Oh god. In the summer I avoid leg day because it makes me a worse skater. Damn. They're all filing in, all those fucking nerds. 1 minute? Oh my. How are we doing on the old egg count? Oh, not bad actually. We only need like 10 more. Leg day separates the wheat from the chaff. It separates the knee from the leg. Hell yeah. Let's go, Wolfie. With me mum's car. Also, isn't it separates the wheat from the chaff? Separates the soul from the body. That's 1 egg. Okay. Stream ended last night at like 2. I think. Ish. Missed much yesterday? Just the whole of day 1. About 2:47-ish. Yeah, something like that. That's 3. Thank you. I need 7 more. Pokemon. Bowser. The graphics of this are weird. They're like the Masters graphics, kind of. That's been a nice song. I don't know what it is. I feel that. People on music performance yesterday cringe of genuinely no joy in their hearts. I mean, they were a bit cringe, but like they were still catchy. Lose, maybe. Oh damn, they're all getting battered in Pokemon Unite. Yeah, it's in the same key as Footloose. It's good yogurt, baby. Oh yes. Let me fingers blast. Look at that. Thank you for coming to my mukbang. Oh mate, some people won stuff at these. That's crazy. But you wish you were that spoon, eh? BTL mukbang would be peak content. Not for my waistline. Oh, see, this is the bit I like the most. I like this bit. All red meat and all whole milk products. I'll whole your milk product, sir. But no one knows what that means, because neither do I. I think you've got too many eggs, Liam. Oh, perfect. Yeah, let's fucking go. Perfect. Do not save your game, you bastard. Right, save the 6 minutes of sandwich. 6 minutes of sandwich was my band name. No, it wasn't. Your band name was Finger Blast. Bob, 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 bob. And no one really knows who Bob is.
Good morning, trainer.
Morning, Anna.
Today,
She's dressed as Sonia, maybe.
Of course, here at the 2025 Pokemon
Favorite
World
one is the one Nate did, valid.
And we are so happy to have all
The
of
girl
you
got
here
my
with us
red
this
meat last
weekend.
night.
I'm Anna Prosser, and let me tell you, the Anaheim Convention Center is
They're in
the place
Anaheim.
to be this
Oh!
weekend. We have the best Pokemon trainers in the world fighting for the right to call themselves a world champion. We, of course, have our 4 pillars of competition to follow: the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet video games. The
Sonia's
Pokemon
not even in
card
Scarlet and
games,
Violet.
Pokemon Go,
Imagine.
and Pokemon Unite. Every competitor will be trying their best to make it through today's gauntlet. So,
How much for the
let's
Pikachu car?
highlight a few of today's top trainers.
It's a convertible,
In
Liam. You don't
Pokemon
want a convertible.
VG, trainers Ko,
4 pillars of
Tsuhide,
competition, a fun way of
Victor
referring to them,
and
right?
James Beck have the best shot of making it to Championship Sunday, but we'll see how the day looks when we get to top 5. The Pokemon TCG competition has been fierce, but Ovin Svinhavud, Kato Arai, and
Oh,
Piper
trying to
Latina
say those
are hoping
names.
to hold on to their momentum from yesterday. In Pokemon Go, I'm keeping an eye on Arrow, Padoman, and LNDS.
Why is this
Raja
city
as
eternally
they
under
tap their way
construction?
through the
Needs
world
building.
bracket. And finally, for Pokemon Unite, the top teams we're watching are Aegis Flames, High Five, and Reject. Who will be a focal point in the Championship Sunday
A+ for
arena?
effort pronunciation.
I can't wait to see.
Valid.
Of course, our event is not only battling. There are lots of activities
Speaking
for
of
all of
a
us
foot.
here at the Anaheim Convention Center.
Oh,
If
she's
you're
moved
watching
now.
online and want to join in on the fun and excitement, start planning your 2026 journey to the Pokemon World Championships. I can tell you
Pokemon,
even
I'm going to
now,
go put you
will
through
not
a
want
table.
to miss
Oh.
it. Let's give a huge shout out and
Just
a
give it
round
a go,
of
yeah.
applause to the diligent staff, judges,
Doing it the whole time I've been
production
alive,
crew,
and I'm old. You're not
everyone
that
else
old.
making this tournament and event come to life for us. Let's hear it.
Clap louder.
And I want to say to you, the friends and family of every competitor,
I'm
and
neither.
the fans supporting these trainers as they push through the competition. Thank
Cheers.
you.
Cheers, Embers.
Your encouragement really inspires us all. Let's hear it for you.
Small dog.
Good job. With that,
Getting
day
up there.
2
Oh,
of the
you'd love to get up there, you
2025
dirty
Pokemon World
batch.
Championship starts right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Take it away.
Hello, Castor. Hello, chicken. What do we think? Charlie Merriman and Ben?
thank you
Oh!
so much, Anna.
Yeah, I called it!
Good.
I am
It's
psychologically
old
gifted.
Chaz and Ben on the desk once more. I say old Chaz and Ben. That only
It's
applies
old
to
Ben, isn't it? It's not
Let's
old
go!
Ben. Ben,
To be
I know
fair, I
you
had a
love knock
33 and a
knock,
third
so
percent
go
chance.
on. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Urshif.
Urshifu.
It's better when you don't know that that's the format of joke I go for, right? The Kiriak who and etc. But
I mean, I have heard one or two knock-knock jokes before.
you've puzzled
Is that
that
for Liam or
before.
me?
Now, listen, Ben, we need to get our vocal energy up. Let's do a tongue twist.
He's a very merry
You
man.
know,
He is.
darling, we were
How you
doing
doing,
a tongue
Kaylee?
stool. So, Terra Stella Cella
Step
Stela.
stool.
See if you can do this
Don't talk to Gizmo about your stool.
Stella Steeler. Terra Stella Cella Steeler. Terra Stella Cella Steeler. Terra Stella Cella Steeler. Terra Stella Stella.
Yeah, Ben and Charlie are good lads.
Perfect.
Use that
26 and I feel old due to daily back pain. Oh, that's scoliosis though. That's cheating.
World and in the Paldea region and in all of the regions across that Pokemon universe. But back to the World Championships, Ben. What's on the line for everybody this weekend? We're
Wrong
of course
stool.
kicking off day 2 here. And tomorrow,
Ben was at a wedding I
one
was at.
trainer
Ben
will
was
go
at a
all the
local
way
I was at. He's a
with
proper good lad.
$30,000.
Luckily, Terra Stella Celacela doesn't exist and never will.
It's not just the winner that's
Well,
getting
might
a
eventually.
large prize pool.
In
All
Champions.
of our competitors that make it into the top 16 will be going home with at least $5,000.
Been here a while,
And
mate.
that's,
Oh.
Definitely something that all of our trainers.
Well,
are
how you
vying
doing?
for as
Answer
we
that
kick off
question.
Day 2 with our day 2.
You ain't
Swiss
cheating, you ain't
rounds.
trying.
Before we
I
get
don't
into
cheat. I have
that
my best
asymmetric
skill,
top
thank
cup,
you.
ABBA said the winner takes it all, but that's not true. The winner takes some of what's available. An incredible amount of prizing available for everybody here. But of course, then there's the thing that you just cannot put a price
We did
on.
Dragonite.
The
Have we
prestige
confirmed
of
that
not
yet?
only being Pokemon
Or is
World
it not going to be called
Champion, but
Dragonitium?
reaching top gun of the World Championships, wherever you are. Even just qualifying for the World Championships, of course, given the qualification system that we have. That is an achievement in itself. So I hope that every trainer here is feeling very, very
Watching
proud.
Triple Mania later?
They definitely should be.
If this has
Anyone that
ended,
played
maybe.
in day
If
one,
not, I'll watch
anyone
it
that's
tomorrow.
Made it into day 2. It's something
Dominic
to
for the win.
take home and just affirm
Dominic for Mega
that
Champion.
you are capable of going all the way, regardless of how today or yesterday has gone for you.
So work
We're
under
gonna
the
be,
desk.
getting a
Way.
little bit further into our competition here.
Loads,
We've got
loads,
a few
loads.
highlights though from day 1 that we want to showcase with you. Some of the great rounds that we had before.
Okay, here we go. So yeah, Christopher
Show you
Ham
my great
versus
rounds.
reigning world champion Luca Cheribelli. Look at that.
Yeah.
The critical hit smile. That, my friend, is a critical hit smile. It's the kind of joy
Mate.
that can only come from getting that bigger amount of damage than anyone is expecting
That's
there.
it, yeah.
Dragonite
Luca, however,
TE.
has, of course, made day 2, so even though that match didn't seem to go so
That
well. from
fucking
Ben,
Ho-Oh
still
with
there.
the
Now, this is
burn.
the only Ho-Oh player in the entire competition, Ben.
Yeah, Yoshitaka just giving us a masterclass in why.
Oh yeah, is Izawa still in it? Luca's still in. Luca's 6 and 2.
Off quite a lot in the later stages of regulation set I. Actually, it's still one of the key threats in the metagame. And look at it there. It's just being a backbone of Yoshitaka's team. In that
Izawa
round
is
five
not
that
in
we
the
had yesterday,
competition.
Just carrying on, playing time after time after time.
Oh, is not in.
Matches up so on Cataracts, Shadow Riders, Amazenta, but
According to the current,
Common restricted
either that or he's
player that
no-showed.
seen in this final Swiss round where Wolf Glick took down Marcus Dion. As ever, the margins were fine. Wolf likes to keep
Yeah,
us on
Izawa's
the
not
edges
in.
of our seats, doesn't he, trainers? But wonderful to see them having that sportsman-like interaction at the end, saying, GG, well played. Listen, the amount of respect up there on
Oh,
the
his name is in Japanese characters.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can all
in
be
that
rivals
case.
when we're playing Pokemon, but I mean, there's so
That's
many
why I can't
examples
find him.
across the season,
Hang on.
many seasons, in fact.
Let me check,
of
let me check, I'll
just the
check.
Sportsmanship that
I'm gonna
goes
do a Google
alongside
Translate on these
players
letters.
Getting off of the playing tables and just exchanging
Yes,
comments on
Izawa
the
is the
match they
is
just
7 and
played
1.
working together to improve.
Yeah, do you
as
know
a
what?
whole
Let's
as
root
a-
for
as a
Izawa.
community, and I think that's something that we see across all of the games.
Currently
that we've got
showing
here
on
this
the
weekend,
Victory
not
Road
just the video
stream
game.
is
We've got the trading card
Hirofumi
game,
Kimura
We've got Pokemon
versus
Go, and we've got Pokemon Unite as well.
Shunsuke
And
Kinami.
along with all of that beautiful
Sorry,
action
Minami.
on all of those
This
socials,
font is weird.
Pokemon.com/broadcast.
We got a
That is the
Groudon
place
versus
to be.
Koraidon match.
Play Pokemon for all of those socials as well, and use hashtag Pokemon Worlds Trainers. Are you enjoying the action?
I just
Listen,
fall
it only
asleep for
comes
good
around
stuff.
once a year,
Wolf was
so
on
let's
stream.
make
It was his
very
winning.
most of the incredible action, the incredible stories that have been written this very
Exactly.
weekend. We'd love to see it. Also your pets, also your plushies. Do send them through.
Anything that you've
Watching
got,
for
any
Natty, she's my
artwork
favourite. I feel
you're
like she'll
doing
get
as
enough
well. We love a bit
respect
of artwork
because her
here,
job's to put people
seeing
over.
what you
I mean,
guys
she's a
are
decent
creating
technical
at
wrestler,
home to
but
go alongside
I
it.
don't like her
It's
promo
really
work.
Very much appreciated to
Mr.
see
Tangy's
what
using
your
Groudon.
talented
Nice.
people
He's
are
at 6 and
overdoing
2.
alongside us this weekend.
Ben, if you were to paint...
We know round 9
your
isn't on
Pokemon,
stream, but
what
round
would you
10, are we
choose?
thinking Chuppa game? What's
Well,
Chuppa
okay,
game?
I've got two answers for you, Charlie.
Yeah.
One you won't be surprised with.
No.
The other you probably won't be surprised with either.
Chuppa game?
I would go with Sableye.
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean,
naturally.
one round 9 match is on stream because
my second
it's
pick.
on
You know
now.
This is one of my favourites.
I just told you about
There's
it.
a couple of them represented in the field this weekend, and still making it into day 2.
What do you mean, don't be facetious? I didn't know what you meant.
Maybe, underappreciated,
Because Chuppa is
restricted,
6 and
but,
2, so he might not have a
looking at it all
round 10.
weekend
So I
long, and
thought, well, he
think,
can't.
that's what I would
She
be going
can't be
to
on
say.
about Chuppa Cross.
Yeah, I could see the
That
art
can't
being
be about him
pretty,
because we don't
pretty
know
spicy for that as
if he's
well.
going to have
You
a
know, the
round
desolate
10 yet.
and all that. Yeah, obviously I'd be playing in Kingdra, but thank you so much for asking, Ben. And
Facetious.
charge bug in there, why not? Anyway,
It's not
what's gonna be the
facetious, I was
match that
asking
we're
a genuine
featuring first
question.
for you today. I mean, obviously they're
Bruh.
all incredible out there in the venue. Look, they're all ready to go on stage. Giuseppe Musico versus James Beck. And yes, trainers, your eyes do not deceive you. That certainly is a Regieleki.
Love to see that kind of adaptation.
Also,
from
you said
James
round
Beck,
9
the
isn't on
player that's
stream.
got
Round
top
9's
4
here.
at the World Championships, not once, but twice in 2019 and 2022.
Oh,
Coming here
I gotta go
again
with James
to
Beck.
Try and see if he can do it. Both of these trainers are at 7-1 record right now, so they're
Bringing the
somewhat
Regieleki.
riding the bubble, but they've
Call
still
it the
got a little
Becca-Lecky.
bit of flexibility on them. They've got one more match to win apiece before they can guarantee their slot in our asymmetrical top cup.
Round 9 is the friends we made along the way.
Calyrex, Shadow Riders, Amazenta, Incineroar, Pokemon,
Hashtag not my team. I respect Giuseppe, but I want James Beck to win because he's running Regieleki and
Calyrex, Shadow Riders, Amazenta,
Cali
of course,
Koraidon.
is a restricted duo that a lot of
Oh,
trainers
Shadow
recognize
and
the
Koraidon.
potential Of, but is this
What,
Oakley with Grassy
UV?
Glide, as well as Rillaboom with Grassy Glide, as well as Raging Bolt with Thunderclap, all of these priority moves to get
This
the
will be
jump
lovely.
on
This
your
will be some
opponent,
peak
which is a really
Pokemon.
nice adaptation.
And I think it's like really impressive that
I do like
Giuseppe's
that
made it with a team
they've
that's
kind of fine-tuned their
offering no real
production so we can see
surprises.
every
It's just
round of every
good,
match.
solid,
You know what I mean?
consistent, and allows
I'm not a big
Giuseppe
competitive
to
fan.
outplay
Could
their
someone?
opponents
I don't know.
really
Can we?
masterfully across all of the matches that they play. You can't say that this team.
Explain why
goes into
Incineroar
any
is always there.
particular matchup
Because
and
it's
thinks,
one of the
"Oh, I'm
greatest
not sure
Pokemon."
how I'm going to
Because it's a
beat this
Pokemon that has
competition.
access to
There's
Fake Out,
always a
which can
way
stop an
within
opponent from moving
those
completely. It
familiar
has
six
access to
Pokemon,
switching moves like U-turn and parting shot, which can be really good for pivoting and board position. It has knockoff, which can remove held items. And it has so many decent moves in its move pool. And it has the greatest ability in the game, which is Intimidate, which lowers the opponent's special attack. Sorry, physical attack, which is really, really important. And its typing is a really good type combination because it doesn't have any 4x weaknesses. So Incineroar's always there because it's the greatest VGC Pokemon. It's not there just because people think it's cool. It's there because it's been shown to be such a good utility and support Pokemon to every team. Because you can't just have Pokemon that are like full power, overpowered things. You've got to have support Pokemon to make sure they can help your Pokemon stay on the board.
Ability to control the board, not only to be able
Yeah,
to
we need
stop
special
Pokemon
Intimidate.
boosting up, but sometimes you want to reposition. Sometimes you need to deal with
Regieleki,
Pokemon
baby.
not being able to necessarily switch. And one of the mechanics that's really important is that Raw does go through Protect, so you can use that.
Man,
to
3
protect
electric
the slot
moves and
then
Protect
roar it
is
out at the
wild
end
to
of
me,
the
though.
turn. Gives you a little
Hello,
bit more
Victor,
room
how
to
you doing?
breathe. One of the other things we've got to note about James, not only is there
Those are
only
all
one
fairies.
Ho-Oh in the field and it made day 2, there's only one Regieleki.
Hey, dude, I'm
in
doing
the
all right.
field,
I'm ready for a
and it
lovely
also
full
has
day
made
of Pokemon
two.
again.
It's on stream right now with James Beck piloting it so masterfully.
So I think we need to take a deeper dive into just what this Regieleki is offering and why James has
Being lazy, what does
mastered it this
Transistor
weekend.
do?
It is the
Powers up
fastest
electric type
thing
moves.
ever. Be that in Pokemon or otherwise, it is by far
Kind of from the guys at work. The what financial director likes you, so that's a win. Ooh, pay rise.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, Flare Blitz in the sun is a nuke basically. 120 base power, fire type move, stab
never
in the
obvious
sun.
to Pokemon, so it can at least
Wild.
take one attack and stick around on the field. Electro Red meaning that you can then reduce the speed of the other Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it has been
together,
nerfed. It used to be 1.5, but now it's
One of the other things
1.3.
that it does really well is
Which
it
is still
can
a life
also
orb, basically,
outspeed
without having to
Choice
hold
Scarf
one.
Pokemon, allowing Calyrex Shadow Rider to be able to get Astral Barrages off where James really needs it.
Astral
too.
Barrage in
And,
the
you know,
garage, mate.
Where Regieleki's
Really
speed
tired,
tier
otherwise
is
I'm okay.
so,
Well, that's
so
good news.
high,
Is your
a lot
neck
of
feeling
Pokemon
better?
With Choice Scarfs are targeting Pokemon like Calyrex and maybe a little bit further ahead just to catch other Choice Scarf Pokemon off guard. But usually they don't run to that Regieleki speed tier, and I think it's a really clever way to approach the metagame where Choice Scarf Pokemon actually can be quite prevalent in the format.
Now, of course, it was also Tiago Latanzi at LAIC.
Beans.
6
Six Sneaslers.
it's on the board in the previous season, and there it is with the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Regieleki,
Really
baby.
lovely
He a
and I think
bouncy
the
baby.
priority moves on Giuseppe's side of the field are really going to come into play versus this Regieleki that can hit oh so quickly.
Now we have a classic Calyrex
Six
mirror
Sneaslers.
here, with both of them running the Life Orb, both of them running the Terra's
Disgusting.
Dark. And so
I thought you meant there was 6 Sneasler in the competition currently.
Hello. James maybe takes a little bit of pressure off his side of the field where you can make sure that Giuseppe's Calyrex is not going first and therefore not have to play those kind of speed tie interactions that most
Reggie
of our
is what
players really,
Terra?
find
I
quite
don't remember
difficult
what
to
Terra their
navigate.
Reggie is.
That said, Giuseppe does have the fake out in play, so can stop that Regieleki turn 1, and that may give Calyrex on Giuseppe's side a chance.
Guess
to
we'll see if they do it.
But in fact, it was
Ooh, jeez, we get a Terror already.
A massive call already. Our very first turn of day 2.
Oh,
Now,
which
Calyrex
is this?
Is it
It's
going
pretty-
for Terra Dark? Is it James or is it Giuseppe's? Because this could get Giuseppe on
Yeah,
the
well
front
done,
hooves.
well done.
Oh, it's going to be Giuseppe.
No, I think it's
the
both.
responding
Well done.
Terra.
Ooh.
Is that going to be the Calyrex? Is it going to be the Regieleki? Is it
Yeah,
going to be the
I think
Cali.
Calyrex? A massive call from Giuseppe, just quietly confident.
They're
there.
both
That
Terra Dark.
Calyrex
Then go
is
back to my
doing
sand
no
team.
damage.
Ooh, bit of
The
T-Tar
fake out,
action.
meaning that it's not going to out this turn when
Hello, Lost Wolf. I'm all right. How you doing?
Or indeed any flinch from the fake out. And
Cheeky
there's
protect.
No mileage that James can get out of that Regieleki now. It's gone for the protect.
Ah, called the fake out. That's such a great play. What a read.
Free damage off with the Astral Barrage resisted into James's Calyrex.
So now, no surprise here that these two Calyrex like to go for Terra Dark. There's not too many other Pokemon that you'd really
Damn.
like to do that to, and it just means that this mirror match is just that little bit more consistent. Now, Regieleki does protect, and it does seem
That was a
like
great
James
read.
Beck has taken a little bit of a back foot in this spot, but Regieleki still has the Focus Sash, and it still puts massive pressure onto Calyrex.
See
on Giuseppe's
Rain
side.
with
So
Bascupelli
even though
Archie
the
being
Astral
common, or
Barrages are
even
really only
T-Tar,
tickling each
like
other
a Rock
here
Day
with their
Excadrill.
Terra Darks,
Ooh.
it actually, the extra damage from the Thunderbolt might actually be the
Archaladon's
difference
great.
maker in this spot where
I'll be a
Helping
Pelly.
Hand is
I'll be a
not
Pelly Archie
necessarily gonna
Bascu.
get there for Giuseppe, where a Thunderbolt and a
Poliwrath.
Astral Barrage probably would.
Well, will
probably
James be
Annihilate.
taking advantage
Annihilate's
of
a good
that
choice.
transistor ability from
Maybe
the
a Goldengo.
Regieleki? It will by going for the Volt Switch, and Incineroar checks that really
Switch.
pretty well, and now switching
T-Tar,
right
Chomp,
to the
Corvi,
back.
Prima,
Those
and I
love
think a
Regieleki
Mungus and
because,
Incin.
of course,
Ooh.
with so many Miraidon on the field, that would be boosting up his electric moves all the more. But no
Oh yeah,
Miraidon speed
Barrascuda.
here.
Propeller Tail
Incineroar
Barrascuda.
joining
Let's go.
the fray, providing another fake out, maybe playing Giuseppe at their own game.
Choice
Ready
band.
to flinch Giuseppe's Calyrex. Now it's terrestrialized away, and just another incoming Astral Barrage. Both these now Dark-type Pokemon soaking up that damage.
Ooh,
pretty
baby, do you know what
and the
that's worth?
responding Astral Barrage
Oh, I'll be
too,
using
so
Raichu
just
as well.
trading pretty simply so far this game.
Yeah, it's like blow for blow here, but it looks like
Hello.
Giuseppe is just like
You're very
slightly
clean.
ahead.
Yeah.
But I think the speed
help
onto
you?
the Calyrex is the real difference maker here.
with you?
Parting shot coming into the Calyrex, so lowering the special attack of it
What's
for
up,
a little bit
Alan?
later, but it looks like, and we haven't got this confirmed by
Who
any
knows?
way, any
Muck
stretch of
on
the
your nose,
imagination,
look. What's that?
that
There you go.
Giuseppe's Calyrex is maybe trained to be slightly
Pulled off a speed
faster
control,
than
true.
James's.
Bit of
So,
tailwind.
that advantage is sort of more square.
Killer Watcher was a good shout.
Where these two Calyrexes match up.
Special attack being boosted of Giuseppe's Raging Bolt here. I mean, now you've had your special attack dropped over on James's Calyrex. The Raging Bolt will be soaking up that damage so much better, and Calyrex
Oh,
needs
heck.
to be in a position where it can start to snowball.
I think this Raging Bolt coming in as well for
Not with
Giuseppe
special power
is
on my
a
side,
really,
though. Ah.
nice time to get it in. You've got the Thunderclap
Bing
pressure
bong.
onto the opposing Calyrex, and even if, as you see there, the fake out goes into the Calyrex on this turn, there is still the potential
Pressure
of
tailwind.
Thunderclap, but James
Super
reads
Fang
right
Noivern.
into that and
Ooh.
doesn't go for a protected defensive
Sylveon with
switch
copycat,
instead,
mate.
getting that Astral Barrage onto
Beat Max
the
Waterman
Raging
with it.
Bolt and the Calyrex.
Oh, and the Incineroar brought down solo. You can see the dividends. That booster energy paid.
Ooh,
to
it's
the
not looking
Raging
good for
Bolt
James right
special
now,
attack
but
here. If there is a trainer who can come back from that early deficit with the flinched
does he
Calyrex,
just
it
sack
would
off
be
the Cali and the
James.
Incin,
No
or does he
stranger at
switch?
all to be able to turn the tables.
Alright, it's not for me,
the
valid.
decisions they need to make
Talk all
when the
Lilligan.
chips
Oh,
are down.
yeah.
But, you know, I've played Giuseppe plenty of times in the local
After you
UK,
terrify a charcoal eruption,
events,
yeah.
And I've got to tell you that Giuseppe is no stranger to having these sort of comebacks as well, playing these
Let's go.
more slow, more grindy games where you have to trade a little bit, you have to switch around a little bit, you have to get your position before going in for the final blow.
Cheeky protect.
Calyrex not going to be taking any damage
Cheeky
here.
protect.
Neither is Raging Bolt, so just
Reg H does not allow Paradox. No Flutter Domain. No bundle. You'll have to use Delibird.
In this situation, just another Astral Barrage. Maybe Giuseppe trying to bait out
Hustle,
a switch here
Terra
that's
Flying,
sensible.
Aerial Ace,
I
Delibird.
like that play as well.
Do the
because,
calcs.
You never know whether the Calyrex is going for a defensive play. You know that the Incineroar is probably doing exactly what it did now and trying to go for a parting shot. You almost never see a side parting shot where maybe you sometimes see a side U-turn where the damage is
Against
a little bit
what?
less
Against
influential
your dad?
than getting an attack and special attack drop on your partner Pokemon.
Mate.
And I think that, like, looking at this board state now, I'm just looking at the HP left on the Calyrex. It's only got one more attack in it before it goes down.
I was thinking
I think
Raging
that
Bolt
attack
goes
is gonna be
hard.
needed to try to knock
Raging
out the
Bolt
Raging
goes
Bolt,
to
but the Raging
bed,
Bolt
and
responds with a
Electabuzz turns
thunderclap.
up.
Goodbye and zapped. That is James's Calyrex Shadow Rider, or should we say Dark Rider.
The best
down
electric
and
type
out to the
special
count.
attacker in Reg
That
H
the first
is
restricted Pokemon loss
Archaladon,
and the first
and it's
Pokemon
not even an
loss
electric
in this
type.
game. Now Calyrex and
Bring an
Giuseppe
Ice Team in
side
Reg
can
H?
get off
Nice.
Another Astral Barrage and Incineroar. Oh, so
Slush
low,
Rush
so
beware.
the count that normally resists this is 9 lives are up. That's going to be the double KO.
Calcit
here
against
from
physically
Giuseppe.
defensive
And
Rillaboom.
a
Boom,
boost
boom.
to
Let me
the
hear say
special attack
weho.
on Calyrex.
Ooh, I can
Now,
bring my
though,
Terra
with
Bug
the
Basque
special attack
Legion
boost
back.
on the Calyrex actually
The
probably
one-shots
not gonna make too
Rillaboom
much
with Terra
difference
Blast.
in this game state,
Yes.
because the Regieleki that we know is in the back is easily capable of outspeeding.
Play aggro,
and
but never
knocking
usually
out,
bring speed control,
the
so maybe I'll have
Calyrex
to do
on
some
Giuseppe's
shenanigans with speed
side.
control,
This
maybe.
Volcarona, I think, is really interesting here coming in, because while it can go for a Quiver Dance, its Fiery Dance and Giga Drain as its special attacking
Ooh.
options, I'm not going to be able to knock out that Raging Bolt particularly
That
quickly.
Bolt is
equally, nor is Raging
literally
Bolt
gonna
going to
be
Volcarona
fine on
particularly
the
quickly
field.
because of the special attack, special defense, and speed boosts that it gets. So this is a really tight mid-game here. I think it comes down to whether or not James can get the boosts that he needs
Yeah, like-
before the Volcarona gets put too low.
If Giuseppe does
Oh,
have
what a
the-
call!
the
I'm
Astral
very
Barrage,
surprised.
the Regieleki protected,
I'm very
Volcarona,
surprised James didn't go for an
Giuseppe
Electro
down
Web.
here, but just how much is it gonna?
Ooh.
It's down to 1 HP, and the leftovers means it will recover a little bit more. But thanks to that,
Oh my
rifle
God.
hit damage, the Calyrex is down. I was going to say, Ben, that if it is the Zamazenta lurking in the back of Giuseppe, at least the Volcarona matches up pretty well into it. But it's on such low health that
Oh, what? Yeah.
That's such a call for Giuseppe to make, and I think it's the right call to make. because
Damn,
you know that your
James,
Calyrex
where's the
is
comeback?
under pressure. But
Give your
if
dad
James
his
gives you
comeback.
even an inch,
Excuse
you
me?
get to take a mile in this spot, and you really do need to, when you're sort of up against the wall against one of those Pokemon that can really start
Let's see,
to
have
boost
any
up
matches
and put
been settled
pressure,
yet? No.
You've really got to strike.
God, there's only
strike
26
hard and
matches
strike
going on.
first,
That's fucking
before
wild.
it can get those boosts up.
Nearly
Yeah,
popping
it's
off
normally
again.
Regieleki that's striking hard and striking first, but here it's Giuseppe who swept to the floor against James Beck. But we do have another game. James would have to win this one to then take us to a game 3, but if Giuseppe wins
Tend to
the
be
next one,
UIC,
then
but it
they
doesn't
are
mean it could be
claiming
also Reg
the
H
set
right
here.
now.
James will go down to a 7-2 record, and every win really counts here. Try and secure your spot in the top cut.
See, I think
So there are
looking back at the
52
replays
players.
here,
No,
I think it's
53
really clear
players at
that
the moment
Giuseppe was
left.
comfortable to take some
Because there's
risks
26
in the early game, certainly with
tables
the,
of 2, and then
Calyrex
there's James
speed
Evans with the bye.
interactions between the two of them. I think Giuseppe felt
The
probably
Regieleki
a bit
kind of
more
bad.
comfortable
Well, the
than
Regieleke's
usual
not
to take those
necessarily
risks,
bad
knowing
because
that,
you can slow down the
things went
Calyrex that you
quite the way
outspeed.
that he wanted to. He had something in the
But I
back
don't know
that was
why he
able
didn't
to,
try and
really
slow down the
come to
Cali.
fore. So I really like the way that Giuseppe played it, but thinking about James's position.
But I think he was
going
worried about
into
being
game
faked out.
2, it's hard to say at this level of competition. I'm not sitting there at the desk, right? But it does feel
It is
like
6
James
months away. We've got no
does
idea what the format will
need
be.
To press the advantage a little bit more, play
6
that
months
little
will
bit
fly by.
aggressively, more aggressively, not give
Maybe.
Giuseppe the same space that he had to just attack in game 1, and maybe a little bit of an adjustment to play there, maybe even bringing the Volcarona slightly earlier in the game to get those boosts up could be an option for him to play for this
You
game two.
It's
No
Ambrosi.
Regieleki in the lead this time for James. It's going to be Calyrex and Incineroar staring each other down from across the field.
And yeah, again, we're in this position where you've got two Ghost-type Pokemons in the Calyrex that definitely want to Terra Dark, and if they don't Terra Dark, then they take a big Astral Barrage, but if they do, then they get faked.
There's a
out
lovely
with the
winning in
Privilege.
animation,
So,
yeah.
it's one of those more telegraphed situations. But
Duplicate
equally,
leads.
I still think it's one of those more objective plays where it doesn't make sense or too much sense to go for anything else but the Terra Dark, just to make sure that your Calyrex is always getting through the turn. Now, even these Incineroars could opt for the fake out, and we get a little
both
bit
the
more of a
Incineroar
dead
going to
turn.
fake out
Maybe
the Callies?
If the Incineroars decide to fake out into each other instead of into the Calyrexes, then we could see a little bit of suppression there. But there's also the option for either
Enter
of
the
these
Kanto
players to
OG
just
team
click
for
the
Reg
passing
H.
shot button and
Have
start
fun.
to whittle down the power of their opposing
Ooh.
restricted Pokemon, rather than
There's too much creativity
just,
Reg H. I don't know what to
go
bring.
for the
That's what I
fake out
love
and
about
suppress
it.
this turn.
Both of these trainers very happy to run that volatile early ball.
Haley did
state
the
of
calcs.
Double Calyrex Shadow Rider now with
252.
four here with Incineroar.
Plus
Fake
attack,
out
choice
this
band,
time
hustle, terra
onto
flying, Delibird,
Giuseppe's
aerial
Calyrex.
ace,
Oh my goodness
into
me, it looks
Rillaboom,
like
2 hit
Giuseppe
KO after
just
grassy
inside
terrain,
James'
recovery,
head here.
rip.
Yeah, it's going to be resisted, but look at
Delibird's
that.
so
The Incineroar
shit.
Calyrex
Right,
well,
Tommy
well,
05, how you doing?
HP.
What's coming?
Now a nasty block coming out from James.
Oh, sorry,
inside
Tenny,
of
I
the
should say.
field.
Tenny
Okay,
U5.
So you've now boosted your special attack.
10
back
Mu,
as long as
10
that
Mu
Calyrex can
5.
move,
There we go.
but
Took
is
me
Giuseppe
a
gonna get in
million.
that room?
I think like this is one of those difficult situations now for Giuseppe where, yes, you've got the early damage, but the helping hand Astral Barrage into a Terra Dark Calyrex wasn't enough for the guaranteed two-hit knockout. And with that Regieleki in the back, I think there's a real risk for Giuseppe that James can find a way to position the Incineroar, position the Calyrex next to the Regieleki, get the speed control on the board,
let's see, let's
but then
see.
follow up with these
Here comes the
2+
cheeky
light
Terra.
Astral Barrages.
We are really stepping on the gas here, trainers. Now time for the responding Terra Dark over on the other Calyrex Shadow Rider here. Another helping hand could very much be online. There it
Blam,
is into
blam,
Giuseppe's
blam, blam, blam.
Calyrex now. Giuseppe hoping for a higher damage roll here so that James's Calyrex can go down and out, but no.
Cheeky protect.
Going to be the protect. The Incineroar, though, took it slightly worse, I believe, than the Calyrex, in fact.
The
And so, yeah,
Incineroar's
that
got a
could well
parting
be
shot.
That pivotal piece down for James, but maybe James doesn't mind that here, so that he can get that free switch into the Regieleki, like you said. Oh, but it's
it hangs
not.
on.
The Incineroar hangs on, which
He's
makes
got a
one of those
parting
rare
shot.
times when you do want a Pokemon to be KO'd.
He
but
did it.
James has covered for it anyway. The parting shot, reducing Incineroar's attack over. on
In
Giuseppe's
comes the
side.
red
Incineroar's going
Regieleki.
out one way or the other, right? Is either getting knocked out, but then you put the Calyrex
Go on,
in a
Beck.
position where you can go for those Electro Webs
Love
with
to see it.
Regieleki and then follow it up with the Astral Barrage. Or your Incineroar goes down, they get a boost in it. Well, it doesn't really matter because you're going to be aiming to take the knockout on the
Oh,
Calyrex
dear.
regardless.
Now it's Regieleki coming in, of course, you're threatening that big Electro Web, reducing the speed over on Giuseppe's side of the field.
It's not a bad shout.
On the
Go for the parting shot into the
Shadow
Calyrex.
Rider into two Dark-type Pokemon. You're probably not claiming a KO there. And so then the Regieleki is so vulnerable, it has the focus sash, but James potentially not getting the mileage that they want.
So I think this is a little bit of a call.
Use
as well,
Electro
where,
Web.
You can go for a Thunderbolt and a Astral
Let's see
Barrage.
it.
That's probably enough to knock out the Incineroar, which would work if Giuseppe,
Cheeky
like
protect.
they have gone for the Protect, but if they didn't go for the Protect, it's a really difficult
Oh,
call to make.
cold
Here,
it.
Thunderbolt into the Incineroar, the Astral Barrage follow-up.
Why did that not do
How well
more?
is this Incineroar going to be taking this at +2? Incineroars can be trained in oh so many different ways. Let's see how Giuseppe's lent into this one. The Incineroar hanging on with 18.
That's some really, really good bulk. I think Giuseppe is going to be very happy with the way that he's played his Incineroar coming in here as he gets the parting shot out, and that might be the difference maker here between even knocking out
What's
the Calyrex
Regieleki's
Shadow
special
Rider
attacks now?
next turn or not.
Now Raging Bolt and Ogerpon once more lurking in the back, so Giuseppe
Regieleki.
decided that no Zamazenta is
Sarah
not
B
the
for the most
bring in
accurate
this
information.
situation. Raging Bolt is a nice
of
counter to
stats.
this Regieleki on James' side of the field that only has electric.
Oh, it's
type
only
moves.
base
Yeah,
100
like,
special attack.
I'm also wondering whether
But then
or not
technically
Calyrex on James'
130
side
because the
is
boost from
in
Transistor.
Thunderclap
Yeah, it's got to be
range
max
here.
bulk instant, isn't it?
I'd be inclined to say no.
So would I.
Looking at the amount of damage that James's Calyrex has already taken from Astral Barrages already.
Over HP and speed
but
too, play a support role
sometimes where
maybe.
there's a Thunderclap, there's a way.
well, there's going to be no Thunderclap into the Calyrex, at least on James's side here.
Thunderclap.
Potentially aiming into that target. We'll have to see what the Regieleki was going for. Yeah, the Volt Switch was
oh, nice.
As on Giuseppe's side of the field, brought down to about a third of it.
Sacrifice Incin and then get Reggie back in, right?
Is it going to be the case that whichever trainer removes the opponent's Calyrex first will then continue to sweep the game as Incineroar rejoins the field, providing that threat of the fake out?
And if the
because an Astral Barrage here
gets, the Incineroar would be able to get a fake out next turn, but as it stands,
that makes sense. That's a good play by James Beck.
Real reason not to just go straight for the Astral
Well,
Barrage.
Anthony, how you doing?
Where they're really threatening the Thunderclap.
How's the World Champions been? We don't know. They're not been crowned yet.
As it didn't go for the Electro Web, you still
Grim
get
Nay,
the
baby.
ability to knock out the Calyrex.
Yeah, so that Reggie actually, that Regieleki could probably take that Calyrex out with a Volt Switch.
Faster than James's.
Right, Regieleki now rejoining the field here. Bouncing away happily, crucially with that focus sash still intact. Electro Web once more would mean that Calyrex on James' side might be able to sweep here, but of course you can just keep pivoting around with the Volt Switch as long as you're happy to switch in something from the back.
Yeah, I think this is like really tight as well, as you're like maybe it's just a
here comes the ogre
between this Calyrex going down to a Thunderclap or not, as the case may be. Now Ogerpon switches in though. I think Giuseppe
she's here.
Being quite
she's
wise
here
to protect that slot.
Oh, nice.
Down, James hoping that roll will go more in their favor, but no, that's going to be the 2 KOs. That's going to be James.
That is rough.
Down to their final 2 Pokemon. This Regieleki that can't do much into the Raging Bolt, and in fact into the Ogerpon too, resisting with that grass type part typing that it has.
That's the problem with the Regieleki, is it's got no coverage.
Also has benched one of their restricteds in the Koraidon.
Yeah, I think it's probably wise in this situation as well, but unfortunately Volcarona staring down one of the Pokemon that it really doesn't like to see in that Ogerpon. A Thunderbolt going into that slot and maybe trying to pick up the paralysis there.
No para.
As Ivy Cudgel, I think this is one of Volcarona's worst nightmares. Targets down into it. The
May
next, so this is a really slow
2-0
by the looks of things.
2-0, baby.
Straight down. James doesn't get any value out of it whatsoever. Now that Regieleki is sitting in a position with, as we've been saying,
Max Morales beat Shoma Honami.
That it cannot be.
Joji Kaeda. Luca Cherubelli's out.
Day 2 top cut spot.
Joji Kaeda has knocked out Luca Cherubelli.
Well, it was so cool to see that.
Kean Campbell knocked out Justin Tang. You know, Chopper Cross has knocked out the only Brit in the competition. Tom Winter.
The EU.
Come on, Chopper, win it big.
Over NA.
Masayoshi Kuro beat Takahiro Futamura.
Really impressive standing that they have in the community, and James Beck, someone who maybe has more consistent, higher level.
Victor Vieira beat Takuto Notohara.
Could be. I mean, there's always that opportunity.
Hirofumi Kimura beat Shunsuke Minami. Michael Kelsch beat Victor Medina, but all these people I'm talking about now, they're all still in. They're like 7-2.
Because the competition
damn.
is so fierce, because we are really
so Victor Medina's still 7-2, but he just lost to Michael Kelsch, so he's starting the day on a rough note. Wolf's still playing, so I think Wolf's gone to a game 3.
Across the many levels
potentially
of competition, both in person but also in the online events as well.
This is Giuseppe's first ever top cut.
One. He's had such a fucking run this year. Like,
he's first ever day 2.
He's
so
been
incredible achievement. Huge congratulations to you, Giuseppe. We look forward to seeing how you will be performing in that top cut.
Have a little tinkle real quick before we do anything else.
Let us see what happens. And Giuseppe's been playing high-level competitive Pokemon since 2018.
No surprise that Wolf's still in. I'll be honest, Anthony. He's barely still in. If he has a single loss, he's out. Like, he's 6-2. He's not having the flawless run you'd expect him to have, you know? He's still human. Burb.
As you've got to call out here as we have a little bit of a look back at that game 2. I think how cool and collected Giuseppe was in that match. You can see him swinging around in his chairs, really having a good time, enjoying the stage, but at the same time playing a confident game, knowing and trusting in the training of their Pokemon, especially where that Raging Bolt knocked out the Calyrex Shadow Rider on James's side. I really thought that could have been up in the air, could have gone either way, but it looks like Giuseppe's made quite a lot of their own decisions when building this team that is full of usual suspects, but that doesn't mean that we know everything about how the team is put together.
Yeah, you can see just how thrilled Giuseppe was there as well. I mean, it seemed like Giuseppe was giving us a bit of a clinic in that game.
Yeah.
It felt like James didn't really have a foot in the door, so to speak. And I'm wondering if, you know, going all in on the, well, I'm going to lead Calyrex because you're leading Calyrex, actually didn't work out all that well for James. Maybe a more consistent lead would have been better.
It certainly could be. Is it quite a difficult mirror to be playing, especially when you don't know whether your Calyrex is faster or slower? And I think a lot of the problems that James had in that game probably could have got solved by a few different speed points there. But yeah, that's all in the past now. James has got to lock in for the last round. He's certainly not out of contention, but someone that is very much in contention is Giuseppe, and we've got him on stage ready for an interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Giuseppe, who just first day 2 at Worlds, first top cut at Worlds. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
How does it feel to have made it so far in the competition?
No, I'm very excited because, I mean, it's been my 6th Worlds. First time making it 2, first time making top cut. So
I am the man, Dem. I am the man, Dem. I am the man, Dem.
No, like, it's a dream coming true.
Do you think you did anything different this time around to prepare for this Worlds that has given you this success?
No, it's been more about this season here because I've been very consistent. Like, made 8 tournaments along the season, 8 day twos, and I learned how to be more focused during tournaments, how to prepare better. Of course, with my friends, but yeah, it was what changes be like mentality in me, like along the last season. Yeah.
That's awesome. So tell me about day 1 of the competition.
Let's go, baby.
You entered today.
He's on Lucas Marco's team. They've all got the same top. Yeah, I
How
thought
did
as
those
much.
games go for you?
So yesterday it started tough because I started 0-1
No, the guy on screen.
Like a matchup that should have been good for me.
The Italian
I
man on
was very
screen,
pissed
Giuseppe,
about,
who just won a match.
got
Anthony.
angry after the first lot, but
Reg H
but
won't
then
even
I
see
started
December.
winning and winning more. Of course, I had to be lucky making.
Why is December not single?
Because this team needs.
Alright,
me
let's
to
have
do
some
that, so
fucking
that's
eggs.
the thing. And then
Cook the
end up
man some
winning, like,
fucking
7
eggs, bitch!
The best of 3s in a row, so it's good.
Go the correct way, thank
That
you.
is pretty good. Did you prepare at all last night for today?
Oh, it's thundering.
No, because
It's thundering.
I knew that the teams were gonna be out today or last night, so I started to prepare like as soon as I saw the first matchup, rather than yesterday. Yeah.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. So you just mentioned that your
Wolof.
team relies a lot on
Let's hear
read.
it for
Tell me
Wolof
about
Glick.
Game 1 against James Back. Did you feel like there was a turn where you just made that read that really
That is
opened
not
up
a
the
sheen.
possibility for you to win?
I think both games needed me
Here's
to
my first
make,
GM power raid. Oh, well done.
reads, because the matchup was like that.
Easy, right?
I mean, it was Coraidon, Calido, and Volcarona. All of them
Oh.
are together are the dangerous. For
Someone's
my team.
stepping on a
So
wire.
I didn't know what to do. Like, I thought of a plan, and my
Look
plan
at
was,
that, it's a
okay, I
fucking
think, like,
Squacky
Lucino,
Billy.
Calido,
We love a
work on,
Squacky Billy.
Raging Bolt and making ball reads. There was a
Morning,
team,
Mango,
like,
how you
For
doing?
example, game 2, I didn't tear Calido against like Calido and Lucino who could like one-shot it. And my war plan was like helping against Traberge to put Calido soon as
We're going to
possible
set
and
J will
ready
be in
to
effect for
bolt.
ranked battles in
And
beginning
I
of
knew
September
that this whole
2025. The
team
video
was
game
quick to
championship will
bolt
be using
after
regular
Calido
H
was
through the
down,
end of
so
November
that was my
2025.
plan.
Damn.
It actually worked, but still had to predict.
Powered way less clears
Yeah, it was a very
than the
good
last one.
plan, and the fact
Yeah,
that your
because
Raging
a lot
Bull
of
really
people,
was a
I think,
staple of the
realize
team
that
was
you don't
really
actually have to do
exciting.
the raid to
Has
receive
it
the mystery
been
gift, and they just
staple of
went,
your
oh, well,
team
fuck
for
that
the
then.
rest of the competition, or is there a different Pokemon you'd call your
So they're just sitting back
most
and letting everyone
valuable
else do it?
Pokemon, if you will?
Yeah, actually,
Maybe.
Raging Bolt, I brought it just this best of 3, maybe other 2 around the tournament. It was, I think, it was the, I mean, not the weakest one on the team, but the one you brought in the last matchup. And I mean, all bonds have been valuable, but to say as a non-restricted Pokemon, Ogre Pond has been really good because.
Need food?
it can
Eat
be
some
like
food.
Third Uber of this team, like when Terras does a lot of damage.
Eat some food.
Volcarona on the like.
Tasty
monsters
food.
that are dangerous for my team.
One more
yeah.
Egu, please.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Giuseppe.
Maybe
Do you
Shiny
have any
Chien doesn't
shout-outs
look the
you wanna
best,
give to
maybe. I
anybody
mean,
at home?
Wochien
Yeah,
looks
shout out
great.
to my friend
But
Push,
Chien
shout out
Pao
to Server, my group of
looks a
friends,
bit
and,
pooey.
to the guys who helped me prepare for the tournament, Marco, Steka, Ruben,
No sheen.
and
Disgusting.
Venus as well. Shout out to my family who's watching me right now. So yeah.
Thank you
Do sleep
so
today?
much,
Oh,
and,
you
best
silly
of luck
boy.
in the final round of Swiss and in Top Cut. If you're going
You
to want to
silly
watch
sausage.
that at home, you'll have to stay tuned because we'll be taking a short break, but we'll be back with more of the competition right after that.
Let's go. Bam, bam, ba-dam, bam. Go on, mate. Go on, mate. Go on, mate. Go on, mate. I like the shiny. Yeah, he's like a little bum log. It's great. Wolf Glick is still playing.
All the action.
Damn.
Capture all the battles.
Damn. Give me some of that cheese.
Gear up for glory.
Had this amazing lobster pizza today. Lobster on a pizza. Interesting. That's got to be pricey. Hello. Oh, you are clingy today, aren't you? Come on. Why you being a knobhead? Thought someone was holding out for a hero for a sec, and you thought they were calling your name. I'm ready to get a sheen now, please, during Worlds.
From LEIC to EUIC, NAIC to here, we've traveled the world together. Trainers,
Secure the
fans,
baby.
and champions in the making. Now it all comes down to this. The
All
stage
comes
is
down to
set,
chicken
the
broth.
battles will be
Mud
fierce,
on me.
and the excitement is just beginning.
There you go.
Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be
The
legendary.
baby is here. Oh no. Where's the Streetwise Hercules?
Hey
You
there,
rang.
trainers. Jim Lawson here at the Anaheim Convention
It's
Center.
fucking
We're
Jim
here for
Lawson!
Pokemon
I don't know who that
Worlds
is.
2025. As you can see, there are tons of great events here at the venue, and our goal, we want
Hey,
to
look,
bring
the
you,
Maridon
viewing
bike's
audience,
there.
as close as
By
possible
Toyota.
to
Huh.
all the great
That's kind of cool.
events. Where are we now?
I'll
We're
ride
at
it, though.
the Toyota Engineering Society
Oh,
Maridon project.
he's about to
And
talk
as you can
about
see,
it.
We have a life-size Maridon currently in dry form. Pokemon actually teamed up with Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today that the power of imagination can influence the world of tomorrow. We have trainers lined up all over here to maybe see.
Oh, is that why they did
will
it? I
this
thought they were
Maridon
just they did it
change
because they were like,
forms?
wouldn't that be
We'll have
cool?
to make sure that we check back later to see. But for now, let's get back to the battles.
Cheers, mate.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with the one and only host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, Brian David Gilbert.
We all love the
Welcome
Gotta
to
Catch
the
'Em All
Pokemon
game
World
show, don't we, gang?
Championships.
Thank
It's
you very
so
much.
good.
It is an honor to be here. It is overwhelming in the best ways.
All right, John, how you doing? You want to own the Maridon bike?
Truly just
Start saving up.
Just kind of absorbing the amount of exhibits I can go look at, and also figuring out just how much of my budget I should
Hello,
go
Jason.
over, which I have already gone over, but I think I can go over it more because there's some really
I want
cool
the
stuff.
Maridon to be my
All right, well,
first
if you
car.
figure that out,
You want
let
the
me know.
Maridon bike to
But,
be
you
your
know,
first
as
car.
The host of the Gotta Catch
I
'Em All
don't know how
game
that's going to
show,
work, my
I
friend.
gotta ask you about your Pokemon history because you ask your contestants about Pokemon, so I'm going to flip the tables.
Please.
How did you first discover Pokemon?
It feels like it's just always been there in my life, but also I was thinking about it like I do remember a very important Pokemon memory for me is my
Steve
sister
got laid.
and I like watching over the shoulder of my older brother as he was playing Pokemon
did indeed.
Red on his Game Boy.
'Cause he was smart and used code ACE money off
I'm pretty
G Fuel.
sure there are photos of us doing this. I definitely
Actually,
remember my
get
brother
a
getting
motorcycle license
very
if they made
upset with
Maridon
us
bike
for,
readily
like,
available.
sticking our heads way too
I wonder
far
if
over his
it's
shoulder. But that
aerodynamic.
was such an important memory to me as a kid, and since then I've just been playing the games.
Steve did not get
cards,
laid. But
everything.
if you'd have tried,
Do
you
you
would
have
have
a
done.
Pokemon that you'd consider your first partner Pokemon?
It's tough to say because
Damn it.
most people know that I love Tangela so very much, but my first love was Arcanine.
Okay.
Arcanine was like
Smart.
the one that I
Smart.
love so much. I've always been a Squirtle guy for first partner Pokemon. When it comes
Smart.
to like truly first partner, I will never give away a Squirtle. Squirtle's my most important Pokemon there, but it changes as I grow. I think that's an
There you
important
go.
thing in Pokemon.
Slap.
Is that it grows with you
Slap
as
the
you
base.
mature.
It evolves with you.
Exactly.
I love that. I love that. Do you have a favorite game in the Pokemon series?
Damn, boy, he thick.
The hipster in me wants to say Pokemon Stadium
Did
because
not shoot
I
my
will
shot.
destroy any
Did you want
of
to?
you at the Scyther Pincer game where you're chopping the logs.
That's
I'm
so
the best
hard.
at it. And again, this is an open call. any competitors, there should be a world championship
I'm
for
Liam.
just that
That is what I
specific
am.
mini game because I will destroy you in that one.
They're usually over in side events, by the way, so
Great.
you can get set up there later. So how do you prepare for an episode of the game show?
What the fuck?
Very good
Okay, give me
question.
Sheen. Give me Sheen now.
Just 36 straight
And she's not
hours
actually
of
college
heavy
age? Oh, no.
meditation.
Oh, no.
Just getting into the correct
Oh,
mind
no.
space, followed by intense, like, diction tongue twisters.
Oh, of course.
The Tyrant and the Tyrogue
No
tied
happy
at
slapping.
the tournament, just over and over
There's
and
nothing
over again,
happy
making
about
sure that I
happy
can really
slapping.
pronounce, well, I just said pronounce everything. Making sure I can pronounce. I haven't finished my diction tongue twisters just yet, so wait
Your
for
what?
that tomorrow.
I was going to say, you have
Dick
until
and tongue
Saturday to
twisters.
get warmed up.
Filthy.
So you have plenty of time.
I've got time until Saturday. It'll work out great.
And do you have any other like physical warm-ups that you do, or is it all a mental thing?
It's predominantly mental.
25
but,
and preparing
you know, I'm
divorce
always
proceedings?
getting those,
Oh, dear.
Just in case I need to run on stage, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, 'cause
stretching out.
this is the first time it's in person.
It is the first time. I'm very excited about that. I think the audience's energy is
It's the
going
first
to
time
be
it's in person. I swear they've only had one
specifically
episode.
when all of the audience knows the answer to a trivia question and none of my contestants do.
All right. Well, you had the first episode online a couple months ago.
Oh,
Do you have any
yeah.
fun memories from that you want to share?
Oh my gosh, it was fantastic. I think it was such a wonderful first 3 contestants. Glitch winning is spectacular.
Marriage
to me.
was a trial run before meeting you.
Specifically,
Damn.
Sprinkles claiming to be Team Rocket
He's right, Steve.
halfway through, to the point being so convincing
He's right, you know.
that I truly had to like look at the producers behind and I was like, did you just not tell me about this thing? Did you hide
Bing
this
bong.
from even your host? But no, it was just Sprinkles doing his thing. But all of it was just so much fun. Watching all of them really get to show
Let's
their
go,
knowledge.
baby. Let's go. Give me all of the Sheen,
I
please.
mean, do you have
think
any
I've run out of
hints on what
sandwich.
we're gonna
You
see
have.
tomorrow?
I don't want to give everything
I should probably
away
make
for
a sandwich.
Saturday, but there will be some very
1
good
minute to round 10, baby.
championship-specific
Liam
questions. I'll
knows
say
something
that
about
if you're
that. Ask him.
checking
He had a
out
trial run engagement
maybe, I
before
don't know, the
Sophie.
museum or
And
just different
I had
people
a
around
trial
you, you
run
might get
engagement,
some
did
hints
I?
for potential
Just the one.
questions that might be coming up. But they're going to be some difficult ones, and I can't wait.
Oh, I'm so excited. I love trivia, and you know,
Damn.
the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is such
Why
a
is
fun
Liam
watch.
catching
so
strays?
If you are here in the hall at the World Championships this year, Saturday at 5:30
I would very
PM,
much like
they'll
to
be over
enjoy
on the
Bean,
stage
Bean,
in
Bean,
Hall
Bean.
C.
I know it was more. I
make
couldn't
sure
remember
to go
exactly, so I want to
check
play it
that
safe.
out
You're a
if you
cheeky
can.
boy.
Brian, it's been such an honor to interview you. Thank you
You're a
so much for
cheeky
your time.
boy.
And best of luck tomorrow.
Can't wait.
We'll be back with more
I'm gonna
Pokemon
drop the
action from
rice.
the World Championships real
But
soon.
not the soap. I'm gonna drop the noodles. I'm gonna do the noodle drop. Fuck your rice drop. I'm gonna do the noodle drop. Drop them nudes. Wow. Ain't like before, Sophie? Absolute lies. Yeah, we don't talk about the dark times. Some of them are alright. It's a beach.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 Pokemon
Anaheim
World
and-
Championships here in the sunny and beautiful Anaheim, California.
Rosemary
My
and
name is
Aaron
Gabby
Zeng.
Snyder, and I'm
It's
joined
Gabby.
here by the one and only Aaron Cybertron Zeng to
It's Gabby
give
and
you
Aaron.
update on the competition and maybe watch what back
I was
one of our
tired. I thought it was
feature matches.
Rosemary.
I'm screaming because
Zeng!
Okay, so many crazy
We
stories.
love a well-dressed Zeng.
Michael Kelch just confirmed another spot in Top Cut. That's his third
All right.
World's Top Cut in a row.
That's crazy.
Third in a row.
2019 Worlds finalist, has also Top Cut the World Championships in the last 2 years. 4th World's Top Cut now, I believe.
That's crazy.
He's gotten as far to second at
I'd like to
Worlds,
top cut.
won 2 Japanese
Don't be lazy and
national
order food. I should have cooked.
championships,
You should
considered one of
cook.
the best players from Japan. And I believe Wolf Glick
Only
actually
flaw that
just got
Sophie has is
eliminated.
it's impossible for her to be everywhere for everyone at all times, right? We need to clone her.
Though, and that match yesterday was
Except
super
I want
exciting
them all.
to close the stream out with.
Absolutely.
Do you
But
have any other updates for us?
those are the main ones I was tracking. I believe
Hey,
Luca
Steve.
Cherry Belly. Oh, all the world champions coming into this round, the Master Division world champions have been eliminated. So Shoma Honami lost and Luca Cherry Belly lost as well. So along with those two and Wolf Glick, all 3 have been eliminated.
Wolf's been eliminated!
2019
Shit,
Division
that
world
took
champion
ages to
already secured a
register.
spot in Top Cut yesterday.
Okay.
And yeah, is looking to be the
Spoiler alert, it's not even been updated on the board yet.
Division and in the Masters Division.
That is so cool.
And he's doing it with the Lunala Miraidon team that everyone had pegged as one of the best.
Oh no, the video is going to suck now. I started day 2 with a loss.
Potentially piloting it, of course.
And that was the end of my world's journey, 2025.
I know. I'm
It's
gonna
fine.
try and
Next
get
year
an
it'll be
interview
10
later
years
if I
since he won
can,
World,
but
so
to
he'll
get
win
another
it next
update,
year.
to check my notes, I swear, I'm not texting. It looks like Giovanni Giuseppe, who I just spoke with, Hirofumi, Mao, Harada, Michael Kelsch, and Naoto Kishida have all locked in cut. So
2026 is for the
congratulations
Wolves.
to them. And we'll be seeing who else will lock in cut later, just like we're seeing Lee. What is
Oh,
this?
Niels Dunlop's out.
Here.
Lost to Matty Morgan. He must have been shitting it.
Good morning. How are you?
Lee Provost.
I'm excited for today. It's going to be amazing. You know, we had such an incredible day yesterday, being able to feature so many top
Yeah, it's
players,
X3
and
to be out on day
getting
2.
into that period of the tournament now where everything's on the line to just
So
progress
basically,
to that
during
next
Swiss
stage.
rounds, you can only really
It's so
afford to
exciting
lose
see
2
everything
games
unfold and who will be moving into that
all weekend,
Would
basically.
you like to see a feature match while we wait to see what that is?
Would love
All
to,
right.
yes.
Well, I can queue up Shinsuke Minami versus Hirofumi Kimura for y'all if you want to get that going.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, why don't we
Do
go
it
ahead
up.
and roll that beautiful
Watch
footage
me
when it's ready.
cook it up.
We do have to wait a second for them to get it ready. I caught them off guard.
I was just thinking Hirofumi's
Poor guy
crazy.
deserves the
I
win. He'll always
cannot
be a winner in my
express,
heart.
how good he is at
Didn't
this
you,
game.
like, not
To
know
win
who he
the
was
Japanese national
yesterday?
championships multiple times is one of the most incredible things.
Wolf lost for the narrative as he'll win next year for his 10th anniversary. Exactly. It's all part of the content. Hey, did Dalim, you're good? Yeah, I'm all right. Can't complain. Watch him do another national, international, and then a better Worlds run next year. Yeah. Next year he'll do the trifecta.
So there's so many incredible players from Japan. The team building from Japan is often just so exceptional and
Here
creative
we
as
go.
well. You do that just to make it into the tournament. The tournament.
Oh, I
then
like
is also
Aaron
this weird
Zhang's
structure
socks.
Where it's often closed team sheet best
You
of
guys
1
can't
for
see
the
them,
first
but
phase. Then it's
this
like
might be a
closed team
shiny.
sheet best of 3, and then like open team sheet best of 3.
It's
and
not
so
a
it's
shiny.
Like,
Look at his
like 3
nice
different
socks.
formats all
Oh,
in
there
one,
they go.
which is absolutely
Bye.
crazy as well. But here we go, and it's gonna be Groudon hitting the field and Koraidon hitting the field. So
Propaganda.
Sun on both sides.
We already know who
Here
wins
go
this.
as well.
Are we going to be doing Moody Boosts in
Because
Japanese?
they already spoiled who
Is
wins this, but that's fine.
Oh. All right.
Wolf
I
shouldn't have ran
studied this
Koraidon
going into this
Lunala.
tournament.
Yeah, maybe that was the
This is like
problem,
one
and not
time
just
I
the
didn't.
quality of the opponent.
Oh well, but it's interesting to
Maybe
to
his
see
opponent
what
just
I
played
think
better than
soon
him.
is two
That's a
different takes on
possibility.
a very similar idea. You know, you have your Sunsetter with the Koraidon.
Alex
and the
Underhill's out
Groudon,
as
and
well.
then you have the Smeargle there for disruption.
Damn.
With Thor, with redirection, with I'm assuming Spiky Shield and Fake Out are the other moves that they're running right now, right?
Yeah, I believe there's a Runation Smeargle running into this event.
Okay, well, at least
Just
the
in
Smeargle
Tangs
on
out?
our
That's
side of the
crazy.
Field had 2 normal moves and 2 grass moves, so no ruination.
My president's on Wolves team Sunsetter, very good.
Really?
Yeah, I think there was, yeah.
It's almost as if other players have to be pretty good too to get to this point. I know, right? That is one thing. I like Wolf. I'm a fan of Wolf. I like his content. I like his playstyle. I like watching him compete. But one thing I don't like is there are some hardcore Wolf fans out there that seem to be convinced he's the only person to ever be world champion. Ignore the fact that there are 8 world champions after him, and this year there will be a 9th world champion after him. And there were world champions before him, including 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo, who beat Wolf in one of the finals to win one of his world titles. But people talk about Wolf like nobody's better than Wolf because he's the world champ difference, and they're like, yeah, but he doesn't win
This
everything.
is way beyond my depth right now. Maybe I can pull it up real quick.
Ignore the
actually.
3rd-time Rizzo.
One of the things I want to
And
highlight
because
is
he
how often
let
you're
them
seeing
trust the
players
process.
drop
Oh,
their
is that
second
it?
restricted Pokemon
Yeah.
throughout this event. It's so
I just
frequent,
think
it
it's
feels like
really.
you just have to know
I
when
just
it's
think the
right
problem
match
is,
for
I know
you.
it's all fun and games for some people. Some people joke, but some people are serious about it, and I think it's quite disrespectful to the other players. Like, imagine working your ass off to get to the level of Worlds, which is fucking hard, because you either have to win a regional, you have to come top 4 in a international, or you have to be in like the top 75 players in your region, right? You finally make it to Worlds, you spend all that money to get there, you work all the way through day 1, you get to day 2, and then you defeat Wolf Glick, a former world champion, and people just go, yeah, but only because he let you.
It's nice to see kind of doing well.
Like, imagine how insulting that is. The skill level you've shown to get to where you are, and people are like, yeah, but Wolf let you in.
And why you switched it
Like,
out, 'cause
that's uncool, in my
scenario,
opinion.
You feel like you could have just kept it in and maybe gone for the Spore into the Groudon.
We're back here since Sunday, still haven't got grocery shopping, rip. Oh, I know you're kidding, Adrian. Yeah, 90% of VGC's fame is in Wolf's name. It is, that's the thing. Because he's definitely brought a bigger audience to it.
I think it's like Landers is
But it's
great
like,
if you're able
I have a
to
problem when
eliminate the
people,
ice,
because
right?
there'll be
I mean,
people in the
ice
live
Riders is
chat
a
watching a
nightmare
match.
for Landers
It doesn't have to have
often
Wolf in
to
it, this
deal
is
with here,
different.
but
But like, they're watching a match, and someone will misclick, or someone will make a play that their
seriously
opponent
low,
predicted,
and
and people go, Guy threw. That guy just threw the game. And it's like, well, he didn't. He didn't intentionally make the wrong play. It's just his opponent was good enough to predict it.
Yeah.
But taking that much damage on the Switch, it never feels great.
Gotta start making pretty meals, suppose in the Discord. Yes, indeed. I'm a pretty meal.
The Groudon was left alone,
But that goes live in an hour.
Groudon could just protect. It's a really safe play for Hirofumi.
Same.
And there's a Precipice Blades coming out, so you're in a nice
Needs to be more
spot as
recognition
well.
for the
It
players who
feels-
won and not
it
just the
feels
teams
so
they used.
difficult now
Yeah,
to
I
kind
agree
of
with that, Kaylee, because
get
people
any
go, oh
momentum
yeah, did you hear
with
Miraidon won
your,
Worlds? Miraidon didn't win Worlds.
Groudon
Luca
play, you know, even
Cherubelli
if
won
Steel's
Worlds
back
with a
in its
team
peak,
featuring
it's
Miraidon.
not really going to have any sort of disruption, impact,
Oh, you remember that year when
Groudon's still pretty
Pachirisu won
healthy,
Worlds?
but
No, do you remember that
kinda
year
don't
when
even
Sage
lock
and
into that
Park won
trustalization
Worlds with
until you
Pachirisu?
get rid of that Landorus, and now that the Landorus
Bruh.
has really got the threat of that Ice Rider, it's kind of sitting in a super nice position.
I think turn 1 of this game was interesting, by the way, because it was Smeargle versus
Ice
Smeargle.
riddles.
Smeargle carries fake out. Neither
Wanna
of
hatch
them
more
decided
eggs.
to fake out. And part of it,
Wanna hatch
part
more
of the
eggoos.
scary thing is, what if I fake out my opponent's Smeargle, but they
It's hard for me to watch these in between matches because the results already been shown, so we already know who wins. Almost got today 2 and go yesterday. The guy's a beast, mate. Oh, that was the highlight of last year's Worlds for me, was Sage and Park versus Aaron Zhang.
The Smeargle that got the spore off that turn, then you eat up a
Like, I do know that Wolf's a really great Pokemon trainer, but he's not unbeatable. Exactly.
That's one thing to pay attention to in the Smeargle.
Hey, now someone can tweet out.
We played when Smeargle was truly like
Wolf really tried his hardest and did his best to get to the World Championships this year, but it wasn't enough. That's mean. Don't use his own words against him.
was just one of the most broken moves, maybe the most broken move in the game.
That's Mother's advice for what we're doing for food.
It was.
In other words, you're going to say, Mum, will you cook for us?
I was going to say, I'm still talking about that in therapy, real talk.
You should be like, your dad's the cook. Wait, get it?
But, you know, now, lads, it doesn't have
Rip
Dark Rider.
Wolf.
People are like, maybe it's actually not that great, but turns out when you get access to every
It's all right. He's already planning the video. Do you know what I mean? Like, I imagine he literally, he has like maybe half an hour of, oh man, that sucks that I lost. But then he just goes, fuck it. I'm about to make millions. I got to call my editors. I got to get people doing the reenactments.
A really common option as well. And it's one of the few Pokemon that can not only
Groudon is gone.
opponent's special attack, which is what you normally use it for, but it does a ton of damage, right? Like, look how much it did to Landorus just now.
Just as long as we say what we fancy. Oh, so you're going to say Fruity and Wolf Glick? He lost as he's writing the script to the video during the battle. You see it taking notes, yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a cool strategy.
Wish we had some NA beer in the house. Nah, beer. Lunana Caradon team hasn't really seemed to work for him, this regulation. Yeah, like he's been struggling in Reg I. Like Reg H, he was the absolute fucking goat. Reg G was really good. Reg I is just not the play.
Feel like we are in that later cycle.
Yeah, and looks like Hirofumi ends up taking game 1 here.
Joel Wolf makes bank with millions. I don't know how ad revenue works. I mean, if you combine up ad revenue, sponsors in every video, and with the level of like the team that Wolf's got, I imagine he probably doesn't get paid like commission. He probably gets a flat fee for an ad read at this point because of the amount of views he gets. I imagine he makes at least $20,000 to $30,000 a month, I reckon. Which isn't millions, but you know, you're talking 200 and something thousand a year.
I like because you can see Hirofumi's already considering Terra. He's like, well, if I don't Terra, I am vulnerable to something like Fake Out Terra, Ice Rider, Glacial Lance.
Like
Yeah, and you've got those mind games now, and
like I've seen the analytics of a YouTuber who makes fucking bank before, and I'm just like, ooh, you made $230,000 that year. Fucking hell, what's that like? Do Pokemon pay him? Do you think? No.
Well, there's the Terra.
Pokemon never pay creators anything.
I wonder if that's gonna come back.
They're famously like Pokemon's idea of paying people is we'll invite you to Worlds, we'll invite you to this. Oh yeah, he definitely lives very comfortably.
Right, but you're up against the Ice Rider. That's the biggest threat to Landers right now. So you see Hirofumi's kind of prioritizing.
Which is how he's able to travel to so many events and regionals and stuff.
Right, and so this makes a lot of sense.
Because he's got both the money and the security to be able to set aside time where he could be working. Pokemon pay him more if he carried an amulet coin? No, because if you multiply nothing, which is what they pay, by the multiplier of an amulet coin, it still means nothing. It's still nothing. Mathematics, bitch.
wow.
wow.
That's a lot of damage.
Drink the blood. Drink the cum. Sounds fake. This is fake news.
noggin,
Putin's my guy.
But no, I love that adaptation.
Did anyone see
I
Arnie
forget who said
talking
it
down
yesterday,
Trump?
but
That was
you get
great.
all the damage of the close combat.
You were
but
like
with
a
none of the
fanboy.
downsides with the damage drop or the defensive
Why?
drops.
Yeah, I think it's like, I imagine close combat, especially when you throw a life orb onto it, is like the strongest, where you can guarantee a lot of one-hit knockouts.
AB
but like
is
low kick
here.
in a situation like this, especially since Hirofumi is not running the life orb set, I think makes a lot of sense. And I mean, that's great, right? You baited out the Terra, so the Water Terra didn't end up accomplishing very much. It was still kind of a necessary defensive play. 60% on Ice Rider is huge.
Back got pulled over by an employee from the phone company while at the big stationery store. Unplanned phone upgrade day. Oh, damn. Unplanned.
Now it's like Smeargle versus Smeargle once again. Sash is broken on one end.
Guess
but of course
better an
the
unplanned
Smeargle
phone
will be
upgrade than an
faster, so
unplanned
has the ability
baby.
to, go for a spore here. But this is a great play. You've got Incineroar.
I mean,
so
yeah.
By going for this, you manage to switch in something that can take the spore, and then the next turn you can just fade out. So I think if there weren't a safety goggles Incineroar in the back, I'd actually be very concerned for Hirofumi because you can just start putting everything to sleep. But it's so big that he brings that as his fourth option.
Amanda can see our pretty face in higher quality.
No.
High quality.
That we haven't been seeing as many safety goggles Incineroar around for that reason. Like,
I love safety goggles in
I
Sin.
play VGC, I feel like this is one of the techs that I just absolutely need because Spore is just such a persistent threat. It's been curious to me that people have been leaving it aside, but I mean, Smeargle maybe isn't the best Spore user of choice, but
Damn.
you know, it works.
So I'm still rooting for Chopper.
I think it's very much like what team are you using?
Come on, Big
So,
Cross,
for
win the big
example,
one.
If it's on a Miraidon being so common, Incineroar is such a common partner, where it's like, well, I have the electric terrain, so that kind of gives me the hidden sleep anti.
Or Hirofumi
right?
Kimura.
Versus, I think Rocky Helmet's been a huge item throughout this event as well.
Hirofumi's
because that additional
fucking
chip damage
goated.
goes such a long way when you can do 75% of damage from a restricted. 2 ticks of Rocky Helmet.
They've still not
can secure
updated.
that knockout, right? But I think now
They haven't updated Arcanine in 5
you
minutes.
see the pressure of fake out, right? So you're like, okay, well, I don't want to.
It's also a better unplanned one than my last unplanned upgrade. That was, this was for a sale. The last was because it'd been stolen. Oh, damn, yeah. That is a bad one. Fucking hell. Cheesy chicken and broke highlight pasta. That's crazy.
So opting to do damage, and that makes sense if you
Ba-da,
expect to underspeed KK outspeed Smeargle. There's another low kick, and this is doing so
That's
much
huge.
damage.
That is crazy.
That's absolutely insane.
Low kick is goated in this reg.
They've been really singing low kick Koraidon's praises, and this is not a move that we were seeing on Koraidon coming to this event. Mao, who you mentioned, has top cut the World Championships now, and also I believe got top 4 at Worlds in a previous year. He's using low kick Koraidon. I think I saw him tweet like low kick Koraidon is broken or something like that. And so I've been really
Low kick Koraidon is broken.
It feels bad when you've set up Trick Room, but you're the one making switches right now. This Koraidon is just launching attacks and attacks. And
Damn.
there's just not enough threatening
Because
right now.
everything in Reg Eye is
Field
fucking
Solar
heavy.
is that Precipice Blades pressure.
Arcanine fans of Wolf after his loss. Their team lost interest in updating the site. Yeah, that's it. They're all bummed out.
Once Trick Room's over, you get Koraidon back in, and it feels like you can one-shot everything with low kick from this point onwards.
Was low
Fun
kick
fact,
more of
low
a
kick
recent
is an
adaptation,
anagram of
like
Wolf
around
Glick.
the Japan Championship Series, or was this something?
No, it isn't.
Feels like a new tech coming into Worlds, honestly.
I know Japan had a bunch of grassroots
You're being
tournaments
cheeky.
leading up to the World Championships, so maybe it was a development in one of those, kind of like how we had our own developments.
Yeah,
Yeah,
is
Wolf
just
lost.
something that I will say was not
First
like
match of the
super big on my
day.
radar. It's like, this is going to be a huge move that you're going to
Is low kick better for Koraidon than close combat on it? It depends. If your opponent is using a team of Pokemon that aren't heavy, then no. If your opponent has a team of Pokemon that are heavy, then yes.
A couple more turns to Trick Room. Incineroar did its job in being able to force that Smeargle out, make sure that I could stall a little bit more. And now the Landers is positioned.
There's a side event announcement going on.
Strong Pokemon in Game 1. Ice Rider's not on the field anymore. You have so much damage with Earth Power across the board, and it feels like
Oh, Jason, that's just rude.
I don't need my other restricted Pokemon. It's actually Landorus plus
Don't be so
Koraidon that feels
pissy.
like the real restricted duo here.
Yeah.
Playing it so well. That Spiky Shield on turn 1.
Bean,
and the
burger,
instant
burger,
switch just
bean,
masterful.
bean. Oh,
Yeah.
round 10
It's interesting
pairings.
as well. I think a lot of the
Giuseppe
Smeargles that we've seen coming into
Musiko
Worlds are completely
versus
different to the
Coach
ones that we've seen on the
Skide.
lead up. Like,
Hang on, let's have a gander. Let's have a
Smeargle
cheeky
kind
gander.
of tends to run that decorate.
Let's have a gander.
Yeah, Decorate's been
Don't
dropping a
open
lot
that.
of
Have a gander,
ladies.
have a gander, have a gander, have a gander.
For more wide
Yeah,
guard
Coach
support
Skide
or Like here we've got
versus
the Spiky
Giuseppe
Shield spawn. The
Musco.
Ruination is just,
Naoto
I think, such a
Kishida
clever technique.
versus
Yeah.
Giovanni Kishka. Oh, mate. Kishida versus Kische. Mao Harada versus Hirofumi Kimura. That's going to slap. Michael Kelch versus Victor Vieira. Victor Medina versus Long Yu Lin. Chi Hung Chiu, who is the player that beat Wolf Glick, versus Nick Navarre. Zachary Midge versus... That's Izawa, isn't it? Yeah, Izawa. Danvia Singh Narula versus Chupa Cross. Montana Mott versus Louis Markle.
Like a decorate when you think about how
Simone
much
Sanvito versus Teoti Masao. Patrick Connors versus Cedric Bernier.
I gotta just like
Z Costagliolia versus James Beck. Easy for me to say. Joji Kaeda versus Masayoshi Kuro. James Evans versus Jujarad Lee Wei Kong. Shunsuke Minami versus Aaron Brock. Max Morales versus Carlos Cabal. Kian Campbell versus Matty Morgan. And then down here is the 6 and 3s that are still playing. So Matteo Velata versus Yuan Shikyo, Kevin Salvetto, and Shoma Honami. Takahiro Futamura versus Yansim. Takuto Notohara versus Brian Collins. Brian Collins is 6 and 3. Fuck, he's out. Alex Underhill versus Wolf Glick. Oh, so maybe they've still got a bit of a chance because they're still playing. I guess. Tom Winter versus Christopher Hahn. Justin Tang versus Kieran Singh. Niels Dunlop versus Luca Cherubelli. That's a match I'd like to see. And Grant Laird versus Jen Chowder. That's baller. That's muchos baller.
And as we mentioned earlier, did lock in his place for Top Cut. But there is still one more round of Swiss. You know, a lot of these
so now,
because
there's 26 tables, wait.
Key seeding placement going into Top Cut.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a bit asymmetrical, the better seeding you have, the less rounds of Top Cut you have to play. So do you think people are thinking about that a lot at this point, or do you think they're just trying to, you know, play out their games?
I feel like when you're at Worlds or any tournament, you gotta not think about the implications of what the game you're playing.
Just play it out. Just play it out, boys. Play it out, boys.
Whether it's an elimination match,
smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
You're just like, look, I just gotta play my best. Like, and I think
Close combat's probably the best because it's a consistent damage count.
Yeah.
Patrick Connors, someone I'm rooting for. Patrick Connors is really good.
I'm so close to like.
Patrick Connors is he's got curly brown hair, hasn't he? If I'm remembering the guy. Wow! They just fucking shot Aaron Zhang up.
So many situations where something like that has, like, in my opinion, like negatively impacted my play. But I mean, it's the best spot to be in if you are already.
Do it, Cap. Taser wants a friend. Liam, look at my last message. At least for close combat, you can be like, okay, 120 times 1.5 times OP attack boost means it should do X base power. Whereas low kick, you need to memorize the weight of so many mons. Yeah. We won an AOC last year out of like nothing. Yes.
And I think he's been knocked
out. It looks a bit like the guy from Lost.
The last couple of times he's been there, so he's looking to go a little bit further. But I'm really looking at
almost forgot to get off the streetcar. A streetcar named Desire.
Two other players, I believe, who have top cut Worlds 3 consecutive years in the Masters division.
Oracle Compulse is OP, by the way. Oh, I thought you were just saying OP attack boost because it is OP.
Incredible, isn't it? Really.
But yeah, valid. Oracle Compulse. Yeah.
I think Cause, obviously up there being undefeated coming into this, I think that confidence you get from just having that record going into the next stage of this tournament is definitely going to be
give me a sheen.
Boost to you. You've got to be feeling
I
good
deserve a
about
sheen because I am big boy.
Like you say, I think Aaron makes a really good point where I think you just have to concentrate on
this one doesn't have a name, sadly.
You've got to be in the moment.
I think 6 and 3 are playing for honor because I'm pretty sure everyone that's got 3 losses has been like, well, fuck it, I'm out.
Top 8, what's going to happen when I get?
Because they've said that Luca's out and they've said that Wolf's out, and so I guess they're just playing, I guess, just to de-stress maybe, just to be like, you know what, I'll play. Let's think about it.
You've obviously got to this point of the
it's basically
doing something right.
I think it's more they're playing for placement now.
I think the best piece of advice.
So like they're playing for the difference between like being 50th at Worlds and being like 36th at Worlds. You know.
We didn't have team sheets, so don't look at the team sheet.
It's kind of like that.
Just focus on the game in front of you. And I actually started.
And it's also probably a bit relaxing to play a game of Pokemon that's like, oh, there aren't as much stakes now. I know I'm not going through to Top Cut.
To do that, but
you don't get championship points at
for you to
Worlds.
look at. We have some social media posts for y'all, so
I'm pretty sure.
if you're at
So
home, you can join the conversation using hashtag Pokemon
yeah, points reset
Worlds
for the
or
new
hashtag
season.
Play Pokemon or hashtag both those hashtags. We have one from Alex Underhill who locked in day 2 yesterday and spent some time meditating. It looks like to get ready for this day of the competition.
shut my home mouth. That's all right. If you didn't know, you didn't know. You know.
Of course, with 2 incredible players, Colin as well as Rogov, who I believe did not make it in day 2.
Oh
so
no, they're gone.
It was just Alex.
That's
left.
kinda min.
I don't know actually how he fared in his first round of the 2 today, but
He's
we'll see
out.
if he's will continue to be, the lone wolf.
That's the kitchen like the woman I am. Oh dear.
You
You don't have the open anymore either. Opened these nuts.
With the world's trophy, the first place trophy, right?
Well, best of luck to you out there, Alex. I hope you're able to find
That's
your
sick,
friends
though.
on
I
the
really
virtual
like that.
plane or hopefully in real life. Next tweet is
That's
from
really cool.
Serena, presenting your 2025 Pokemon VGC
So you got
International Champions.
Federico, Wolflick, and Marco Silva. That's really nice. Look at that.
Silva with their teams that they use
I
to
love
win
that.
their titles. This is so cute. I love the art style too. Everybody looks so
All of them have got
happy.
Incineroar.
Yeah, just phenomenal. And I think
Mate,
the teams that have won this
how
have been
fucking
super
baller
fun.
is that though,
Marco
right?
using that Charizard, which no one
I was
really
about to say,
had
yeah,
taken
fucking
too far.
Charizard
Just
won an
being that
international.
team
Well,
that came out of Japan.
Marco won with a
Wolf, of course, being
Charizard
his
this
trusty parent
fucking
combination with
season.
Dreamtail
That's
top spell.
amazing.
No one was really using that in that EUIC. And Federico using a team that actually had kind of been established very early on in the format.
Bruh.
5 of the 6 actually won the first regionals, but very different sets. Federico
That shit
basically
crazy,
made his
man.
own version, got rid of Grimmsnarl, put Whimsicott on, and was just maining it since day 1 of the format. Of course, won NAIC with it and brought it to the World Championships. I think I saw as maybe
Yeah,
the number 1
Charizard,
player
not
player
even
this
Mega.
season.
Terra, was it Terra Fire Charizard?
Difficult this World Championship
Terra
is.
Fire
All 3 of
Charizard,
the
Solar
international
Power,
champions may be considered
Heat Wave.
favorites to win this tournament have all now been eliminated.
That's why there's no such thing as a weak mon. The player
but
just so
great
yeah,
runs
there's
from
a
all
yeah
of
no.
them for sure. We have more fan art. The 2025
Can someone please win with Zoroark? You're gonna do that, aren't you?
Getting a bit of a workout
Oh, it's Terra
there
Ghost.
and
That's it. To
giving
avoid
those
the
friends
fake
a
out.
boost.
Off to
All the
shower. Don't
athletes
forget to
do
scrub your
their
perineum.
best from D. Suke. I love this so much, but also the Toad School managing to balance on the roller skate or the roller blades. No, those are
They are skates.
because it's the 4x4 or the 2x2, not the 4x1 configuration.
I always get those two mixed up, Gabby.
It's okay. It's okay.
This is amazing.
I love all this fan art. Y'all
This is sick.
Are so talented. Osare
I like that they're
wishing
showing the
glory
fan art.
to every Pokemon trainer. What is this? There's so much going
There's a
on in this
Dragapult.
picture.
There's a Victini.
Tyranitar looks like he wants something though. He looks
Tyranitar
very
wants the smoke.
disturbed. And is that a shiny Fletchling up there? Oh my God, this is incredible.
That's not a shiny
Yeah,
Fletchling.
like,
It's
I'm
just a
trying to
Fletchling.
spot every little thing with my eye.
I love the Victini in
There's
the
a Palmet.
top left.
Oh my God.
Right.
I was so distracted
right.
by everything else,
Thank
I
you.
didn't even see that.
Why are there 2
This is
Sandile?
absolutely incredible.
There's a Poliwhirl.
Thank you
My
so much
boy!
for sharing your art with us.
Yes! Yes!
Absolutely beautiful.
Smart. Oh, there's a little
I always
Joltik
felt
on
like
top of the
fan art is, like,
Quagsire.
one of the
There's a
coolest
Wooloo.
things that you can receive either as a player, caster, however you're involved in the scene, and it's like amazing.
Commentators
when
called it Baby
people go out of
Chiyu.
their way to make it, right? And
Patrick
so-
Connors had an
and
agreement with my girlfriend.
but, we've got as well.
Thinking
Patrick
of my
Connors,
roommates, if I day 2 worlds, I'll shave my beard. So mustache era is coming tomorrow.
winning the North American International
Patrick Connors is
Championship
getting rid of his beard.
just last year.
Or
It was
has.
truly amazing to follow.
Truly amazing to follow, but I was.
Hello,
the one who
Professor
actually
Chaos.
found
When did this start? Just
post
now?
last
I mean, it started
night.
yesterday, but
He
if you mean today's stream, it started
with his
earlier.
girlfriend
Like,
and his
we've had round
roommates
1
that
already.
If he made day 2, he would shave his beard.
The pairings up yet?
So the mustache era is
the pairings
coming tomorrow,
on.
AKA
Oh,
today.
the pairings
So
are up. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
A picture of the mustache?
No, he did not
Oh.
post a picture. So
I don't know how he did in his last round, but I'm like, I want to see him like win on stream and just like do it.
Oh
right
my
after.
goodness. Patrick, if you could use
Yeah.
that hashtag Pokemon
Hopefully
World
before
to
the
give us
next
an
round
update
starts, I'm going to
on
make a quick
the
cup of tea
mustache
and let the Rube tube
situation.
out.
Oh my goodness, Venus, hello.
Try with the Metapod. Do it. Fucking bug bite Metapod. Let's go. Yeah, we're going to quickly run and have a gander. Yeah, so we're on round 10 now. So a bunch of fucking high-level players just got eliminated as well. Wolf Flick, Luca Cherubelli, the former world champion. Fucking insane. But yeah, I'm going to go bathroom real quick, cup of tea, and I'll be back for the next round. Hopefully, burp, few minutes, don't cry. Burp.
Juniors is 10 and so let's say 20-30.
Okay, 20-30.
Yeah.
And that's a good goal to work for, I think.
So, yeah.
Maybe follow in his dad's footsteps and get the VG title. Yeah.
Best title.
Best title.
We're out of tweets right now, but I also want to make sure everyone knows, guys, it's Gabby's birthday. She's been obviously an incredible host here in the lounge, and of course has been such a big part of the VGC community. So Gabby, happy birthday,
Gabby.
Thank you.
We will sing you happy birthday on the stream at some point, but for now we're gonna save it for a little bit.
All right. Well, thank you. It's really special that every couple of years I get to spend my birthday with you all here. Pokemon is my chosen family, and honestly, I would have it no other way.
And I know we lost you to go for a little bit, and now Gabby's back with us in VGC. So we're very grateful to have you here.
Aw, thank you so much, Aaron. That really means a lot. I don't want to tear up just yet, but no, thank you. But yeah, I think I know that we had pairings at some point when I checked my phone.
I see the players getting ready to sit down.
I see the players getting ready. Are we? All right, do we have casters ready, or are we still just vibing here for a bit? We're vibing, all right. So why don't we go ahead and talk a little bit about what's going on here in the hall for our viewers at home. Did you two have any opportunities to walk around yet?
I have not had an opportunity, but I know there's a pin badge thing going on that I really want to...
Sierra and Boo were doing it, right?
Yeah, and I really want to get involved because the pin badges look incredible. Have you guys seen them?
Yes.
I have not.
Have you not? Oh yeah, they're amazing. They're all like kind of outlined, different colors, and yeah, it's all the kind of key art from the World Championships. So
it's like the neon signs, right? Yeah. They're really cool.
But otherwise, I haven't really had much of a chance to get out and about. I'm hoping today I might get a little opportunity to go out and about, but have you?
I have. Well, so I've been to every World since 2008 with the exception of 2009 and 10. So I went to 2008 and then 2011 and every single one onwards.
Actually, shoot, me too.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
So this is like, what, World's number 14 for me. When I started going to these, I was literally like in the juniors division like I was a kid, and I cannot express to you all the scale at which it has grown. This year in particular feels like an inflection point, truly, where I think Worlds previously, it's obviously mainly a celebration of the competitive side and the tournaments, but now there's a whole nother hall that's connected to the tournament, and there's so many different things you can do. We had a caster meet and greet yesterday, and I think that was so cool. And yeah, there's just so many things. Like there's a museum. Oh my gosh. Okay, so
the museum is
incredible.
incredible.
Hall of Fame Museum is what they used to do at Worlds is they would have a TV and would display like pictures of the previous world champions, and that was really cool. And now this Hall of Fame like showcases. I think it goes all the way back to 2013. Like all the winning players, their teams, their decks. If in POKÉMON tournament and Unite, like the compositions that they use. I saw it, and I saw my little brother on the wall, and I was wow, that's so cool. And so, to me, it's just awesome to be able to celebrate the history of VGC and TCG and competitive Pokemon, whether it be Unite and Go and POKÉMON as well. And yeah, I mean, I'm like, if this is where things are going now, like, I know things are only going to get bigger and bigger, but it is surreal, and we're having the finals in a freaking arena tomorrow. Like,
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? I had the same feeling in the opening ceremony with the performance, and it was just, I was thinking back to 2013, and that was like my first experience in Vancouver that year, and where it is now. And if you'd said to me back then, oh, this is what it's going to be like in 2025, I don't know if I would have believed you from this scale up that it's had. It's just incredible, and it's just so awesome to be a part of it and to be able to kind of see that progression. And yeah, it's exciting to think of where it's going to go next.
It's so funny because so back in 2006 in Bryant Park in New York City, Journey Across America, for the big finale, they actually had like a stage show, and they did like a 10th anniversary album. They wrote some songs for it, and they had the performers or the singers for those songs do a performance. And I was getting like flashbacks watching the opening yesterday, but at the same time, it was even bigger scale than that being here. And it's just so incredible that what I would argue was the biggest Pokemon thing I had ever seen is now dwarfed in comparison. Like, we've gone from the like super tiny Pokemon that gets you the ribbon to the super big Pokemon that gets you the ribbon in Scarlet and Violet. So it's honestly, if you're here watching in the hall, get out there and experience it. You know, it's cool that you're hanging out with us, and you know, definitely don't go too far. Come back for Top Cut. But at the same time, there's so much to do here. It's so exciting. And if you're at home, you know, there's the World Championships next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. Big plans. You know, things are announced in ahead of time. Finally, I know you guys remember, like I do, when it wasn't, and that was fun. You can make plans. You know, save up for it. It really is an experience, and it's worth it. It's 120% worth it.
And next year's the 30th anniversary.
It's gonna be so big, right?
I truly have no idea what they've got planned, but I'm like, I know it's going to be absolutely crazy. It's going to be 10 years after we had Worlds in San Francisco in 2016 as well, and so I'm really excited to return and just see how much bigger it's got. I remember that Worlds was in like this ballroom in a hotel room, and you had to like go down this escalator, and it was like super crowded, and I'm like, I think now we're, you know, moving up a little bit, you know.
We outgrew
so,
that hotel.
yeah,
I think that was like the first time, because the year after, when we were in Anaheim for the first time, that was the first year we had a convention center.
Yeah,
because before that it was all just hotel ballrooms. So yeah, that was fun.
It was.
It was very tight quarters though.
I'm so eager for just to see how Swiss ends in VGC. And you know, one of the things we were talking about earlier that I want to bring us back to is kind of like, what do you do when you're in this situation, right? Like, you're playing here. And I think one of the most difficult things about the World Championships is like right now, where like you're so close. You're like, oh my goodness, like I'm about to top cut, I might top cut. But you have to remember that it's like a top, you know, just like under 32 bracket, right? So if you start that first match, like you have to win multiple games today in order to make it a championship Sunday. You have to be playing some of the best Pokemon in your life in order to make it to the finals, right? And it's like every opponent in front of you has truly been exceptional. And I think that people sometimes don't know just how much of a mental game it can be. It's very difficult to play 100% at your peak throughout the course of a tournament. Top cut alone, every game is so draining, and you need to figure out the systems in order to basically keep your composure and try to play as well as you can. Especially, you know, top 8, you're playing on stream, it's so nerve-wracking, right? You've got the whole world watching you, and so I think, yeah, Worlds in particular, just stakes just feel so much higher because this is it. This is your dream in front of you.
It is, and the stakes are about to get even higher as we are getting our next round, our final round of Swiss here at the World Championships ready to go. So we're going to take a moment to look back on some World Championship history with Oranguru. I think you guys remember the Oranguru game from back in the day. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at that as we get ready for our next round of Swiss.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted.
Ew, children. Ew.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a
they've literally, like, Aaron Zhang has already confirmed on stream that Wolf is out.
Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he's
like, he's still competing in this round, but I think that's more for a
Oranguru
placement
was carrying
than
a very interesting move
can't
called
make top cut.
Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game.
I wonder
on its
why
head
they
by
made the
having slowest
decision
Pokemon on
to have the
field
commentary from the match, but with a slight echo on it.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot.
We'll be able to
Avery
boast that
was
you
ready
beat
to
Wolf
show
at
the world
Worlds.
that
That's the sort of
juniors
thing you
are
put on a
wise
dating
well beyond
profile.
their
Yeah, right.
years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
Make sure we are live now.
All
Yeah, we
in
are.
with a terrestrialization on the Oranguru.
See
Well, the
you all a
game
wee
plan
bit
is
later.
being
Ain't no one
executed
watching
for
me,
Avery
wee. Thank you very much.
quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room,
You are,
Torkoal is
you
one of the
are,
strongest
it's
Pokemon in the
Ambrosiar.
game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit.
Let's
but
go.
Nilu still takes a ton
I'd beat
of
Wolf not in
damage off the
VGC.
kick.
Wow. It's hitting people, I see.
With the momentum in Avery's favor,
I'm gonna order
Takumi's
myself
savvy defense turns the tides of
some
Game 1 and
Mackie
punishes
Doodles.
Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning
Let's
position.
do it.
Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and
Where's-
rely
oh, they
on the
changed how
strategy
Uber
that
Eats
got
looks. I
him
don't
to
like
the
it.
finals.
This one is going into game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
This kid is basically Poppy from Scarlet Violet,
Learning
strong
from his
trainer, but can
mistakes
barely
against
speak.
Tingle in
Oh,
Game 1,
be
Avery made
nice.
adjustments
Like,
to
I know I
keep
don't like
momentum on
children,
his
but like,
side.
be nice.
Last game got a little bit different.
I know he's not
because
gonna
he
read
went
it,
the
but-
overheat into the protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have
Oh,
a
chili
single
cheese
attacking move,
bites.
Terrifier Oranguru
Don't
was the
make
star
me
of the show. The ability to
come.
instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could
Yeah, I
handle.
will have
Does
some
it
chili
hit
cheese
this time
bites.
around? It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Yes, please.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one.
It's only
Championship would be decided in
450
Game
calories
3.
for two little bags.
The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was
then
incredibly
the
amusing to watch
chicken-
such a
the
simple yet
chicken select,
repeatably
the
effective
nuggets share
strategy
box is
from a junior. With the first two games
1,240
playing out the
calories.
exact
Lovely.
same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise
So that's
what
like
these two trainers would
1,600
do in Game
calories.
3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
Maybe just
If it
have,
ain't broke,
maybe
don't
don't have the
fix
share
it.
box.
With
Maybe
Trick
have
Room
5
set
selects.
up,
Yeah.
the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery,
Fucking Oranguru.
relying on a 90% accurate
Oranguru.
overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a
yeah,
commanding
5 selects
position.
is
With Takumi's back
599,
against
so
the
we're looking
wall,
at
he would put
1,000
all his
and-
hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane. But
yeah, like
Avery's
1,050,
Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive terror, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved
That's not
champion,
bad.
showing a crazy
I like
strategy.
how
I think
Bobby talks.
people
Oh, he
have
talks to the
forgotten
kiddie
about
voice.
it too.
Oh, I'm with you.
Avery
I'm with
is
you.
immortalized
Hard
in
quick
Pokemon
whoa.
history as a champion,
I get you.
captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct
Ooh, actually.
13 times in the finals,
Let's amend
Avery
that.
summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery?
Okay.
And who knows what Iron Hands was going
That was
for in all
wholesome.
3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it
Doesn't
again.
do any damage.
Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using
Cheese
the
bites,
hashtag
5 selects,
#PlayPokemon.
And then, which McFlurry they got?
Hello,
that?
everyone,
What's
and
that?
thank you so much for joining us for day 2 of the
Scott
Pokemon World
Glaser,
Championships
Rosemary.
2025 here
Friend
in
of the
Anaheim,
channel, Rosemary
California.
Kelly.
My name is Rosemary
Ding dong.
Kelly, and I'm so stoked to be here with
Looking
Scott
fly.
Glaser. Feels like an annual tradition, and I love that this is something
You know
we
what? I'm
get to
actually
do
not
every
going to have
single
a
year together.
McFlurry.
I feel like we had some great matches over the course of
Just
our
like-
Podcast
just add,
being
like-
together as well. This should be a really great one.
How many calories are in
kind of
6
my
chicken
favorite,
nuggets?
also least favorite
You
point
dad?
in the tournament. I feel like with this last round of Swiss,
I know.
it's so exciting where some players are going to punch their tickets in the top cut, but also it's so sad to lose the players who aren't quite going to be able to
actually,
make
I'll
it
throw
this
on a mare
round.
chicken.
If you've gotten to the point where you're 7-2, you're good enough to make the world's top cut. But hey, not everybody's able to make it in.
I know, and especially after we had so many eliminations from Phase 1 into Phase 2 today, and we lost some really big names. But now, hopefully, we can turn our attention to celebrating those
things.
players that are going to be able to make it in there. Let's go ahead and take a look at our pairings that we have for this
nice.
upcoming round, because this is where
Let's do
we
it.
really get to set the stage.
Blue
and
Mary.
look at the stakes.
Very good.
Everybody that is sitting at that 7-2
Bruh,
record,
do I need
they
another wheel
right
already?
now
Probably.
are in that danger zone. They've got to win this next
Maybe.
matchup in order to make
Yeah.
it into that
Just
top
before the next
5.
match starts, I want to try and
You're out.
force,
Yeah, only
force
7
out a
players
little
are
winkle.
safe, right? Where, great representation from Japan here with 4 of the 7 players who are already moving on. 2 from Europe and just a single North American, which honestly, after last year and after North American National Championship, feeling great as an alumni of the U.S. Contingent here. But yeah, all these players at 7-2 just need that one more win. Their season is on the line. It's all come down to one moment. 11 months of work for this.
I can feel a tension in the air already as our players are getting ready. Of course, we are still setting up that stage, but we are excited to be able to show you that match in just a couple of moments. We've got Chi-Hong Chu versus Nick Navarre that we will be featuring on the main stage. Of course, you can tune into our amazing alternative lobby stream run by Victory Road, so you can check out another one of these incredible win and in matches. Look at the stack names though, Scott. It does not get any closer than this.
Yeah, I wish I could watch all of these matchups. Should be a lot of fun seeing who comes out on top here. Some players who've made it to the stage event tournament before, some others who, it's surprising they haven't been here before. Sometimes I'm less familiar with that, hey,
Oh, damn, we're watching the player that eliminated Wolf.
I think we had 3
Chi-Hyung
different
Cho.
Masters Division World
Let's go.
Champions get eliminated last round. So, hey, somebody's got to be the winner this year. Maybe it's going to be one of these players.
It does look like we are about to make history as we finish out our Swiss round number 10 and look closer to that single elimination top cut bracket that will be coming up after this.
Damn.
But it's so tough. I mean, you've got Patrick Connors,
Represent
the North
Taiwan,
American
baby.
International champion. I think one of those amazing stories coming out of that season is that Patrick Connors, he hadn't even won a local level in Florida, and then he goes all the way to the North American International Championships as one of his very first official events and wins the whole thing.
Yeah, it really proves, hey, you put the work in, you're a good player, things can work out for you, right?
That's
You can make it happen at your first event.
I don't think I've got time to hatch another egg.
Really impressive, too, in the year since, where really enjoyed
Not sure,
listening to
not
him
sure.
talk about the game. He's really well-spoken individual, and yeah,
Well, we will try.
Get Cedric too.
We've only got 15 eggs to hatch, so we could.
Senior division, now a strong Masters Division
Maybe.
player. He makes a little content himself.
No, the kid have beat me at
Very
VGC.
impressed by
Could
how
have beat
well
me at
he comes
VGC
up
for
to.
sure.
2 of the big brains for North America facing off this round.
Hello, Mitaru. I exist here now. How you doing? How's your day treating you? Everybody should hydrate.
Amazing regional representation there as well, and I think that's also something that makes me just
It's a
so
very
excited
pretty
about this being
top
the
slash
World
dress.
Championships. We get players from all
Scott,
around the world.
well
that
dressed
are
as
of
always.
such
He's a
high
good lad.
caliber, battling it out in some of the best matches of their life.
Yeah, and this is the moment, right, where and the pressure is just so high for the players here. Where again,
He's got
they've been
pins.
working
He's
for
got the
11
3
months. This is the
legendary
last World
beast pins
Championship
on.
to try to qualify for this event. They are so close.
Come on, man.
Once
Just
you
one
get
of
to
these
the
could be
single
shiny. That'd be real
elimination
nice.
bracket, anything can happen, but I think this is the worst point to lose. I've been a game away before. I know how it feels, and you always wonder if it doesn't happen, right? Where it's still a great run. Right?
Oh, I get
All
what
these
you're
players
saying,
are super
because, like,
proud of themselves,
when
but
I
you always
lose
wanna get the
at a
chance
tournament,
to go all
it's
the
like,
way.
oh, okay,
Or
I
the
kind of
butterfly
expected
effect.
that, you
What
know,
if
no
I had
biggie.
just won
But, like,
that
when you've come
one
this far,
round yesterday,
like,
would I
okay,
be in a different position
one,
today?
you know,
But it's
one
so
loss
hard
and
to
I'm
make that
out of the
call because
competition
then you're playing
completely after
different
coming this
opponents,
far. You'd be like,
teams.
that's
But
got
I
to
do
be
hope
devastating.
That this is a big takeaway for our competitors that have made it this far. This is a huge accomplishment. Even to have made it to the World Championships this year, it was one of our most exclusive World Championships yet, with only the top X players making it from each of those regions. And so I hope
Yeah, that's what people need to remember. Like, there were people at this tournament that went like 0-6 in day one, and people would be like, "Ah, why did you turn up?" But it's like, dude, they qualified for Worlds, so like, it's not that they're bad players. Here we go. No Sheen, ding, ding, ding.
A classic weather war with Nick Navarre from the U.S. bringing that
Mate,
Kyogre and
ooh.
Chu coming in as the Taiwanese
Kyogre Kali Ice and Lunala Kali Ice.
Yeah, almost feels a little classic GS Cup here. Torkel going to be playing the part of Groudon here in this production of the Weather Wars.
I was one win off top cutting locals, so I know what it's like to lose at the last hurdle. Yeah, right?
His friend the Turtle to try to defeat
Big
Kyogre.
styly.
But it could be an uphill battle here, right? I think you always want to be on the rain side of that Weather War. You can do naturally.
I'm kind of rooting for Nick Navarre purely because Kyogre.
Get the advantage, and boy, there are a lot of Pokemon who are either really good or really bad against.
Sometimes it
Torkoal
just facts
here,
that's how you control in a match. That one burn, missed attack. Exactly. World's actually difficult this season. I hope they keep this qualification format, but maybe with more places. I think they have said that next year they're changing it to top 85 or something.
Maybe we can get a big edge.
I heard that.
Looking at things at a glance here,
Still
I'd
not
rather be
me.
Kyogre.
Yeah, it's really tough too when this
happened here?
Amogus
You
and this
didn't order your
Rillaboom
food, Lynn,
also
apparently.
have the Terra
What the
Water. I think
happened
Nick
there?
has been very
Oh, because it wanted
on
Apple
top
Pay
of
and you didn't click
how
to confirm.
the Miraidon
Fuck.
matchups are going to go. One of the more popular restricted Pokemon.
Oh,
that you can
God,
run
it's this
into,
music.
But also how it might feel to go up against something like a Koraidon, Groudon, even this
I like
Torkoal in
it.
this matchup. And Nick comes in with a ton of experience with this Raincore. Even taking a look back at what he ran
God
in
damn.
NAIC to get top 32 at that event. Couple of small changes. He does have that Urshifu Rapid Strike.
I might bring
here,
Amoonguss
where
back.
He had the Basculegion previous, and this
I'm probably
Iron
gonna be
Jungulus
running
from this
Pelipper,
NAIC team did get replaced by the Rillaboom as well. Going back towards
Basculegion.
Okay, Miraidon might be a problem.
Yeah, and I think it also just kind of makes the team a little more defensive. It pivots a little bit better, which could
Arch
matter a lot in this
Caledon,
matchup. You know, with the
Raichu,
weather war, it tends to be a lot of going in and going out. And,
Amoonguss.
you know, maybe a Rillaboom
And I
in
guess
particular
Incin.
with that U-turn will make it a little bit easier for maybe Kyrie to get a swing
Incin
off
on a
and then
rain
be
team's a
able
bit
to
redundant,
have,
but if it's
his
not running
buddy
Flare Blitz, it
Rillaboom
doesn't really
U-turn out of
matter.
battle and bring it right back in if it switches out afterwards.
So I'll probably give it a helping
Yeah,
hand
and then taking a look at this
instead of
team
Flare
and
Blitz.
also the history
Give it
that
knockoff,
Chihongshu
give it parting
has
shot.
had against Kyogre. He hasn't run into a single one this entire tournament, and even in the Taiwanese
Although,
Master
I
Ball
could swap
League,
out-
there was only one in the top 32 that he could have
Actually,
possibly
no, I
faced.
don't want to swap
This will
Incin
be
for...
an
Not
uphill
Assault Vest
battle
Raichu,
for
no.
this Torkoal, but this is
Raichu
a
that's
team
useful.
that Chihongshu
Rillaboom boom
has a lot of
boom.
experience with this being the same six that
I'm
he
debating
won
between
the
Amoonguss
Taiwanese
and
Master Ball
Illumise,
League
because
Yeah, I'm sure it's not quite the matchup.
Attract
you would hope
Illumise
that you
in
have,
fucking
but, hey,
Reg
you know,
H is
you're
beautiful.
that experience with the team. You've definitely at least played against it in practice. You know, some of the preparing for a tournament like this too is, hey, you know, I can have a great matchup with every team. Maybe I'll allow some of my matchups to be a
Yeah,
little
literally
weaker.
knock
I
off
think
parting shot, fake
Kyler
out
is
Taunt
one of those
Will-O-Wisp.
Pokemon
I
who
think
is
I run
something
Will-O-Wisp on
run
Incin at the
into, but
moment.
He does have some options here. The Torkoal will deal
Oh,
a lot of
Solar
damage if
Beam
it's able to
Torkoal.
attack off under drought. Especially if its health is high
Nice.
enough, they can use that eruption with the choice specs. Will not need a lot of attacks to do a lot of damage, but actually setting up the Trick Room and getting Torkoal onto the field is going to be
Damn.
tricky here. We did see the taunt on the Flutter main.
Ooh, I
Nick's
could bring
team.
back
It's going to be very
Bronzong.
tricky here. Perhaps going to force one of these more
Attract,
supportive
yeah.
Pokemon like
Amoonguss will
Indeedee
cover
or
most
Fiddle
opponents,
to
but Attract
follow me
Illumise will
and
catch
get a
people
taunt.
out.
And,
Yeah.
well, you know, you kind of like to switch them out of battle
Plus,
anyway to get a more
Prankster
offensive
Tailwind.
Pokemon in.
Kinda
Force
baller.
them to play a little bit more predictably and maybe gives Nick a position
gets
where he can
Tailwind.
try
Yeah,
to
yeah,
take
it does get
advantage
Tailwind.
of the limited options his opponent has.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that maybe one of the saving graces on Chihong's team
Yeah, not an
is
open
going to
team
be
sheet.
those three
Although
grass
very
Terras
tempted by
as well.
Bronzong as well.
You look at Amoonguss as one of those potential answers to
Because
if
Bronzong's
the Trick Room
my
gets set
fucking
up.
boy.
If you can get past that taunt on the Flutter main, then you at least have a couple of answers, but you have to pick one. And so you can see our players are fist bumping. They're getting ready to
Oh,
launch
that was
in
it,
the
yeah.
direction.
Prankster Rain
But yeah,
Dance. That's the one. That's what I wanted
gotta
Illumise
definitely
for.
pay attention to how you will do if this Trick Room gets set up. And let's not forget that
Yeah,
Nick
Bronzong did
Navarre
a
also
fucking...
has
He zonged at
a
EUIC.
Calyrex Ice Rider
In the
on his team.
one match
Yeah,
I
it
won,
also
or
has
was
that
it
Trick
two?
Room move. Kind of like four choices. Other
think
than
it was in the
Protect,
one
you really
match.
have to pick between. For him, he dropped the high horsepower, so has Glacial Land, Trick Room, and Leech Seed, which could also kind of be impactful. here,
EUIC
if
was
it's a
Reg
more
G, wasn't it? It was
pivoting-based
disgusting.
game. Something like the Indeedee tries to stay on the field for a while. Maybe it's an option to try to get a Leech Seed off. Speaking of maybe if the option of this game going longer.
Run like Indeedee, Bronzong,
usually here
Blood
for a
Moon
good time
Ursa.
rather than a long time.
It did body
the
Orlando.
focus for Nick is something to keep in
It
mind
fucking
as well.
two-shot
All these
Orlando.
Pokemon,
Or did
pretty
it
good
one-shot
at getting in and
Orlando?
out
I
of
don't
battle,
remember.
and if Amoonguss can
It
get
walls
maybe
it,
a
but-
cheeky Power Puff off, knowing that Spore isn't going to work
I
so
haven't.
well
I didn't enjoy
potentially in this
Reg G.
matchup, could still be very impactful.
Galarian Weezing, I
Well,
can't wait
as
to
we
use. I
enter
can't
into
wait to
our
use
final round of Swiss
Levitate
that we will be
Weezing.
featuring
And everyone
here
will
on
Earth
the
Power it.
Pokemon World Championship
And they'll be
stage.
idiots.
Let's get hyped up for Nick Navarre versus Chihong Chu as they take to the stage and enter into our first game of this best of three.
It's an interesting combination here.
Not
We
played
get
this
the
reg at
weather
all.
war
This
immediately
reg was
with Kyogre
garbo.
coming out. Will
It was
activate
alright,
the
but it was
drizzle and
garbo.
immediately have it negated by the drought from this Torkoal.
Oh,
And,
mate.
you know, Torkoal Lunala is not a lead combination I've seen a whole lot of, but I think it's kind of fun here. We just see the Flutter main, which is going to get the photosynthesis boost from that drought. So the weather war is not all good, but you know, I think it's sort of a fun
One
solution.
GC
right?
of
I think
Reg
a
I,
lot
and
of
that's
like,
it.
the more defensive leads are
Damn.
really going to struggle with the taunt from Flutter main. And Lunala is probably not going to enjoy that either, but the offensive option option's pretty interesting here, right? Maybe just have the Lunala try to attack the Flutter Mane, at least get a boosted fire type attack off with Torkoal, even if you may have to take a water type attack from Kyogre in return. And Nick's sort of in a weird spot, right?
Music.
Like, well, you know, I'd love to switch out and get control of the weather again, but like, can I really afford to do that here?
And I think he's
Actually,
just
the
going
music.
to give it up. He's already hovering over the option of keeping this Kyogre in, and despite the fact that he does not have that weather advantage, we'll just
all
try
friends.
to
They're all great friends. Don't forget the thumbs up.
HP water spout.
Why do you have to do the thumbs up?
Speed interactions of these Pokemon, Pokemon. This Kyogre will be the second to move on the field.
Jonathan
and
with a
that's not
Y is
something
picking up
that
my order.
this Torkoal
Nice.
is going to be taking super comfortably.
We
You're
stand.
also under the threat right now because this Fluttermane is faster. You're either forcing the Terrestrialization out of this Lunala immediately, or it's going to be taking a huge Shadow Ball, breaking that Shadow Shield, and then the Kyogre can hopefully clean up from there. You see the Torkoal switch out, and Indeedee takes the field instead, and there's the Terra.
Yeah, it's a very interesting move here. We can see the Torkoal coming out immediately, switching out of battle despite having control of the weather. And
Night
really
Y,
I don't know if I've
very
really
good.
seen a team like this approach a matchup this way, and maybe catching Nick a little bit off guard.
Well, here's the Shadow Ball from the Fluttermane that's going to go into this newly terrestrialized Lunala. You can see how that Shadow Shield is going to help out there, but the special defense drop is huge. This might be a big turn for at least getting some extra damage through, but it certainly does not help for later on in this game versus this Fluttermane. That terrain, though, getting set up allows this Lunala to have that expanding force become that spread
Expanding
move,
farts,
and
baby.
It's a pretty good damage.
The only reason I like Reg Eyes because I get to use Koraidon, valid. Someone's got to lose at the end of it. Well, obviously, yeah. No one said otherwise, did they? Nowadays, Pokemon can use corrosive gas through Metronome. That's pretty funny for the move exists and as an animation, despite no Pokemon being able to learn it in Scarlet Violet. That is weird.
Huge mistake, and despite getting to double target Lunala, that watch
Wait, no Pokemon in Scarlet Violet learns corrosive
hard time
gas?
using that for the rest of the battle, forced to switch out here, and this bad matchup's looking a little playable.
I don't mind this, though. I think Chi-Hong on that first turn, taking out the Torkoal, was anticipating that Nick would have preserved that Kyogre a little bit later, and maybe even was trying to anticipate the switch out on that turn 1. So now Nick gets away with a little bit of that Water Spout damage, is able to maintain that full HP on the Kyogre for a little bit later, and gets
It is just knockoff with no damage, but it's against everybody on the field.
This Indeedee will not be able to go for Follow Me on the subsequent turns,
Damn.
and this Lunala has the opportunity to go for the Meteor Beam, but that's something that even this Rillaboom is going to be taking a bit better. It's going to be targeted into that Fluttermane, though. One of the big problems of this matchup will be eliminated by the Meteor Beam.
So
Lutherman has been dealt with. Hey up, Sonny, how you doing?
About that taunt for game 1, this Lunala has become even more threatening with that boosted special attack. The taunt of the Indeedee is pretty troublesome. You don't love to see that. The Indeedee does have one attacking move and alluring voice.
Or a bit of someone using Mew with Metronome and using corrosive gas. Must take ages for them to get that move. I think I've seen it a couple of times in my Metromania recordings, but should probably edit those.
This is
Soon.
probably, if I was Nick, I'd feel a little
Why
bit
is August such a busy
here. I was
month?
kind of thinking going in, maybe see more of a positional
Month to finally start
battle,
getting
but
my
this
shit
more
together and
aggressive approach seems to be
fucking
working
hell, it's
really
busy.
well in this matchup.
It really has, and you still have that Torkoal. So
Fine, it's
despite
Worlds
the
this
fact that
weekend.
Nick
It's
is going
Sophie's
to be bringing
birthday
that
trip
Kyogre back in, and I misspoke
this
earlier,
week,
did take that expanding
and then the week
force, so
after
it
it's a
is
week
half
of Snake
HP.
Eater. But other than
means
that,
you're going to be limited
then it should be
to
all right.
the Origin Pulse if you want, or Hydro Pump. Either of those two moves to really
I
be
faked
able
out
to
my
take
dad.
advantage of the rain. Chi-Hong has the option to bring in the Torkoal.
Yeah, and we saw how well that the Lunala was able to take the water.
Snake Eater,
spell. Whatever
baby,
water type
in
attack we
the
will see
highest
here
of
will be weaker
definition.
than that. If Torkoal is able to come and reduce the damage again. And hey, that Grass Terror is looking pretty good against Rillaboom too. They potentially have to take a super effective U-turn, but I think you're fine if that's the worst you're taking. Much more likely we see a fake out here instead. And you're talking a lot about the weather control of this matchup with the fire versus water.
Power herb.
Maybe it's the terrain control we should look at. Rillaboom is able to switch that, and there's
Power
just a ton
herb.
of incentive now to get the taunted Indeedee out of the battle. But it's Lunala getting out of here first. Like, hey, I don't need the special attack boost that badly.
I wonder if he did that switch because
a little bit unconventionally, maybe try to keep my
there we go. Get
Well,
the
there
sun
still was
up.
also that special defense drop that the Lunala had taken, so that's another debuff.
Maybe they
that
thought,
this
oh,
Lunala
double
is able to
switch,
cleanse
nice.
away by removing
Brave.
himself from the field. And in fact, it's a
Who's ready for
double
fake
switch
out
for
Psychic
Chi-Hong.
Surge,
You're gonna get
Indeedee,
the
and
Ice
neutral
Fighter Calyrex
neutral
next
gas
to
wheezing
Torkoal,
lead?
And this is where things are
Nobody's ready.
starting to start to get quite risky. Both of these Pokemon having a fantastic matchup into the Kyogre in the sun and this Rillaboom. And the Origin Pulse, it's going to miss one of those targets. Critically, though, it hits the Torkoal, bringing
Damn.
it down so low.
Yeah, the Torkoal in this battle now is
And that was in the sun.
It might only be a drought bot for what's left. Does get
The man
control
is
of
on his
weather
way.
here.
The man is
Puts
on his
Nick in a
way.
sort of
Apparently
interesting
4 minutes
situation
away. Let's
where,
go.
Hey, do you try to get rid of this Torkoal? Do you anticipate a switch maybe? Where
To be fair, Psychic Surge Indeedee, neutralizing gas wheezing with fake out. You then threaten fake out, so they're like, let me fake out that Indeedee before it attacks. Before it fakes me out because my Pokemon's faster. But you just switch out wheezing, activate Psychic Terrain, and then just expanding force.
Rillaboom by changing the train. And
It does mean using male Indeedee though, and he's a
you really like
goober.
to cycle these Pokemon now to get your own field effects, and as soon as you start losing Pokemon, it's really tough to maintain
Psychic Surge
control
what
of those
triggers,
field
fake out
effects.
still lands. No, what I'm saying is, Kaylee, you trick your Pokemon. You trick your opponent. The opponent goes, no Psychic Surge has happened because of that. So they can fake me out this turn. Let me fake them out so they can't fake me out. But you go Psych and you switch out and use Expanding Force instead. You get me? They threaten their own fake out, you stop out wheezing. That's what I said! That's what I meant! That's what I'm saying! I just realized you could probably cheat, like have someone in the audience that has a secret call to show what your opponent does, as you can see the screen. I mean, people have been disqualified before for looking at the audience too much, so... Plus, when you're on that stage, you can't really see anyone in the audience because the lights are so bright. Having been on that stage myself, I'm behind on stream. Yeah, you are.
There is no Trick Room. This Calyrex just decides to go for the Glacial Lance.
So it'd be very difficult to cheat in that way.
Yeah, and that's critical here where not only is it
Plus, you'd also have to guarantee that you know which side of the table you're going to be sat on, and that your quote-unquote ally, who's supposed to be kind of inconspicuous,
now he's going to have to worry about this endgame, right?
is able to get into the right position in the audience and let you know where they are. Just for being up there. Oh, I didn't stream a game. I just got interviewed. Because they needed some goober for an interview, and here I am.
Or the flip side is still scary where, hey, maybe Indeedee switches out, and Lunala
Oh, Leech Seed. That's uncool. Actually, Leech Seed would kind of bully Kyogre a bit. Why do you want to cheat at such a high-level competition? It just muddy your whole tournament? Yeah, just win. Need to implement the secret chess technique. Just feel the vibrations and transfer it to the moves. Nice, Adrian. Nice. I understood that reference.
Here's the helping hand.
Yeah, our Glacial Lance wouldn't have been enough before, but
why is this man taking so long?
Wow, look at how little damage that water spout is going to do. But at least you're able to get that Indeedee out of the way. You didn't want to bring the Rillaboom in though, because you'll have to take a
he
Glacial
stopped
Lance
to pick
on
up
it.
someone else's food while my food's just going cold. Because he's doing a Deliveroo order at the same time as an Uber Eats order. It's
On the next turn.
Uber Eats and Deliveroo. Pay your staff more so they don't have to do that.
Big turn here for Chi-Hold to get away with.
Oh, that's pretty scary here, but it's really going to make the remainder of this game trickier.
Just Simon Miller word. Simon Miller does invent most words. No food for me.
These two Calyrex. There's already kind of the complication.
Rather lose with dignity. You need that to lose it. Damn.
Team, not quite as effective in this matchup. The other ones.
Yeah, someone looked at the audience for coaching, quote unquote, and got DQ'd, even though their perspective was the stream side. Yeah. Hello, Lass Ali Marie. How you doing?
But getting that extra HP on the Calyrex would have been helpful. We see the Grassy Surge go down here, allow the Rillaboom to maybe be a little bit scarier, but other than one more fake out, Rillaboom's kind of in a tricky spot.
Yeah, it kind of looks like checkmate. You've got the wide guard on the Lunala as
Bro,
well, and
why are you
taking a
3
look
minutes
at the attack
away?
that
Come
Ice
on.
Calyrex has. You're really banking on this Glacial Lance to be your major source of damage for the rest of this game. Terra here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta use it eventually, I guess, but
It's the worst thing I've ever heard in VGC.
More damage the other direction, which is really the threatening attack.
Have I heard of a
here,
store or
and,
something called M&S? Yeah, Marks and Spencer's, yeah.
Is there any way you can avoid
M&S is all over the UK.
Where you kind of have to get your Rillaboom knocked up by a Glacial Lance and then allow a Tricker and be set up.
They do clothes, they do food. They used to have the sexiest adverts for food.
Nick's going to have to make a decision here. He knows
this isn't just cake.
Away from him.
This is a melt in the middle,
really close for
high quality chocolate lava cake.
Nick had locked in those moves.
Worst VGC was putting fake out on my Psychic Surge in DD. Nah, you need to follow Kaylee's strat. Pair it up with Wheezing. Marks and Sparks, as my fam calls it. Yeah, some people call it that.
And that's definitely something that the Torkoal would have loved to take advantage of. But because of the Pokemon that are left, there's not really a
Some
whole
people
lot
call
you
it
need
Macas
anymore
and
to have that sun active.
Yeah, the Terastallization.
It rhymes, but I'm not saying it.
We're going to come down here and do a bunch of damage to this Calyrex.
Yeah, that was a lot. I think.
So we're Pachirisu to VGC. Yeah, but the thing you need to remember about Sage and Park's Pachirisu, right? This is really important for you to understand. Sage and Park's Pachirisu wasn't just a whim of, oh, I really like Pachirisu. I guess I'll make it work. It was, I have a team of 5 Pokemon. and I need a very specific build of Pokemon
Yeah, it's looking a little sketchy there for Nick, but I kind of like the way
to
he's played this one now. The Torkoal's kind of pinned
fit
where
this
it can't really
team.
do
I
much.
need a very
Grassy
specific
terrain
role to
now
be
for
filled. I
Rillaboom
need
going to keep it
redirection.
threatening this,
I
Calyrex,
need
and it's
I
a
need
tough
to
spot here.
kind of
Either
counter
Pokemon are
things
likely
like
to be able to
Zapdos
move
and
if
stuff
there's
like
just
that.
attacking moves coming from the
There
other
was a very
side.
specific
Lunala can't come
reason
in safely
that
either, so it
Pachirisu
looks
was
like
needed
he
on that
attempts to
team.
sacrifice this Torkoal.
Yeah, because even if the Lunala
He didn't just
comes
ham fist
in,
it
you go
in.
for the wide guard, this Ice Ritter Calyrex
So never
is
use,
never gonna get
well,
enough
someone
damage
won with a
through
Pachirisu as a
for
thing,
this
because
Lunala
that was
to
very
catch
niche.
up later.
I'd love to be in
And so
Sajan's head when he
Lunala
made
is
that
just
call.
kind of,
He's just
currently
sat
is
there
going to play safe here,
in
so
showdown,
the
just like
onto Calyrex. This
diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle.
Torkoal comes down, the Lunala is forced
God
to come
fucking
in,
damn
and I
it.
think Nick
The
is
one
feeling it
Pokemon
right
that does
now.
everything I
The
need
win
is
in sight.
Pachirisu.
Despite the fact that you might have been worried about this Lunala in the endgame, you preserved your Ice Ritter
Do-do-do.
Calyrex, and it's trained so well to really do its job for Nick.
Yeah, it seems like you may have just had enough resources left, and now Lunala's going to come back into battle as that final Pokemon, but it's in a tough spot here where it needs to do a few too many different things. You know, has to stop the Glacial Lance with Wide Guard, but also it's the most realistic
almost
path
here.
to knocking out the opposing Calyrex with the Moongeist.
Make someone win the match.
Also going to have to worry, no longer has that
He's 2
power
minutes away,
herb or
but
that
he's literally
special
around the
attack
corner.
boost after switching out of battle. So
How can he be 2 minutes
I
away?
feel like it might have needed just one more swing when it's going to get here.
Yeah, and I kind of
Oh, shit,
wonder
you'll have
if
to let me know the
Lunala
outcome.
is it trained in such a way that
Burp.
maybe it would be able to get the jump on either of these Pokemon, and so then it can help to support this Ice Ritter Calyrex. Can Chihong get a double protect? I think that would be one thing that could keep him into this game, especially because that final Wood Hammer from the Rillaboom would be enough to knock out the Ice Ritter Calyrex now.
Yeah, I think this is a really important turn where either side could kind of take it here, but yeah, I think the double protect, you hate going for it, but I think it might be necessary here where it's just kind of hard to see a situation where there's just like enough left to win without that happening.
Yeah, ooh, Calyrex on Nick's side is going to go for the protect as well, also trying to bait out the fact that you do have that wide leg.
Chicken.
Chihong gets the
Very
double
excited.
protect,
Loving
and that's
Mackie
such a
Doodles.
big deal. Nick on this turn was banking to use this Wood Hammer to knock it out, and that means it looks like this Lunala is going to go for the gold, try to get this Rillaboom out of the way, and with the Meteor Beam, actually, it's going to delay it a turn, but you get the special attack boost.
Oh, that's a little awkward, right? Where no longer has that power herb, so hold on, I'm gonna Meteor Beam you, just wait a second. But, pays off there in the sense that, that Calyrex would have had the option
got
of
chili
being a
cheese
super
bites.
effective Glacial Lance.
I got a mayo
getting
chicken
a nice play
with
there
cheese,
by,
and I got
to
5
avoid
chickens.
or to, I guess, anticipate that not occurring, but
Yum,
they're just
yum.
a little tenuous here, right? Neither side really made any
the
progress
spicy
there.
chili dip
I think very
and the
unlikely
garlic
we see
mayo
a
and some
triple
ketchup.
protect, so going to have to go for something different this time.
Lovely.
Well, are you sure? Because maybe you do have
Did
to
you get
bank
honey
on
barbecue
that,
wings from
knowing
McDonald's in the
delicacy
UK?
of the situation.
Or did you order Ruby from McDonald's? She's
it
got
may
her
be
dinner
required,
downstairs.
right, where, hey,
She's well fed.
Even less likely to succeed on that third protect, but if you feel like, hey, I can't win at all if I don't hit
Excited.
it, it's still better than nothing. Really tough spot.
Fucking starving. I'm
nice
Hank
work by
Marvin,
Nick
mate.
to keep this going, right? Where wound up getting a situation that double protect.
It's not a
so
nacho
far
cheese wedge,
hasn't
but it's
really
close.
He's trying to go for it again, and maybe
Can
that's
he hear you,
because
Sophie?
he thinks this Lunala is going to try to go for the Meteor Beam.
Well, they fucking
into
better
the
bring her back in
Calyrex,
November.
But this Rillaboom is still a
know,
problem. Nick's double
Puppetino?
protect is going to fail, and so is this. Oh, no, not the protect.
M&S had a
onto
data breach?
Chihong's
Wankers.
Calyrex. So Woodhammer does get the knockout there, but what is this Lunala capable of?
I don't know if
We'll find out.
Lunala's
Woodhammer
winning this.
recoil is also going to make this a little bit tough, but as this Lunala lands the Meteor Beam into the
Ooh!
Calyrex, just a one-hit knockout, and Chihong, wow, with the critical hit too. I wonder if that mattered.
Yeah, you'd assume Nick thought so, right? Because otherwise he wouldn't have gone for that double protect. Really wound up burning him to protect the previous turn. Usually it's so easy to play around the Meteor Beam after the power herb's gone because you have to worry about that.
Bit mad.
Really, we're going to go for the U-turn here, do a decent amount of damage. But now
Lunala's got it,
Lunala's
though.
special attack's been boosted. This is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, even though this Rillaboom does have this self-fist, it's been taking the chip.
Oh, nicely done. Remember, this Lunala is a Lunala that beat Wolf Glick. Oh, look at his face. He's like, fucking hell.
That first setup turn of the Meteor Beam.
Oh, he's got the Cali Ice
Looks like,
Pokédoll.
you just went through a battle there where that was a very stressful match, I think. A lot of twists and turns.
I will say,
Stressful for me to watch.
Ji-Hung does not have the best poker
For
face.
a while, they're like, all right, this is
When it's in Cyber Terror's taking down big organizations like some Mega Balls to do it. Well, they don't. I don't think they're taking them down. I think they're more stealing people's data. So let's not hand it over to the cyber terrorists that are stealing our data and selling it to other people.
Power Meteor Beam. You don't see players even attempt it very much. There's just so many ways it can go
It's
wrong.
Glastria, not fucking...
It was a really good
Oh, no, it's
read
Gally,
there.
isn't it? I
Kind
don't
of
even know anymore.
anticipating his opponent would anticipate the double protect and open up that opportunity.
The man looking
Great
like
job
he's gonna
there to pick
cry.
up that win. And hey, you know, on Nick's side, you probably
Maybe
feel a
it
little
makes
bad
his
about it,
opponent
where if that double
overconfident.
protect doesn't happen, your real boom
Is
picks up the
Glastria not
knockout,
Ice Rider?
and we're
I
looking
don't
at a little
fucking know.
different ending there. But
All I know is it's
still a
not
lot of
Spectral.
fun, and both players know that they can still win games in this set going into game 2.
But even if that double protect doesn't
good.
happen, think back to when Nick protected his own Calyrex and there was no wide guard on the Lunala. If you were able to hit that Glacial Lance, surely the Lunala goes
Calyrex
down,
was hidden
right?
by a
Or it
Smeargle,
gets
a
into
little
that
bit.
range where you're going to have that turn knocked out.
Yeah, definitely. You know, if Nick had made a different read, you can avoid the the double protect battering and all. It doesn't happen there. Nick isn't able to quite make the right read. Almost had it anyway, where I think maybe one of those reads he's making. All right, you know, if I get the read right, I win. If I get the read wrong, I still like my odds. Didn't wind up working out that time.
Yeah,
but,
the animations, like
I
the
think that was
production's
just a
gone up again.
fascinating game
Love it.
one to start this set with in so many different ways. If
The
I'm
Smeargle's
Nick, I
riding
was
the horse.
really expecting a different
Yum up.
game plan from my
Way!
opponent, and I think that makes this team preview really tricky.
No,
now,
it's
you
not
know, on
there.
the brink of elimination, where this is the final round of Swiss, so these players must win this set to stay in the tournament.
Ruby.
But also now Nick's down 0-1. He had a very kind of unconventional approach from his opponent there, and it makes team preview so tricky. Where will he
There's
try
such
to
a bottom
play this
name in the
matchup
Mons.
again
They have such
similarly
clever
in game
names.
2? Or
Of
maybe
course
see
they
some of the
do.
More defensive positioning-based battle we kind of expect from this sort of matchup.
Who do you think
But
designs the
especially when
Pokemon?
Qigong on paper does have the negative side of the matchup. You do expect
No, they just get the
Nick to
names from
win.
online.
This is such
Of course
a
they have
blessing
people who
for
name the
Qigong.
Mons.
Then you've got two
And then they have a
chances when you
localization
look at it from
team
his
that makes
perspective
the Mons in
to
the
win.
different languages.
Yeah, and I think that could be really big here because
That's
we
like
saw
super
that
obvious.
Previous game, there's a lot of really cool synergies.
If I'm trying to do a mission not killing anyone on Cyberpunk and it's hard, I bet.
Over the course of 2 sets, really seeing the value of this player's experience as well. You know, the
Let's go.
Champion of the event in Taiwan, showing us why, using the same team once again. And
I was gonna say,
see
I
a
kinda
team
want
that's strong
Chi-Hung to
given
go
World
the whole
Championships. We
way.
see, familiar Pokemon starting the battle here.
We sure do. So we'll see this turn play out exactly like we did in that game number 1.
Gonna have a little
The
spy on how the
Kyogre
other
sets
games are
rain,
going.
Torkoal takes it away, and then Fluttermane gets a very nice.
Oh my god, some of the fucking matches have already ended.
Yeah, I love this year where, again, this is a pretty
think.
aggressive lead
Yeah.
by the sun side of the field, right? Where
Giuseppe
Torkoal
Musico
kind of exposed, Lunala kind of exposed.
has won.
You don't
Giovanni
have an option
Chisquet's
of a
won.
really defensive setup here. You can certainly
Hirofumi
try to go for a trigger.
Kimura
I
is
think
9-1.
that would
Michael
be a little
Kausch is
scary,
9-1.
but, maybe it
Victor
works this
Vieira's
time, right?
out.
After that
Victor
really
Medina
aggressive
is
play the
8-2. He
previous
won.
time, kind of puts Nick on the back foot, like, oh, I don't want to take that
Izawa
huge
won
speed
against
force
Zachary
it
Minch.
again.
Zachary
That
Minch
makes
is
that
out.
matchup really tricky. So,
Jump across the
I'm
fourth
excited to see
one.
this play out.
Danvia
Really,
Singh
this is
Singh
such a
Narula
intricate
is
matchup
out.
to try to play an
Montana
effective
Mott
read. I
is
do think
has won.
taking that
Louis
first game
Markle
was
is
just a
out.
huge advantage
Tioti
mentally.
Masao
Absolutely, you could
beat
see
Simone
actually
Sanvito.
Nick is
Simone
really
Sanvito is out.
struggling for this first
Patrick
turn to kind of
Connors is
figure
out.
What to do. Knowing how that
Cedric
turn
Bernier
one of
beat
game
Patrick
one
Connors.
played out,
Thank you,
the
darling.
Indeedee switched in. The Lunala went for this gigantic expanding
Joji
force, and
Kaeda's
it
out.
already put that
Masayoshi
Kyogre quite
Kuro
low
won.
in HP,
James
but
Evans is
later
still
on
in.
the
Beat
game, and as we see
Jude
this game
Gerard
two
Lee
play
Wei
out,
Kong.
it's the Ice Rider Calyrex.
Fucking
and a
longest name in the
small
world.
adjustment here from
Matty
Qigong,
Morgan's
which
still in.
makes me
Kean
think
Campbell's out.
Maybe it is a Trick Room angle.
Damn.
I don't know if I could have clicked taunt here if I was Nick.
Oh,
but it
Wolf's
seems
been
like
out
it's so
since
risky
round
because
9,
of the
yeah.
previous
Wolf
game.
Wolf
Because
lost
the
last round.
translation, once again, I think that just
Brian
kinda makes sense,
Collins.
giving
Oh,
this
no, Brian
matchup,
Collins is
you know,
out,
Lunala
yeah.
can't afford to
It's okay.
do too
Wolf
much
is
damage with
7-3,
his
and
Kyogre.
Brian
He's
Collins is
damage
7-3. So
the sun last
Wolf
time.
Glick beat Alex Underhill in the last round. That's fucking what a match.
Shield again as the Kyogre
Mate.
follows that up with the
Yeah,
water spout,
Wolf's just
but
competing
this
for
Lunala
placement,
is
like for a
still
placement
so
now.
healthy,
Not-
and Qigong
not
knows
for, like,
this
top
Trick
cut.
Room is so free, and you've got two fantastic Pokemon in the
Okay.
Trick Room to take advantage of it right away.
And what an incredible way to do this, right? Where we don't really see any of the support Pokemon, still gets the turn 1 Trick Room, doesn't really get any significant damage on his side of the field for it, has the weather control, and has both of his restricted on the field for all the turns of Trick Room. I don't know if I could quite have imagined this when we were looking at the matchup before the match started, but I'm just really impressed.
Hate being
by
in the
this
official stream
player.
track because you
Just an
literally can't
expert
see anything but
play.
people going on about Wolf. Like, I love him, but it's
That,
jarring.
you know,
Yeah,
doesn't
right.
usually work at this level if you're playing at a really telegraphed way.
Where's Wolf? Where's
this is
Wolf?
some
Where's Wolf?
special gameplay that we're seeing.
But that's exactly what you
Wolf
called
got
out
robbed,
the
and it's
taunt
like,
on the
no,
Fluttermane,
Wolf just got
and
beat
I
by
think
another
this
player.
Is the reason why. How
Not
easy
necessarily
is
a
it
better
for
player
you
than
to
him,
lock
perhaps,
down
but just
any
the
of
player
the
that played better than him in that
Pokemon on the
fucking
team with
set
that
of
taunt
best of 3.
specifically. And so if you're Nick, you just have to look at
Did Wolf
trying
play
to
yet?
stall
Very good.
out these turns of Trick Room.
He did.
Oddly enough, Chihong is
Just so
taking
darn
his first
charming.
one to just go for a protect onto this
He's
Ice
loving
Rider
it.
Calyrex.
Seems like a good lad.
He is feeling it with this Move Ice Beam into the Fluttermane. You are going to be dealing a massive massive amounts of damage, putting this Fluttermane down to its focus sash. But that means on the subsequent turns, Ice Rider Calyrex is faster. This Fluttermane does not have too much longer left in the second game.
Oh, and it attacks into the protect, so Nick's not going to get anything out of that turn. And just like you said, that Fluttermane, Nick would almost have been better off if that was knocked out there. Now has a very quick 1 HP Pokemon in Trick Room, which makes it a very slow 1 HP Pokemon. And Calyrex like, ooh, that looks good. I feeling a little chilling nay coming up here. So tough spot for Nick. And, you know, he also,
yeah, Nick's in trouble.
Switch out of battle, try to avoid giving the attack boost. That's really risky too. It's really Kyogre you'd love to switch out here in order to try to get a position where you can get control of the weather again. And
there's no player called Yet in this tournament.
For Nick here.
So he hasn't played Yet
so
yet.
Good,
Have I met Wolf? Yeah.
It's just such a strange way to play the
I actually met Wolf at a wedding in 2018.
And, Nick just hasn't been able to find any answers here.
I think either way, you have to give up
He's
the
a good lad.
Fluttermane here. Everything that looks like
I don't think he remembers me, but it's fine.
In your Ice Rider Calyrex to be able to take 2 attacks, and especially if you suspect that something like a Shadow Ball might be going that way too, or Moongeist Beam, not something that
Also
you
met Jamie
want
Boyd
to
that
deal
weekend,
with.
and he does
So
remember me,
Nick,
and he's lovely.
Unfortunately, in the second game, has to give up this chilling Nave boost over to this Ice Rider
If our
Calyrex,
schedules would have worked
and
out,
that's
he'd have
where
been at my
things
wedding.
can start to get very spicy, because as soon as Ice Rider Calyrex is off to the races, it really can't start to run away with things. And now the Meteor Beam from this Lunala too. Both of these Pokemon are huge threats.
It's okay, I'd like
Walked
a
past
boost
Wolf
too,
many
and
times.
after
Too
all
good
that
to talk to,
damage,
Mama.
Kyogre is almost
I get
gonna
it.
get knocked out as well. Itself winding up as potential Glacial Lance bait. Hydro Pump's going to come in with that reduced damage from Drought.
Hey,
really
Hydro
just not
Pump.
enough.
Good
and
lord.
Calyrex is going to enter the battle here with an awful lot of work to do. One of its friends has already been knocked out. Its buddy Kyogre is pretty low in HP as well. And while normally a Calyrex entering the field during
Here we
Trick
go.
Room is so exciting, neither of his Pokemon look quite ready
It
to
will be,
knocked
Emma.
out. It
Good
just has
lord.
to worry about a potential Wide Guard. And maybe if you're a Nick side, like, okay, well, I'm threatening this, I can try to reverse the Trick
Watch his
Room.
videos,
But
does that
if
count?
you do that and just
Not
get
as
double
meeting him,
attacked,
but
the game is going to end.
at least you know about
Really
Hulskin.
important play for Nick here. Can you get away with this Glacial Lance? Can you get away with a Leech Seed? Is Trick Room going to be available? If Nick doesn't get this call right, it is over.
It looks so safe though for Chi-Hong to just go for the Wide Guard and Glacial Lance
That
on
shit
his
good.
side, since you don't have Wide Guard from Nick to worry about. You know you're gonna get the knockout onto the Kyogre, unless the Kyogre goes for the Protect. But this Calyrex still would not be able to get any damage through. And how much is the Leech Seed really going to add up for the rest of this game?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Kyogre is going to get the Protect
It's
here.
so funny when it was
Decides, hey,
at
I
EUIC.
don't want to be a chilling Nay boost yet.
And I kept getting stopped or running into
With him
people.
opposing Glacial Lance,
I knew from here he thought I was
no
famous or
Wide Guard
something. Oh, bless him.
selected for this
You did meet
Lunala.
Wolf at your hotel, Gizmo.
Calyrex, as an Ice type, is going to take that Glacial Lance just a little bit better, especially because it's bulky
Sim.
and does land the Leech Seed
Love
this time
you.
around onto Chi-Hong's own Calyrex Ice. Expanding
Love
Force
to talk
2.
to him. What would you say?
Chi-Hong did not get that call right. I think Nick gets 1 turn now, needs a couple more to get right in a row to get through this Trick Room successfully, but that's a good start.
Yeah,
Trick
it's pretty
Room.
big where, the Calyrex not likely to want to leave battle on the opposing side of the field, so this Leech Seed could really pay off. The Calyrex and Nick's side of the field going to end this turn almost at full HP, and now you're cooking
You
a
met
little
him
bit, right?
first?
You still have to worry
No,
about...
you didn't.
I think why
You didn't meet him in
his opponent
2018.
played the turn the way he did is like, well, okay, well, that's unfortunate, but I still have a turn here where I'm threatening a knockout in that slot, so
Yeah.
Kyogre, you're going to switch out, or I'm going to pick that knockout out, and still feeling pretty good. We see the final Pokemon is Rillaboom here. Also not a Pokemon who looks super excited about the idea of taking a boosted Glacial Lance. And
Is that your team, Emma? Cali Ice Lunala?
Kyogre would love Trick Room to expire. The Calyrex would
Disgusting.
not, facing down that boosted Lunala and losing its speed advantage potentially. So still a tough spot for Nick.
It is, and I think that's where you have to
Here we
look
go.
at this next critical turn here from Chi-Hong to actually now, as we see here, preserve the Lunala. After getting that Meteor Beam boost, it feels
Ooh.
bad again, but Chi-Hong said it's okay in that
Ooh.
first game, and it worked out beautifully for him. And now you've got your Torkoal back onto the field to hopefully
Remember me umming
get
and ahhing
through
over
these
committing
next
to it
couple of
because it had
turns.
bad
And you are
Ghost Art
also
matchup?
gonna
Oh,
be able to take
yeah.
this Ice Bird Calyrex just a little bit
yeah.
better. But we see Chi-Hong is able to go first. You've got this attack boost onto this Ice Rider Calyrex. It's just a one-hit knockout
Rillaboom,
onto the
done.
Rillaboom. And so now Nick is stuck
No fake
with
out.
the Justice Kyogre next to the Ice Rider Calyrex. But at least you get weather control for 2
Yeah,
turns.
get that Torkoal out.
Yeah, I'd say Kyogre's going to be able to come back in. I'm not going to say for free, but first this Glacial Lance to come down. The damage does matter. You're going to see the Leech Seed attack this Calyrex at the end of the turn as well, and the HP is going to start
Just
adding
if
up
Liam
here. Not a
remembers
whole
something.
lot of health left for this Calyrex. will heal a little bit before the leech sheet
Who's
comes
asking
in
me
with
that?
the
Oh, yeah.
drain, and after about 47 different
Aaron Trailer made a team with a restricted combo, and I just
It's
yoinked
going
it.
to be very healthy, but its teammates will not. Kyra going to switch back in eventually.
Have you ever been recognized in public?
its
Yeah,
low
loads of
HP,
times.
and while
By some people that are in
Tripper
chat
is going to
today as well.
expire and the drizzle is going to be set for Nick, he had to pay just an incredible amount of resources to get through this trick room. Really only got the leech seed on the opposing Calyrex and a bit of damage in well, more than a bit of damage on the Calyrex. In
I know it's a
exchange for
mayo
his
chicken, but
Rillaboom,
Jesus Christ.
his Flutter Mane, and almost all of his Kyogre's HP.
This is a tough turn,
I like the
though,
taste of
and
chicken,
Nick
but-
is going to have to hope this Origin Impulse
Barely
lands
remembers this
onto
game.
both
I remember that
targets.
3 minutes ago, my
From
first
here,
ever
the Ice Rider
PPV went up.
Calyrex is surely going to pick up the final bit of HP on Chihong's, but Kyogre is on its last couple of legs
No one's
for
gonna
the
buy it.
rest of this game too, and Nick needs this Origin Pulse to land.
Yeah, I mean, it would pick up both knockouts if it happened. However, on the other side of the field, like, well, I could give up those 2 KOs if I think my 2 back Pokemon.
Haley,
beat
you
these
saw
2
me at
Pokemon.
EUIC.
But since Nick can't switch anymore, you have a lot of freedom on the other side of the field, right? Okay, well, I can pick what 2 Pokemon.
Does it feel good to be
wind
a
up on the
famous
field at
guy?
the end of the
I
turn.
don't know, I'm not
Maybe I
famous.
sacrifice one of these Pokemon, I need the other for the end game. We do see a switch here. He's like, all right, I need Torkoal. I'm going to get control of the weather. My path through the game is a little bit different than just allowing these 2 sacrifices.
I'm streaming to less than 50 people. I'm not
now
famous.
gets revealed as Chihong's 4th and final.
But
Same
they're 50
Pokemon then that we saw in
they're
that
49
first
really
game,
good people.
Just in a bit of a different order. And this Calyrex Ice going for the Protect does make things just a little bit trickier as we see
good.
it's able to hang on for a little bit longer. Next turn, though, if it gets knocked out, maybe we see this Indeedee
Now,
be able to go for
After
the
this
trick
final
room,
bite, we fast.
and it just has to get sacrificed.
Yeah, I
here.
did, Kaylee.
Absolutely. The Origin Pulse connects.
You're
and
welcome.
With this Glacial Lance to follow it up. Now, Nick actually kind of comfortably back in this. Full
Ooh.
HP Calyrex almost, and you have a boost of your own.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hate that if you're Nick, right? But
Yeah, but Torkoal.
you get the knockout. The
Torkoal
Pokemon
straight
count
back
is
in.
Getting similar. What's scary is that his opponent chose that, right? That was the most likely outcome of his action, so it's probably what he expected to occur there. The only other thing that really could have happened.
Also, it was
a
nice.
trick
I smell
room.
great.
Calyrex still almost going to get knocked out here, so it looks like it only has a single turn left if nothing changes. But the assumption then is like, okay, well, I thought that Nick would do that. I thought that giving up this Pokemon is the right move.
That's
and now this
interesting.
is the combination of Pokemon that I need. The Lunala coming out here can't protect. So the assumption here is like, all right, this is the decisive turn. This is the 2 Pokemon. My Calyrex either going down or switching, which seems unlikely here because the likelihood that
You smell
winds
amazing.
up being a little scary for the Torkoal. So
Is she
we'll have to see
guilty?
what these trainers have in mind.
And you
Oh.
can bring in the
we're
Torkoal, I
lush.
guess, to get rid
Plenty of
of
protein
the
in
rain,
that. We
but
stand.
then even still,
We
this
stand.
Kyogre with this Mystic Water has still been pushing a ton of damage through
Oh.
that weather control.
Lovely, like a
But
Savloy.
the problem with this Lunala, then do you feel forced to actually have to go for the wide guard to block this Ice Rider Calyrex damage? Chihong in that first game was able to get some pretty ballsy turns.
I don't know
right,
why you
but
brought
this is gonna
Lunala
have
in
to
and
go
not
correct as
Torkoal.
well.
Yeah, keep in mind, 2 of Kyogre's attacks are spread moves as well, so do you
Girlies in
anticipate
chat, any
why just the
perfume
Hydro Pump
recommendations?
in? A lot of really interesting options as the Terastallization comes down.
Terra Fairy is going to be the terrestrialization of
That's an
choice
interesting-
for Nick as we see the rest of this turn play out. Kyogre
Decision.
first to protect, and Chihong may be
Oh,
able to do something in here.
look at
like a
Chihong in the
trick room,
corner.
but Lunala just tries to go for the expanding force, and this is the KO onto the Kyogre, and is able to do a significant chunk to this Calyrex, but of course you were probably hoping to get a little bit more. And now with the
Ooh!
Glacial Lance, Terra Grass, Lunala
Torkoal
is
versus the
self-protect,
world.
and Nick gets away with 2 boosts now to this Calyrex Ice Rider with only that Torkoal left. It's a looking grim.
Hey, the type trait doesn't matter too much.
There's a
when
Bath
you
and Body
have that
Works in the
much
UK.
boosted
I've never
attack,
seen
and,
one.
Torkoal's going to come in and theoretically have some advantage. It's going to have its drought up against Kyogre. It's going to
Bro, we're getting game 3.
be healthy or something. But yeah, you can't. It looks so bad for Nick, right? He was really behind there, but was able to battle back. And
Oh,
then
is there one in
kind of
London?
staying in
Damn.
The field's a big deal too. Well, continues to add complication for this Torkoal, and hey, maybe the wrong Pokemon was preserved after all.
Now, Glacial Lance is going to be resisted by this Torkoal, but because of how the 3 boosts now that this Ice Rider Calyrex has gotten, you're so right. Sometimes it doesn't matter. It just matters that you've got a ton of damage.
Yeah, because Torkoal's going to get hit first, so...
But this, I mean, this Kyogre, does it just finish it off before the Ice Rider can?
Oh,
And,
landed the Origin
there you
Pulse.
go. Origin Pulse
Oh
in the
my-
rain is also going to be single target.
In
into
the
super
sun.
Effective Torkoal, so
In
that
the
is
sun.
going to be Nick Navarre time
tying
my
up this
God.
series. We've got
Fucking
one
well
game
played,
apiece,
Nick
and it
Navarre.
all
Good
comes
lord.
down to this
I'm going to
third
just
game see
quickly
who
wash my
will go
hands
forward
because I
to
hate
this
to have just
World
eaten
Championship
finger
top
food
cut.
and then, you know,
What a fun set
wasn't
this has been
Torkold's
so
day.
far. Nick
It wasn't
had a tough start
Torkold's
to that game, really, to give up a lot in
batty.
Trick Room, but not too much, right? And I think that's kind of just this format. You know, the Pokemon in this format deal so much damage, and again, there's been such clever use of the Trick Room on this team that they're going to have to take some damage, but able to keep Calyrex healthy and just really dominated that game. And if we think back to game 1, hey, you know, maybe if the Leech Seeds hits, we see something more similar to what we saw in game 2. So both trainers maybe back to the drawing board here, but I'm feeling pretty good if I'm Nick. As much as it was like maybe a little bit sketchy where he had to make some reads, that he saw the same thing as game 1, was able to beat it this time, I think probably gives him some confidence going into the decisive game of the set.
Yeah, but maybe this time around, does Chi-Hung then just decide to go for, if you go for the Trick Room again, does Nick then say, okay, I'll just taunt you this time around? It's a really tough call when you've seen these 2 games already play out in such a different fashion. That lead as well as that first turn is so critical.
Yeah, and I think to kind of go back to, we mentioned in team preview too, I do still feel like all things equal, Nick's team kind of has the advantage there. And I think it's some of why that was able to swing back, where it really is important for the Sun team to keep the advantage of the field, because, you know, once that starts slipping away, it's really tricky. And yet with both weather and the terrain sort of being necessary, there's a lot of switching you have to do to be ready to attack, and not a whole lot of attacking. Which I think is some of how Nick was able to get through that.
That's
I'm
one
still
habit
shocked,
I
though,
will
where that
always be
it
glad I
just
got
seemed like
into.
such incredible
Is
positioning.
after every
Game
fucking
2
meal,
of
after
game-
every
turn
snack
2
or
of game
something,
2,
I will always wash my
where
hands
both
and
restricted
then also
Pokemon are out
wash
there ready
my
to
mouth
fire away.
area,
We see,
give it a rinse.
a great read on the first
Because,
turn
like,
of the
it's always
Trick Room as
annoying
well,
when
and
you
it
see
seems so
someone-
decisive, but Nick was still able to battle
You'll
it
see
back, and
someone
that's just so scary.
at some point who's like
You know, I
really
think
struggling
I
with
would be very
like they've got
tempted to
like
change
quite a few
things up
zits
on
and they're
the
like,
other
I'm always
side of the
getting
field
random
despite the
zits on my
game one
face,
win,
like I've
just
got
because,
acne problems all the
like, it felt
time.
like
And then you'll
RNG
watch them
aside,
eat a
that was
fucking
about as good as it could go.
big bag of crisps or something, get all the crisp oil all over their fingers and stuff, not wash their hands after, and then you notice that they're a fucking face toucher as well, so they're always just like, you know, they're always in contact with their face, and you're just there like, I wonder why you're always having these problems.
It's got choice specs. How much damage?
Like, I know a lot of it can be health related, but also like, bro, wash your fucking hands when you eat shit.
All those additional modifiers on top of it.
Bruh.
Plus this thing has solar beam. In the sun, full send it at the Kyogre.
Yeah, we haven't seen it attack at all, right? And, you know, this team's a little tricky there. We've got 3 Pokemon that can't use Protect and 2 Pokemon that can't attack. So, you know, they're kind of all one direction or another. But despite everything we've seen in the first 2 games, these trainers are both like, hey, I like what I've done in the previous games. I think that these same lead combination is going
see
to
Jessica
send
Negri in
me
a
to
bikini?
the
Oh
top
my
cut of
God.
this World Championships.
It's gonna have to be make or break for either Chi-Hung or Nick. They can see that final hurdle in sight. But once again, as we saw in games 1 and 2, it's gonna be the same leads, preview, and preliminary turn.
Yeah, this is such a tricky turn for Nick here as well. We kind of saw both ways this can play out for him. Neither of which are actually that great, where the Shadow Shield for this Lunala is so irritating, right? Where you'd love to just taunt it to kind of limit its options, but if you do that, then your Kyogre's barely going to be able to do anything between Drought and a potential Terrestrialization again. But it still worked out last game for Nick, right?Here you kind of got like the worst case scenario and it was still okay, so do you make the same move again?
I suppose in DMs we want it. Yes,
Hey,
please. Yes, please.
Giving that much up.
Yes,
Nick doing a
please.
great
Yes,
job taking all his time,
please. She
thinking
got
this
them
through.
donka-donks.
This is a choice with a lot of consequences. We'll have to see what the trainers choose to do here.
Yeah, really big, risky call, because if Chi-Hung decides to go all out onto the attack,
Damn,
it could
Chopper Cross the
backfire in a
4th needs
major
one more
way.
win to get his
But
first
with the
Worlds Cup,
Torkoal
man.
taking its lead, we
That's
will
amazing.
see it replaced with the
Wait, he's got it,
Urshifu.
hasn't he? Oh yeah, he has. Yeah, it's his first ever Worlds Top Cut. Go on, Chopper. Go the distance, Chopper.
And there's also no Terra Water Spout now going through with full HP.
You know you can't say that. I'll let Liam know how to find the picture. She just told me that she'd send me the
with
picture.
the move in, and Lunala gets his Trick Room completely shut out.
Yeah, things looking great for Nick there. It's a
Damn.
great read. You know, Chi-Hung probably thinking, oh, I didn't trick him the first 2 games.
Thank
Surely I can
you.
get away with it in game 3, but not so fast. Nick calls the taunt. Urshifu going to switch in. That is the single strike Urshifu, not the rapid strike Urshifu that we know and love.
Oh, I saw
This
that
Urshifu
one the other
really
day,
prefers to be under
or whenever
Trick
it was
Room, going to have a
posted.
hard time with that Flutter Mane
Yeah,
has a huge type
God
advantage.
damn,
The
she's
Kyogre
behind
has a
glass and
speed
she's
advantage,
pressing him again.
And
Oh, my
suddenly,
Lord.
Nick's looking really good after seeming so
Yeah.
doomed at the beginning of game 2.
That is accurate.
I mean,
You also
this
said it
is
was on
what we
Twitter.
should expect out of such an experienced player like Nick Navarre.
Mate, this
He's
battle
been
is one of
playing
only
VGC
2
for
remaining.
almost
James Beck
over
and
a
Zeke
decade. Not only
Costagliola
two-time regional
is still going
champion,
on.
but also having multiple
top performances in
Wow.
international competitions.
Kaylee getting
and he's
snippy.
able to get that call right in these game threes. You know he's been
Poo-poo.
here before. The work's not cut out just yet, as Nick is going to be moving into this next turn.
Yeah, right.
The Rillaboom switch in, and this Flutter main has
That girl is
full
double
control
stacked.
right
God
now.
damn.
Yeah, I mean, the Flutterman kind of just got knocked out quickly the previous game.
Should I eat my honey barbecue wings or my shrimp pasta?
No longer has to worry
Just eat both of them.
any potential,
If they're both on your
triple
plate,
shit
eat
against
both.
Lunala forced to
I've got hiccups.
draftalize, even though it's in a pretty awkward spot here without weather control and facing these Pokemon down. Sucker Punch going to fail with another clever switch, and Nick's made yet another read.
And the Moonblast
Ooh,
here will
that's
finish
rough.
off that Urshifu for good for this third game. Already, Chihong goes down one Pokemon.
Oh, Chihong.
It's gonna be a tough uphill battle from here. Maybe you're able to weave in just a bit more damage with the Meteor
Land the
Beam from
Meteor Beam.
Lunala as you get this special attack boost and the power urge to be able to make
Jung needs
it
to
go
relax. He's
quickly.
really emotional, isn't he?
Unfortunately, it has to hit into the Rillaboom, and the self-defense and the typing allows it to hang on with so much more HP.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've seen Nick take a Pokemon advantage other than a 2-0 and 2-1 at the end of the
Brev.
previous game. The field effects, even when he
Oh,
was at
no.
the Pokemon disadvantage, kind of like slowly trended toward his favor because of natural type advantages. I think having the Pokemon advantage is even more devastating here. Calyrex going to come out. It could also potentially use a Trick Room here, but Fluttermane able to use a taunt if it's needed, and Nick's got a pretty great positioning here, making Urshifu
Honestly,
a little Urshifoolish that previous turn, and
I would say
could be right about to
Meteor
send himself to
Beam
the top cut.
into the Rillaboom slot, even though you've already done it.
Not only
The
can it
Rillaboom
not
can't
terrestrialize,
protect.
but you're staring down a Fluttermane that's able to hit you with a Shadow Ball. This Rillaboom, we've seen how much it can do on top of grass terrain with
Bruh.
wood hammers. That might just be enough for a knockout.
Yeah, I mean, either of these Pokemon could be in a lot of danger here, and that Terrestrialization.
No, I know it will be, but because the Rillaboom can't protect, take advantage of that. Get your special attack up, and he either has to sacrifice the Rillaboom the next turn or switch it out. You turn it out into something else.
Fake out onto the Ice Rider Calyrex
Know what I mean?
and to go for that extra
Get some big
offensive
damage
game
on
plan
something.
on the next turn.
But the Fluttermane,
will help out a little bit to make sure that this
it's going down to a Glacial Lance this turn. There's some nerd shit. Yeah, it is.
because that fake out was onto that Ice Rider Calyrex.
Oh, no, flinch.
you
No
cannot
Glacial
get a
Lance.
Trick Room this turn.
Yeah, and now it's sort of a tricky spot. Previously in this set, that 1 HP Fluttermane has looked like fast food for the
Because I think that's kind of one of the few win conditions, is if Lunala can get the...
If you want to pick that knockout up, you have to take a lot of risk where attacks between these two Pokemon could likely pick up the knockout in the Calyrex. The great thing, though, is that the taunt is just worn off. So now potentially either of these Pokemon use Trick Room. All of the options are available for both trainers, but Nick is still right on the precipice
Trick
again.
Room,
but
do
he
it,
was right on
do
the
it.
precipice of losing before,
Not
and it was able
bringing
to
it,
turn
Didi was a
around.
bit
So let's
weird.
see if
Yeah, a
the
little
Fluttermane can
bit.
do the same thing.
He removed his terrain control.
If you are managed to get that
Who am
Trick
I?
Room set
Fit
up
bird.
on either of these Pokemon,
Hot
Torkoal can
woman.
come in and at least deal a little
sure.
bit of damage while
What were we
the
talking about
Kyogre
again?
is still waiting in the back. But that is the tricky thing. This Kyogre is still quite healthy and waiting in the back. It's really, really tough from here.
Yeah, Terra
As
Grass Lunala is
Fluttermane
interesting.
is going to
Oh!
against Terra.
Yeah, I wonder if you're trying to see like, maybe a Moonblast and a U-turn could pick up the knockout in this Lunala, which maybe sets up a world where the Kyogre could finish the game off.
Well, the Moonblast into the Lunala first, and
U-turn is gonna take
take
out
it down
Lunala.
Quite low. The special attack drop will eliminate the Meteor Beam special attack.
Yeah, that is
Increase that it got,
rough.
and that U-turn does the job. Chihong in this
There's
third
Lunala is
game
actually
down
great.
to
I
his
can't do
final two
without it in the team.
Pokemon.
Oh, really?
His Ice Rider Calyrex, if it's able to set
Yeah,
off
valid
this Trick Room,
Gizmo.
it might be a little bit better
Seriously
off.
handy. Oh, I'd let you give me a serious... What? No, stop it.
And make sure that you've got a bit more control.
Filthy,
For now,
Liam.
it's going to be the Calyrex at Nick's side of the field entering the battlefield once again. Could take any attacks here pretty well and kind of just be a nice pivot here without sending Kyogre back out.
And now he has to bring in
changing the weather
Torkoal, which
before
means
Torkoal
Kyogre's
back in.
guaranteed to
And
cancel out the
Glacial
rain.
Lance, I think Chihong would have loved to be able to pick off that Rillaboom on the other side. But
Liam,
you
naughty.
will
Yeah, it
settle
was
for
right
a
there.
low
I had to.
HP Fluttermane and
If I were a
get
nun, I'd hit you with a ruler.
Terrestrialization out
Spank
of
me,
Nick's
mommy, for
arsenal
I have
for the rest
sinned.
of the game.
Yeah, I mean, let's get some resources in that Chilling Neigh. Well, I'll give it an attack boost. And we saw how big of a difference that can make, even in a troublesome game in Game 2.
Oh, to be
before
fair-
the Calyrex at Nick's side of the field. But
Oh, he'll bring in
things are a little bit
Rillaboom, though.
weaker here.
He'll
No
bring in
Trick Room
Rillaboom
setup
and
this
U-turn into
time.
Kyogre.
Torkoal going to need to enter the battlefield as the final Pokemon
Yeah.
On his side of the field.
Yeah, that's
Rillaboom
the
is gonna
play.
come out for Nick here, enabling him to switch out into Kyogre whenever he wants to and get the weather control for
Yeah.
the remainder of this battle.
That is tough though.
Chi
because you
Hyung
are in
is
a spot
really
where
gonna struggle.
like, you have a couple of decisions you can make. If you're the Rillaboom, do you go for the fake out onto this Ice Rider Calyrex? Are you actually
Oh, that's a great play. Hard switch into Kyogre, and he's U-turning so he can bring Callie right back out.
Good thing for Nick to know is that this Torkoal has to lock into something for the rest of this game.
Love to see him hate to see it lose.
Eruption
Valid.
is pretty scary here. Where normally you'd love to use it.
Losing the weather wall is rough.
One big eruption
God.
off. Then what, right? Where there's no way you're ending this turn with speed control, because I think that the fake out is almost certainly going to come down to the Calyrex. I think it's a pretty telegraphed play. And yeah, I think the fake out onto the Calyrex and switching to the Kyogre is really tough to deal with. You know, the Torkoal can't protect next turn. So if Kyogre doesn't miss one of its spread moves, it's just going to knock the Torkoal out. And this Calyrex is going to be isolated against 3 Pokemon, potentially one of which can Leech Seed it.
If Solar Beam lands on Kyogre, it could win. But Solar Beam's a 2-turn attack.
Sets the pace for the rest
So it's not going to land on Kyogre before Kyogre moves.
Played a little bit safe too with this Ice Rider Calyrex deciding to go for the protect. So Rillaboom isn't quite able to land the mark, but Torkoal has to lock into something, and it is going to be the Weather Ball.
Ooh, nice.
They're not quite able to knock out its own protecting Calyrex.
Yeah.
Oh, what a misclick, surely.
Gotten out of hand, and kind of regardless of what happened there, maybe wanting to deliberately not knock the Rillaboom out and provide his free switch there. Regardless, though,
Interesting.
I think Nick really likes his positioning here, where not really any way to avoid
Weather balled his own Calyrex.
Water spout knock out the Torkoal. This Wood Hammer is going to come down, and at the end of his turn, I think Nick will have an insurmountable advantage.
Mate.
Yeah, Chihong is already getting ready to shake Nick's hand after
Yeah,
the water
fucking hell.
Final 2 knockouts, and congratulations,
Very nicely
Nick
done.
Navarre finds himself once again in a top 32 of the World Championships
Up
with
the Nick
another
Navarre.
chance to win it all.
Did the James Beck match end yet?
I can't believe he didn't faint in the middle of that one.
Well, we don't know about James Beck yet.
He was so far down at the beginning of game 2. I think he was able to persevere. It's just so impressive for him as a player. I know he's had some really tough matches on stream, especially at the end of Swiss rounds and these win-ins on stream. Things haven't just kind of gone his way in those matches. And I think it was just such an impressive victory where it would have been so easy to collapse there. I don't think anyone would have blamed him. His opponent was playing so well, sort of a tough sort of line to lead into, and he was able to find the right way through the game. I think the other thing I'd really love to just identify that Nick did so well there is he took 45
New
seconds
Sophie
almost
post,
every turn,
gang.
right? I think that was a really complicated game. Obviously, the stakes were as high as they're ever going to be in the Swiss version of the tournament.
On the
and he made sure he
Instagram.
made his best move every play. You know, a lot of lock-ins in 1 second, and I just thought that was such like a mature, experienced way to approach that situation. Really proud of him.
Super meticulous and such a job well done here for Nick Navarre.
I'm
But I
gonna
want
add
to give
an
some
emoji.
major kudos to Chihong, because in this tough matchup, you were still able to win that first game off the
Emoji.
back of quite an unconventional lead and game plan. And unfortunately, while you weren't
With
able
Gabby's
to
hair.
make it through the
Do you mean
final 2
Rosemary's
games
hair?
to find yourself
Gabby's not on
into the
screen.
top cut, Chihong still
Silly
finishes
belly.
off this tournament as one of the best performing players from the Asia Pacific region. Comes
Your dad
in
is my
as
dad.
the Taiwanese Master Ball League champion. And it's just such
Oh, I can
a
feed my Snorlax
difficult
now,
feat
but I
to
won't.
accomplish. So
He can wait.
congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible run, right? Where I was kind of expecting that this was going to be a quick one. Where like there's a world where just looking at the team matchups that Nick kind of stops that one. But,
Wow.
I thought there's just a
Anthony
great
thinks all
plan,
women look
you
the
know,
same,
and,
guys. Prejudice.
Shinka wound up being like one read really away in game 2 from making
Prejudice.
that top cut instead. Where I think it was just so impressive.
Prejudice
It's such a challenging
nuts.
matchup. We were really kind of wondering how this team could possibly stand up to a Kyogre, but I mean we all.
Oh, there you
saw,
go.
right,
All
where,
games have been
it was
recorded.
just that close, and I just think this is such a
James
fun team. You know,
Beck.
no one else is really using anything like this. We haven't seen a whole lot of Kyogre at all, really. But or the Kyogre,
James Beck
Torkoal
won.
rather at all.
Z
And there's so many ways that
Costagliola
they can
is
beat
out.
you, where, even that single strike Urshifu, right? We do see it on the hard trick room sometimes, but I think it's the first one we've had on stream all weekend. And it just
Speaking of, expert mode sleep sucks. Yeah, I fucking hate it. There is no benefit apart from upsetting yourself. So not doing it next week.
And I think it probably opened a lot of people's eyes that, hey, you know,
Next
this
week,
way,
I'm
this
going to go to
team
Greengrass
approach is
Isle
right
in
on
regular
us.
mode, and I'm just going to have the best fucking week. I'm going to just be at Master 20 by day 2 and have a great time.
Chihong is going to be able to follow up with a similar way. And it's kind of like some interesting things to point out between these two players. Chihong had not played against a Kyogre at all in the World Championships up till this point. There were only 4 in our second phase of competition for our Swiss rounds today. And Chihong also had the only Torkoal. I don't know, just like some fun facts for everybody at home.
Yeah, I mean, a little unlucky matchup, right? Where maybe anyone but Nick, and that goes a little bit
Boom,
better.
boom, boom.
I'm just
Let
so
me hear you
impressed,
say,
because I think when we saw, like, oh, you know, like, oh, you avoided Kyogre so far.
Give me a
It's
sheen.
a tough time where, you know, sometimes the matchup roulette gets you sometimes.
Oh, wait.
But no, I mean,
I need
it's
more
such a
Egu.
great game plan where, you know, I
I
think
need
that
more
player
Egu.
beneath Nick's caliber probably loses
10 more
that set
Egu.
despite the apparent
Egu, my
advantages.
Legu.
And,
Egu these
I'm
nuts.
kind of eager to watch that one
Egu
back.
all
I think
over my
it's tough
face.
to,
No.
like really follow everything perfectly when you have to talk over
Why is the
it,
power
but,
of meals halved? I get everything else, but that is stupid. Diversity of Pokemon you find feels the same too. Yeah, like there's no benefit. If it unlocks like a whole nother crop of Pokemon, then maybe, but it just doesn't.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the Smeargle at all, and
It's literally just for people that want to be big heads and be like, I'm really good at Pokemon Sleep, I am, and you just are like, give a shit.
Which we kind of seen sort of in
I
the
lift.
middle of this format.
Yeah.
And I think you know, there's a lot of Pokemon on this team. Like, oh man,
Bro said
that would
I
be
lift.
real scary with a decorate
I do
boost.
sometimes.
So,
Not very
such a
heavyweights, but they're
great
there.
Team concept.
I love it, and I think I've always appreciated the creativity that a lot of the Asia Pacific players have brought.
Let's
I
go.
think we look at some of these smaller Asia Pacific regions.
Give
as
me
being able to bring
more. Give me a
something that's a little
sheen.
bit out of pocket.
Give me a
But
tin
Japan, of course,
of
also
bakey
bringing edge when it
beans.
comes down
Bakey
to these
beans.
creative team compositions. But the winner of this match was Nick Navarre, who will be moving forward into our top cut. So let's hear what he has to say.
What is that Pokemon? Which one?
Thank you
There's
so
been
much,
loads of Pokemon on
Rosemary.
screen,
I'm
lad.
here with Nick Navarre, who just locked in his second ever
How good
top
anyone
cut
is.
at
It's
the World
it
Championship.
ain't possible to get almost 11 million by the end
Thank you, Gabby.
of the week to reach
it's
Master
great
20.
To be here and just happy that that one went in
Nah.
my favor. Yeah.
The bird? Oh, Squawkabilly. It's Squawkabilly.
This is our first time checking
Depending
in
on
with
what
you
colour
this weekend.
Squawkabilly you get,
Yeah,
it's either shit
I was
Braviary
on
or it's
the
shit
side
Star Raptor.
stream, the other broadcast for
Literally no reason for it
one
to
of my,
exist.
one of my sets, and I got absolutely smoked by Shoma. That was round 2, and I brought it back from 1-1 to make the 6-2, and won my 2 sets today.
Well done, lad.
I was doing really well against Zamazentas. I beat 6 of them in day 1, and I beat another one in day 2. So this is my
Mate.
first win this tournament that wasn't over a Zamazenta.
Bragging rights.
That's some fun trivia.
All right. Well, I mean, now I have to ask.
See,
were you
there's
prepared
Gabby.
for Zamazenta coming into this tournament,
That's
or was that
Gabby.
just a happy accident?
I mean, it's just what the pairings spit out.
What the fuck?
Like, my team clicks a lot of spread moves, so
Can I get a
there's some,
extra egg hatch,
definitely
please?
some Zamazenta teams that can be tricky, but just a lot of stuff went my way. Like
No, not this guy. That's Nick Navarre.
yeah,
That's not
some
Gabby.
break to, I mean, it's Pokemon, so stuff happens.
I mean, you say that.
What
you
an
got some
explanation
breaks,
of how
but we also
Pokemon
saw you
works.
make some
Stuff
incredible
happens.
reads in that last game
True
against
words were
Shifu,
never
and
said.
I want to take it back, especially to game number 2, where it felt like there was a really distinct turning point where the momentum started to go in your favor. Where do you think that you were able to sort of take command of that match and start sort of piloting towards your win condition?
Yeah, so the early turns went really poorly for me, there was just one pivotal turn in the middle where I got to get a leech seed on his Ice Rider, and he expanding forest instead of Moongeist beaming. He was really torn up about that one, like visibly, but because I think I lost the game if he had gone for Moongeist, but I didn't see better lines than hoping he didn't, and he didn't. So I'm still here.
Fair enough. And then going into game number 3,
I'm gonna win Worlds in 2018 when I'm 92 years old.
Yeah, I mean, like, he could have done either one, and either one.
Imagine how many Pokemon there'll be in
I got it right in
2018.
game 3 after getting it wrong in game 2. I did
Dread
get
to
it right
think.
in game 1, but it wasn't that big of a payoff. So, I mean, I did decide that Taunt was probably the better move there, but the fact that I opted out of it in game 1.
Oh yeah, you're right, Anthony. Squawkabilly is
pushed it
just
more
shit.
in that side's favor.
It's just a
All
shit
right,
mon.
well, but real quick, I also want to talk about your team because we
Case in
saw
point,
you
refusing
get
to
top
shine.
32 at NAIC with Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider, but you had like a Basculegion
Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, full steam. Too sweet to be sour, too nice to be
What were you
mean.
thinking for the team coming into this tournament? Were you trying to find a more consistent build?
So I really like Basque still. Just it's got the problem where it's weak to Ghost, and Calyrex Shadow Rider is really oppressive. So you kind of need it to not be weak to Ghost. That was the main decision point on that. Otherwise, I really do like Basculegion. Last Respects is really strong, and I mean, it just needs it like has some fun modes that it can go into on the team, and it doesn't have to Terra to be a Ghost type. It does a lot of stuff that I really prefer, but it just doesn't. It's not. it's not tenable in one of the matchups that we needed. So it's an Urshi.
He turned up for some reason.
All right, well, maybe in Regulation H it'll make a comeback, or maybe not. Who knows? All right, well, thank you so much, Nick. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Oh, I've got tons of shout-outs. Shout-outs to my parents first. I love you guys. Tub
cheese.
Nation, I love you guys
Give you a little
too.
cheese,
Emberflight Gaming.
Hey, do you prioritize skills and sleep over berries? Yeah, I do.
Gavin Michaels for
Because skills Pokemon fucking pop twice, and it's great. My Vaporeon, I've maxed out its ingredient magnet, so it gives me like, it regularly gives me 48 ingredients. It's great.
I'll do what I can to carry on the team's legacy.
It's so snappy though when you fucking...
There's got to be a million more shout-outs. Hopefully this isn't my last time doing shout-outs, but I'm not going to proclaim that I'm going to give my shout-outs later. That'd be silly. But yeah, like everyone, if you know that I love you, if I forgot to give you your shout-out right now.
All right, well, Nick, thank you so much. Best of luck in Top Cut. We want to give you plenty of time to prepare because this tournament is going to keep rolling on. We have our Top Cut players getting ready to continue the competition, so we're going to take a break while they get ready, and we'll be back real soon.
Take a break while I whip out my balls. See you later, Adrian. Have a good one. Yeah, skills are where it's at. Not the bum disease. Way. Hello, Tauros. You're not a shine either. Potentially a cute win, but also missed opportunity to give us a true successor to Dragonair. Oh, you're on about Dragonite.
Here, and I'm catching up with
I like
Tate Duncan, who is a first-time competitor at this Worlds, and I'm also joined by his mom, Luarna. Tate, how are you feeling, man? Your very first Worlds.
Well, I think it's amazing. Like, my first
Bloody hell!
This is like my second year, and I've already made it, which is phenomenal.
It is phenomenal. Congratulations on your success just to get to this point. Tell us a little bit about your background. How'd you get started playing Pokemon cards?
Well, first for me, it was just a hobby opening packs. Then once I came over to the store, hearing that there was this TCG game, so that's how I started.
Hello, Ciala. How you doing?
My road to Worlds was a friend, Wilbur Smith. Actually went to Worlds Honolulu last
Fucking
year.
name dropping Wilbur Smith.
Mom and I realized that this was a real thing. So one day I thought we should
Ma
get
and
into this, and here I am.
And here you are, just like that, snap of a fingers, and here we are. I want to ask you, Mom, do you have a favorite moment from
fucking
this
no,
season,
Sheen.
kind of traveling and watching Tate compete and get to this accomplishment?
Yeah, it's
World.
been a long season, so I think actually locking in Worlds was a favourite because you don't really know if we're going to make it or not. So many cups and challenges and a lot of coaching, and then travelling for regionals and travelling for internationals, but locking it in was just relief and just excitement.
What about you, Tate? Did you have a favorite moment
How's
this
your day
year?
treating you, Ciala?
Ooh, a favourite
having a
moment
good one?
this year? Well, at Brisbane, a boy named Charlie went almost undefeated and won the whole thing, except he lost one match, and guess who beat him? I was
shit!
the only one who beat him.
So you were able to defeat the champion.
shots fired.
You're the champion, you know, in our hearts.
I might do Squawkabilly roulette.
Well, talk to us about this
bit.
Worlds. What are you most
So
looking
we
forward to? What are
need-
you expecting to get out of this weekend?
I need to go find the other three. Can't stay long, it's past 4 a.m. Oh, mate, you get some
That
sleep.
much, despite like trying to do well. Like this is gonna. I really hope to have a lot of fun, and like that's what I originally had TCG for.
It sounds bonza.
This weekend, Mom.
Also to have a lot of fun, and he's met so many
Right, let's find the
people
yellow,
that
the
we're
green,
now
and the
friends
white.
with. And we've met in New Orleans, and we met in London, and yeah, just to support everyone.
Where
and
are
it's just
we?
not only the juniors, it's the
There's
seniors
normally
and the masters as well.
Squawkabilly
It's the whole
down here.
community and backing the Australian
That's a lot of
team,
Tauros.
or the Oceania team. Yeah.
And I'll ask
Why
you one
didn't you
last
fly to
question, Mom.
Artisan,
Do you have any
Liam?
tips
Because
to
I'm
any
a
parents out there?
foolish
I'm sure A
fool.
lot of parents have similar stories to Tate, you know, gets into the cards, opens some packs, starts wanting to play. What would your advice to them be?
I think the biggest
Oh, yeah, I
thing
should've
is
just
you
gone a
have
beer.
to commit. When we decided that we're going for Worlds and really trying hard for Cups and Challenges, we're
Oh, shit.
about 700 kilometres for a round trip for us to go to Cups and Challenges. Yeah, so it was a commitment, and
Ooh.
he was super keen, he was dedicated, he put in the training, and you need to commit. Get your
Good
cups,
news,
get your
gang.
challenges, and
Celebrate
commit
me.
to
3
regionals
people have
and
bought
commit to
my
practice
first ever
and
PPV,
then
which
hopefully
means
to
3 people have
internationals.
just
And the
paid to
internationals
watch
are
me
just the
come.
most amazing event. And
it's a weird feeling, but it's very flattering.
Cake is the cherry on top. Like making it to Worlds was phenomenal.
Cheers, breath.
But yeah, you have to commit to the child. It's like
And a mouse.
Do the practice.
Ah,
do
green.
The training,
Let's go
find the
green.
Cards, and hopefully have success.
Whoa,
All right, Tate,
let's not have
do you
that.
have any last words you want to say to anyone out there?
It doesn't keep me up at night,
Well,
but it helps me
shout outs to
poo.
my coach, Ollie Hands and Kieran Farah for coaching me. Thank you.
Ollie Ball
if
here.
You're watching this. And have fun.
And good luck to all the Aussies and all the competitors.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck to everyone out there. Best of luck to you this weekend, Tate.
Squawker
at
Billy,
Worlds.
show your willy. No, don't. Oh, there's yellow.
Back
Good.
trainers, Jim Lawson here in Anaheim, California.
It's
for the
fucking
Pokemon
Jim
World
Lawson. I don't
Championships
know who that is.
2025. I'm standing by with Chip Ritchie, who's
It's
gonna be
fucking
acting as
Chip
our tour
Ritchie.
guide here at the
I don't know who that
Pokemon
is.
World Championships History Museum.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. This is a very exciting installment. It's become one of my favorite things they've done at Worlds the last couple of years. A really great look back into the history of Pokemon Worlds.
Oh,
the
can we
biggest event
not?
Every single year. There's a timeline. So
I assume that's like food for the others at the door.
Competitor kits from years past.
So Essie needs
the
to
incredible
calm it
different
down.
Pikachu and other Pokemon
Now we've got to find
plushies,
White Squawker Billy.
promo
That's going to be
cards,
fun.
Past World Championship decks, and also a wall of champions.
She's up
as
here.
well.
Ooh, it sounds exciting. Shall we take a look?
Let's do it.
She can't hear me.
All right, Chip, behind us we have case after case of
She
plushies
came up here, so I
featuring
let her in.
all types of styles from World Championships.
You could take her with you if you
What can
want.
Tell us about the plushies.
Yeah, this is
Because
one of my
Ruby's being
favorite
Ruby.
Pieces of Worlds every single year. For a long time, it was just
Where
Pikachu
is-
that they would
I
feature.
mean, White Squawker Billy's the
decked
rare
out in
one, so
some
we'll
sort
have a
of
gander.
decor or clothing or some statement piece.
We'll
for
have
the
a
culture
gander.
of the area where the World Championships was being held, and the most recent World
Okay,
Championships.
let's do a
as well,
cheeky
Pikachu's been
reset
joined
the
by
area.
Tons of other casts of characters. One of my personal favorites from this year is that Machamp.
Oh, that
Legendary
Machamp's
jacket.
sick!
I love the Machamp, absolutely. You know what I noticed though, Chip? Wasn't the first time that we've seen a plushie from Anaheim. It's not our first time in Anaheim for the World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. This is actually the third time the Pokemon World Championships have been held here.
Well,
in
then they
Anaheim.
should stop having it in Anaheim, shouldn't they? If it's had it 3 times.
2017 took place in this
Go
year.
somewhere else.
Well, we have lots more to look at. Let's move on
Yeah,
to the next
bastards.
exhibit. We're here
You
at the Wall
fucking
of
dafties.
Champions, recognizing champions from tournaments past from all games. Chip, walk us through what trainers can expect here at the Wall of Champions.
chip
You
your
get to
tooth.
see a feature of each of the trainers who became a world champion that year in each age division, each different pillar of
Here
the
we giggity
franchise,
go.
Alongside the Pokemon they used, be it on their team.
Give me that
with their
Christian
friends on
side
Pokemon
hug. Right,
Unite,
let's
or their
find.
trading card game deck list. This
Wonder
is
if they
just
know
one
what
of the
world
many different
means.
features here at the World Championships History Museum.
Listen,
So
I know
much
I'm
more to
biased,
see.
but London
And
is the
what I
most
can't wait
accessible
for
location
is
for Worlds.
later on this
The
weekend,
World
we're gonna be
Championship should
adding
be in
more
London.
names to that Wall of Champions. So make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the action.
By most accessible, I mean it's the easiest one for me to get to, which is why they should have it there. Every year. Oh, I won't go that far. It's not the best seat in the world. Not if you're like keeping your belongings. Pokemon. Your dad has a vagina. And that's fine. Just let him know. Keep it clean, Daddy. No bias. I mean, you don't have to be biased, because I live in Derby, and I know that's a shithole. I've lived here long enough to know.
As we give our players some time to relax before we get into
No
those
relax.
key battles. Now we
Only
know
win.
who's gonna be
Oh,
in
look at the
top
fit
cut.
on
We
Sierra.
have
That's
a
cute as
little bit of
fuck.
knowledge on their teams, their play styles, their
Where's
histories,
Amma? Amma,
but
check
we
out
also
this
have
fit.
feature match prepped. So what I
Oh, should we
figure
get
is
on
we can
carriage?
have that footage on
Mate,
in the
that's fucking
background while we,
slamming.
you know, talk
Up the
about match
Sierra,
a little
up,
bit
up
if we're
Sierra.
feeling it, but we can also go ahead and talk about the top cut coming up because we have the footage from the side TV. We show the footage from the side TV. Am I right?
The Tide TV.
Yeah, I feel like this is the best problem to have when there's so much going on and so much to talk about that it's
Give me
like,
White Squawker
I
Billy.
guess we have to have all of it, right? So-
Yeah. And you can listen with your ears to what we're saying. You can watch with your eyes with what's going
You
on.
are,
And then your
you
brain
are.
does two things at once and you
It's
feel
Nick
productive.
Navarre.
I love it. Yeah.
Ugarte gotta be smug as fuck, right?
2 for 1 here on the Video Game Championship Series Scream. So, real
Ah,
quick
White
before we
Squawker
go
Billy.
to
Hello.
talk about our top cut. This match will be Joji Kaeda versus Masayoshi Kuro. And there you see the leads on the stream.
Oh, that was their
And,
shiny. I
let's
was like,
go
where the
ahead
fuck was
and
that shiny
before we
sound
get this
from?
match started, I'm going to go ahead and pull out my handy dandy cheat sheet and pull up the bracket because We have a bye.
You crush hard on Sierra? Oh my god, I'm going to tell her when I next see her.
Asymmetrical top cut. And those matches will be Nick Navarre, who we
My
just
mate
saw
fancies
on
you.
stream, versus Carlos Cabal. Maddie Morgan versus Masayoshi Kudo, who...
Spoilers!
Shoot. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I feel Gabby, you have one job.
Wait, what was that? Wait, hang on.
Job. Oh, wow. Maddie Morgan.
Wait.
Matches will be Nick Navarre, who...
Here we go.
Top cut, as it is an asymmetrical top cut. And those matches will be Nick Navarre, who we just saw on stream, versus Carlos Cabal. Maddie Morgan versus Masayoshi Kudo, who...
Spoilers!
Shoot.
I love that because Masayoshi Kuro is the opponent's perspective in this match. So they've just spoiled who wins. Fucking love it. Fucking
Championship
mint.
has been really exciting. Seeing who is in top cut and the caliber of these players is amazing, especially too when you're looking
Who did
at
Chopper
the regional
get?
differences, everything else. I think that has been quite interesting to see who's been able to come out on top. Because I mean,
Oh,
when
these
you're
are the
looking
people
at
that got the
NAIC
bye.
and who was able to make a big
Code
splash
Skide,
there,
James
specifically
Evans,
I feel like we got a lot of that
Naoto
flick.
Kishida, Giuseppe Musico, Montana Mott, Michael Kelsch, Hirofumi Kimura, Victor Medina, James Beck, Izawa, Mao Harada, and Giovanni Chisque. They all got buys. And then there's only 4 matches to make the asymmetrical top cut. So Chopper Cross has got to beat Aaron Brock. Oh, I think Chopper Cross can do that. Up the chopper, up the chopper, up the chopper, up the chopper. Imagine doing an 11th round of Swiss.
Reflection of the format in general as well.
Yeah, I think there's still like
That's
creative
wild.
solutions to it, right? Where like
Where am I going again? Now you're going back to where you were. Oh yeah.
Like, you know, what's strong enough to break
So we'll
that.
land
But
here.
There's been a lot of other successful paths. I was really impressed by really both Nick.
You
and
get it,
Lamar
Gizmo.
last
You
night.
get it.
A little bad for poor Nick. I was kind of hoping he would make it
Hey, she's
through,
hot.
get a little time for a breather.
Let the
It's
world
one of
know.
the more stressful matches of Pokemon I can recall seeing.
Oh,
But
yeah.
hey,
I'm
you know,
sure
it's a
she
World
knows.
Championship. There's no
Wait,
time off.
you were commentating that match.
Yes.
There was
Let's do it. Let's do the roulette.
Your curse is broken.
Oh, yeah. That's true. Yeah, it does happen sometimes, apparently.
Picnic
But no,
time.
Indeed, I feel like I was
Not
watching
this
that match,
music.
I was getting ready to go on stage.
Da,
I
da,
had
da, da.
one set of questions all prepped. I knew exactly what I wanted to ask, and then I was like, nope, we're gonna go ahead and come up
Picnic
with something
set,
completely
picnic
different, 'cause
set.
that match really
Peanut butter
flipped around a
chocolate
bunch of
flavor.
times. It felt like it was very dynamic, and it really was anybody's game.
Hamburger.
I mean, I think I always love
Sweet,
watching a
sweet,
match where,
hamburger,
like,
sweet,
you
sweet,
know, both
hamburger,
these
sweet,
trainers
sweet,
are
hamburger,
right
sweet,
where-
sweet,
where,
hamburger.
everyone can't win both, both players can't win a match,
Hamburger.
right? It's just not the way it works. But,
Hamburger drop's way better than
well,
rice
and, hey,
drop.
you know, at this level, sometimes you play well and lose.
Yeah, that's how it is, and it's only going to get more and more like that as we approach
is
Top
what
Cut,
it
because
is.
now we are at that level where, honestly, any one of our trainers
damn.
could become the next world champion. I mean, obviously, it's always like that coming into the World Championships, but you have to imagine that these players are really feeling
Sandwich.
that right now.
Well, especially too, looking at the runs that all the players had to go through to get to Top Cut.
Bing
with the
bong,
caliber
fuck your
of
life.
players at this World Championships, there is absolutely no free ride. Players will always talk about like how tough their
I'll give your
schedule
Nana
was,
free
or,
ride.
Oh, maybe my
Stop
day
this.
one was a little easier. You're not really getting any freebies here. I mean, you're talking about a stressful match for our broadcasted players.
Right, now we just
many
wait
of
for
the
some
match
Egu,
so far have been
Lovely.
exceptionally like,
You take a
stressful.
sip.
So I feel like too, when you're talking about how deserving these players are for any one of them to take the World Championship title, that's been
Chopper,
something that
go the
they've been earning
distance.
since their very first
Chopper,
match, and
chopper,
it's
go the distance.
Crazy to see what they've been able to accomplish so far.
Yeah, it's such a monumental achievement just to get to this stage of the tournament. I mean, you know, when you...
I whip my
repeat
hair,
myself,
I whip
I'll
my back
repeat
and
it all
mouth.
weekend, because I think when you look at the list of players we had coming into the event, and then
Squawker, Billy, got no willy.
every single round, there's, like you say, there's no free
Oh
games
shit,
to-
I just realised how
it's
bad
the
this is.
toughest games each and
I should have
every
made sure
round,
they
and
were all the same
it's
gender.
the kind of the strain it takes on you
Because
mentally
what if
to
some of the
keep at
eggs
that
come from
level.
the Squawker
It's
Billy
just incredible
breeding
to
with
see
each
some
other?
players who have managed to
They
reach
won't be
stages,
Masuda.
like you say, Gabby,
Oh,
so close,
fuck.
touching distance almost.
I think
and
that's right.
I think it's now, you know, like Aaron was
Well, in that
saying
case, go
earlier,
and get a
you've
blue and
gotta
green
block
girl.
out
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the
yeah,
noise
yeah,
and
yeah.
just
That's a
concentrate on
very
what's in
good
front of
point.
you and try and move on to the
Release.
next round. As tough as that might be.
That's smart.
Yeah, I think the thing that
Release,
really
that's
is
smart.
like the soft skills of this, where like players spend the whole format kind of learning matchups,
'Cause surely-
learning their team, learning how much damage.
Yeah, that
moves
I
will
think
do,
that can
what
happen.
trainers
So
tend to do
let's
in
fix
situations,
that.
But like kind of being able to access all
We
of your
only
knowledge
want the
in
squawk
moment
ability
is
to
almost
breed
a
with the
different skill, and, like,
ditty
both staying
ditty
focused, but
titties.
also kinda, like,
Ditty
just doing the right
titties.
things
All
where,
right, mate.
I'm
You need
always,
to
like, a
calm
stickler
down.
for this, but, man,
You've had
like,
too
it's
many
a really
numbers,
complicated game I
and you're
just
off your
watched. I was
rocker.
really happy that both the trainers are
How many
taking their
times do I have
time
to teach
enter
you
the
this
moves,
lesson,
where,
old man?
especially when you have a gut feeling, I think it could be really tempting just to kind of lock
I'd
in
like a
all too
blue
quickly
and a
like,
green
maybe
girl
after 40 seconds, like,
squawkabilly.
I
Those
still
are
wanna go with my
yellow,
gut,
not
but,
very
why not
funny.
take that time to make
Girl?
sure, you spent 3
Boy!
years preparing for this. What's 40 seconds?
Yeah, well, I mean,
Keep going,
we're
keep going,
talking
keep
too
going.
As well, like these players and everything else. And
Find it.
Talking about their prep.
You
going
can't
into
just
it.
wait
Oh,
to
I'm
be loved.
good
You
versus
have to
this,
go out
talking
and
about things
find
going out
it.
the window when you're actually doing it
I don't
live.
agree with that
But we
Otacon,
also
but
got to
then
see a
again,
lot of people really tweak things
I
going
get
into
more
the World
poos than Otacon.
Championships, and maybe the differences
That's
seem
true.
small. Like, oh,
Don't
it's
think
the same
Otacon ever
but
got
there's a
married.
translation that's different. But things
Spoilers.
Like that really making a huge impact.
Blue,
Something we saw
girl,
yesterday
girl,
with Sarah fighting
marked,
on the
sociable,
All of a
probably.
sudden, any preparation that anyone had done up against the body press is completely off because now a
I get
triathlon
none,
fighting
but
body press
soon-
is going to be doing oodles of damage.
But soon you will be, I think the rhyme is Nobbin Robin.
And Terra Electric Miraidon right in front of us, right? It's the same sort of thing where the people are kind of used to these like dazzling gleam kind of chip damage based Miraidon.
Am I right in remembering that you said that? Did Robin do silks like what Lindy used to
In the
do?
interview I did,
That's a white one.
masculation behind and putting in our sheep.
Or is that someone else?
Instead. Like, it's those kind of little things where you can play to your strengths and play to your experience with the team,
Ba,
but
ba,
then also
ba.
be able to catch your opponents off guard. Like, it takes all of those little things.
Yeah,
being
she
able to
does.
access all
Oh,
of that
I think I know who she is now.
for 12 hours on day one, for maybe a good 6 or 8 hours on day 2 if you're lucky. And then, of course, Sunday, you have all the lights and then you just turn that up to 100.
Because her
who knows
Insta
what
is
the
just
arena's
all
gonna be like
silks.
tomorrow.
Especially this year,
Yeah. Like, I wonder if anybody's going to
Not
legit
all.
get stage fright. I might get stage fright. I already have stage fright on behalf of the players, honestly. Like, you think it's nerve-wracking.
I'm pretty sure she came up as like, you might know this person, and I was like, who's that? And then I saw you follow, and I was like, wait a minute, it's all coming together.
That's what it's going to be tomorrow. You know, we're going to come down to those.
Wait,
two
so we
players and they're
we
gonna
need a green
work
one,
out, and
Liam,
it's
green
gonna be
girl.
in that environment, and yeah.
But if she is who I'm thinking of,
stage is already
fucking
like a
fit,
great
mate.
place
Fair
to
play.
be showcased,
Riz
but,
her up good.
You know, it's elevated to such a different level now.
Is that a boy?
It's crazy how much
Yeah.
things have changed since we started, right? I think the first World Championships where I was watching a finals, the whole crowd, we were in like a tiny room, like
I figured Rachel told you. No.
There was like one section of those seats. Was
It's actually when you said that
it's hard to even imagine.
that Rach had figured it out.
11.
Obviously, pompous Liam goes,
I'm thinking of, I guess, where they were like the tiny room in like the Hawaiian convention.
I'll
center.
figure it out at some point, and then just forgot. But then I saw someone doing silks in my recommended, and I was like, oh, who's this? That's not Lindy. Lindy's the only person I know that does silks. Who else do I know that does silks? And then you were like,
I digress.
well, then you were like the person that followed her, and no one else. And I was like, did he say Robin does silks? Is this the Robin? Robin D's nuts?
I hope I don't sleep through it.
I might sleep.
And now I know.
VG is
Fucking Instagram, man. Instagram does not let secrets be kept.
It's impossible for you to sleep through it. Thank goodness.
Remember when I tried really hard to make sure no one had seen my bum? And then I got banned?
This is the final round of Swiss.
Fucking shit website.
Just casually watching while we talk, but I feel like too.
Pull the other one, mate. It's got bell ends on it.
Aw.
Oh, fuck off, Rookedy. You're not even a squawkabilly. You're not even green. I'm just clever enough to not post notes. Yeah, right. Hey, Infernate 669. Nice. 6. Girl squawkabilly? God damn it. Girl. Marked. Sociable.
The
Probably.
team comp as well with the low kick, I think, is like, you know, one of those things that.
Boom. You'd say boom degasser, then crashing the boss's Hablibber, then banished.
Preparing for certain things, when something
Now the squawkabilly can only breed with Ditto.
plan against that team comp, then where do you go? And I think
Bloody
those
shithead
sort of
bird.
tiny little tweaks and edges that you can get from
Squawkabilly is like,
just
oh my
even
god,
a
it's
move
not
change or
shit.
an item change or
Are you EV training? No. I'm just making sure I've got 4 female Squawkabilly so that they can't breed with each other and they can only breed with my German Ditto. So we can do Masuda roulette for the different colours of Squawkabilly.
The other player is Michael Kelch.
Oh, yeah.
Featured yesterday on stream.
Just going to check these marks. The sociable, that's crazy. The early riser. Okay, it wasn't the sociable. So then we save there. Lovely. How you doing, though, Infernape? How's your day treating you?
He didn't feel very
Oh,
confident going
Kaylee.
into day 1, and then the result that he didn't expect is only taking 1.
But look what
loss to
happened,
find
Kaylee.
himself in top
Then
cut,
it led to you getting to see boobies all the time. So you're welcome for me and Gizmo pressuring you.
Maybe, but I mean, even more props to him. I think certainly, one of the strongest.
Good, my friend.
players
Nice to
we've
meet
ever
you.
seen.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Nice to meet you
Hey,
and all.
you should have
If
knocked
anyone's
him out
awake on
Friday, right?
Twitch,
Or maybe he was a little easier
give
to beat.
Infernape
It's gonna
a
get
warm
harder
welcome.
and harder as the tournament goes on.
He's so analytical in his approaches as well. Like if there's
The word
anybody who's
analytical
out there
has
right
anal
now,
in it, which
probably
means the word
looking at
anal is
teams that
featured in
made cuts,
Pokemon.
Trying to find his lines, like it has to be him.
There we go.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
get
not
30
everybody
eggs.
else, but definitely him.
I have to say,
30 eggu.
really showing up at Worlds has to be U.S. I mean, after the
I hate
the
that they
North
spoiled this
America
match.
incident of the no North Americans in top 8,
That's-
I feel like people took
the
that
pair.
personally.
Oh yeah, I was about to say the
believe,
pairings
and
up, but yes, they
again,
are.
but, like, if we talk,
But I guess they're
they never
featuring
do
this
math
match.
on broadcast,
Maybe
but I
are they
think
going to
there's,
show
like,
a stream
17
match? Because I'd like to see
within
Aaron
top
Brock
cut,
versus
and
Chipper
that, I
Cross.
think is so incredible, especially seeing the caliber of those players that sometimes we don't.
Just caught the
necessarily
music they're
get
playing for this
as
match.
much
Awful
repetitive
choice. Yeah,
seasons.
awful
People like
choice.
Giovanni Siski,
The gym
or
leader
even
music
just
is
like
not it.
Montana Mont, who had a breakout performance, and it's not just a one-off. I mean, top cut after an amazing tournament run.
Here we go. So that's like 2 eggs. Fucking hell, Squawkabilly. Sort it out.
American Masters Division World Champions. Ray doing it repeatedly kind of makes the math a little skewed, but there's not been like a whole lot of representation at this level, right? If a couple more people make it to the very end, but
Ray Rizzo, 3-time world champ, baby.
Finally, some folks who who
Imagine being the only game to have awful gym leader battle music. Do you know what I mean?
Really, maybe going to make those first big finishes.
Especially after Sword and Shield's greatest gym leader music of all time.
Love watching the progression, right? Where it's like, oh, you see these players, they're in their first regional, then they win their first regional, and when you see them somewhere like this, and it's a progression, right? Where some folks just do it their first try. Must be nice.
Like even listening to the bass form of this music, right? You go, gym leader music. That's when you heard this track, you went, yeah, that's for the gym.
I think people took the right lesson.
Like
hey,
what?
All right, we
No way.
deserve the trash talk that we got, but the way you stop that is by winning.
Na na na
With
na
the show
na.
up, Shepard Cross as well. I mean,
yeah.
great performance. James Evans, someone else who really was not
It's just so
confident
clown-like,
coming into this
yeah.
event. Though knowing James, it's funny because I feel like the events that he's most
It was not the
nervous
play.
about are the events that he does amazing at. I believe I talked to him and he was so nervous before.
It was definitely not the
regional
play.
where he's, like a little bit back, which is crazy.
There's a
And then
Pokemon
again,
egg.
When you're looking at people who have won a world championships, being able to try and repeat that, of course.
I think we've got like less than 10 eggs right
I
now.
don't know, like kind of cooking a bit.
Boring. Come on.
They grow up so fast.
From my standpoint, being based in Europe most of the season, I do feel like
DA will rescue us by swinging back the gem, one of the best soundtracks. Yes, indeed. Dun 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 dun. Oh, what a fucking theme!
It's really nice to see a lot of these players.
Low-key
world
banger.
champion at the end of the weekend. So
Finally.
yeah. But,
I mean, there is still really strong players from EU though, because
Okay, so we got 7 Egu. So we need
well.
23 more.
Victor,
I didn't clock how good the Champions theme was because being Diantha took less time than music didn't actually start. Diantha seems a fucking banger. And then you've got the fucking Xerneas and Yveltal theme.
All these players are so good.
Then we've got the fucking Lysander theme, one of the greatest boss themes in Pokemon.
Yesterday, the whole odd Japanese winner thing that we have in contention as well. Also, it's a double restricted format, which tends to go very well
Let's
for
fucking
Japanese
go.
players.
Pokeball Factory music.
There's just so much still in the air, superstitions.
which makes
I
it
don't know.
exciting, right?
What a
Yeah,
banger.
it really
It's
does.
really open, and I think there's so many players. Well, any one of them, like we said at the top of coming into this, could potentially win it. And I think that's a genuine statement. I think the quality through.
I just realised my capture card is behind audio-wise. I need to fix that. Need to deactivate and reactivate.
Holding that Pika trophy.
I might argue. I think it's
need to decum and recum.
I mean, we've played. I think this is the 4th GS Cup Worlds. Japan only won one of them, right? Is Ray, Wolf, and Adu.
So which superstition is going to come true this weekend?
There we go.
I feel like that's such an
Ainsley
interesting
Harriet
one as
is
well,
my dad.
When you're looking at the players within Top Cut.
That's better. That's better.
There is one more American than Japanese player, but they're definitely the biggest.
Your Nan's one more American.
The Top Cut is the Japanese players and the American players.
I did watch those trailers. They were very short, weren't they?
As well. I mean, Mao's just been absolutely
with some good shit.
About already a little bit. Auto, Hirofumi, like these are all like top players that we've always, especially with our regions, just kind of admire from afar.
Oh baby, do you know what that's worth? Drink my breath. No, don't drink people's breath.
The runs that they're making, especially when they come from different formats instead
Bloody
of
rude,
the best of 3, it is just so inspirational.
That's what I would love to talk to somebody about and just really dive deep into. Like, how do you go from preparing for
The shot here in the boutique theme woke something in me, right? That was in the trailer, the original trailer we watched. Not the original trailer, the trailer we most recently watched.
20 games to a tournament where, like Aaron was saying earlier, single elimination, close to best of 1 to best of 3 with the Japan Championship
Love
Series to the World
Egu.
Championships, and still do so well playing
Top cut,
basically
baby,
Pokemon in
driving
all
me
of its
crazy.
forms. Like, it's such a broad skill set that I don't think a lot of players really excel at. Honestly, the only other player I can think
you
of
did
that's
just
really
close it,
proven
Liam, but it's
themselves
fine.
in all of those
You can find it
different
again. There it
avenues
is.
Probably Wolf with
Boom.
the GC win this year, in addition to the regionals and the IC win.
I mean, I feel like a lot of it is passion for the game. There was a really big tournament in Japan, unofficial.
It is interesting that coming up next is Masters Top Cut. So I guess we're not seeing the round 11, I guess?
I mean, the amount of preparation they do, especially a
Maybe.
little bit more centralized, which is where we can start to see a little bit more diversity, I think is really, really nice. When you're looking to the other regions, especially since we have like our regional.
Oh, Costa and Schwan are on the stream again.
Each other sometimes, where for them it's a lot more collaborative.
That's very true. Yeah.
People that just so much passion. Of course,
Costa's in such good shape now as well. Bless him, he's doing so well.
Energy, I feel.
Bro is looking sharp.
For fun, right? And you know, I think this is a fun game.
Sure.
Where the stakes are so high sometimes, where it's kind of easy to get frustrated. Like, oh, you know, if it wasn't for that one critical hit or whatever, where hey, you know, if there's a whole lot of prizes anyway.
Hey, I've seen a lot of Terra Water Landerus
where, you know,
lately.
I mean, I've seen
On
so
stream.
many matches. Where I think if I was on either side of the game, I would have.
Okay, we need 13 more.
At the end there, right? Where you know, it's hard to win this format, and you know, we're kind of talking about
13.
the good end of like what's changed since NAC. Like, oh, you know, all these regions that maybe didn't
because
do so
Top Cut
well
they want to show us a lot of matches.
You know, did better here, but I think the reverse is kind of interesting, and maybe all the competitors should keep that in mind. Where none of the top 8 players of the North America International Championships made day 2 here.
Yeah,
and I think
that's insane.
There's so many good players nowadays, and
You guys pick up on that fucking statistic?
I mean,
None of the top 8 players from NAIC
I mean, the conversation was Italy
are at this point.
right? Because that is exactly what we saw when we see
That's
Federico
wild.
Baresi and Marco Silva in the finals after the seasons they've had. And then now going into the Top Cut here, only one player left from Italy, Giuseppe Musico. I mean, it's been playing insane,
Damn.
and I've heard only like the greatest things. I haven't been able to catch.
Remember at the
matches
start of the
on floor.
weekend
I've
when
only
everyone was like,
catched
it's
from those
Italy's
matches.
year because,
But that was a
like,
little
once
bit of a
again,
surprise, I think, even
because
in
there
our
were so
pre-show
many
players to
high-level
watch,
Italian players, and there's
how
one
strong
left.
Italy's been. They got their own slide.
Yeah. It's been a running theme pretty much most of the season.
Oh,
Yeah,
Cynthia's
from Italy,
Japanese
they
voice
just
actors
saw
passed away
Scotland
from
and
cancer.
regional
Oh,
events
mate.
In EU, have just been which Italian are we going to see and how many Italians are we going to see in Top Cut, you know, when we get there. So, and when you look at the regional championship board, there it's just littered with Italian players. So it's kind of natural to think that they were going to come into this event, the biggest one of the year, and then have you know, a Grand Slam. But
Yeah, in the top we've got Japan, America, Japan, Italy, America, Germany, Japan, Spain, America, Japan, Japan, America, and then still being decided we've got Spain, America, Australia, Ireland,
I mean, that just goes back to the conversation of the
America,
strength that the
America, America,
competition
France.
World
Fucking hell.
Championships, because it wasn't just Italy. Like, it was
Odd-numbered
shocking
year,
yesterday
Japan wins.
To kind of go through and see a couple
That's
of
the
players
rule,
get
isn't it?
knocked Out. And it's not because anything other than the competition is so tough. So, like, again, you have no free rides from round 1. The
Bruh.
competition is stacked, and it's going to be such a worthy winner tomorrow.
I know. I remember, so I was taken away to do a bunch of like pre-recorded segments for a while, and y'all took over for a bit. And then I came back and I was like, hey, how's the tournament going? You're like, oh, well, Marco Silva's out, like this person's out, this person's out. And I was like, what did I miss? Like, I was only gone for like maybe 2 hours, and it felt like it was just a completely different tournament by that point. Yeah. That's all it takes.
Keeps it interesting, though, right?
It does, yeah. I'm scared to disappear again, honestly.
Well, I can guarantee you almost everyone will be eliminated if you do. Because just about at that point.
Yeah,
actually.
No, it appears that it caught a Rookedy.
as well, so
Yeah.
that is
Oh, made it.
made
That's
it.
wicked.
So that is a big talking point, I think.
Put an
I'm
incense
so
on
excited to see that,
a few
where,
hours
you know,
ago
I started
and put my Poke Plus onto auto catch, and it caught a Rookedy and nothing else. Love that.
I literally hadn't played a game before until we were in line. And then I watched
4 more
the
Egus and we can start running around in
I wish
circles
that was me,
like
you
crazy
know, and,
people.
It never was, and it was kind of never Ho again either. But yeah, it's fun. It's a fun flashback, right? I think it's such a cool Pokemon. You know, maybe its place in the lore is a little better if it is place in the big game championships. But you know, it's another one where players aren't really.
Oh shit, there are 2
preparing for it,
Pokemon
right?
there. I
That
just
makes
can't
it
see the other
inherently
one.
more dangerous. You know, Koraidon was becoming more and more popular.
Is it
I think
Rillaboom,
really
boom, boom?
likes
Let
the
me say
whole
boom,
side
boom,
of that
boom, boom, boom,
matchup.
boom in the
And,
womb. Nah, if it was
you know,
Rillaboom,
it's
Ush,
just
would be out
keep
by
playing.
now.
It's a deceptively bulky Pokemon, especially on the special side. I think maybe the specially.
Oh, it's a
the most
Calyrex.
specially
Of course
bulky
it is.
Pokemon in the format. So, you know, I'm proud to see it do so well, and props to the player too. I think it's got to be really hard. Like, all right, my season's on the line. I'm locking in.
An announcement is happening. I don't know what it is.
I love Ho-Oh, and I've been told multiple times that I kind of miss the era in which Ho-Oh could be viable, right? And then we had the beginning of this format, and we did actually get to
Boom.
see a little bit of Ho-Oh.
Apparently someone left classified documents related to Trump Putin meeting in a hotel in Alaska. Was it Trump?
Now in Top Cut. It's just been such a treat. And again, where any of these meta adaptations and these
No one does American national security quite like Trump.
Yeah, especially when you look at probably the
Eden Sparrow, I'm starting a new phase in life this Monday, so I may not have time to watch streams until around November. Oh, damn, what are you up to?
I think it's an even braver decision.
Congrats on the new chapter, but what are you up
I
to?
believe in this. I believe in this restricted. I think this is the.
Given the fact it he likely doesn't read documents. Yeah, it's his document reader. The guy who reads for him. I don't think Trump can read.
Those teams are really going to struggle to hit the hole for good damage. So like, it's a really smart choice.
So, refresh my memory. It has to be Terra Grass, right?
Listening to the
Because
army. Oh, well, good luck, my dude.
It's
which
so
is
you're
even more
really
frightening.
just struggling against Miraidon.
I mean, there's a lot of other Miraidon hate.
Absolutely
I can't remember
smash it,
exactly what
mate.
the team sheet is. I know Rillaboom's there.
Well, there's an Iron Treads on the team.
Oh, right, yeah, that's what I was
Which is
thinking of,
also cool. It just gets overshadowed.
Well, you'll be
by the
missed,
fact there's
Sparrow, and we hope we do get to see you in November, because
Okay.
you come back for my
I
birthday.
need some time to process this. I'm gonna be really.
This seemed good.
My boy Electrode is down here.
Because yeah, I know, it's like, all right, well, you know, I know this Pokemon has this problem.
You see him? You see him? My boy, Hisuian Electrode is down here.
Hey, with Miraidon's
Down these nuts.
usage, it's clearly been worth it.
Yeah.
If I just keep
How many
adding
eggs do I need now?
Pokemon,
I've
maybe
literally
I'll solve
forgotten.
all of my problems.
I've literally
The
forgotten.
Pokemon team is going to be incredible.
I just have to ask Professor Oak if I can hold more than 6 Pokeballs. That's how it works, right?
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Professor Oak.
I believe. I believe. Well, yeah, he's our head judge this weekend, right?
Yes. Sure.
Why are they no-selling Gabby's
No,
jokes?
I'm really excited that not only did the Ho-Oh team
One
make
more
it, but just
egg.
so many unique teams, so many unique
One more
compositions.
egg.
You know, I think this going into this, I said this before, I'll say it again.
One more
a lot
egg.
of people were expecting, I think, Calyrex Shadow Riders
Yes, let's
for
go.
days. I think a lot of people were prepping for that, and that's just not
Your
what
nan's
we're gonna
prepping.
see as
Wait a
we
minute,
will
Liam.
Have a look at our bracket.
You're going to
as
need them
we
in your
get
party.
ready for
That's a
Top
solid
Cut.
point.
Here is our round of 32, as we mentioned
Oh,
earlier
baby.
on before we did our lovely review of that feature match. There are some people who will be playing a buy-in round for the top 16. There are some people who have locked in a buy. So as you can see there, some of those spots are already populated. So shout outs to Ko Sukide, James Evans, Naoto Kishida,
World's Watch Party is one hell of a stream to be my last while, right?
Mikael Kelsch
You pick
for
your
all locking
moments.
in top 16.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see Montana get that bye just because he got paired up like 2 or 3 rounds in a row.
Oh, hell yeah.
So at least you know,
We'll find out who's going to be in tomorrow's final today.
James Evans, I was curious about if he would get top 16 because I know that he did get a bye earlier in the day, which can sometimes throw things off a little bit. Now that we have asymmetrical, it means like you'll still be in cut if you win out. But that top 32.
Oh yeah, this is side A. I was dead confused then. I was like, why are there only 2 players in the semi-finals?
I mean, that's where they fall, right? So being able to squeak into that top.
But yeah, it's side A.
Sometimes you get a little lucky, right? We've seen
like a cassette tape.
RNG.
Your nan's a cassette tape. Stop this.
Yesterday, you kind of made the comment like, oh, you know, getting that bye could be the difference for one of these players from needing to win 5 more rounds or 7 to become the world champion. So, hey, sometimes it's the break you need, baby.
Squawkabilly.
We also have another side of the bracket, believe it or not. We're not done yet with our players who have buys. So
Someone got a chair.
Kimura, Victor Mendina, James Beck, Yoshitaka Izawa, Mao Harada, and Giovanni Shisuke, have all also locked in top 16 at this point in time. So again, congratulations to all these players. This is a huge leg up in making
Let's go, baby.
closer to finals tomorrow.
Hatch my eggoos.
Sunday, that arena match. I mean, Hirofumi, Mao, amazing, first off. But I'm really glad
finals in an arena is going to be fucking
really
mint.
I'm
excited how the setup looks. To see how the setup looks.
Looking at Giovanni Siski, because this is somebody too that I remember a post last year where someone's like, who are a couple of the trainers we never really get to see on broadcast?
Oh, Wolf Glick was out after the first after this morning's first round.
The comments were about
Yeah, he lost in round 9.
And then this season has been unlike anything other. We've seen a lot more of him, especially in the second half, and now top 16 at the World Championships. I mean, the proof's in the pudding.
Yeah,
hey, Wolf's out, Marco Silva's out, Alex Underhill's out. It's wild.
Across the pond and kind of viewing over, right? Broken record, but when Giovanni is one of those players, so smart, and whenever we do see him on broadcast, he just proves it time and time again, you know, and it's really great. I think after the back of that really strong
Grain, very good. Grain.
Worlds, and then kind of
cheers,
back
mate.
that up
You proud of yourself? Most days.
Get to this stage. And getting the bye is so huge.
Boom.
Just to kind of lock in that top 16, you've got that.
His round 8 was incredible. It was. But it wasn't enough.
Just take a seat back, kind of take a minute, get prepared for that match, whereas a lot of the players that have to play now,
here we go.
Where they're going to have
here
to
we go.
In and you know, keep that momentum going. Some players like that, some players prefer that, not having the break, but a lot of other players.
Some good shit's happening apparently in the background.
They can kind of just gather their thoughts and get prepared a little bit easier.
Yeah, I gotta say too, we're kind of talking about surprising it was how like the big names we lost even like early on day 1. But on the flip side, kind of looking at both sides of this bracket here, I can't help but think like, you know, I don't think I'm really surprised to see any of these people in top cut where like maybe they're not like the name.
I'm just gonna mute that one real quick.
Being different play
because
in that regard. I don't
because
really think
on the Victory Road stream, the Ho-Oh team,
but you need to be able
the
to
Ho-Oh team is competing
and as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's a really good point because if you allow it so much more room for momentum,
Izawa
be able to pick up those
is trying to get into top cut. Down 1 game though.
In order to be able to open up the playing field for Koraidon for a late game sweep, as we do actually see a protect focus here, and clearly that being the
it's Izawa versus Mao Murata.
Yet again, similar to what we saw in Game 1, trying to slow things down in terms of which a Pokemon the Calyrex can actually outspeed or not. So I wouldn't be completely surprised to see the Ho-Oh focusing into the slot here, but it seems like it was just trying to focus on the Calyrex, was met
Oh yeah, full screen that bad boy. Sorry, I had a moment. I forgot. I was just sat watching it. Idiot, Liam.
The Fluttermane breaking the focus sash.
Thank you, Gizmo.
Via the U-turn, and it just now allows you a point where you're probably going to be
Very
able
good,
to
Jason. Only TCG could bring that level of excitement.
in for further.
But it's our boys, Costa and Schmon on commentary.
Redirect and such, because I don't think it's time for Koraidon to come back in just yet. There's nothing that's been weakened down to the point where you can pick up a KO maybe with a flame charge or something like that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point to make. I think Mao is also thinking about the option that Yoshitake is able to make, because there could very well still be a Brave Bird coming into that slot. But however, it is the Koraidon coming in, putting up the sun, giving the Fluttermane a boost as well to its
What did the Ho-Oh do?
Brutal Synthesis ability. Now being certainly faster than this CSR and the Koraidon as well. Giving the option now as well for a very strong Sacred Fire just as well.
Yeah, like,
yeah, exactly.
Why bring in the
Especially if you
Koraidon?
Let's say, for example, you just missed the KO. You could easily get the burn in a main.
Why
just
bring in
put
the
it within range of
Koraidon?
Getting picked off. And I think what Mars identified here is that if you Terra Fire with your Koraidon from the get-go, you go for the flame charges.
Damn.
You can pick up the KO with the Sun support on the Flutter main and maybe position yourself to the point
I never
where
give my
this
son support.
will start getting whittled down a bit more quicker so you could start getting more momentum.
Yeah, the Terra onto that Flutter main, trying to make sure that it is not going down to an Acid Barrage whatsoever, being able to still provide a potential Icy Wind in that regard. Low kick, of course, not going to be the move of
The
choice
stream
for
game on the
Corrado
other side
itself,
is
but
Victor
a
Medina
strong
versus
flame
James
charge
Beck.
can very well do business here as the Terra is going into that Corrado as well. We have the Terra on the Corado, meaning that flame charge is boosted by the sun, boosted by its timing, and boosted by Corado's ability.
But I want to see how the Ho-Oh does.
Yeah, and this is a really
It's okay. We'll pick up
risky
James
play
Beck and
from
Victor
Mao
Medina
if
in
he
their
doesn't go
probably
for
in their
the
game
set
two.
on the Calyrex.
Because this is in game
To a
two,
Shadow
so
Ball, but no Shadow Ball to be found. Just going to be the Icy Wind from Yoshitaka, clearly favoring the mid lane play here and not wanting to go hard on the predictions, but that may have been a requirement in the scenario. As we're going to have to see.
Yeah. So you can't slow down the Coridon.
Clearly, the Calyrex was actually trying to target down the Ho-Oh there, as well as the combination of the Coridon. So the Ho-Oh actually the prime target right now for
Leave 1 second, Ho-Oh's on
Yeah,
screen. Yeah, this is Izawa, Jason.
In the sun.
Izawa's fighting on the back foot though.
Earlier already.
1-0 down.
Fearing the power that is, of course, this
The
well,
only
this
Ho-Oh
legendary
in the
bird being able
tournament.
to just absolutely demolish targets in front of it. So we are seeing the switch out, trying to make sure that
In the top
whatever
16,
is
baby.
coming in will be a better check for that Ho-Oh fire move, because it is that Incineroar.
Yeah, and Incineroar is probably what Yoshitaka was expecting
Oh,
the
boy.
prior turn, henceforth why you didn't go for the Shadow Ball focus in that case, and you just went for the very safe Icy Wind.
Paranormal
But
in
being
front of
brought right
Coridon
now
is kind of
acts as
scary.
Such a good way to be able to lock and pin this Flutter main into either switching out the subsequent turn or not
Ooh.
because of the fake out press.
Tailwind,
But we
baby!
have Ho-Oh set up the Tailwind. Speed is in favor. Most definitely, I don't think there's been any sort of
Oh,
doubt
man.
on Yoshitaka's side. And the Coridon trying to pick off that Flutter main, of course, unsuccessful and met with the Protect.
I've been popping in.
Yeah,
Is Wolfie
so
out?
very
Yeah,
well played
Wolf
by
was out
Yoshitake.
after round 9.
Immediately being able to read the correct
Wolf lost
protection
early on to
protect at one turn, giving the
a
opportunity
Taiwanese guy.
For this Ho-Oh to set up the Tailwind now as well. Now being able to retaliate with a strong Brave Bird in combination of Moonblast. This Flutter main itself has taunt, but not really being able to work on any sort of parting shots on his
Bring in the Coridon.
Flutter main is opting to switch out, seeing, okay, my
Although,
use is
it's
not
weird
over
to
yet.
bring in
I'm gonna switch
Coridon
out.
when the
I'll be
sun's
back.
about to end.
Exactly, and I don't think you can afford to let the Flutter main go down there.
There's the
Yoshitaka.
fake out.
But the fake out actually going into the Ho-Oh slot. Mao absolutely reading that defensive
Oh,
play
flame
that
charge?
they forced into the Flutter
Yeah.
main. We're going to be seeing the Flare
Resist-
Blitz, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that was Flame Charge.
Apologies, the Flame Charge
Thank you.
into the Coridon makes the most sense. You can guarantee the KO from that range.
Mate.
And most importantly, now you start gaining more speed. But there's
This
still the
one could very
Tailwind
much go either
in
way at the
effect
moment.
over on Yoshitaka's side.
Yeah, Tailwind is in effect, and the option
Oh, the
of
capture
Incineroar
card is
very
struggling,
much
though.
there as well. Incineroar can be switched in again, trying to get that Intimidate off right now, to maybe make sure that this Coridon is not able to pick up KOs.
Ready for that
But
bus?
now,
I don't know what
within
that means.
Tailwind, with Collision Course in his left hand, with Scale Shot in his right hand, being able to target any of these two targets on, and trying to get a full-on KO here. So I do feel the momentum is very much in Yoshitake's side.
Ooh. What's the plan here? Ooh, Friend Guard.
Okay, we have the switch out to the Clefairy now, and we have the protect from the Coridon itself, trying to keep itself safe as the attack is coming out into that Coridon slot just as well, trying to make sure that that is not going down to any sort of
My
low kick.
bad.
Brave Bird,
I
however,
am
going into
walking
that Coridon,
top
but
the-
thanks to the added
You're
bonus
you're
of
walking
that
to the
Friend
bus?
Guard, not taking all
Right, you
of
off to
that
work, are
much
you?
damage there.
Yeah, exactly. And in that scenario, you just have to sort of try to rely on the Friend Guard being able to go ahead and add that additional support when it comes
Oh,
to
their
the
capture
buffer
card is
being
struggling,
able
and
to
also the
resist
poor
any sort of
commentators are
defensive
struggling
KOs.
from the fact that they're watching this on a
Still got
slight delay,
one or two
and then
more
they're having to
turns
commentate
left
on it to
on
us
Noah's
with a slight
Tailwind
delay.
that do remain. And in this situation, Mao needs to be able to navigate the ball
Ooh.
state as best as they can. As a collision
And
course goes straight into the Coridon. Does
nothing.
not pick up the KO because Mao does still have the Friend Guard
Ooh.
available. Low kick, not enough to pick up the KO on the Coridon either, but the Brave
Now
Bird
goes
focus,
Coridon.
of course, double up is more than enough. No redirection is the most crucial thing to call out here from the Clefairy, not even opting to go for
Trick
it
room?
in this scenario and relying more so on an encore potential,
Oh.
which will be the target on
So
the
no more
Ho-Oh
Tailwind.
Bravebird.
Yeah, Bravebird now.
Rooting for James
is
Beck
the
now.
move
Fair play.
selected by
He's against
Ho-Oh.
Victor Medina
I will
right
have
now.
to be clicking that until 3 turns pass or
They
the
still haven't
Ho-Oh
started.
switches out. Incineroar is not able to intimidate that Ho-Oh just yet, but that was a very clean play there, recognizing that this Clefairy might not even go for any sort of helping hand or follow me, or rather try to go for a protect in that regard. So very well read to just go for the collision course and make
Ooh,
sure
into
that
the bowl.
at
I
least
like
the
it.
Koraidon first off is gone as well.
Into the Flutter Mane in front of a
Really
Kali
what you
is
need
a
to do
brave
if you're
choice.
Taka, You're one game down already. You need to try to make the big plays in the right
Ooh.
situation. That's clearly what they have been able to do, especially when they had a really good way of setting up the Tailwind when not a lot was going on the battlefield, and be able to capitalize off of that.
What have we got?
But
What have we
do have a
got?
scenario where Mao does have the potential of still going for that setup potential with the redirection available, with the Incineroar on the back to
Go
be able
me
to
potato salad.
essentially play around with each
Dealing
and
with
every
Wolf in
turn,
A
with
drive,
the fake
pioneered
out,
the VGC draft league.
recycling,
Valid.
and the friend guard being brought back in. But we see Yoshitaka switching.
Oh yeah,
their
Flutter
Koraidon
Mane's
out,
Terra
bringing
Normal at the
Flutter
moment,
Mane back
yeah.
in, wanting to
It's immune to
reinforce that
Astral
speed control.
Barrage.
Yeah, follow me from the Clefairy, trying to make sure that that this Bravebird will not be targeting that Calyrex Shadow Rider, as the Calyrex Shadow Rider is thinking quite some naughty thoughts there, as it is nasty plotting. Bravebird coming out into that Clefairy,
Crit.
critical hit,
Whoa.
doing massive
Rough.
amount of damage. But now we are still
That
in
is the
position
first time in
where
my
an
life I've
Ice
seen a
Wind could lower the
Japanese
speed
critical
of
hit.
This, from this Calyrex.
Thank God for the yellow
you are
text.
able to bring out your Koraidon at a later stage as well. The Clefairy is low as well, so despite the Eviolite, it can go down to a exemplary Moonblast from this Flutter Mane.
Nice.
And that's the advantage of terrestrializing your Flutter Mane earlier on in the game to make sure that you can switch it in
I guess
later
because
on.
Eviolite, but I don't
rogue
understand
Astral
Clefairies being there.
barrages that do come out
The
from
Clefairy
that,
bring is because
Calyrex
Clefairy can
Shadow
set up
Rider,
Trick
but
Room
we've got a scenario
and then
where,
use
once
after you
again,
to make
speed
Calyrex still go
control is
first. So
definitely
it's
in
good for
effect from
it's
Yoshitaka's
good for
side. You got some options of going
shutting
for
down
the
other
direct
fast
KO
Pokemon whilst
onto
also
the
protecting
Clefairy,
Kali.
As long as you're able to pick
You know?
up the KO onto the Calyrex and survive.
I think it's a solid
Astral
shout.
Barrage, but seems like Yoshitaka is actually preferring to switch the Koraidon in here. You've got now Photosynthesis in effect, but also maybe acting as a sort of sacrificial lamb when it comes to this board state scenario.
Go for the Icy Wind, slow down the Kali, get
we
the
have
Ho-Oh
Follow
in.
Me from the Clefairy, trying to make sure again that nothing will
Yes,
harm
that's
this,
smart.
Calyrex Shadow Rider. As the Icy Wind is coming out, bringing the Clefairy just a little bit lower, that it might be in range of a next Icy Wind there. And now a strong Psychic coming out from this Calyrex.
Okay.
At least the Flutter Mane is gone.
Oh yeah,
and
also yeah,
down
because
and out
Clefable
for the
gets
count, as
Unaware
now
instead of Friend Guard,
you do
yeah.
have Pokemon that can come in.
Yeah, Dill
be
and
able
Nils
to
are
trap
both
the
out.
CSR after
Yeah.
killing this Clefairy just as well.
I'm not 100% sure if
Luca Cherubelli, the former world champ, is out.
A speed drop on that Calyrex or 2. Because if it's 2, the Ho-Oh will be able to outspeed this Calyrex, especially because what I'm seeing here is Koraidon goes, checks the Clefairy, and then you go ahead and you check that Shadow Rider with the sun up, with your Sacred Fire, of course, being so powerful, and then again, you're also covered by the clear amulet item, so that means that even
Ooh,
if
this could go to a game 3 very easily.
You're able to still pull it off, but this sort of invites Mao to go
Pull
on the
it off,
defensive
tug
straight
it
away
off.
and maybe get a defensive switch of the Incineroar back in at some point in order to be able to have
None of
Fake Out
none of these
online
matches
in
have been
subsequent turn, but it's
finalized
sort of
yet, apparently.
A bit dicey, no pun
Oh, but they haven't
intended,
updated
loaded dice.
Arcanine in
I don't think
46
there's any
minutes.
sort of need for you to go
Fucking
for
hell.
it here. You just need to make sure you pick up the KOs, and there's no protects.
No protect, it is just a follow me from this Clefairy. Seeing the option here, Flare Blitz coming out
Flare
into the Clefairy.
Blitz.
Clefairy finally going down, but now, if the Koraidon is going down, this will be a single target Astral Barrage at +2 with that Lifer. We already saw the devastating amount of
Ho-Oh's
damage it can
fucked.
do earlier to this hole, and this Koraidon, it is coming out into these targets, and it will bring both
that's a
down
nice
just as
animation.
well.
Wow, double KO.
I do wonder how the first
Like you
regionals are
said,
going to be in
I
Reg
don't
H.
think
Like, will the
there's
meta still have
anything
Sneasler,
other
or will
than
people learn to
Astral being
adapt? Oh,
set
it'll have
up
Sneasler.
for this Ho-Oh to be able to survive. And we've got a very similar situation from game 1 being mirrored in
Ooh.
this game 2. And
I
even
don't think
though
Raging Bolt can
sun
do
is
it.
Up, We've got Protosynthesis. We know that this Raging Bolt is Assault Vest. It cannot forego or nullify the fake out in any effect.
Yeah,
The
oh shit,
question
yeah.
is, can it somehow survive a +3 Astral Barrage single target from this life orb? I don't think so. And I think
Oh,
Yoshitaka
he's
has
out.
absolutely
He's out.
seen that to be the case. We got the winner of that
Big
set.
sad.
Mao Harada has progressed.
Big sad. The only Ho-Oh in the tournament is out.
Incinerar's looking pretty decent. I think Koraidon
Get up to date. Thank you.
web plus an immediate attack from the Koraidon. Try to get a knockout.
Well, there goes the final piece of originality in the tournament.
And either, go for a switch with the Incineroar or,
So where are we? We're
even,
still in game
go
one.
for a parting shot
And
in
Rillaboom
this
is
position.
down.
Yeah, exactly as he's opting to do. With the idea that even
Victor's
if you
final
lose
Pokemon has not
your
been revealed,
Incineroar,
but he's
you get a
revealed
free switch in
Smeargle,
afterwards.
Incineroar, and Kali Shadow.
Either way, you saw that Smeargle back
James
as well,
Beck
so
has
that is
revealed
something that
Regieleki,
can also
Koraidon,
use
Kali
as
Shadow,
a crucial piece,
and
but the fact that it does have
the
fake
knocked out
really
Rillaboom.
nice thing to have as one of those free switches.
Didn't bring it knocked out, obviously.
The
The 4 people ordered to it are out already. Yeah, it happens.
Makes a lot of sense here. Protect the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
He did well to make top 16 with Ho-Oh, though. And top 16 still wins like $5,000, right? So, fucking fair play. Imagine winning $5,000 using Ho-Oh.
Right now. So this is a little
That's
bit scary
mint.
for Victor because, like, Regieleki's Electro Webs, it's going to miss the Incineroar. Not really super relevant from a damage standpoint. Koraidon does collision course here, so this
5,000
turn works out really, really nicely for
USD
Victor. I was saying
in
it's
yen.
a little bit scary because we're getting to this point where, like, you can just Electro Web plus get a
Bro's still winning 734,255 yen.
idea of Calyrex plus Koraidon as a duo. So many opposing Calyrex.
And then in GBP, 3.688 grand.
Super effective damage. And so Smeargle right now can come in for free. There
Right,
is
Dan
the
Blake,
ability,
how
of
you Dan
course, to
Blaking?
now go for a fake out. If you are James, though, you could theoretically just protect both of your Pokemon and then afterwards go for an Electro Web plus a collision course. But however, the Smeargle has the Wide Guard and no speed boost there.
I was like, ooh, but defense.
Yeah, that's the play. That's the play right there. Is double protect.
I mean, Smeargle has just so many options, and I think James
Double protect, Electro Web, collision course.
to really take advantage of that offensive pressure that he has on the
No clue what's happening. Just joined in the battle. Oh, we just jumped into this battle. What's happening is this is the top 16 of the World Championships, and basically what's happening is the 2 people are battling. Grassy terrain is in effect.
And so I think, yeah, I'm already thinking
James Beck's Rillaboom is knocked out, and that's where we are.
James, you definitely do not want your Koraidon going down. Makes probably the most sense to just protect both.
So we'll see the Regieleki go ahead and follow with that protect, and the Koraidon
Yep, double protect to avoid fake out.
So Victor is going to get
Dan Blaken as well, it could be
this fake
expected.
out
How you
plus
doing? Oh, I'm
Astral
doing
Barrage
alright. I'm
combo,
doing
but
alright.
Here's where you were bringing it up. This is the turn we're waiting for.
This is the turn, in
Can he
my
complain?
opinion, of this game. I think whoever comes out of this turn with the advantage will very likely run away with the game. So let's see. It's going to be intense, and this is the mind game that you have with the Smeargle. So you obviously have Wide Guard. If you go for that Wide Guard, Electro Web then does not work onto either. Astral Barrage just picks up the knockout onto Koraidon, and the Shadow Rider here, of course, can just run away with it. Going to be an attack boost, defense drop, so neither of those Moody boosts is relevant. So yeah, and then if you expect, like, it could of course not be the Wide Guard then, right? It could be a follow me. Like if you think it's going to be Wide Guard, you can just go for a Thunderbolt instead, and maybe like switch out your Koraidon, for example. And so yeah, I think like Victor here, yeah, he's thinking about Wide Guard's safe, right? And so yeah, Koraidon is going to pivot, recognizing, okay, I just can't go for the
Kali,
Electro Web,
is
otherwise
it all Kali Shadow and Zamazenta from here? No.
I think so.
Because this is Kali Shadow and Koraidon.
That comes in to take its place.
I don't actually know what Chopper Cross is running.
A ton of damage despite that Dark Terra. Wide Guard comes out for the Smeargle, but if this Regieleki decided to follow up with that Electro Web, it is going to be denied.
Let's find out.
Regieleki instead goes for
Are
the
they allowed to
Thunderbolt,
swap team members
not
between
falling
days? No.
victim to
You have to
that
pick your team of 6 for the
trap and gets
weekend.
knockout onto the Smeargle.
But you can
here's
choose
where
to swap
things really start
which
to
4 you bring between matches.
continue to turn positive
You
here
are
for
back for top
Victor.
16. Amma, the Ho-Oh just lost 2-0.
Incineroar, and like you come in and just fake out something and it goes down.
Yeah, I think I can't
Izawa.
stress how hard it
Izawa's
was that
gone.
Victor conserved the Smeargle. I think
He
it was
lost in
actually
the top
probably
16,
always
but
safe
fair play to him
do
for
Wide
making
Guard
it that
there
far.
because the Calyrex was already so boosted, so you do knock out the Koraidon, and Shadow Rider presumably is faster.
Let's see.
If your Shadow Rider is slower, then that becomes really scary, but basically, yeah, it's like, what do you do now, right? Now Raging Bolt hits the field, there is the pressure with the Thunderclap, and this was kind of my fundamental problem with Regieleki. I think it's just so hard to execute. You need to actually get an Electro Web off with it. If you don't, I think it's actually just useless, and with double Wide Guard
So in the top 16 at the moment, we've got a
And it got
We've got a
knocked out by
Miraidon
Vito. This would be
Lunala,
a completely different match because the
a
Electro Web from Reggie Lecky
Lunala
would've been able
Koraidon,
to actually get that speed drop. But now it's like, okay, well, you get a speed drop, but how are you even dealing damage to the Shadow Rider? And then you
Kali
can
Ice
thunderclap everything.
Koraidon,
Yeah, and while the Thunderclap
a
is going to fail because
Zamazenta,
it was targeting into their Regieleki, this
Kali Shadow,
Raging Bolt is still going to be able to take
a
this
Kali Shadow Zamazenta,
Shadow Rider Calyrex on James's end is going to be able to do because there's going to be an opposing Astral Barrage.
We've got a Koraidon,
A knockout onto the Calyrex, and now
Kali Shadow,
Shadow Rider Calyrex +4 special attack.
Koraidon,
The Koraidon just
Ho-Oh,
goes
but
back
that
out,
just
but now
lost.
you can just thunderclap into the Shadow Rider, and knock out the
Zamazenta,
Koraidon, and so this is
Shadow
looking
Rider,
really, really tough, I think. And
Koraidon,
it's just
Shadow
a huge
Rider,
testament to the support that Smeargle provided in this game, right?
Koraidon,
Having the
Shadow
ability to go
Rider,
for that wide
Zamazenta,
guard makes Regieleki, I think, relatively useless.
Shadow
And
Rider,
You're calling this out in the pregame. Right? There's
Zamazenta,
two
Shadow
wide guard pieces
Rider,
to deal with. The Regieleki wants to click that Electro Web. Are
Zamazenta,
you
Shadow
ever
Rider,
going to be able to accomplish that if Victor has any wide guard user
Zamazenta,
out
Shadow
there?
Rider,
I think the key turn that I want to dial back into was that turn with the U-turn, right? And Smeargle actually
Shadow
freaking out.
Rider
They got that boost,
Miraidon,
so I think James definitely got really scared and had to respect that slot. But now it's just
and
Thunderclap
Ice
and
Rider
And
Kyogre.
this poor Koraidon is going to be next to follow suit after we see
The slightly
final
rogue restricted
Astral
like
Barrage of this game number
Kyogre and
1.
Groudon.
So
No.
congratulations to
We're
Victor
going for
Vito.
Nick Navarra to win.
1-0 in this best of 3. James in these next 2 games will have to bring it back, but what was he takes a
Nick
look at the
Navarra is the
adjustments
only
and
Kyogre in
think
top
once again
16.
about the things you've already called out. This is
He's the only person with a legendary nobody has.
I just think it's so hard to execute well, right? Like, in my opinion, if you're bringing up Regieleki, the only thing it has to accomplish is get that Electro Web speed drop.
Who missed
If
me?
you don't
We
do
all
that,
missed
then
you.
I just don't think it's really
Your sparkling
accomplishing much.
conversation
Maybe he
knows
feels
no
pressured to do
bounds.
it because he's like, otherwise I can't really deal with your Shadow Rider really well.
Yeah, there's
but
one Kyogre
it's
in
just
top
really
cut.
difficult, right? And Victor, like, smartly saving that Smeargle.
So it's basically a mixture of Kali Shadow, Kali Ice, Zamazenta, Koraidon, Miraidon, and then there's a Kyogre in there.
We were highlighting before we got into the match.
Did I mention Zamazenta? Probably. I need Pokemon Legends ZA. We'll just wait till October and it'll be released.
It's tough, I think, because even though it's faster with the Dark
mean,
Terror
bullying
on
you?
Victor's end,
Sometimes.
it's like the opposing Shadow Rider actually doesn't really become that much of a threat. So it's like, then for James's end, the one way you really take advantage of that Dark Terror is going to be the Koraidon. But then as we saw, the Koraidon's slower than the Shadow Rider, right? And so it's really, really tough. I think if you're James, you might be thinking, okay, well, you just revealed Smeargle plus Shadow Rider as your lead. And so what are the possible counters I can have for that from the get-go? Part of it is maybe just like double protecting and then damaging
Let
it.
me hear you say,
Although what's scary is like Victor so much frequently loves going for this Dark Terra nasty plot plane, so you also have to respect that possibility, right? Because like that game felt like Victor was just clicking Astro Barrage every turn, and James just had no response.
Who's we?
Maybe you drink the Incineroar with Roar.
Yeah,
You just lead it right away.
I don't hate that. I think that's certainly one option, but looks like James is content running it back with Rillaboom Calyrex.
Maybe you have adjusted something in the back though, but it's going to be Victor that actually makes that small adjustment. You've got this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to be next to the Incineroar this time around.
Yeah, so Incineroar here, of course, will get that initial Intimidate onto Rillaboom, and that's big because one of the ways that James could try to deal with the Shadow Rider is, you know, you protect your Shadow Rider, you get a Wood Hammer into Calyrex, that does a lot of damage.
Already put in vacation days, give myself a ZA 4-day. Nicely done. Oh, this music's one of my fucking faves.
Like, wait, hold on, my Smeargle's actually
You heard
really
Garmetal's
good
cover
in
of this?
matchup, and so I'd rather actually conserve it a little bit more until the end,
It's fucking
right?
banging.
He is going for that Dark Terra on Calyrex though, so James theoretically
What
could
day is
go for
16th of
Fake Out
October?
onto Victor's Calyrex,
One of the ones that ends in
Calyrex,
Y.
and then maybe go for something like a nasty plot.
Nah, it's so tough. I mean, when you think about like the Rillaboom as well.
And 16 is a Thursday.
Are you also feeling pretty confident?
Which means we'll be playing it on the Wednesday, because we'll get it for the Australian eShop.
Does that, maybe
Actually,
that
no, we're
helps
still going to
inform
play
you
it at
about
like...
whether or not you could feel
But you'll play it at
comfortable
like
going
2
for
PM on
that
the Wednesday,
play.
won't you, Liam?
But for
Yeah,
now, it is
basically.
going to be the Terraslizations.
Does James call it and go for a fake out onto the Shadow Rider slot? It seems risky, but it actually makes a lot
Exactly
of sense.
2
because
months
you
from
are staring
today.
down Astral Barrage
Damn.
pressure as well. Once again, we're going to see both players Terra their Calyrex. It just makes so much sense in this matchup. It's like if you don't, then you risk losing the
Gonna
game
book a 4-day
literally
weekend,
immediately on
valid.
turn 1 to an Astral Barrage or a knockoff. And so this is a relatively safe Terra, and there's a reason why everyone
I wish I
keeps
could for
running Dark
ZA, but I'm out of
Terra
days.
right now.
Rare.
Ooh, no fake out.
There's
okay.
always evenings.
Okay, James is going to be the one that actually goes goes for that nasty plot as well. And so we'll see those nasty plots mirrored, and this is about to be turtle game 2, Aaron.
This is getting
This
spooky.
advantage to James gets the U-turn off as well. That's super effective damage. This is so much better for him. Now you can just go out into Koraidon, and you've gotten the +2 boost on your Shadow Rider. You're faster. You threaten with just Collision Course plus Astral Barrage, and so it's actually going to be the Regieleki here, which I'm a little bit surprised to see over Koraidon, but it's going to
slow it down.
out here.
It is going to knock off the life orb that James' Calyrex is holding, and the critical hit certainly doesn't help.
Electro Web, baby.
Basically even the score for the amount of damage
Na,
that
na,
these
na,
Calyrex
na,
have taken
na,
from each other.
Yeah, I think the upside for Victor here is you can just protect, and your Incineroar should survive.
Oh, this is the Team Star boss one. I prefer the Team Star grunt one.
Thunderbolt even knocks out the Incineroar, so you can see Victor hovering that so much, and he's like, okay, now I can at least switch into
I know I won't have it. First thing on release day anyway. Oh, fair play.
Instead. This is a little bit scary, but I think theoretically it should always be Astral Barrage coming out here instead of a Psychic, so then the idea is Smeargle at least gets to come in, even if it gets brought down to Focus Sash, you have Fake Out active the next turn.
Incineroar has run away.
Smeargle actually going to get knocked out? Like, let's say James calls it. You go Psychic.
That would be crazy. If you Psychic into that slot, then like kudos to you. I think
this
is, that would be nuts. That would be absolutely nuts.
Okay, well, let's find out, right? We saw the Protect first, and the Regieleki does go for the Thunderbolt into the Shadow
Interesting.
Rider Calyrex. So, okay, we're safe from that turn, but...
Oh, that would have been a Psychic in there would have been mint.
It's definitely a wild turn that puts him in such a favorable position. Right now, pretty even. James and Victor still with a pretty healthy HP total between everything. And the Spearball actually gets a special defense boost.
Yeah, one nuance, by the way, as you called out, the knockoff onto Calyrex is a big deal because it removes the life orb. So I was thinking, okay, you should switch in Koraidon, but James recognizes, well, if I bring in
You're getting the
Koraidon
detective trench coat in game? Oh, damn, I didn't even know that was a thing in GameStop. Damn. Here's me ordering from the Nintendo eShop. It gives me fucking nothing.
That Regieleki first, but this last turn ends up being perfect for Victor. You know, we were thinking, the Spear will at least get brought down to Sash. Doesn't even get KO'd, but the answer is neither. It gets to come in for free with full HP, so you are pressuring with Fake Out plus Astral Barrage. Instead, it's going to be that wide guard, though. Okay.
Oh, man.
I mean, that's really safe, actually, because now the opposing Calyrex can't do anything.
It just has to be
Uh-oh.
a Thunderbolt from this Regieleki that does bring it down quite low, but with the
Psychic, baby.
James's Shadow Rider Calyrex, you bring that Smeargle down to its Focus Sash, but it's the return damage from the Shadow
this is
Rider
going to be
Calyrex
rough.
on Victor's side that's going to make such a big difference on this turn. Both Pokemon on the receiving end. Regieleki
Oh, Reggie down to the Sash.
Calyrex so low.
This was a huge turn. So Victor ends up actually not going for, it ends up going for that wide guard, and James is not getting baited by it. So I was saying, okay, Calyrex can't do anything into the Calyrex, but it still can Psychic into Smeargle. You see Victor reacting because he knew, oh my goodness, I could have just actually clicked Spore that turn. If I click Spore, I might just win the game from that position. But now he's taking a lot of damage onto both. This is so close.
A Psychic and a Thunderbolt is a no-brainer for.
That being said, Victor's done a lot of damage, and you are getting to a point where you can start thunderclapping. However, you still have to deal with that Koraidon in the back for James.
And it's tough because I think even though you bring in the Incineroar here, you have to pick and choose what you're going to actually fake out. This Shadow Rider Calyrex is still very low, and once this Incineroar comes in, you have two targets in front of you that are naturally faster than your own Calyrex.
Absolutely. This is scary for Calyrex, and this is where
if he went for the,
really
I wonder if he went for the Thunderbolt, predicting the Incin. He did go for the Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt comes out, and Reggie
nice.
Really meaningful damage there with that attack.
And a fucking Astral as well. That was a big predict. Because that could have just been wide guarded.
Powerhouse Pokemon, good for speed as well as that special output, even if it was nerfed just a little bit here in the Scarlet.
And literally, I suppose there's Fake Out, but
Pokemon relatively low here for Victor. There's still a fourth Pokemon in the back that he can utilize, but this is so risky.
Whoa, okay. Going for the switch into Smeargle, going for a Fake Out here. I mean, from James,
I feel like Electro Web just slaps here. Yeah, Fake Out is online.
If you double protect, I've gotten Smeargle out, I can wide guard, and then you cannot hit the Incineroar essentially.
Oh, no Electro Web.
Actually does get a knockout here.
The knockout onto the Regieleki is nice too, because you know the Smeargle then, it probably is coming in scot-free. And this Astral Barrage will hit the Incineroar, but you've
not
got
the Smeargle,
which probably you aren't going to be psychicking into a
bloody normal types.
Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Yep.
So now the Incineroar gets knocked out. I think this is exactly
bloody
what
normal
wanted.
types.
The Smeargle next to your own Shadow Rider Calyrex or that Raging Bolt that can provide fake out support.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I think I definitely give the advantage to James right now in this game. I think
Bloody
he
hell.
handled the offense a lot better, and having this fast Shadow Rider.
Well, he's still got
Crucially,
Rillaboom in the
no
back, so
Moody
you've
speed
got
drop,
fake out
the speed
pressure.
increase there on the Smeargle. That obviously is always really scary.
Rillaboom can fake out the
He's able to come
Smeargle.
out now, though, so you do pressure with something just like a fake out and a Psychic, and then things get really scary because James has now managed his Rillaboom really nicely this game as well, right? And so you, of course, have that Assault Vest. You pressure with
We still don't know what James has in the back. In the James back.
Like, Thunderclap is nice,
Pesky
but how
normal
are you doing
Smeargle?
enough
Yeah,
damage
right.
into the Raging Bolt, right? So right now we're seeing, fake out Dragon Pulse. Okay, double up into the Rillaboom, which makes sense. It makes sense.
Yo, that's
it does,
kind of
because
crazy.
Maybe you're expecting that this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to protect itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Beep,
So,
beep,
but
beep.
it doesn't protect. No way. Let's see how James is able to capitalize on this. It just goes for another nasty.
Nice.
Maybe a Thunderclap into exactly. Oh, and I think Victor's recognizing dealing damage in a Rillaboom is going to be really hard. I actually need to use Raging Bolt as effectively as possible because my Shadow Rider won't actually be able to get an attack off, and so.
I mean, Grassy Glide into Smeargle now.
Now you are still pressuring that Thunderclap onto the Calyrex. Calyrex, of course, could protect, could even go for another nasty plot. But oh my goodness.
I mean, it's actually
I'd say
kinda
protect
interesting
Calyrex,
because we
Grassy
see the Smeargle
Glide
actually
into
get
Smeargle.
+4 defense from these Moody boosts. Does the Grassy Glide actually knock it out?
I would expect it to, but if the answer is no, that would be
Oh yeah, the Moody
That
boost.
would actually be nuts.
What's its defense at?
Yeah, like Thunderclap into the Shadow Rider Calyrex feels safe because, not anymore because of the Protect, but it still feels relatively safe because you would think that it would be the
Whack.
Psychic that goes into soming like that Smeargle to
This
try
goes back to Pokemon Scare Me
knock
because
it
you know
out.
how
But the
calculated you have to be to
Rillaboom
rank
goes
this
for the
high.
Grassy
Oh, I
Glide,
know.
and it does
It's
get
fucking
knocked
hard.
out. Aaron, I don't know.
Smeargle never lives that.
If Smeargle survived that Grassy Glide, I'm just walking out of here. It's like, you can't get Spore and be bulky enough to take, like, that, fortunately the good thing with Smeargle, I say as a non-Smeargle player, is like, its stats are just relatively frail. But that would have been nuts. I think, that being said, Victor maybe doesn't mind the switch in here. It's tough because I feel like you kind of need to stall out the terrain. Like, your goal, ideally, is to stall out terrain so that you don't fall to just a Grassy Glide, right? And so James's Rillaboom actually ends up being really crucial here. I think it's not the easiest one to execute in this matchup either, but it makes a lot of sense into the Assault Vest. Or with the Assault Vest, and with the Incineroar being eliminated earlier on, Rillaboom becomes so much more valuable.
I was going to wonder, though, whether or not
Protect.
James is actually going to go for a nasty plot again to try to bypass this Thunderclap, because you know that this Shadow Rider
He did
is
it
such a
again!
big deal for Victor to get rid of, and that's exactly what happens. We're going to
Oh
see a
my
Thunderclap
God.
deal, which means that James is going to be able to have this
Remember the Pokemon short where Smeargle says shut the fuck up? No.
for the endgame.
I
It is
don't.
faster than both of these Pokemon on Victor's side, and now maybe, though, can Victor get through this grassy terrain and actually bring himself back in that way?
Yeah, that's multiple opportunities that have been able to potentially go for a Dragon Pulse or a Thunderbolt into the Calyrex slot. So I'm sure Victor is feeling it. He's obviously feeling the pressure a little bit. He's like, okay, well, at least I know if I click Thunderclap, you will never get an attack off. But James is like, that's fine. I'll just deal with everything else.
Just stalling out the Thunderclap.
James, and a double protect here for Victor. That's huge. No
It doesn't need to live a Thunderclap. It just needs to stall the PP of Thunderclap out.
Calyrex.
It only gets
Victor
8,
is
doesn't it?
still going to be stuck, having done no damage in these past couple of turns. This is critical for him.
Yeah, absolutely needed to double to stay in the game. As everyone heals back a little bit more. And I'm also wondering, like, if there's any chance Calyrex is bulky enough where it would even be able to survive a Grassy Glide because terrain is still up. And so you can see, Victor's thinking of going for Nasty Play. You know it's the last turn of terrain, so it's like, do you want to go for a triple protect? Or are you like, you know what, I feel back enough where Grassy Glide doesn't KO me.
Thunderclap.
Oh! That's such a big deal because James is able
That's
to use
big
this
damage.
to fire on all cylinders. It's going to be Astral Barrage into both.
Nice!
James is back in this 1-1 in our first Top Cup National
Yo!
Championships. And that top
That was
8
fucking
spot on the
sick.
line.
Oh my goodness, that one. So
Look at his face. He is so smug right now. That is the face of fuck yeah, I did that. That was all me. Oh my god, the mind games. Before they get back into the next match, I've got a tinkle, but brr.
Points in this game was when you did have Smeargle out next to the Calyrex, right? And it opted to go for Wide Guard, and there were no spread moves from the opposing side. You put something to sleep there, like the Shadow Rider, I think it's a very, very different game. But that, to me, feels like the absolute critical turn. I believe this is actually the turn that we were just talking about. But I like James's decision. He's like, look, I know that my Shadow Rider is faster, and I actually know that my Rillaboom is also a really strong Pokemon in this matchup. And just surviving with the sliver of HP is a really big deal. From Victor's end, like, having some priority early on would be nice. So I actually consider if he would ever bring his Rillaboom, right? Because look how low Shadow Rider and Alecki were in that last game. Like, I think that's one option. Zamazenta hasn't come out, and I mean, it is nice with that wide guard, but I think you might be scared of the +2 like Life Orb Psychic from the opposing side.
Yeah.
And so I actually could see Victor switching to either Rillaboom or Zamazenta here.
That would be a nice adjustment, but I also feel like both of these trainers must have had a lot of experience playing against this archetype, especially if you're coming in as a player that has really watched the European scene develop. You know it's Zamazenta, Shadow Rider, Calyrex, Smeargle.
Yeah.
You know you're going to be playing against that. So I feel like this is a really great expression of skill here from James. I especially like the adjustment where you have the Reggie
James is playing out of his mind, fighting for his tournament life. Contrast Victor's play way too safe, in my humble opinion. I think you're right. His power level, the regulation, maybe people forget what Beast Rillaboom is. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, did nearly 50% to Incineroar. I think for Victor,
You Jeremy Clarkson
play
Smugface.
turn 1 differently. I actually think the leads were not that bad for him, but turn 1 just didn't.
Don't bite your nails, Victor.
Just, like, catch Calyrex off guard. You know what, I'm
Cheeky.
just gonna get a knockoff into you. But yeah, I think like you could consider either player could consider fake outing the other Calyrex, but it's a return to Smeargle, which I think also makes a lot of sense. You got the fast fake out here, and it gives you the protection against the opposing Calyrex immediately.
These are the same lanes we saw in game number 1, and Victor was able to find the edge to carve out that first game victory. But now as we enter into the third game, it all comes down to this top 8 on the line here for James and Victor, and we'll see what happens on this first turn. We've seen the run back of these Dark Terrasalizations on these Shadow Rider Calyrex both of these games so far.
The hard switch immediately, so part of the beauty of the double, triple fake outs is like sometimes you beta protect, you protect, and then you switch in your fake out user immediately in the back. Then you could just fake out what just protected the previous turn. But
Nice, cheeky
turn 1
fake out.
already very, very spicy.
Yeah, you got this Incineroar, and as we were talking about in that second game, the Intimidate
Good
still
for
plays
you.
a huge role again versus this Rillaboom. Didn't see it go for the Woodhammer, but there was an opportunity to do that on the last game.
Maybe.
So imagine if you do that this time around. It is just the Grassy Glide.
Interesting choice.
That slot as well. Oh, what a turn by Victor!
Oh my god.
Incineroar coming in was so big.
James with the over predict.
Oh my goodness, he gets away with so much in this turn. You don't even get the boost if you're James. Now your Calyrex is boosted. You have Fake Out plus Astral Barrage available to you.
Run out sandwich picks? Oh, that's the worst.
And, it's so scary to fall behind like this in one turn.
Oh, man.
Because now Calyrex just has so much offense.
That was a bad turn 1.
You have, the +2. You also would put James into a
He was
position
about to use
where
fake out on turn 2.
Terrasalize on that last turn.
Yeah.
You do save the Terra for something else.
Oh no, he switched, didn't he? He switched. So he can use fake out. This is the first turn for Incin. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Out of there, even though he's faster, he doesn't have a great
They even sell them in the Blueberry Academy? I have no idea.
These Pokemon. So Victor knows you are going to remove this Calyrex. I'm free and clear to go
Oh,
after this
Victor's
Rillaboom
done
fake
it,
out.
mate.
Astral Barrage. Reggie
+2
Alecki
Astral
plays
Barrage.
back.
Oh my god. On an Assault Vest Rillaboom.
Pokemon down already for James in this first game.
This is looking so difficult to come back, and that fake out
Oh.
damage, I think, having a little bit of chip
James
enough to
James
get
is
the Rillaboom
done.
into knockout range, but Reggie Alecki at least survives the attack now.
I have
You
no
can
idea
get
how
him
James comes
switching
back from
into,
this.
say, that Koraidon and then pressure with Electro Web plus Collision Course, for example. I think if you're Victor and the Koraidon comes out, you could just protect, go for a parting shot with Incineroar,
Mate.
bring out your Smeargle, and then if Smeargle has Follow Me, with it still at full HP, you can read it. Like, you don't care about eating up an Electro Web because then you just get the Astral Barrage off. So it's going to take a huge, incredible comeback for James to
James
get
has
out
got
of
to
this
predict
one,
the
because I
fuck
feel
out of
like
this.
Victor, that turn 1 alone was game winning.
And
How's
Victor
everybody
still
else
has
doing?
the opportunity to go for Protect here. If you are expecting that Koraidon is going to try to get the knockout onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex, there's a great way for you to try to weave in something different. We see the Raging Bolt is available in the back. That's something that Victor used in that first game for that Raging Bolt to capitalize on the sun.
Chopper
get a
Cross
sort of
is
specific
out.
boost and
He lost
preserve
to
that
Aaron
booster
Brock.
energy for later.
And I
Nick
think this
Navarre
makes
is
so
through.
much sense where it's like, okay, I've gotten you trapped, right? If you don't knock out my Raging Bolt right now, next turn, Thunderclap,
Oh, mate.
Astral Barrage, GG, shake my hand, right? And so We'll
Damn
see
it, that's
if
because we're in
the
top 16
Raging
and we're
Bull
in
can
round
survive
12.
the turn, but I
Oh,
think this makes a lot
mate.
of sense. No need to even
I didn't
risk
even
not
realize
getting
Chopper was
killed.
out.
The only scary thing here is if Koraidon ends up actually targeting the Bolt and the Bolt faints, but it's going to be Thunderbolt to start.
Giuseppe
And look at
Musico's
that
out.
resistance.
Lost him
Yeah,
on
the resistance
Tana
is so
Mott.
good here, but the flame charge for the Koraidon! Absolutely.
Yo.
You don't have to worry about the Electro Web anymore, helping you get the speed control. The Koraidon can do it all on its own.
That's absolutely huge because, yeah, with that speed boost, hold on. James found the one play that I think...
That's insane.
Bring him back into
That
this
flame
one.
charge
Now,
might have
he's still
saved
Dragon
him.
Pulse pressure, but Koraidon now, of course, is faster than the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It can just go for a Terra as well. Wow, okay, that
Mate.
is nuts. Like, I'm telling you, that's the one play James could have made to keep himself in this one.
We've seen him in games 1 and 2 go for the Dark Terastallization
Oh
on
my
the Shadow
God.
Rider Calyrex, but he has preserved it for a perfect
A Volt
moment.
Switch.
He decides to protect. No
Just
one
in
is
case.
Volt Switch damage is still going to be a lot to the Shadow Rider Calyrex. You have to bring something
Oh,
else in,
man.
and it has to be just that Calyrex. So, wow, I mean, this Koraidon really could take
That
it,
is
but we still have
mad.
a couple more turns we need to get through.
Yeah, because you just switched in
But-
on an Astral Barrage.
Yeah, down goes
He hit his
Callie.
head. I'm kind of shocked he did that, quite frankly. I think maybe hoping that, like, oh, like, your Calyrex, you know that you're
Yeah, that was a choice.
You have to switch out your Calyrex, but Vickers, you know what? I'm just going to launch my attacks there. I think James had the opportunity to maybe go for a Fire Terran attack there, but this also could be James saying, I feel like I'm so far behind in this game that I do need to make some crazy plays back-to-back turns, but it feels like that
Ooh.
advantage that he had just built up now is slipping away once again.
The fact that the Koraidon protected you missed such a big opportunity to go after that Shadow Rider
Like,
Calyrex.
he's going to have a hard time with that Raging Bolt.
Game 3 as the decider for who moves on to the top 8 at the World Championships. James got top 4 and the other
Double protect.
restricted formats that we've seen so far in the video game, and looks like he might be going down here.
Ooh.
It's so close. Like,
Because
it
now
feels
my
like
horse can
Vickers should have
protect
the
and then chip away at
advantage. In my
Koraidon
head,
with
I'm
Dragon
thinking
Pulse or
if you're
something,
thinking you
yeah.
can protect your Calyrex and attack with the Raging Bolt. What you would ideally want is for Smeargle to hit the field, right? Because then with Smeargle, you can just go for the Follow Me and then Astral Barrage, and I think that should be game. And so if you're James, you might actually want to be a little bit wary of that.
Victor,
Vickers
what are
actually
you
gonna
doing?
go
Thank
for
you.
a
No, just
double protect. It looks like we finally see that Terra.
we
If it
actually
can't help
need.
but
Do you know what we
wonder,
need to
it
do in
should've come out
VGC?
one turn sooner.
Yeah, it's going to be the
Terra
Regieleki,
Elecki,
though.
okay.
All right, so Terra Electric Regieleki. That Terra Electric going to be very good to help boost up all of those electric type attacks that it has. But that
For
means
why?
This Koraidon is going to be vulnerable. You cannot get
Aaron
rid
said
of
my
this
idea.
dragon type weakness anymore. James, can he get enough done with this Koraidon? And especially with the Regieleki having this extra damage, but I can't get it through this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be the Collision Course coming out and that Thunderbolt as well, giving it.
I
the
guess
extra
that
damage it would
means
likely need to knock out the Shadow Rider, but this is now
Regieleki needs to use.
Regieleki slot or Dragon Pulse, like you said, super effective damage into the Koraidon.
Regieleki needs to use like Thunderbolt into Calyrex and try and take that out. And Koraidon needs to try and knock out Raging Bolt in a single hit, pretty much.
It's going to be Thunderclap potentially into Regieleki. Regieleki then to get around this can of course go for a protect, but Raging Bolt is looking really good in this endgame with that Smeargle support as well. And you still have Incineroar in the back, and so Regieleki at least goes for a protect, keeps James in it for a little bit longer, but I just don't see it.
Now this Koraidon is still going to have to get a lot done. At least you bypassed the
Thunderclap into
Bolt
Regieleki
damage,
was a good
so
choice.
this Koraidon is free and clear to go for the Collision Course.
But now
If
you
just
can get
do the
faked
lock,
out.
You don't have the downside
I guess.
of dropping your defenses with something like
Like your
Close Combat
Regieleki's going to get
Defense.
faked
And
out
James
next
is able
turn.
to get rid
Hello,
of
Fruity. How
one
you
on the
doing,
other side.
darling?
Still 3 more Pokemon to get through though.
Just going from work, and how was it?
The thing is, since 2 of those are fake out users at full HP, so you can bring out Smeargle, fake out into the Koraidon, and just
Yeah,
Dragon
what's the
Pulse into
play?
Regieleki, right? You
I don't
care
know
if
how you
Regieleki
take
gets
out
an
the
attack
Raging
off,
Bolt.
Koraidon doesn't have spread moves, and then the subsequent turn you can just go for Follow Me and Dragon Pulse. It is the last turn of Sun, so then there will be no more photosynthesis, but I think that's fine, right? And so the Terra Elecki, you know, it's cute to get the knockout, but then not protecting Koraidon was really rough.
Well, don't forget, we still have the booster
Come
energy
on.
on the
True,
Raging Bolt.
yeah,
So the
yeah.
sun going away,
Doesn't
no
even matter.
problem for this Raging Bolt.
Exactly. But
Victor,
yeah, I
wow.
think it's like James found an awesome turn to get himself back into it, but then just
But it wasn't
Shadow
shit
Rider
themselves
bait.
after they
I, like,
fell down the
once
stairs.
again,
Sorry, I
he
shouldn't
went
laugh,
for-
but
he felt like he was so far
fucking
behind
hell.
in this game, and he was like, I think you're scared now. You're gonna switch
Oh,
out.
what a day.
Koraidon's going to go for that protect. But I think for Victor, it's just very safe. I don't see, like, you get the double protect off, at least with Regieleki.
Oh, there you go. That's somewhat all right.
Still, because that means that Regieleki does not get faked out and faints on this turn. You can now go into the next one knowing that you should be able to get some damage off as long as the Raging Bolt
Koraidon's going to get spored.
To try to knock it out from this range. But, oh my, it's tough.
Is Smeargle's sash intact?
For James, and how do you claw back in?
Yeah, well done, Dan. Well done.
You get that boost right
Don't worry, I couldn't control that after either.
I just feel like now without
Smeargle's at full health.
Increased damage for Koraidon, like this is just so tough, right? Because you can just go for a follow me once again. So, James like gets the double protect, but does it even really end up mattering? I think the only thing is if you were to actually click Thunderclap here and James were to like able to go for another protect, you see, okay, yeah, I can just go for the follow me and then just Dragon Pulse Koraidon, right? So, in order for James to maybe
I think James has lost.
Like, need to get
big
a
time.
Protect off with the Koraidon. If Koraidon faints, the game is just over. But this is the thing, like Raging Bolt feels like the second restricted here because it does so much damage. Koraidon's not going to attempt the double, and that should mean Raging Bolt should secure the game.
Smeargle says, look at me, I am the center of attention. Let me take this collision course in your stead, Raging Bolt. I've got the focus sash. I can hang on for just one more turn.
What's Regieleki doing? Electro Web, probably?
As well. So
Kaylee's about, I think.
Clear. We do see the Electro Web actually be able
But then Insin's got fake out pressure.
Raging Bolt is still going to resist that damage. It really feels like it's just a tickle. And as the Raging Bolt now can go
Does this Koraidon even have dragon moves?
It's going to be a one-hit knockout onto this Koraidon. It's super effective. You've got the special attack boost from the booster energy.
Oh, it's such a shame.
Down. Victor Medina knows, with just the Regieleki left, he is in the top 8 of the world.
Stop selecting Smeargle. Thank you.
2023 top 8, 2025 top 8. He has been in, I feel like, literally 10 to 15 top cuts. He has not won that major championship that he has been seeking, but this was a statement here in Game 3. That turn 1 alone
Victor knows
lights
it.
out hard reading what James was going to do, and it just gave him such a huge lead. And this is once again why I thought Regieleki was going to be a really
Fault switch misplay must have been.
Of course, James
must
is
have
still
been.
giving it everything
Imagine how different the game is if he still has Calyrex.
You don't get fake out and Dragon
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
Just knocked out on this turn, but we're so close to the end here. Victor can taste the next step of the World Championships and maybe can finally get that major win he's been looking for.
Oh my goodness, here's the Thunderbolt coming out. One last attack for James, but we know how this is going to play out, and it damages the Incineroar, but that's okay because Flare Blitz will
It's okay, we're all cheering for Nick Navarre now. Nick Navarre has Kyogre.
Wow, what a match between Victor and James. James being able to tie up the series in that
Brev. Well done to Victor, though. Victor's fucking cracked, mate. I'd be terrified to face Victor Medina.
Two incredible players in the video game. And James is still an international champion. He's still
Victor
made
Medina.
World's top 4s 2 times already. And it's amazing that despite not having that official tournament practice in this regulation, was able to make it as far as he did to top 16 of Worlds again.
Yeah, absolutely.
He doesn't win many times, does he not? He's always in the top cut.
Victor's team here, right? I think the Smeargle with the wide guard, that combination alone is a huge difference maker alone, and Smeargle applied so much pressure. Victor didn't always get it right with the Smeargle, but that was okay, right? Like, the thing with Smeargle is if you get more of the coin flips right, it's going to work out in your favor, right? And so being able to threaten with that wide guard was huge. And that turn 1 in Game 3, it was like James was clearly trying to go
He's always
all
the
in
bridesmaid.
with
It's a great
Smeargle. To switch
storyline.
into Incineroar and getting a nasty plot boost was just like such a huge lead that it felt basically impossible to come back from. And part of the thing is if you look at James's team, there's no wide guard. Everything takes over 50% essentially from a +2 life form Astral Barrage, right? So
Need a
while
cup
Victor
of
has the
tea.
slower calories,
Need a
he's like, well, I
cup
don't
of
mind being
tea,
slower
bruv.
because
And a
I
G
am just gonna
fuel
set
to
up
get
and
me
then
through.
attack, and
To
you're
get
not
me
gonna knock
through.
out because
To get
you're
you
not,
through.
like,
To
you
get
have
me
Koraidon
through.
out on the field.
To get
But
you
then
through.
James got that one
To get me
turn.
through.
Correct.
Yeah, to get me
But
through.
Koraidon
So I'll
going
be
for the
back
flame
in
charge instead.
couple
Now
minutes.
has to rely on
Don't
that
don't
Regieleki,
cry. I will
but
be
then
back.
missing the
Kelch does have a
opportunity to just go
Dragonite.
for the
Brr.
Terra and that collision course into that Shadow Rider. It was not protected. It would have gone down.
Also, friend of
And
the
I
channel,
can't help but
Rosemary
think about
Kelly, is
how
looking hella
differently
fetched
that their
today.
game would have
Bless up, bless up.
kind of finished as had James been able to get that knockout.
Yeah, I think James in that position, and once again, like, it's very easy to watch and be like, what just happened? Like, why in the world would you do that? But I actually think from James's end, it makes a lot of sense because James is like, well, I just boosted my speed. There's no way you're going to let me just knock out your Calyrex, right? Victor was saying in that position, I think he's like, look, I'm going to just take the damage trade. Even if you fire Terra your Crydon, I at least either, I mean, if you let me get the Astral Barrage off, I just win the game. But even if you let me get the Dragon Pulse off, if you don't Terra, you also lose immediately. If you Terra, I still do a lot of damage. And then you're probably in Thunderclap KO range, right? So it works out even better for Victor. I like both players were probably like, what? Like when that turn played out. But yeah, I think from James's POV, he's like, okay, I can get back into this. If you end up switching your Calyrex out, I protect my Crydon to prevent it from fainting from Dragon Pulse. I get my Calyrex position out, and now I can Dark Terra my Shadow Rider, and my Shadow Rider is going to be the star. So I think James basically bet the game on that turn. He was already playing from behind. It didn't work out, but that's the kind of play that you have to make when you are so far behind. And the fact that he even put himself in that position after finding the Flame Charge play the previous turn was, you know, honestly a testament to his skill.
Yeah, so amazing. It's what I expect out of a player like James, though. You know, he still has that incredible amount of experience from, again, almost a decade of play in this game, if not more than that. And he's found himself as a 4 times regional champion. That's why. It's because he can make plays like that even while behind. He's able to bring himself back into things, and I know we'll continue to see more of James in the future.
We got to talk about Victor, though.
We absolutely do.
I think, you know, Shadow Rider Zamazenta coming into the World Championships, like everyone knew people were going to use it, right? But who is going to be able to one to take it to the top? Victor's had so much experience with it, and now we're able to actually hear a little bit more from him. So let's throw it down to the floor for an interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Victor Mendina, who once again is locked in top 8 here at the Pokemon World Championships. Congratulations, Victor.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It feels amazing. It feels incredible to lock top 8 for a 3rd time. Last 2 times I lost in top 8. I couldn't get myself to win a Pikachu trophy, but this is the day, I hope. I'm going to give my best in the best of 3s that I'm going to play now. I'm so nervous. I think you all saw that, but I will do my very best.
I think I hear some cheers. Yeah, let's hear it for Victor. Let's give him some confidence. You mentioned yesterday in our interview that you were nervous, and obviously coming into today, you were presumably nervous. Have you been able to find a way to calm your nerves going into matches?
Not at all, not at all. You have to play with these nerves. Going into today, I felt prepared, but of course nervous as always. In round 1, I was a bit lucky. I had to play the win and in the 2nd round today, and gladly I won. I'm here, and I won this round too, so I can't help but feel happy. I feel amazing right now.
I'm really glad to hear that. I would love to talk about that game against James, as you know, it felt very back and forth, and then in game number 3 there was a very decisive turn number 1. What was your thought process going into that game and then locking in that nasty plot in particular?
I saw James, well, first of all, I really wanted to play against James. James is a player that I admire a lot. He has amazing results, amazing finish, and also is a Tornado's homie. So I wanted to play him so bad. And in game 3, what I saw is that he locked really fast in turn 1. So I thought maybe he's not respecting the swap that I can do to Instinct in the turn 1. And I think with that turn, I pretty much locked the game. I feel like from then on, it was pretty straightforward.
And do you feel like you have to be like extra aware of just like your opponents, you know, how quickly they lock, their body language? Is that something that you've had to practice over time, or does it feel like instinctual?
It feels a little bit instinctual, but I'm sure it took some practice, so I'm getting used to. I'm not sure. I try to not do that a lot, but you know, sometimes you have to predict turns like that. So yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, congratulations again on winning that. I do want to check in, you know, what has been the most valuable Pokemon for you this weekend in the competition?
I kind of had to say Smeargle, don't I? I mean, Smeargle has been incredible so far, but Calyrex is just as good, to be honest. So those two are really, really important.
All right, well, Victor, I asked you this yesterday. I'm going to ask you again. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody in the audience or anybody at home?
Shout outs to Antonio
Top
Sanchez,
8, baby.
who is supporting
Top
me.
8, baby.
He's the one who I made the team with.
Ooh,
He's the one who I prep with. Shout outs to Miguel for all the help.
What have I missed?
Regarding the matchups, regarding the everything, to be honest. Shout out to my family who are watching at home. I'm sure they are more nervous than I am even. Shout out to all my friends, to all my friends in Granada, to all my friends
Stop trying to make
Madrid,
fetch happen.
and to all my friends in Europe. Even like the
What happens in
the community
fetch?
has been amazing. Shout outs to everyone because the support has been
I made
overwhelming.
fetch happen. It happened to me.
It feels incredible. But I'm not stopping here.
Oh.
I'm getting that Pikachu trophy and I'm getting that finals today.
Well, best of luck, Victor. You have the confidence
Do
to advance,
brush your
and I
teggies
hope
though,
that
lad,
you are
before
able
you
to
do.
take it as far as you're dreaming to take it.
He's
And,
fucking
that's gonna
cracked at
be it
Pokemon, though.
For us, for now, we're going to take a short break before we're back with another match for here from Top Cut at the Pokemon World Championship.
Top Cut, baby! Suck me dry! Why are we watching? This isn't a replay. Why are we watching this? I feel like this is meant to be replays of the previous match. And they just went, nah. Nah,
Hey,
mate.
Pokemon trainers.
Oh,
welcome to
championship
Pokemon
history. Be the
Championship
little
History,
Pachirisu the code.
series
Yes!
where we showcase
Yes!
important
This is the
matches
best
throughout the
one!
history of competitive Pokemon.
Let's go! Seijun Park. Oh, Ruby, calm down.
It's
Calm
time
down.
to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably
the best
the
one.
most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijun's Pachirisu.
James
It may be
Evans
true
is
that
through.
The Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on
I was about to say
this
Victor
story's
Medina's
true
through. Yep,
protagonist,
we know that one.
Seijun Park. From South Korea,
Montana Mott is
Seijun
through.
was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Seijun's fourth consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people...
Oh, Kara Kennedy, you've replied to a comment that's from like an hour and a half ago.
Never won a world
But
championship.
fair play. How you
But
doing?
if Seijun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Seijun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC.
So how
with
did Kay's
Pokemon
boyfriend
X and
go?
Y.
Oh, he
And the
lost in the first
3D
round today.
installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution.
He made it to day 2, but lost in the first round of day 2.
Dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the
My bad, I
prevalence
keep
of physical
watching downstairs.
attackers in
I was watching
VGC,
downstairs. I had to head up after my mum kept
Gyarados
asking me
and
about the
its
purple
intimidating
thing,
ability
Raging
as a
Bolt.
great counter that other trainers
The
wouldn't
purple thing.
expect. Then
It's
once
yellow.
Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable.
He's your boyfriend
Seijun's
because that's
team of
what
6 Pokemon
that's
for
what Fruit
Worlds
calls
is a
him.
quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage. Each Pokemon had a clearly defined
do love
role
him,
on the
Kaylee.
team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados
Well, you
on its
certainly
path
lust
to the
after him.
peak. With
You'd
those
kiss
5
him, though?
Pokemon on the roster, how did Seijun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Seijun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Seijun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were
everyone's
these 2
BF, mate.
Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Seijun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow
3,
Me,
4,
which
5,
was another way to
6.
redirect attacks from key targets. How could Seijun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The
Wait a
answer
sec, gotta do
was
some maths.
Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide for
Damn.
the team, but Seijun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves. So
Yay!
it was the best choice to
6
redirect
people bought
electric
my first
attacks
ever
away from Mega
PPV.
Gyarados. Nuzzle
Which
was a new
means that
electric
after
move that
fees,
dealt
because
a
I
little
charged
bit of
$19.99
damage,
for
but
it,
would
so
always
after
inflict the
fees,
target
I
with
get
paralysis.
$15.99 per one. Times that by 6, £95.94. That is officially my most profitable wank.
And Superfang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that
I never
Sejun
seen
had
a
locked in
60s,
his
and it
6
once took
Pokemon
50
for
minutes to
Worlds,
remember.
it was time
5 minutes
for
to remember what a
Pachirisu
Power Ranger was.
Mania
Nice.
to take Washington, D.C. in the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azarelli.
Jody Azarelli!
The
Well, good
VGC
lad.
newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be
How'd you
the
have the
home
energy
country
for all
hero
that?
and give the U.S. a 4th title in VGC's
I
top
did it this
division.
morning.
But the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu.
VGC newcomer, I know, 11 years later.
Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame. And the freeze! The Ice punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally,
crazy,
freeze
man.
wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare
Crazy.
Blitz and thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to
Yeah, I
get
don't think
back
I can
into
claim
this
to have
game,
shame anymore.
He had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
I'll take money over shame any day.
Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO.
Could beat Jody in a global challenge. Still one of the highlights of my time VGC. Damn, well done
The
though.
Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu. Not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis.
Mate.
Fully paralyzed.
Nuzzle
With
is the
luck
best
back on
move in
Sejun's
VGC.
side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see
Oh, listen to young Scott Glaser.
Forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his
Evan Latt
strategy
literally
in
hasn't
Game 2,
changed.
and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation
Shame does not pay the bills.
Sejun's Gardevoir was trained
Desperate
for.
times call for desperate
Yeah,
Tommy
Mega
Tanks.
Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up.
Actually, I think if I'm protected the best move in VGC, that's only because your boyfriend said that.
Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence and the Earthquake.
Damn, it's that
Is it gonna be
that
enough?
song from Pokemon that sounds like Imagine Dragons but isn't.
Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show
Fucking
the
love this
world what it
animation
could do.
with the fucking
On a
statues
field
and
with
shit.
some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
Wolf says it in like every tournament video ever. Go on, Pachirisu.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history.
It is,
With just
Gizmo,
one
it is.
Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
You watch Wolfie so much, you think his ideas are your ideas.
Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after.
Excuse me, Evan Latt. That is actually not Mo Rotom. That is Rotom Cut. Oh, they're my favorite parts, Kaylee. Motom.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us
Want
know
to find
some
out
of
why I
your
used to
favorite
abuse myself, not
moments
be
in
told
VGC
why.
history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
That's the best one. Why are they all mucky? Valid, Kaylee, valid.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025
Hello,
Pokemon
Sierra.
World Championships here in
Hello, Lee
Anaheim.
Provost.
Top Cut is here. The top trainers are giving it their best, and so excited to be bringing yet another match to you. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Lee Provost, and what
Provost,
a
that's the
day
one.
so far.
It's been incredible so far, hasn't it? And living up to all the expectations we had after an amazing day one. So cannot wait to get into the top 16.
Hello, Nick.
We've
How
already
you
had
doing?
That last match where Victor has progressed on. And now we've got 2 more trainers that are looking to get into that top 8, which is
Damn, that's some good
a
shit.
prestigious place to be at the World Championships.
Yeah, it's always about those steps, right? The
We're
first
getting top
step,
16. We're getting top 8, baby. Fuck the
and
top
now 2
16.
trainers at top 16 looking to make their way into that top 8. And 2
Oh, no, we
very
are doing top
deserving
16 still.
trainers. Next up, we have Coach Sakite going up against Nick Navarre. Nick, who we saw earlier.
Nick Navarre's got the only Kyogre.
Day 1, I mean, the only undefeated player out in the field. And you know that we have
Currently,
a
Aaron
banger
Brock
of a
is
match
1 up
ahead.
against
But of
Hirofumi
course,
Kimura.
looking at the other matches, we're still filling out some of our...
Is
we're still filling
Hirofumi
out some
Kimura
things,
world
but
champion?
tying up even, because we'll get back to the match we have. But looking at that top 8, just... Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, Montana versus Michael is just an incredible
2 times
match
Japanese
in itself. And
national
Montana
champion.
been on an absolute tear this weekend. It's great to see as well, because such a strong trainer and making it into Top Cut. Got a really formidable opponent up next. In
Oh, he was
Michael,
the
but, you
runner-up
know,
in 2019.
with that playing, everything has to be on Michael to perform.
When doing on
to
Lord
get
of by
that
Jedi
into
Survivor
that
and you found out I had it on my
semi-final stage.
PS5?
So really
Aw.
great match. Victor already, like we mentioned, progressing on to top 8, and Mao, who has been one of those trainers we've just kept an eye on and just performed so
Better a
incredibly
lore
well this
dump than
weekend,
your
already
dump.
in top 8, but the rest of our
Oh,
trainers who
shit.
aren't quite there yet got it all to do to move on to
What are we
this
doing on these
next
eggs?
stage of the tournament.
I'm being bullied.
And, you know, it's
By
not
your
gonna be
missus,
easy.
that's
We've been
allowed.
talking about this and how good the talent pool is here this weekend. Everything to play for at this stage and within touching distance.
Oh, yeah, Shohei
of that
Kimura won in
This
2023.
is
You're
where
right.
the anticipation is really getting to me as well.
You are
because
right.
When you look at these top 8, even just the top 16s that have yet to play out, realistically, I can imagine any of their names being called as the champion in the arena tomorrow. So
My dad is a
literally
champion.
couldn't they? Yeah, it's,
He's not.
It's actually, when you look at this,
Not unless
it's
Ray
just
Rizzo is my
incredible
dad,
to
which I
see
don't think he
the
is.
Talent, yeah. You know, you could.
But he should be.
Like you say, any one of these out, and yeah, they.
Is Ray
they
Rizzo
are
younger
so
than you?
deserving.
Let's
to
not
champion.
pull at that thread.
Yeah, we've still got a few matches to go before we actually do crown our champion into tomorrow, of course. Which, yeah, it's just
Yeah,
so
Ray
exciting
Rizzo
to
is
see here
younger than
and
you.
be able to
He's
kind of
32.
Watch these stories
He was
play out
born
and watch
7
these
days after
legacies
Sophie.
be written in history, you know.
So he's also younger than your wife.
different every story
And he's a
is that we
3-time
have
VGC
former
world champion, back to back to
in
back.
any division that have tried to
Oh, God, that's what happens when you get old.
We have individuals that
According to a quick
sometimes
Google, he is.
This might be their best performance of all time. You know, we have breakout stars. We have people who have really been grinding out in the scene for a while. Like
Who's Ray
it's all
Rizzo?
over the place.
Ray Rizzo is the only person in competitive Pokemon history to win the World Championship 3 times
One
and
of those
back
things
to back.
where I think as a player you probably don't realize till after.
He is one of the greatest players
how much of an accomplishment
of
it
the
is
previous
to do
generation of
this well
Pokemon
at this
VGC.
stage. Of course, you
Like
want
previous
to go a bit
generations.
further, but you
I'd
never
argue
know
the
what's
best player
gonna happen
now
in
is
a match, right?
Wolfglick, because, you know, 10-time
to
regional
get to this
champion,
stage, I mean, getting to the
international
World
champion, Players Cup
Championships
champion, global
itself is a
challenge
huge
champion, and
accomplishment,
world
but
champion.
to
But
get this deep into the
bro's
tournament
6
is
months younger than me,
And let's start talking
and
about
he's
the
still
next
the only
match that we
3-time
have
world
at
champ.
hand,
It's
because when we
insane,
talk
right?
about stories, 2 very different stories, but very well-deserving stories.
Nick
for these
Navarre!
players. Nick Navarre going up against Coach
With
Sakite.
Kyogre!
Nick first,
Let's
'cause
go.
when we're talking about,
Oh,
well,
not
it's
this
staples
music.
here
This
on the
music's
NA
shit.
side. We get regional championships. Looking
Yeah,
at
sorry,
that
Co.
World Top 32
As much as I love
Yokohama,
Lunala
it's
Miraidon, which I don't,
now at top 16.
I'm going to have to
You
root
have
for
one
the
up to that
Amoongus
world
and the
performance.
Fluterman
How far can you take
and
that?
the
Well, all
Kyogre.
the way, I think, on the back of Nick's last broadcast performance, I think
Is Kyogre still in?
play from Nick really resolved in the execution of his game plan. But we can't
Yes.
forget about Cole as well, because Cole's had some phenomenal achievements. Obviously, earlier in this year,
Pokemon
EUIC
VGC
top
World
32
Champion. I
finished
wanna find
there,
the
and
list
that was
of them.
a tough tournament as well. And then the Senior
Pokemon
World
World
Champion, of course, that is the big highlight here
Championships.
from 2019.
History.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, you've done it once, right? You won
Yeah.
a world championship.
You've got that experience, and I think that is so invaluable. It
Yeah,
can't be
where are we?
understated how much that experience from doing it.
List
in
of world
another
champions.
division will-
So
will
Masters
aid you
division.
coming into this one to
That's
be
a
able
card
to kind of
game.
just keep your nerves settled, know
VGC
what you need
champions
to
in the
do going
Masters.
into this match
There was no
against
Masters division in
best
2009.
And reminder as
So
well,
it was
Cole,
just
the
seniors.
only
So you had
undefeated player
Izuru
on
Yoshimura
stage
in
was Twister
2008,
in Anaheim, and
Kazuyuki
they've just been
Tsuji
carrying
in
through
2009,
since, I believe only dropping just
Ray
one
Rizzo in
master
2010.
out. So yeah,
In
how far do you
2011,
take that
the
as
Masters
well?
division was
So I know that
introduced,
we are
and the
about to
champion
take a
was
great
Ray
path
Rizzo
ahead.
In 2012, the Masters champion was Ray Rizzo. Honorable mention, seniors champion Tola Webb.
We have seen a little bit throughout the weekend, but it hasn't
2013, Arash Omati was Masters champion. Honorable mention to Brendan Zeng for the juniors champion. 2014, Sagen Park. 2015, Shoma Honami.
I think the changes
2016, let's hear it for Wolf Glick. Honorable mention to the seniors champion, Carson Confer. 2017, champion was Ryota Otsubo. 2018 was Paul Ruiz. Honorable mention, seniors champion, James Evans.
The defensive capabilities and the offensive presence that the team has.
Oh, also, I like this next one, right?
Switches. I feel like they're so strong for the team, just the
2019 world champion for the Masters, Naoto Mizubuchi. Honorable mention, seniors champion,
which is where that
Ko
Kyogre is. That is a lot of
Skida.
damage. Sometimes, I mean, there's
who is literally
up to that.
in this battle right here. That's Ko. Ko is the 2019 seniors champion.
Can definitely do damage against half this team.
2022, Eduardo Cunha.
Yeah, and Cole's got
Oh yeah,
something that
Edu.
he can use to take advantage of
And then
that range as
2023,
well,
Shohei
and
Kimura.
which is going to be useful. Has got the choice
And
band,
then
got the choice spot, but
2024, Luca Ceribelli.
harder as well. But then you've got
Nice.
the Miraidon instantly putting pressure on that Kyogre, which is really great, and it almost
This is the bit of the music I don't like.
forces on that Pokemon, and if it is your kind of mainstay.
Rooting for Ko, just I'm pretty sure the odd-year Japanese winner deal applies here. Yeah, it does.
Time and time again, how strong that pairing can be. Lunala has the wide guard, so can really cause some issues. for
Although the
Kyogre in
odd-year
particular
Japanese
with what
winner
move it locks into, maybe having to rely
has
a
only
little
been
bit
a
more on
thing
those lower accuracy hydro
since
pumps, but locking into those more
2015.
consistent water spouts
Because
in
it
certain
went
situations, that's
Japanese,
on the field, and then
Japanese, because it was
Ursaluna,
still
if that
seniors
trick
back
room is
then.
set up,
America, 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 because they were all Ray Rizzo. Then it was Italy, Korea, Japan in 2015, America for Wolf, then Japan, then Spain.
Really like to be in situations where it's not too outsped, whereas
No,
Ko
that's
has
not
some really
Spain.
natural
Where's Paul
speed
Ruiz
Pokemon
from?
and ways to really be able to
Ecuador,
set up and
sorry.
enable that. So I'm curious
Ecuador.
how Nick is gonna be able to
Then it was
navigate
Japan
that
in
with that Kyogre,
2019,
because
so
we
2015, 2017, 2019.
always have to be careful
2022 was Portugal, that's it.
Yeah, and I think the
And
thing
then
is, you get the
2023
trick that does go up from Ko,
was
that is the line, it
was
goes
Japan.
down with the Ursaluna. You've
So,
got nice options there.
let's
You can
break
move
the
it,
trend.
so, you know, you can utilize that. with
Only thing is, the
Rocky Helmet
Japan
to
national
kind of
champion
pull
isn't in
some of
Top
those
Cut, which
attacks
is
to
weird.
protect
Yeah.
whatever partner
Wolf
you've got
Glick wants
next
to
to you.
apologise to
You've
abuse
also
it.
got the Rillaboom as well,
So I'm going to
which
mention it
has
a few
that
years later, just so I can miss my
fire
chance to get
drive
further in the
you can
tournament.
utilise. So
You sound like
almost
someone I've
if
heard of.
Ursaluna can't
Looking for a
thrash
Squawkabilly
like
White
it's
to
gonna
compete in
be
Scarlet.
prone
Where do
to
it
Rocky
spawn?
Black.
It spawns in the
Big
exact
damage.
same
So there are
place
ways that Nick can really navigate this match. Of course, they've
that
got
all the
their
others
own
do. It's
Ice
just a
Rider
rare
Kyrex
spawn.
will
So
be
just
one
go
of
to the
more
place. If you don't
expensive
see it,
builds
open a
variations
picnic and
as
close
well
it
with the
again.
Leech Seed. So
And
that's
then
something that Nick
have
can
another
use to
look.
their advantage.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be a top 16.
I love how they specify its ultimate form of Rhydon, as if there's any other form we can use in VGC, right? Here we go. Why am I holding my controller? I'm not playing.
Be doing the best world performance he has, getting into the lead.
Not even using Blood Moon Ursaluna? I know, right?
And Miraidon right away to hit the field, whereas Fluttermane and Kyogre. This Fluttermane as well. This can all put a lot of pressure, of course, being able to go for super effective
Yeah,
attacks.
best Gen 5 VGC player, Ray Rizzo.
Himself and Kyogre, of course, the range.
sure.
That's to watch out, because Miraidon looks especially scary.
Yeah, definitely scary.
Yeah,
because
no
of the
one's
pressure
ever
that it's
won
putting
Worlds
on
twice.
Right now, and that Kyogre almost feels
And
like either
apart
has
from
to
Ray
switch
Rizzo,
out into
and no one's ever
something a little
won
bit more
Worlds
preferable, like
thrice,
the Rillaboom
other
there,
than
which
Ray
could
Rizzo.
open up,
It's fucking
opportunity
wild.
for Cole, but I think if you go for that grass terrestrialization, you
And
have to be
also,
worried, like you say, about
nobody
that
from the
Fluttermane
United
going for that
Kingdom
icy win, and it's not
has
only
ever
that
won the
as
World
well,
Championships
it
in the
is just that
juniors,
of all
the
tools
seniors,
that it's
or the
got
Masters
access to where
division.
it can potentially shut down
That shit's
the
wild. We gotta
position
fix
being
that.
set up by Cole
Amma,
in
you
this
gotta fix
scenario.
that.
It's also
Do
got
it for
the
women
moonblast
and
as
for the
well,
UK.
but maybe
Amma,
locked into
look at all the
pressure
boxes
that
you'll tick.
Miraidon.
You winning Worlds, Amma, means you'll be the first woman to win it. You'll be the first black woman to win it. And you'll be the first person from the United Kingdom to win it. Or Barbados, whichever citizenship you choose to use.
Well, this can do the absolute most. But
You could be the first Barjan winner.
Fluttermane can be threatening, but going into this electric type is going to be dropping that weakness and also going to boost these attacks the Miraidon can off-put. This turn one could be huge.
You'll be Liam's first friend to win it. That's true. Don't have many friends. Some of the ones I have are fit, mate, and that's wonderful.
Now
Case in
Draco
point.
Meteor in response into Kyogre. Not quite the one hit.
Big hit,
KO.
though.
It is going to hold on throughout this turn.
Hope he went for water spout.
Ha
ha!
Too much, but that was all the damage you needed. Water spout from the Kyogre is so pitiful. Now the Lunala, it's taken no damage.
I met Wolf Glick in 2018, but Wolf does not remember anything about me, I don't think. American, I got a root for people I've never heard of, right?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, right? From the last turn, we see the Flutterman be the choice on Nick's side, Terastallize, trying to snipe off that.
Yeah, no one from Canada, that's
really
true.
Smart Terastallization from Cole to say, okay,
Also,
well, that
Mark
is a threat.
McCullum won
I
Seniors
know the
Division in
item on your
2015.
Flutterman, it's probably max speed, so we're going to
Wait,
have a little bit of a
2015?
tussle here.
Oh yeah, sorry, I missed that one. No, yeah. Mark McCullum, you're right.
Really smart.
What's he done lately then?
We do see that grass
He doesn't have his own page.
It's in a spot now where
to be fair, out of all the people on this wiki, Liam, Ray Rizzo has a page, Wolf has a page, and Sagen Park has a page. No one else has a page. Well, yeah, I feel bad now. Mark McQuillan from the UK did win. You wouldn't be the first winner from the UK. Damn my elven eyesight.
It is going to be a swap. That Kyogre's taking so much damage, not necessarily vibing
No,
with the
Kyogre,
board
no.
situation. It's going to be the Calyrex Ice Rider to take its spot instead. When not mine up on the right on the other end. Again, it has had its special attack greatly reduced. Has the ability to switch moves though, since it isn't going to be a choice item lock Pokemon. Get to that in a second though, because it's going to be a switch of peace. Whimsicott
Whimsy!
for Ko's end. Shadow Ball from Fluttermane
into the Whimsy.
So it's not going to be a welcome greeting on the field, just a little bit of damage. Volt Switch now, not necessarily looking for the most damage here because
decent though.
Actually get a considerable amount, but this is going to.
So when Whimsy uses Tailwind, you use Trick Room. Let's go. Household names in TCG are out. Too Sag. Oh, rare.
But now a really nice switch to that Whimsicott for Cole because they've got access to that instant. To get the speed jump on that Fluttermane and potentially be able to remove it from the field because it is right now.
Yes, Brian Collins still in.
You can't ignore.
No, I think he was out.
Calyrex has just entered the field, still in a really healthy position and is going to start threatening with those.
It's me now. Whip out your Nan.
Start spreading the leech seed depending on what.
I will spread my leech seed all over your face.
How much that
oh yeah, Brian Collins is out.
Though it's going to make a difference because Calyrex Ice Rider, I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that could.
Whimsy Tailwind, but then Lunala uses Meteor Beam for Trick Room hits. Oh, I like it. Saucy.
That could be a scary spot, and Lunala is definitely not one that it could deal some damage out here, and that
it's not ideal.
Re-hit the field. So where do we go from here?
Well, this is it because I think now with the Whimsicott, you've got the option to go for that Tailwind and then utilize the Lunala to either remove the Fluttermane or the Calyrex. Like you said, that chip damage from the Volt Switch onto the Calyrex has probably put it in range.
Although, do remember,
beam, which is,
Meteor Beam could miss.
You can't Terastallize out of the weakness. So Cole's got to really pick carefully here. The one thing that you would say that they've got in their favor is the Fluttermane doesn't have Protect. So it's an easy slot to go into. So you know you can guarantee damage into that slot. Whether the Fluttermane stays in or switches out is the question here. Whether it depends how much Nick really values that and what they've got in the back. And you can see
you're thinking Moonguy speed. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, that's also super effective. You're right. You're right.
Come in, just give him a little bit of room while you utilize maybe that Calyrex to get the damage you need.
M-Beam could be either.
Lands, and it's unlikely that we see the Lunala go for the Wide Guard in this situation when there's such an offensive option in front of them.
Well, we're about to find out, but yeah, we talked about the Fluttermane. That's going to be the swap out, and Rillaboom could be better
There's the Tailwind.
in this position as Whimsicott is going to go for the Tailwind. This speaks a little bit of what we can see.
There's
from
the Moongeist.
That Moongeist beam. This bat is going offensive, and Rillaboom, that swap.
Oh, not what I would have done. Also not what I would have done, but we just lost Sierra, I think. The commentators are gone. It's eerie.
Okay.
Okay. Who stood on a cable?
Threat going forward on the field, and then
there we go.
Thing is as well, grassy terrain now on the field, and it is going to help top up that HP.
Forgot about both names.
Calyrex in a nice healthy position. You've got the Rillaboom on the field, of course. It doesn't.
Maybe you smelled something I don't. Yeah, maybe. They're so gobsmacked. Yeah.
Calyrex, it is going to outspeed you, and now
in sin, more like in the bin. In sin, more like in the bin. Something always seems to go wrong. I know. It's only a multi-million-dollar company. Like, you cut them some slack. It's not like they can afford the best equipment.
Using any support and then go for that Moongeist Beam into the Calyrex, which
Now.
is susceptible right now.
Yeah, and this Incineroar, I mean, this just makes so
It's
much
fine, I
sense
won't be
for
laughing when I
Pokemon
deadlift
Go
tomorrow.
Now, Nick is just so threatened on this turn. And
Remember all the
Ko,
issues
I
in
mean,
Worlds
you
last
backed
year?
up
Oh,
a lot
maybe.
that way. We've gotten to see the Tailwind, so of course Ko is going to have the speed advantage moving on forward. Incineroar puts so much pressure on this turn.
Cheese!
From that
Hey,
Lunala
Ruby.
did into the Rillaboom.
Oh,
And
look
that's
at that,
something
up like
can
a
fire
shot.
off into the Calyrex at any
that fluff
time.
from?
One thing
You.
for the Calyrex,
pretty?
with that leftovers, it has been getting a decent little
Well, that'll
amount
do.
of recovery, so
That'll
we are
do.
getting closer to the
Cheers, lad. Cheers,
Calyrex
lad.
can survive hits mode.
Cheers, lad.
And
Cheers,
doubly
lad.
so with the protect on
Cheers,
this
lad.
turn. Make sure that Incineroar, Fake Out,
Servers are probably running
no
Windows
good.
95.
Now it's just going to be Moongeist Beam into the Calyrex
XP
Ice Rider,
all day.
Nothing. And Incineroar not going for that.
Has
Fake Out.
anyone ran Arceus
Instead,
this
it's gonna
world?
be the
No,
knockoff.
because
The double
Arceus
into
is
the slot.
is not
What a
allowed.
good
It's a mythical
protect from
Pokemon.
Nick. Now it's going to be only
3 Canadians won TCG World Championships. Chase Maloney, Seniors 2012. Andrew Estrada,
Yeah, and it's all about
Masters
that
2014,
protect
and
there. I think
Rowan
what Nick needs to do now
Davinov,
is try
Juniors
and stall out
2015.
this
Damn.
Tailwind turns. Once they go, then
One in
you
each
put them
category,
in
nice.
A bit more enabled to come in and support whatever's next to it and try and get rid
Kinda
of these
rhymed.
big threats. As long as this Tailwind's in effect, though, then Ko is kind of in the driver's seat. The problem that Nick's got is a lot of the Pokemon that he's got remaining have such low health.
Oakley
so
dokley.
the switching game to stall things out is getting a bit more limited. And yeah, the Calyrex in that position now, it's pretty healthy, but again, you don't really want it to be in that spot where
Told my
it
mate
is
off. He went to a
facing
shop
down
that had no
Moongeist
limits on how
Beam
many
and
packs of
taking
cards
that
you could
because
buy. That's dumb, and he
it's
bought the
not
whole
like
stock
you're
of
gonna
Destined
instantly
Rivals.
outbeat the
What a
Calyrex, so you need to
wanker!
target into that position, and then you just go for the Moongeist Beam. I think Calyrex probably got enough health at this stage
TCG isn't a
to
real
take at
sport.
least
VGC
one
is where
of
the real
those,
skill is.
and
I mean,
Intimidate's
TCG
kind
is
of
a
taken
bigger
that attack
mental
back down
puzzle.
to
It's too
neutral,
mental
so
for me.
Done a chilling near boost, so it's not really going to be in the position to pick up a knockout here.
At least for Nick, when you are trying to play the waiting out game, when you have this Kyogre that's built out with the Mystic Water as opposed to the choice specs, you do have a little bit of options with going for the protect.
Love that band.
But you do
There's
have to
seriously
make
a metal
some
band
really hard
called
choices on what
Oakley
happens.
Dokley,
Well,
whose gimmick
go
is
on
Ned
the
Flanders.
field and
Nice.
Get KO'd if you are looking to preserve that Calyrex Ice
Skill issue,
Rider.
Sewell.
Fluttermane might be the sacrifice of choice here.
Yeah,
Hitting
don't
the
discredit
field,
the shufflers,
already taking
exactly.
So much damage down to a third.
He's
And if
officially
Ko's
become a
going for that
scalper.
shot again, it's gonna be Fluttermane,
Distance
no
yourself.
more Moongeist Beam. Staring down on the opposing end.
Smash.
Fluttermane instantly to hit the field and go. But Nick slowly but surely getting through the turns. But again, will he have enough once this Tailwind expires to be able to start putting pressure back into Ko?
Yeah, and I think the
No.
opening that Nick really needs is to try and maybe get that Trick Room up now with it, the Calyrex, because if you can get yourself into a position where you can get
I need
that
2
Trick
cards
Room
to finish
set
my
up, it's
151
gonna
master
put you in
set.
a
Oh, damn,
way
what
better
cards?
position. You've still got to worry about the Incineroar, but I think the key would be maybe get those Leech Seeds started to spread around the board, and if you can
Spread
do that, you're
those
chipping away
seeds.
constantly at your opponent. You don't necessarily need to worry so much about the Intimidate cycle, but right now in this position, it's not
Cards
looking
on the
too
card
good for
game.
them,
Oh
and,
yeah,
a
valid.
lot
Like,
to
I
play
can't
for.
either.
The problem is with the Rillaboom
Let's
as
not
well, you
knock the
can't
people that can.
really fake out. You can't slow down that Lunala because of its ghost typing and the immunity
Ba-ba,
there, which
ba-ba,
makes this
ba-ba,
extra
ba-ba.
difficult. This Tailwind was just well timed by Ko and taken full advantage of the turns that they've got remaining with it.
This could be where Nick can try and make a call though, because Rillaboom hitting the
$200
field, you can try and
dollar
off it a little
Charizard in
bit
the
of pressure
IR
instead. I mean,
Squirrel.
obviously can't go for the big out into the
Oof.
Lunala, and the Lunala maybe having to go and
I thought the
make a
current format
choice
allowed
into
mythical
it.
Pokemon.
Of
No,
course,
that's
Incineroar
Regulation
does
J.
still
That'll be in
put a little bit
September.
of pressure here, which could
And
be
that's
scary.
not for
But if
tournaments,
Nick,
that's
you
just for
can't
online rank
sacrifice
ladder.
any more Pokemon,
Official
it
tournaments will be
could
doing
be a
Regulation
little
H, which is
tough
no
to see here.
legendaries,
Of
no
course, Lillian
Paradox
doesn't have
Pokemon.
access
It's
to
going to be
protect.
fucking
Kyogre already
beautiful.
just used it, so it would be a 1 in
Remember when that
3.
TCG
And
British
bringing
kid
that
won
Calyrex
and
Ice
Amy
Rider
was
into
crying
the
with joy
field?
on broadcast?
I mean, if that's the Pokemon
Yeah.
you're trying to preserve,
Because he was
that's
from
so
a
good.
local.
No, it's not. And if you get the slot wrong in that situation as well, that's where the Moongeist Beam lands. I think that kind of clauses game
Mooney
up.
Beam,
One up
Mooney,
pretty
Mooney
quickly, so
Beam,
we'll see
Mooney
how
Beam,
this plays out as
Mooney,
that
Mooney
Kyogre
Beam.
does exit the field as the Tailwind turns do count down.
All right, so Calyrex Ice Rider, see if we can get onto the field safely, or at least make it through, as this Pokemon could be important. into the
Oh,
match.
that's into
Moongeist
Cali.
Beam from Lunala, targeting into the slot. We had talked about the leftover
Ooh.
and it is going to survive
Knockoff as
through
well?
the
No.
turn. And
it's going to be an Incineroar targeting into
Oh,
that
health is low.
take a lot of damage. Go is still looking at a strong
So wholesome when I was watching the UIC, right?
puzzle at least quite
quite yet. Both Incineroar's exit, even if that Tailwind has expired, this Miraidon is still super speedy.
Yeah, that Miraidon
really
fucks.
I think even if Cole takes an attack from the Rillaboom here and it goes down, which is not going to be the case, he wouldn't mind because I think it just
At least he can switch up the terrain now. Our brother and sister compete at TCG at this Worlds, the one where the sister who won. I think they are, yeah. Because they both, they must be, because they came first and second at a regional, an international. Toronto regionals won't be under Reg H, and no.
I don't know how Nick gets out of this. I feel like I'm in a really tough spot right now.
Yeah, when you have 3 Pokemon left, the speed's not really in your favor. Even with that Tailwind expiring,
I don't think it's worth leech seeding, mate. I think you'll be knocked out before then.
What you have on your end is this Kyogre with 38. That is just quivering when you're staring down the Miraidon on the other end. It is a scary situation. Ko just having the natural speed here. I feel like this one is a little bit of a tricky puzzle to maybe think.
I thought they specified Reg H was only going to be for in-person events. Yeah.
That speed, Ko just had so much in his favor, and even with some well-timed protection.
Oh yeah. Oh, so you're saying yeah, because
yeah, and I think you're kind of.
You're saying Reg J could be Global Challenge. Yeah, I think maybe. I guess we'll see.
Maybe not gone your way this game and how you can go into game 2 to kind of pull
yeah,
that's a fine thing
there's not much that Nick can do.
To just attack into the Kyogre with the Miraidon, attack into the Calyrex with the Lunala. Your hope is that you can kind of claw back enough.
Oh, that's going into Calyrex. But then fake out pressure. Fake out could knock out Miraidon.
With the Miraidon picking up that huge key knockout.
I suppose the next turn would be fake out into Miraidon. And then knock out. Oh, it's already fainted. No, fair play. Fake out into Incineroar. And then an Origin Pulse. Oh!
It's going to be Incineroar and Lunala for Ko. Nick with 2 very low health Pokemon, but Nick does have some Fake Out pressure on this.
Damn.
And of course, when you are looking at a little bit of priority, can't have that with the Urshifu.
Yeah,
with the Rillaboom.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one thing that you've got to call out from that last turn is just the smart.
Both at the pre-show for Worlds. Yeah, you were saying they were, weren't they?
Yeah, I think you're going to protect the Kyogre. I'm going to.
Yeah, Incineroar has the fast Fake Out now, so that's rough. Yeah, he's forfeit.
Putting yourself in just such a
game 2, baby.
Where, the Incineroar's going to come in. You would expect that to be the slower out of the 2, and the
Team Masao is out. Giovanni Chisque is through.
I was seeing the cancellation locked in.
So we know that so far.
Yeah, that Trick Room was just so well done. Because if it
the top 8 so far is Giovanni Chisque, Mao Harada from Japan, Victor Medina from Spain, Montana Mott from the US, and James Evans from the US. They're the ones we know.
This is the guy that went 8-0 on day 1 of Swiss. We're going to see some safe plays. We're going to see it get locked up. And it was just so strong.
And we should know the result of Aaron Brock and Hirofumi Kimura.
Damage that you're able to offput from Ko's end.
Which is...
You didn't quite pick up KOs to start, but the Kyogre was in a spot where you couldn't really offput
Find
damage.
out for you in a minute.
You just had these faster Pokemon at any point, and it was just so much pressure throughout the entire match.
Yeah, it was a story all about speed control, right? I think that's the key to this. I think leading up with the Miraidon, putting the pressure on to that Kyogre in particular, and then getting the Whimsicott in a really key moment to get the Tailwind up. And then, yeah, I'm not worried if it goes down, because, yeah, you might get
match win
a chilling air boost, but I've got Incineroar on the back. You don't have the Kiramina. I can just drop that, keep you in check, and keep that pressure on with the Lunala. It was something you didn't have without that
Hirofumi Kimura is through.
You said at the close of that match, the Trick Room at the end was key.
Aaron Brock is out.
Boom in next to it, you can fake out the Incineroar and get a free Origin Pulse off with the rain. It kind of almost forces the hand of the
so now we just need to find out who wins this match and who wins out of Masayoshi Kuru and Michael Kelsch, who's probably going to win it all. Like Michael Kelsch is 10-1, but then again, so is Ko right now.
It is close, but again, just Ko making sure that there was no door open, absolutely no possibility.
Hirofumi Kimura is 11-1.
But now, where do we go into this game?
And Giovanni Chisque is 11-1. That's insane.
Where can Nick switch this
yeah, the odd year Japanese winner is looking more and more likely. Yeah.
Out of the Kyogre, honestly, I think it was a bit of a shame.
Well, we've got so far in top 8, we've got 2 from Japan, 1 from Spain, and 3 from the US.
From that Pokemon in particular, can be the way to carving out a victory to tie this game up.
Well, it's a Kyogre that's not off-putting any pressure on this first start of the match because it is not leading the charge. It's going to be Ko going again with that double restricted lead. But
yeah, it'd be cool to see Hirofumi win.
A little bit of a switch up. Fluttermane is going to be back, but Rillaboom to kick this off.
Yeah, the Rillaboom's a really nice lead here. Just
Although,
to get
right,
electric terrain to stop the
if
initial boost
Hirofumi
onto the
takes it,
Miraidon,
right,
you expect maybe it
it's
will
no
have to
longer
go for
going to
that
be
terastallization here
odd
because
year,
the threat from the
Japanese person
Bloodmane,
wins
you
it.
see
It's going to be odd
like
year,
game one where we do see
person
that
with last name
terastallization and
Kimura
the
wins it.
Moonblast come into there.
Because that would be the
We know
second
that the
time
Miraidon,
since
whether it's
2023
electric
that someone
terastallization,
called
if he wants to
Kimura
take
has
that,
won.
doesn't terastallize, stays on the field.
Kelsch is
Probably
German.
will drop to that Moonblast, and Cole not really wanting to give up pieces so
Because
easily.
DE is
So I think
Deutschland, I think.
That is a nice play to get rid of the electric train to stop that big damage.
Yeah, 'cause
coming out,
DK
and
is
the Rillaboom
Denmark.
in a position where it
DE is Germany.
potentially get some value here. It can get some chip damage into the Miraidon, maybe pivot out, keep that grassy terrain active in the back. Or
yeah.
you can break the Shadow Shield or get some big damage onto the Lunala if the Shadow Shield is broken.
I mean,
by the
Kelsch would be the first German
Right away on this
world
first turn.
champion.
A lot of different options here for Nick, and on the opposing end, Coach.
Didn't he say German? Ah, fair.
Into this Lunala instead.
Well, also because we don't know if Kelsch is through yet, so he's not in the top 8 currently.
Prioritizing making sure Lunala
We don't know yet.
is not going to be taking super effective
His match
damage.
is still in
That
progress.
going to be one that pays
And he's
off.
against Masayushi Kuru, who I believe is Australian. AU is Australia, isn't it?
Electro Drift, Volt Switch, sorry, from this Miraidon. That's going to be a considerable amount into the Flutter Mane and a chance for Ko to switch things around.
Yeah, this is just so well played by Cole, saying, okay, I'm not repeating what I did game 1 because you probably want to go after the Lunala, expecting
Come on, Nick, you got to do this.
Because we talked about how pressured it was. That is the obvious choice for the terastallization, Ko identifying that.
Australian.
Saying, no, I'm going to protect my Lunala this time because it was so pivotal in that game.
What would Austrian be? Is that AS?
In case you go for that Moonblast, the Shadow Ball into this slot. I want it to be super effective. Don't want to put myself in danger of getting knocked out by it. Double up into it from a Wood Hammer that potentially is coming out.
Thinking, imagine we unlock Shiny Ting Lu and we only get 3 Shiny Ruins. We'd have to explain to new players that we're missing one because we were too lazy as a community. Yeah.
Follow up from the Lunala. That Flutter Mane is
Imagine.
gone, and Nick loses a really key piece.
AUS is Australia? No, but when it's in 2-letter format, because these are all in 2-letter format.
And I mean, for Ko, that call to, I mean, leave them right on in position.
I'll
where
find
that
out
could
for
have been
you. I'll find
eliminated
out.
on the very first turn.
So brave.
So brave. That's going to be now Incineroar after a little bit of thought.
AU
to hit the
is
field,
Australia.
But Rillaboom not eyeing up a big attack. Instead, this is going to be the pivot as well. And in the back, it's going to be that double restricted for Nick. Now Kyogre onto the field, but I'm still intrigued with Lunala.
Yeah, we already established AU as Australia. We're on about what would Austria be.
Through the turn, and now this is going for the attack into the Flutter Mane. So that is going to be Nick
gnarly.
down the Pokemon already.
Yeah, and that's a big play here for Cole. I think as well getting the Incineroar in is great because now you've got the option, although that Kyogre comes in, you think, wow, that's putting on a lot of pressure, especially to the water weak Pokemon in Incineroar and the neutrally hit Pokemon in Lunala. You still don't, if you're Lunala, you don't want to take a Hydro Pump from the Kyogre because it is going to outspeed you.
It's
so
gold, man. Look at the periodic table.
The
I never look at periods under the table.
Playing into this,
I have
the Rillaboom
class.
in, it has that faster fake out, so can
Is that
pin
true?
that
I don't know if I have
Incineroar,
class,
the fake
but
out into
I'm
that
here.
slot, and then it frees up the Kyogre to get those big attacks.
AT is
off.
Austria.
So
Oh, thank you.
careful here if you all call because
Appreciate that,
Nick's
Matt.
placing his Pokemon
Oh,
in a really
crikey.
good position
Get that
to
G
try
Fuel
and
in you,
get
lad.
him
Get that
momentum
Bahama
to
Mama
get
down
back-
your throat.
to Get himself
Freezing?
back into this game.
And I love the fact that we got a Kyogre that actually has a lot of health now, right?
Yes, yes.
And the difference in the
Not
move
if
going
Rillaboom
from
has
this
anything to
single
say about it.
target Or the spread damage, if you think the Lunala isn't going to get wide guard, there's a lot of possibility here. And Rillaboom, I mean,
Bobbly,
it's on
bobbly,
a
bob.
Keiko, but I'm curious if we are just going to see that Swapperoo. They could be a big one. But
Swapperoo?
also the opposing end, Lunala switches. So it's going to be another Pokemon to hit the field and potentially take a lot of damage from this Kyogre.
Resisted.
At least Miraidon will be taking the hit quite well, and it is going to be a Pokemon to reset the train. Actually, a double pivot from Ko.
That's interesting, and I think one Pokemon that you've got in the back, if you are called to come in and take one of those big, powerful water type
Whimsy.
attacks, if not two, is going to be the Whimsicott and that Miraidon.
Nice
the
hit.
Dragon typing going to help there, and obviously the Whimsicott with its grass typing. So nice position, and getting that Whimsicott onto the field now is really nice because once again you can go for that Tailwind that's going to put the Lunala in that more preferable position, and the Miraidon and its electric terrain going to be really strong this next turn if it can get through it.
Let's do it.
Kyogre has worked so hard to get a water spout with that full HP.
Nice,
and the
though.
double swap from Ko. That is a lot of damage, but it is going to be 2 Pokemon that survive.
Yeah, it is, and that is massive because now both these Pokemon, I mean, otherwise they would still be in range from a Glacial Lance, you would expect. without the
I
water
think
spout,
protect the
it just
Kyogre,
guarantees it, right?
Terror the
thing is,
Calyrex, and Trick
Kyogre
Room.
in that spot
Can he
now,
Terror
so how
the
you
Calyrex?
mentioned
I
it's
don't think it
nice
matters
to
because
be in a
Koraidon
place
could
where
knock
can
it out
take
either way.
advantage of these water spouts. It is going to have to worry about the Miraidon because you would expect maybe a Tailwind to come
Protect
out from
Calyrex,
this
switch to
Whimsicott,
Rillaboom.
But does Cole make the decision here to set the Tailwind up, get an attack off with the Miraidon? If he gets the target right, he can maybe pick up a knockout onto one of these Pokemon.
Wondering if the Whimsy has Taunt. That'd
but
be a
then
hell of a
you're
Trick
left
Room
with
to
only
turn.
two
I don't know if
Pokemon
it
in the back,
does.
an Incineroar and that Lunala.
Kyogre, switch, okay. Into Rillaboom.
That Miraidon on the opposing end.
And
We'll
then
see a
Trick
switch
Room.
through once again as Rillaboom, again, better poised to take a hit.
Because
and
now-
reset that train, bring in
Now
Grass
Callie
Reserve,
can take
limit the damage the Miraidon can
a
do.
move from the
This has just
Miraidon.
been a straight-up
Oh, no
pivoting
Tailwind.
from both of our trainers, though. Whimsicott is not looking
Into
to set
Lunala,
any sort of
anticipating
tailwind,
Trick Room?
instead switch
No.
back out. Incineroar will bring the Intimidate, and that's going to be great when you're eyeing up these two physical attacking Pokemon.
Unless he just
on
went
the
Glacial
opposing
Lance, because
end.
that's also a really
Now
good
we're
play,
eyeing up
given the two Pokemon on the
And
field.
the pivoting isn't going to stop there. It's going to do a little bit of damage, and yet again,
Ooh.
Code to pivot things around.
Yeah, he does not want to give up any Pokemon if he doesn't have to, and I think that's a really good way to go forward in this match. Keep all your pieces active as
Interesting.
long as possible. Now you've got that Intimidate onto the Calyrex. It's going to mean
Lunala
that the Glacial
out.
Lances aren't hitting as hard.
Yep.
You can get your Lunala in a bit safer.
He went for the
your
Glacial!
Incineroar's not really going to worry about this with that active Fake Out the next turn, and he's got the ability to continually go for that
Damn.
pivot out, maybe get the Miraidon back onto the field, or the Whimsicott to help support, disrupt things.
I don't
on
think you
your
really want to switch
side.
to Kyogre, so probably
Looking
protect
at
Callie and
pivoting from
Woodhammer.
both end, I mean, for the water spout one, you took a lot of
The
damage, but you had Pokemon
Lunala.
that survived the turn after the switch. And again,
Galar
with this
champion tag on the
double pivot
Rillaboom is
to
so
be able to
wholesome.
bring
It's
these
also one
Pokemon
of the
in.
easiest
The
tags to
Glacial
get.
Lance
You
did
just
really
win the
not that
championship
much
with it.
damage.
No, and I think that's
LOL.
the problem with one Intimidate. It feels very underwhelming.
If
doesn't
you've
it?
if
It
you've won the
doesn't
Ace
feel
Academy
like you're
tournament,
making the progress that you
check
want,
your
unlike
Pokemon
something like
that you
Kyogre
won
out
it
in the
with.
field that
They'll
you
all
feel
have it.
like, wow, this is making steps forward in
They'll
the
all
game
have it.
where the Calyrex feels way
It's Co's
less
best play.
impactful. And
Yeah,
do you
probably.
want to slow the game down even further by going for those Leech Seeds and kind of have to
Got a
rely on
fucking
that
itch on me
as
eye.
the way to chip down your opponent?
It's
I
asleep,
don't
I
think
think.
you've got time to do that against this powerhouse in Lunala. We saw how heavy it
Inan's
hit
a
in that game
powerhouse.
one.
She
You
powers
give it
my
an
room.
inch, it's going to take a mile, and that is
It's not really a
something
thing
that
people
they
say, is
can't
it?
allow to happen.
What's the
Every
Paldean
single time
champion,
we're
Riven?
getting down to just seconds on the clock left
Oh,
for Nick.
yeah, that's the Paldean champion. Yeah, I mean, you need to win the championship in Galar. That's what I mean, obviously. Yeah. Because I sent a Weezing into Pokemon Sword and Shield. Sword. And got it the Galar champion thing, even though I caught it in Paldea. Fun times. You can do it with the Sinnoh championship in BDSP as well, if your Pokemon's
now
in
the Kyogre
BDSP.
switch, a really nice one here from Nick, because the Kyogre.
I think I've got a Garchomp that has all three,
It
which
has
is
to
sick.
be careful. We talked about this at the top of the match about locking into the spread attacks because of the Wide Guard presence on the Lunala. You kind of don't want to lock into those and it'd be a wasted turn. But you
I can't believe he got the Kyogre in.
That is something that is going to
That's
threaten
fucking
this
wild.
Lunala pretty heavily. You do have switches in the back, of course. We saw Cole make switches before you got the Miraidon. You got the Whimsicott.
I think
Problem with
Hydro
Miraidon
Pump is a
it's
good
pretty low
shout.
health at this point.
The issue with Hydro Pump, it is a single target, but as well, it's not the most accurate. You thought those Origin Pulses were bad? Let me tell you about Hydro Pump. So that is something that can be really scary on this turn, but if you are
we go.
anticipating it is a Wide Guard, it might be the only option. No Wide Guard though, instead Lunala is switching out, so could have
Oh,
been
boy.
an opportunity to press one of those more
There's the
accurate
Whimsy.
moves, but instead it's going to be Whimsicott coming in to soak
Oh,
up the
nice.
hit. Rillaboom will be the first one. Woodhammer not enough to pick
Ooh.
up that KO. Now it's going to be a Pokemon, the Kyogre, to follow up.
Hydro
Pump will
Pumpy.
connect, but that's not necessarily where you would have wanted to take the damage. At least you don't have to worry
Nice.
about the Tailwind, but it's not going to be that big hitting move that maybe you would have liked. And knock off now Kyogre, that's a lot of damage.
Ooh,
that's
and the
a
Mystic
huge amount
Water's
of
gone.
damage from the Incineroar just left alone, and you can see the
But specifically on Rillaboom's tag, it implies that it's Nick's starter. Not necessarily. He could have done what I did with my Weezing. He could have sent a Grookey into Sword and Shield. It probably is, but
going down there as long as
who
it
knows?
helps preserve the other restricted in Lunala, keep it healthy.
Could have
I think
bred
the
it in
main
Sword
thing
and
you've
Shield.
gotta do now is
He
get
could have
rid
started
of
with
this
Score Bunny.
Kyogre. Once that Kyogre falls, the rest of the dominoes go with it.
Let people have
The
fun,
Rillaboom,
Liam.
the
No,
Calyrex
fun
are
is
gonna really
banned.
struggle against that Lunala,
That's why no
especially
one
when you've
comes
got the
here.
support of the Incineroar there, which is sitting pretty comfortable at the minute. It's not really worrying about much outside of that Kyogre, which you can cover with that Miraidon.
And you talked about Kyogre being the one to really kind of...
I assume Miraidon's coming in, right?
damage that the Calyrex Ice Rider was able to do, and things like the Incineroar, especially after Intimidate.
Yeah.
But the Kyogre...
Although Grassy... I was going to say Grassy Glide, but never mind. Fun Police. Wee woo, wee woo. It's more woo than wee.
And once it uses that, the recoil damage is going to take it down. So you've got to be really convinced with where you're landing this attack. You don't want to waste it into a target that might not pick up the momentum that you need.
Life Orb Baby driving me crazy.
You're looking for.
Yeah, so do you target into the Kyogre and try and take care of that big threat for Nick? A Pokemon that could also protect him, then you can maybe just lose the Miraidon without doing the damage if the Rillaboom opts in.
Nick really needs to preserve Kyogre.
Rillaboom even resisted. The Rillaboom no longer has an Assault Vest, and it's still a Miraidon with the terrain. So where do you target down?
That's not a bad shout.
With that one last attack.
Get Kyogre out. Get Rillaboom out so you can fix the terrain.
Well, instead, you're going to be targeting into the other one, the Calyrex Ice Rider back.
At least knows to call the ambulance.
A lot of health, but still would not appreciate a hit in this situation. But I'm eyeing up this Miraidon. Where do we target? We're going to have to wait a second longer.
We're going to have to wait a little longer. And yeah, even if
it's going to be an Electro Drift, isn't it?
The thing for Nick is that he's got that Kyogre off the field.
There's Lululanilla. Oh, Draco into the Rillaboom.
And that's going to be a Draco Meteor.
That guarantees terrain control, but obviously doesn't really matter that much because the Miraidon goes down.
That is a Life Orb recoil. That is a
but fake out pressure from Incin coming back. Nick could do this, but Nick's moves have to land.
The one thing that you would say Cole's got at their advantage right now is the ability to bring in this Incineroar, which is really smart. Switching.
Yeah, they got Wide Guard on their side as well.
In that situation to preserve it, you've got the Incineroar to come in. You've got the fake out, and that might be enough to sway this game in your favor. You can fake out,
but he can Terra the.
And that will give you maybe the.
He's going to have to Terra the Cali.
Be able to get through this Kyogre that right now is threatening some big.
Maybe pop a couple of Leech Seeds.
You only get the one fake out though into the two.
Yeah, there's the Terra. Good Terra.
So there is still the option for Nick to be able to target into something.
Don't Origin Pulse. Yeah, just straight up Hydro Pump. Although protect this turn, I would.
Calyrex is a Pokemon that you can start putting pressure in other ways. You can try and anticipate the Trick Room, try and make the heads up play, or go for something like the Leech Seed and try and make sure that you slowly but surely win out this match with that recovery over time. So there is still some staying power for Nick, even with the fake out pressure on the
I think Nick's got this round.
That Nick's got in their bank is the Terastallization. They haven't used that yet, so they can take advantage of that. And but I think you're right. I think the Leech Seed now is
absolute masterclass in fucking saving your Terra till the end.
Through this match, you've already taken Intimidate from the Incineroar, so your Glacial Lances aren't going to be hitting as hard. Kyogre in a bit of an awkward spot, and now you've got that fake out, which is really pressuring you. And on the back of that, we are seeing that Terastallization trigger pulled.
Make sure this Calyrex Ice Rider has what it takes to make it through the turn as we saw.
Hello, Rach. How you doing, beautiful? What's happening?
So make sure that
where can I get a Galarian Weezing that can go to BDSP? Oh, you can't.
Also looking to make it to the next stage, protect. So no damage.
You can't send Galarian Weezing into BDSP because it can't exist in that game.
It's going to be between the Lunala and the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Needed for a trade on PK Home so I can get one.
So Trick Room now, well, we saw the lock-in from Nick.
The male announcer is Lee Provost, or also known as Osiris VGC.
Kyogre's going to struggle here.
I think Nick maybe
predicted something funny. Who give you a big kiss? Who is it?
I'm going to allow you to get the Trick Room, trying to reverse it there, but it's almost backfired by Cole.
Oh, is that it? Did you find your pin? It was in my bag. Imagine. It was in my hair.
It is active. The Incineroar can go for a knockoff.
It was in Junichi Masuda's shoe.
That will be enough to get rid of the Kyogre, leaving all the emphasis onto that Calyrex Ice Rider. Can Nick go for a double?
I didn't find my pin.
Maybe get a Trick Room again.
This is what I wanted to say.
To flip the damage. It's
in her hand the whole time.
Kyogre in a better position because
Master Glacial Lances into a Wide-Guard Lunala, thus making your Kyogre slower.
That is relied on to try and close out its game by itself.
Yeah. Weird, isn't it?
Situation, it might not
I use his builds for 7-star raids all the time. He's great. Oh, he's fantastic. Great commentator as well.
Now the Twitch mentions are twisted. All down to it, but that's going to be the triple. That's going to be the double protect.
Was a bad Trick Room.
3 Kyogre stays safe this turn. Calyrex Leech Seed into that Lunala. So we got a perfect situation for Nick, given this situation. Now knockoff, of course.
Nice one, Nick. Nice one, Nick. Nice one, Nick. Nice one, Nick. Nice one, Nick, my friend. He's not my friend, I don't know him.
This isn't so bad either.
We literally have Christians with picket signs saying Pokemon is a sin outside the center. It's the 90s all over again. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny.
leech seeds off onto both of these Pokemon before that Kyogre goes
Will
down.
someone please think of the children? Honestly, it's the most American thing I've heard all day.
The leftovers
Legit.
recovery, it's going to be very hard to take this Pokemon down. It didn't feel like the Calyrex could get into that position, but it is.
Rach, just go up to one of the Christians, go up to their ear and go, sex.
Really
And watch
nice
them
to get
fucking
that double
burst
protect,
into
of
flames.
course, but are you just delaying the inevitable
Sex before
where the double
marriage.
comes this turn into the Kyogre and does remove it, leaving the
Oh
Calyrex
my
and
God!
Ranger going into the rest
You're
of this
the
match.
devil!
I mean, even this Kyogre, you got the double, you go for the triple.
Michael Kelsch is through. He's in top 8.
Kyogre!
Triple protect!
On the turn, make it a
Triple protect!
as it can. Calyrex on the offensive now, and
Oh my
Ko,
God.
you can see head in hands, and of course you have to anticipate that would have been a double up into the slot instead.
Fuck
Kyogre
me!
has been such a big threat, and it's been a Pokemon that Ko has not been able to take down at any point in this match.
The lifeline is there, and Nick's going for it all the way. The time is chipping for that Lunala with these leech seeds sapping away. It's close now to going down to a Glacial Lance from this Calyrex. And now
That's
Nick,
wild.
you go for the fourth
Three
protect.
three protects, Jeremy. That's insane.
You're getting through these trick room turns, and then if you could do it, the Kyogre are going to be in that spot to just
That's
clean
wild,
up, wash away
bruv.
the opponent and take this to a game 3. But it's getting close. Everything on the line as we're getting into the latter stages
Bro,
of this game 2.
Oriental Devils, it says on the bibble. The bibble.
But when that has been all going on and so much attention on
Let's
this
see the
Kyogre,
mass
the
WhatsApp
Calyrex
message that
Ice Rider
organised
has
that
made
rally.
such great progress on the field. Now another round of this Glacial Lance. The Sunala has been taken so much, and now it's been taken down. It's only Incineroar for Ko. All the attention on the Kyogre has just allowed this Calyrex Ice
Signing
Rider
the
to
pick doesn't even make
whatever
sense.
it
Wait,
wants
there's picks
and go
in the
over
events
that one
con section. I'll
Pokemon
have a look in a
left.
minute.
And no matter where this targets, I mean, you have a Calyrex at the full HP. You have a Kyogre that finally gets hit on this turn, doesn't get taken down. And
Oh, landing a Hydro. Mate, what are the hacks on this Kyogre? It lands Hydro Pumps, and it gets a triple protect.
Triple protect. We didn't expect it. Great play here from Nick in a really.
I think Michael fucking Kelsch is winning this, you know. But I want Nick to win.
What needed to be done and taking full
Check that
advantage of the
Kyogre.
You've got to give Nick huge credit
If you
there
whisper
for
gay sex before
utilising
marriage, they
the leech
spontaneously
seed when they
combust.
did and the Glacial Lance when they did. Yes,
can't
got
even
a bit of
process.
Got a bit of fortunate with those triple protects, but you got to go for it.
Hey, that's
That
why
was
you gotta have
wild.
that friendship with your Pokemon.
Wasn't it raining?
The-
It was
the
raining,
power
yeah.
of friendship really coming in
But that doesn't
there.
make
I mean,
Hydro Pump
sometimes
connect
that's
any
what it
better.
comes down to. Sometimes we see those critical hits.
It's still the
Sometimes
same
we,
accuracy.
He knows it.
You're thinking of Hurricane.
You see that laugh. He knows it. I mean, sometimes that's
Man
how
clearly
the game goes
cheated.
out.
Yeah,
But
where's
playing it
Verlis?
out.
Someone
And
get
also
Verlis.
attention on the Kyogre, because again, you can talk about the triple and maybe, you know, talk about the luck factor of it.
He spent all this
Playing
time
out
worrying about
has been
Wolf
a
Click.
very
Wolf
scary
Click didn't even
situation
win.
When you were anticipating that maybe Ko was going for the Trick Room, you said it yourself and just, wow, okay, what do I do from here on?
God, I can't catch
Finding
the Shadow
the only
Kyogre.
win con out of it to make your way into game
Game 3,
I think
game
is
3.
wholeheartedly impressive. From Ko, that has to be devastating though, because you were just one double up away from, I mean, moving on into top 8.
Game 3,
Now you're
sausage
going
roll.
into
Come on,
game 3,
Wolfie,
and
score a goal.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, and I think this is the testament to Cole right now going into this next match. I think with how well they played Game 1, how well they played the majority of Game 2.
Don't worry,
but how
Nick.
that
Ko's
ending
just a
is gonna
seniors
hinge
world
on
champion.
How well they can deal with that. Is it going to affect them going into Game 3?
Let's not
Because a lot
manifest
of players
that guy.
Would affect. That would
He is a
definitely
twat.
come into your mind and think, what do I need to do to win this? set?
Kyogre getting checked after this game if he
and I
gets
think
through.
you've just gotta
Triple
stay cool,
protect.
calm, and composed. I think we talked about at the top of the show how experienced they are at this stage.
Oh,
in
this
kind of
Kyogre's shit
environment,
as
this
well.
Big stage. The World Championships, so maybe it doesn't affect them, hopefully not. But I think you've got to evaluate what you're doing there. I think there's got to be more emphasis on trying to get rid of that Kyogre earlier on in this
No pressure,
match.
lads.
If
You're just
can,
at the
Nick
granddaddy of them
playing
all.
so well, not allowing that to
Oh, I've got
happen.
some
So
shinies to
it's
claim.
not going to be
No,
easy,
not
but I
shinies,
think
some
once the Kyogre
encounters to
falls,
claim.
I think all the other
Hisui
things
and
kind of
Samurott.
fit
It
into
wasn't
place.
shiny.
Especially since that turn where Trick.
When I said
Nick set up the
Hisuian,
Trick
my
Room,
fucking Siri
could have been a
activated.
situation where Nick just claims it without. So you have to reevaluate. Is there a switch up? If there
Ooh,
isn't
restricted
indicating,
lead.
though, heading into game 3
Double
here,
restricted
top
lead.
16. A switch up from Nick though. We've seen different leads every time.
Memorising
Butterbean has
something
been
Colin
tried
first said in
and true,
Kingsman
but
for
Calyrex Ice
the
Rider
day.
this time.
A super
Yeah,
religious
it's a nice-
asshole
it's
pissed
a
me off
nice
enough. Oh
switch
yeah.
up here. You've still got the pressure
Go
with
on.
the Fluttermane on both of these Pokemon from Cole.
Manners
the Lunala
maketh
not wanting
man.
to take a
Do you
Shadow
know what
Ball,
that means?
And the Miraidon not wanting to take a Moonblast. Do
Was
you
that allowed?
Trustlize the Fluttermane here?
That's
Maybe
for
not. You did
something
in
no
game
one
2
could get in
and
the
everything
GTS.
worked
I
out,
hate
and
that.
Trustalization at the end probably give you just the
Because
edge
if
you
I try
needed.
and search for something something that's not allowed. It says you can't search for that. It's not allowed. But you can request it. Like, it's weird.
First game we saw the Trastalization.
I'm a Catholic whore, currently enjoying Congress out of wedlock with my black Jewish boyfriend who works at a military abortion clinic. So hail Satan and have a lovely afternoon, madam. Amazing.
But it had Trastalized for
See you soon. Good luck in the army, Sparrow.
Nick is going to do on this turn. Like, this could be a huge turn to dictate the outcome of this
Normally
match.
show off their fancy or rare Pokemon, yeah.
Either one of these because they're putting on so much pressure.
Which is weird because they can't even see people's reactions other than frustration at the fact they can't get the Pokemon they want.
Pokemon here, if no Trustalization. And the Miraidon is in that spot where it can just put attacks and
Jelly babies, jelly babies, it's jelly babies. That's the one.
It does not want to
One of the best lines in modern cinema. Sorry to automod on that one, that's fine. Automod don't have feelings.
Intimidate into the Calyrex Ice Rider is going to be so
It barely has standards.
And Terastallization, well, when you see the Miraidon leave, you know it can only be for one target. That Lunala into that Fairy type. So this seems to be the best of both worlds. Now you don't have to worry about the Shadow Ball. Miraidon doesn't have to worry about anything at all. But Terastallization piece for these trainers, well, Ko is making sure that, hey, this Lunala's safe. Nick is making sure his
Your mama's safe.
is preserved as well. Calyrex Ice Rider into that Fairy type. Make sure it can soak up as much hits as possible. Now Shadow Ball that into
Shadow Ball.
This is going to be breaking that
Break the Shadow Shield, baby.
and see how much damage can be
Big
done
moon,
now
guys.
in
Down to the
return.
sash.
As again, Ghost Type attack into the Flutter Mane. That's got 1 HP. Okay, the Sash. We're bringing it down to Sash. We're making it interesting.
Sierra
over here.
panic then.
Now it's going to be Calyrex Ice Rider. Glacial Lance in return. Incineroar going to take that hit so well.
God.
That Intimidate pays off.
Yeah,
Mate,
really
Intimidate and the
strong
fucking
Intimidate.
Electric
You can see
Seed,
the
right?
Glacial Lance just not having the impact
Yeah.
that Nick wanted it to. And the Fluttermane there, taking the advantage of that Focus Sash, right? You rightly called it out there.
Good lord.
Where it has the ability to just sit in front of these really
We'll get
big
flagged for
threats
using the word
because it knows
dinosaur.
It's got that blanket, that security where it can just
Right,
choose
you
its
shouldn't talk
target
about your nan like
wisely
that.
and try and get some crucial damage off. Unfortunately, not really paying off there because of
Ooh,
the
baby, do you know what
Trustalization
that's
on the
worth?
Lunala. Now the Incineroar
Pee pee
comes
poo
in.
poo,
Do you go
Colin
for the fake
Firth.
out into the
There you
Calyrex
go,
to
very
slow
good.
down? Probably not. You probably want to try and pivot out, get that Incineroar off the field to drop that Intimidate a little bit later on when necessary to further weaken that Calyrex. And now you've got the opportunity to take down that Fluttermane. As we know, it's got no Protect there, so an easy target for the Lunala.
Taunt me, daddy. No trick room. No wide guard.
Taking a pause from going for these attacks and said taunt into the Lunala. So we
U-turn, baby.
well, anything other than attacks from that Lunala for the next couple
Here
of
comes
turns.
the Power Herb,
Fluttermane
the
with only
Meteor
1
Beam.
HP, so that's going to be a very easy U-turn to be able to take care of
JP2,
that
baby.
Pokemon and get a switch. I'm curious with what Ko can bring out onto the field here with that knowledge of, well, the Lunala is taunted and what can be used to support it.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go back to game 1, I don't think the taunt matters too much. There was not really so
Don't
much
forget
emphasis
to
other
get
than that
yourself
very
some
end turn on
G
the Trick
Fuel.
Room being important for Korra. It feels like that. I think the emphasis
Good
is
stuff,
on
sausage roll. Good
utilising
stuff,
that
sausage
big
roll.
moon guy's
Let's
beam,
go.
and that's what I expect to
I
come
could
out
murder
of
a sausage
Calyrex
roll.
here. Of course, Nick taking the smart choice to Trustalize out of that weakness, so it's not going to take as much damage, but it's still going to be taking about 40 to 45% of its health. And if you don't see a response in a Leech Seed, that Calyrex is going to struggle to kind of keep up with the rest of the field.
Show me what you got.
From
Urshifu!
Ko, it's going to be none other than the Urshifu.
Which will be powered up by the rain.
It was a Lunala that goes for the Trick Room, and Nick is going to actually go and set it up himself. Now we get an opportunity. What is in the back?
Interesting.
Field. That is going to put a lot of pressure onto that Urshifu.
It does.
And then Nick going for the Twisted Dimension itself.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Danger of
Nick's
Woodhammer
probably
there.
wanting to set it up there, because now in a really nice position where you've got the Rillaboom in, you can pressure the Urshifu. Is banded, I believe, and then you've also got the Woodhammer, which unintimidated
Nice.
is going to do a lot of damage to that Lunala. Now its Shadow Shield broken, but the nice thing that Ko's got in their back pocket is that Incineroar that's now on the field. It's a pretty easy
Nice.
switch in here
Oops.
to drop that Intimidate. And
Was that an
further weaken
attempted
Calyrex.
reverse
Calyrex,
Trick Room?
though, in a
Possibly?
nice position to start spreading those leech
Yeah, I think
seeds
so.
around, especially because the Lunala has been taunted. It can't
That's
really
what it was,
do much
right?
but attack, and it's in a prime position to have those leech seeds put onto it, start slowly chipping away at it if you don't want to utilize the Rillaboom and maybe go for that Urshifu instead.
Grassy Glide would
And
be
the
a
Lunala,
one-shot,
I mean,
probably.
talk about the Trick Room and everything else it shut off. Also can't protect, but no fake out.
Ooh,
instead,
okay, it wasn't a
just dealing
one-shot,
the
fair.
damage into the Urshifu. Not going to be nearly enough for the
Pop,
KO,
pop, pop,
but
pop.
Lunala also not being able to protect means it will.
Think Callie could take a Surging Strikes?
Every time it's on the field, will be a little bit
Not
of damage
paired with the
put
Moon
away
Geist,
every
though.
turn. But still, this is going to be a decent chunk of damage.
Unless
into
it
that
U-turns?
Rillaboom, even with the Assault Breast, bringing it to around
yep.
half. And with the U-turn, enough for the KO.
Yeah, there we go.
Should have gone for a wood hammer.
Key piece of the puzzle for Nick there from Cole.
Ooh, that's rough.
Being able to retain that for later.
That Urshifu's going to be a problem.
And now the Incineroar going to be able to come back onto the field in a really nice position to get another Intimidate onto this Calyrex. The nice thing for Nick has got that Leech Seed into the Lunala, so you can start the chip away.
But surely the Lunala is now faster than Kyogre, right?
A little bit healthier, even though it hasn't got the emphasis and the power that you'd want.
I think that was such a waste of Rillaboom. I think the wood hammer would have been the play.
But the thing is, with the Leech Seed, as long as that Lunala stays on the field, you can switch that Calyrex out, reset these Intimidate drops, and whatever comes into this slot will be able to kind of reap the rewards of that recovery from the Leech Seed each and every turn that Lunala sticks around.
I mean, eyeing up the board with the Leech Seed, I feel like the Leech Seed is going to be the more impactful thing to be really adding up, but the Glacial Lances, after the Intimidate drops, won't be able to really be that damage, as only Nick 2 final Pokemon.
I mean, it's time for an Origin Pulse, probably.
Nick back against the wall, 2 restricted Pokemon, see if he can make his way through here. And with this Kyogre, it was an emphasis throughout the rest of the match.
the taunt's still up, right? So Origin Pulse is the play.
Struggle just a little bit more. So now you have to see, are we going back?
Just go Origin Pulse, Glacial Lance, balls to the wall. Fuck it.
Make a headway here. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, and I think unless you got the Ally Switch, that Kyogre's not really going to be able to take advantage of those Leech Seeds with the 2 Pokemon that Nick's got left. And I think, yeah...
Incin does have Fake Out Pressure. That's why I'm saying just go for the double. Just go for the double-double. Then you're covering for 1 Fake Out. And potentially, if the Incineroar doesn't go for the Fake Out for whatever reason, boom, boom, boom.
Lunala just going to be switching out, so this is going to be great to bring something else on.
Okay, in comes Miraidon. Still under Trick Room, though.
More as Miraidon makes its appearance. Now it's just going to be a fake out, so Kyogre,
Ooh.
you know you're not going to be taking damage from that.
Oh!
Lance into these Pokemon, Incineroar will take the hit quite well.
Fuck me! Oh yeah, so many Intimidates.
Still is also going to be taking this hit.
Yeah,
God damn, those Intimidates are crippling, man.
Showing through the Glacial Lance, not having any impact onto this super effective damage that it would normally do onto the Miraidon. It's still not in the best of positions.
She is the revenge for 3 protects. Yeah, protect from this.
Pretty comfortably, but
Double has totally different meaning. 2 creams, milk, 2 sugar. Ah, okay.
But it does have protect, of course, so it has a way to kind of allow that Incineroar to kind of pivot off the field if it wants to, and the Miraidon can try and wait out these Trick Room turns.
I'm just eyeing up this Calyrex and how much setup you can have, but Ko being able to just keep pivoting out when you are looking at maybe just going for the Leech Seed. If you can get a KO at any point, it'd be nice to reboost the attack up, but all the Pokemon on Ko's end have so much health. Nick, yet again, so stressful, always making sure it's the last couple of seconds.
You got this, Nick.
Is going to be the one to protect on this turn, looking at the preservation of these Pokemon and the Kyogre as well. So we're just looking at getting through the right here, right now.
This is confusing because, like,
Trick Room that you have set up, and it's going to be Ko with the protect as well.
Yeah, it's a nice double protect from Nick. It might not make a lot of sense all around, but I think you're expecting the Miraidon to protect here. You want to kind of try and lock in this board, prevent the Incineroar from going for the U-turn, keep it on the board so nothing else can come in and support that.
Yeah,
Miraidon.
Origin Pulse, Glacial Lance, just fucking go. Balls to the wall. Balls to the wall. To the wall with the balls. Come on.
Lance is going to do, and then anything that the Kyogre follows up with into that slot will be able to remove it. So you can remove one of these big restricted targets this turn. Really nice play there from Nick, and putting a lot of pressure on
do it.
this next turn, because inevitably you want to keep that Incineroar. So
to the window.
You don't want to allow it to go down so easily to whatever the Kyogre is going to throw out, be that an Origin Pulse or even a Water Spout at this stage.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, biggie, bing, bong, bong.
Damage off.
Just the seconds ticking away, and Miraidon, since the protect was burnt, is just going to be switching out, bring another Pokemon in from Ko's end. Lunala
in comes Lululululana.
Glacial Lance, again, we haven't really been seeing these do too much
damage.
damage.
It's tragic, innit?
Slowly over time, and knock off from the Incineroar so
no
much
Mystic
into
Water.
So when we're eyeing up the damage output, Mystic Water is going to be gone, but Origin Ball's still there. And
that's got to be a crit. Is it not?
Yeah, really nice pick up there from Nick to get rid
it's
of
not a crit.
Big threats. Now,
just a big roll.
Was interesting. You get rid of
the rain was up, but still.
Reduce the power of those water
no Mystic Water boost.
The rain is on a timer as we see that Trick Room.
But now,
the dimensions flip back to normal.
This is the
Miraidon
problem.
come back
Yeah.
in a really
The problem
favorable
is,
position. It's gonna put a lot
Miraidon
of
comes
pressure
back
on
in.
that Kyogre, cannot terrestrialize, and they
How long's
Kyogre
left
as
on the
well,
terrain?
So many intimidates up to now. It's not really got the impact
Because you
that want.
can't
And
get
one
the
thing
Trick
that
Room
Cole
back
can
up.
do is take advantage of the rain because you know the Urshifu is in the back that's going to be able to throw
Ooh.
those big surging strikes boosted by the item that it's holding.
Yeah, eyeing up this board, you now have the Trick Room that's gone. Miraidon
Yeah,
that's hit the
Urshifu
field
in the
with
rain is
speed.
bad.
And Pokemon from Nick that the Kyogre...
'Cause Kyogre can't
also
protect.
doesn't fare well against that Miraidon. And a Calyrex, yeah, it's full health.
Calyrex
but
is
when
gonna
you're
die
eyeing
to
up
surging
the board,
strikes.
And the rain and this
It's
Urshifu,
bandage.
I mean,
Surging
let's
strikes
get
in the
along.
rain
Calyrex
is
looks,
wild.
It looks scary for the Calyrex.
It looks scary, yeah, it does. I think
Oh, it's not
one
looking
thing
good for
I'm
Nick now.
querying is, if a Glacial lands, we know it's going to do about the same amount of damage again, but that damage plus the Life Orb recoil, will that be enough to get rid of the Miraidon? That would leave then the Urshifu on its own to have to deal with these two remaining Pokemon. So I think it's really crucial that you get...
I think
the top of
Urshifu
life
could
here.
just
You
take
double
out
up into
Kyogre
the
with
Calyrex
like
to get
close
rid of
combat.
it.
Oh, I can't go
Leaves
with
the
close
Kyogre
combat
kinda
really.
open, so it's a little bit risky, but you've got to get it right, and we'll see what is.
Oh, there goes Kyogre.
Electro Drift.
And go, that's the pop-up Electro Drift Kyogre.
Big
no chance.
hit.
One Pokemon left for Nick's World Dream. It's going to be just the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Calyrex
Now
can't
the
take out the
Urshifu on
Urshi.
to the opposing end of the field. We talked about the amount of damage it can do. That Surging Strikes isn't going to be enough to claim this game quite yet. But the Calyrex Ice Rider, I don't think it's going to be having enough.
Ko
here.
is fucking over the moon.
Really stacked up. We've seen how little these glacial lances have been doing.
Yeah.
We see the health bars. Rhydon will be taken down.
Yeah,
but the
it's
Urshifu will be
done.
enough for Ko.
Oh, Nick!
That's a great adjustment
I gotta stop
coming into
rooting
game
for
three. We
people.
didn't see games 1 or games 2, but so well
Come on,
identified
Michael
by Cole
Kelch.
to say this could be the difference maker, and it really is turning out to be that.
And Nick, the applause there.
Just got a
for
huge
Ko.
hug from Jack.
Just
Oh,
one
gay Jack.
move away
Jack White.
To win this set. The
He's so
World
lovely.
Dream
Tell him I
for
love
Ko
him.
Sakune still alive, taking the victory 2-1 and moving on to top 8.
Could
here
curse
in
Michael too,
Anaheim.
but
He
if I
has been
curse
world
Michael,
champion
Ko
once
will win.
before and has this opportunity one step closer to try and relive that.
Damn, man.
Absolutely incredible from Cole, and you've got to really
Oh, he
give
bowed to
credit
him.
Nick as well to take it right down to the wire. He played that so well.
Nick,
in
those are
such
some jammies.
difficult situations, but Cole all the way through just kept the
Bow,
pressure
bow,
on
bow, bow.
with his choices, his ball positioning, and that Urshifu adjustment in Game 3 was just amazing, and it really was the difference between winning and
Rough.
losing in that situation. If the Whimsicott had been there, you think, wow, I think Nick would have really been able to close that up.
God damn.
What a
Eggs.
crazy best of 3 set between those two
Eggu.
trainers. So I feel almost a little bit out of breath after that. Like, where do we even start? Because the thing that's really interesting
Come on,
is
Japan.
we did get to see little adjustments throughout the game with the Pokemon. You're calling about
Oh,
that Urshifu
no
in Game 3
Kyogre
and
in
how
Top
perfect
Cut.
it was. But
No,
we've also
no
seen little
Kyogre in Top
adjustments
8.
When we see that Ko did lead the same thing all 3 games.
Did you just
but
say Ko
how
Diddley?
different the moves were from there to kind of stay that one step ahead. I feel like the game 1 of
Bob,
those 3
bob,
games
bob.
was just so different every time. It was so important for that game.
I
and
can't
it was just
believe
really
it.
interesting to see how it always just played out. And I mean, kudos
What
to
a
both those
world.
trainers.
Yeah, and I think the one thing you would
They
say
try
that
reverse
Cole did in
psychology
that
and
game
root
three in
against them,
particular was
therefore
how
they'll
fast
win.
and
Good
effective
shout.
They were able to remove the
shout.
options, the Fluttermane and the Rillaboom, and lock down just those 2 restrictives on the field in the Kyogre and the Ice Rider. I was talking mid-match about the Leech Seeds, maybe you shuffle that round. But no, there was only 2
Ho-Oh and
Pokemon left. There was
Kyogre are
no
gone.
opportunity there, and that
Don't
was
worry,
just how
Jason. There's still
effective
plenty
Cole
of
was
Cali
in that
Shadows,
match.
Cali
Relentless,
Ices,
just getting rid of the
Miraidons,
threat, identifying
Koraidons, and
targets when the
Zamazentas in
opportunity was
Top
there,
Cut.
removing them,
Left.
not taking any risks, and I think the no risk taking was something
Yay.
that he need to overextend or put himself into those really
And there's loads of
precarious positions.
Incineroar.
Really, if we look at it, game 2 was only
Nick says hi.
really
Tell him he's
lost on
gay.
triple protect, and
It's
how
important
often
that he
do you see
knows.
that actually paying off. I'm not taking anything away from Nick here, but I think Cole is just such a strong player and just so decisive.
How can I complain with all that
in their
variety?
decision-making throughout every step of
Always
the
look
game.
on variety.
Safe decisions and not really leaving any room for opportunity for
Hey,
a player to get back
Squawkabilly
into the
fucking
match. And
sucks.
there's
I'm
a
not hunting
reason
it
that
after
Ko
these
went
eggs. I'm gonna
undefeated on
do
that
something
day
else.
one. Why we do see Ko now into top 8. This has
I'll
been
pull
a
out my
trainer that,
boner.
yeah, has
No,
been really
you've already
ramping
done
up
that
for this,
today.
and I just am so
Made bank
excited
though.
to see the rest of his run and
He'll be
bring
quoting
things
Elite
up.
Four
And
Karen on Strong
yeah, again,
Pokemon.
we
She was
talked about all
chatting
the
shit.
players that
It's
are
all about
really
strong
working at this
Pokemon.
tournament. and I could definitely see
Or
them calling
bulky
coaching
Pokemon.
tomorrow, especially
Weak
after
Pokemon
they
you
do like
can't
that.
use.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
There's a reason
said it going
Sunflora's
into this
never been a
match,
world
the
champ.
only undefeated player in day one, right? I mean, that is an accomplishment in themselves, but the way that they're playing is just phenomenal, right? Nick is such a strong trainer, so
Look at
yeah,
that
just
bird.
Well done. And I think we've got Court waiting on stage to hear a little bit more
After
about
Worlds,
that match
I
as they
fear I'll
progress.
start seeing Incineroar and Calyrex whenever I close my eyes. We know the answer to that then. Don't close them.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Ko Sukide, who locked
Hey, look, it's
in
handsome
top
translator
8
boy.
here at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships. Congratulations. This is our first time seeing you here on stream.
I struggle with Noctowl in the Teal Mass DLC. Even single player can support a weak Pokemon.
competition like for you?
I mean, it is
昨日は無
Noctowl.
敗でいけたようなんですけど、昨日はどうでしたか？
昨日は結構順調に対戦を進めることができて、なんか
You saw me laughing. Instantly knew what you said. He's just said I'm gay, auntie.
披露できたかなっていう感じです。
So basically,
Some
I
Flora
managed
World
to
Champ
plan
went
well,
next year.
And yeah, everything went quite smoothly yesterday. Yeah.
I love to hear that, and I will have to wonder, did it go smoothly because you're running the same team you ran at this year's Japan Championship Series event?
Oh, damn. Same team.
理由の一つとして、
Same,
PGCS
same.
で使ったチームと同じチームを使っていることも理由に入ると思いますか？
あ、そうですね。PJCS の時は序盤の方で負けてしまったんですけど、
White
そこからいろんな
Squawkabilly.
構築を試したけど、最終的に今の
That's a white one,
ミラ
that.
イドンに戻ってきて、十分自信を持って使えているかなと思います。
Yeah, in the Japanese Championship, kind of lost early on, but I tried different kind of teams. But
How many
I
matches
ended
we
up
got left? We've at least
deciding
got.
that Lunala and Miraidon is the best.
We've at least got
It is the
top
best
4, top
indeed,
4,
having locked you into
and top 8,
here.
top 8.
What were your thoughts
But I
going
reckon
into
we'll
the
see all
matchup
4 top 8
against
matches.
Kyogre and Calyrex
So I reckon
Ice
we've got.
Rider?
Well, actually, how many rounds we had today so far? We've had round 9, 10, 11, and 12. Yesterday we had 8. So I reckon we've got at least 4, if not 5 or 6 matches.
とても厳しかったので、どうやって倒すかをずっと考えてました。
I was worried about the opponent's flutter main, so I was really thinking about how to defeat that.
For sure, and when you realized that you were just one turn away from winning,
Rilla
your
boom
Urshifu
boom
took the
boom.
glacial lance.
Let me hear you
How
say
did that feel?
Weho.
ウーラオスが最後の攻撃耐えて、もうトップ8に入るまであと一歩って分かった時の気持ちはどうでしたか？
本当に頼むっていう気持ちだったのと、マスターの世界大会は最高がトップ16だったので、それは優勝しか目指してないんですけど、まずはそこを超えたいなっていうのを思ってました。
So first of all, obviously I was hoping that it would happen, but the highest I've got so far is top 16. So yeah, obviously I aim for number 1, but I was happy to make it there.
I need that white Squawkabilly, bro.
Right,
Just
well,
go
Ko,
find
thank
one. They're
you
really easy
so
to
much.
find. Did you not listen to my advice? Go to where the Squawkabilly spawn. If you don't see a white one, open the picnic, close the picnic. Look again. If you don't see a white one, open the picnic, close the picnic, look again. It's really easy. Right outside Artisan. Fucking slam dunk. Look at him go. Boop, 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 boop.
Chip Ritchie back here in the hall.
It's
at
fucking
Pokemon
Chip
World
Ritchie.
2025
I don't know who
here
Chip
in
Ritchie is.
Anaheim. So many exciting
You can stop
things
doing
to
that
do
joke,
here
Liam. It's
this
dead.
weekend, and one
It
of
was
the
never
many
alive to
exciting
begin with.
things is the opportunity to meet Pikachu and tons of other Pokemon friends. I've seen Gengar out taking pictures.
Oh,
I've
they had
seen
Gengar at
Snorlax.
Worlds?
Looks like Pikachu's out there right now. And I think we actually have a special guest, someone who is excited to meet Pikachu. This is Samuel. Samuel, are you
He's too young to
excited meet
be
Pikachu?
here.
What are you going to say?
Bro doesn't know how mic works. Fucking idiot.
It sounds like he's excited. Let's get him to meet Pikachu and see what he says.
Oh, Pikachu in the jacket. Bro said, ow, ow. What do you want to tell Pikachu? Ow, ow.
Yes!
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that.
Whose
too can
child
a
have
great
you
time
stolen,
at
Chip?
these Pokemon events. Come out and check it out.
Where are your parents?
Pokemon World's action.
It's a Saturday morning in 1998. You're curled up on the couch.
I want to be there. Nidorino versus Gengar. I understood that reference.
Right next to you, and you turn it on, and what do you see?
My cat got so into pets that she fell sideways.
Screen, but then a Gengar and a Nidorino take the stage.
Pokemon Shuffle has so many of those Pika clothes.
Battle, and then you're off on your own Pokemon journey.
Oh, I want to get licked by that Gengar. I mean, what? Gengar, what that mouth do?
Championships this weekend. Gengar versus
Would you like this baby? Please,
That's
we don't want it. Wouldn't you
Pokemon
like to know,
Red and
Weather
Blue.
Boy?
It was the first thing you
Where are your
saw when you turned
parents?
on the game, and it's honestly the first thing you think of when
I
you think
choked
of
on
those
it.
games all the way back in 1998. I don't know about you Pokemon trainers, but if it wasn't for those battles back then, I don't think I'd be where I'd be here today without them. So
I don't think I'd be where I'd be here today.
Shout outs to the original games and
Watching YouTube on my Switch right now. Well, fucking go and get your Squawkabilly.
more here at the Pokemon World Championships, honoring the history of all our incredible battles.
I'll still
So
be here.
you're here
It
in
won't
the
take
hall,
you an
make sure
hour.
Take a look, and if you're at home, well, we'll bring you more of that history later on.
Trainer quick tips. I'll show you my quick tip. What are the best resources trainers can use to learn or develop their skills? Wolf Click. Improve as a trainer would be having a lot of friends to play with, doing a lot of things, getting in groups and training, mainly training. The main tools that I think a competitive player must have is patience, because you have to repeat many times many things. So the first is patience, and the second of all is taking notes. I don't do that. Take a lot of notes, because when you take notes, you memorize more easily. So it's to persist and be patient. I think we got plenty of tools, because it's really a big community. We can share experiences with each other and see where we can improve. Okay, look, the most important in this game is walking, and catching this Pokemon Go. Catching all the time. And always reviewing the same pages of the play Pokemon, which Pokemon are noted, and looking for these Pokemon the best stats to be able to perform your best in the battles. Above all is seeing the meta. That in Pokemon there are the best players, a bit more advanced, is to learn the basics. Oh. You hear that, Liam? Make notes. I can't make notes.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording my matches and then looking at it afterwards. Not only just looking at it myself, but also like with friends from feedback. Just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the correct play? Am I thinking about the high level game plan correctly? Am I
high level
accounting for
these
potential
nuts.
risks depending on what my opponent is doing?
Cheers, Liam. You
I
really
think it's
won that
hard
one.
to get stuck in the moment when you're actually playing, so looking at afterwards has been like really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment, but afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually going on in the game.
La mejor oportunidad que tienen es ver las transmisiones
Seeing the broadcasting of the regional international world championships, I agree with that of Pokemon. Despite the fact the meta can change a lot, it doesn't mean you can't see how other coaches play. Surely it's other trainers. See what mindset they have, that is to say, see what they think, imitate and beat them. Beat them with rods. That Charizard is farting on
Merriman
Pikachu.
here with some Pokemon one-liners. Let's live up to my surname.
He's a very merry man.
Employee say when he jumped out from behind the till?
I don't know. What did the Pokemon employee say when he jumped from behind the till?
Supplies. Why don't programmers like Viridian Forest?
It's too complicated?
Too many bugs. Did you hear about the Silent Bronzong?
No.
It won the Nobel Prize. What do you call a cold cat Pokemon?
A cold cat Pokemon? No idea.
A Persian Blue.
Oh, yeah, that works. That works.
Yeah. How do you divide up teaching water types, the Pokemon theme song?
Teaching water types? Put them next to water?
You teach Star me and I'll teach Star you.
Ah, I see.
Did you hear about the Pokemon that ate all its friends' rare candies?
No, I didn't.
It was wrong on so many levels. Where did the Pumpkaboo have their meeting?
I want to guess, but I don't know. Where did they have their meeting?
In the gourd room. What was the unemployed fish Pokemon doing?
Oh, I have no idea.
Job seeking.
That's my favorite.
Teddy Ursa with no teeth.
Gummy bear.
A gummy bear.
Oh, that's so cute.
I couldn't figure out how to get my Pokeball to lock, but then it clicked. Why do beautiful Cloyston never share?
Fuck's sake.
Because they're shellfish?
They're pretty shellfish.
I got it.
Very nice.
Did I ruin that?
Yeah. Did you laugh? Did you groan? Either way, I hope your day's a bit merrier. See ya.
Fuck's sake. The actual laugh. Fuck's sake. Love Charlie Merriman. What a good lad. What a good wholesome boy. Should I wee? Are we about to have another match? Should I wee? It's probably too late, Liam.
Trainers, we are ever closer to determining who is going to be our world champion.
My name is... Yeah, exactly.
First, we have to...
I couldn't get my Pokeball to lock, and then it clicked his fucking min.
Level of competition, it couldn't be fiercer.
I will say, do you know what I didn't like in that section? I didn't like the girl that kept like trying to guess the answers. Like when someone's telling you a joke, just ask them what. Don't try and say the punchline.
Yeah, you know, the
I love
field has
these
been
boys.
So fantastic all tournament long, and we've had so many.
Do I need a shiny
fabulous
swine up?
matches. It seems like only a minute ago we were getting things kicked off here yesterday, and
Probably.
seeing, you know, what
No,
a
I
journey
love
was
Cleo. She's great, but I don't like that she's trying to
world champion and here in
supersede
top 8 where
the thingies.
there's no second chances anymore. There hasn't been for a few rounds.
Pop in and say, hey, been at Rawns for the weekend. Now I'm super drained and ready to sleep. Have you found Worlds this year?
Now in top 8, seeing the matches.
Yeah, it's just on my home screen. That's how I found it, Tom. It's just on my YouTube home screen.
James, a fabulous
I get it.
match. Hirofumi versus Victor, Mal Harada versus Gio Siske.
All of these names have had such incredible accomplishments over the years and over this
I'm alright, Tom. You get some sleep, though, you tired boy. You tired dog nonce.
Multiple tournaments, the
Do I
finalist at a couple
need...
this season,
I don't remember
including the
which
Latin
forms of
American
dealing I
International
need.
Championships, but still looking for that big win.
think I
Want to
do need
highlight
someone
Gio Siske as
I
well.
was meant to be funny, my
Someone
bad.
who has
It wasn't
had
meant to be, it
incredible
actually
results
was.
in
You're just
grassroots
uncultured, you
throughout
fucking
Regulation
Barraskewda-loving
7i,
swine.
but They've just transformed grassroots to the big stage here, Ben.
Don't make me lick your hands, you
And
bitch.
again, not actually making it to the top of any of those grassroots tournaments.
Do I
Still
need
again
swine
looking for
up?
that final
And
win to seal
kill
the
the
deal.
swine.
Michal Kelch,
I
a
don't
player that has
remember.
been now in his third top 8
I think I
at
do.
World Championships
No, I don't.
in a row.
I actually don't.
And is this the year
Ah.
where he makes it all the way to the finals and maybe
Let's look
even
at what
takes the
fucking
crown?
dealings
It's-
I need.
Everything's to play for at this late stage
think-
of the
I think
competition.
you
Any of these
do
trainers can
need-
win it.
Yeah, to be clear, Michelle.
Where is
reaching
dealing
top
in the
4 at
decks
World
and source
Championships
book?
last year and the finalist at the World Championships 2023. Absolutely phenomenal to see them reach this position. Ben, in your memory, is there anyone other than, for example, Ray Rizzo?
Will Gen 10 come out in 2026 or 2027? You'd have to ask the Pokemon Company. I don't work for them.
Top stage of the
I would like it to be 2026 because it'd be nice for it to tie in with the 30th anniversary. But we don't know until Pokemon tell us. See you later, Mum Water.
Brings to mind as someone
586 is source book.
I'm sure I'm probably going to miss
So-
someone along the way that's got close in their career, but it's really
Okay,
few
so I
and far
do
between,
need
especially consecutively. I think
spring
that's one
form
of,
of
the keys
both.
where
Yeah.
You can always have
And
an off year.
then-
The level of competition.
Yeah, I have
every
have
single year
winter
gets
of
so
both,
much,
and I have
so much
summer.
stiffer, and especially with our qualification system this
Hope
year.
they have something big for the 30th
only the
anniversary.
best of the best
Nah, I think they'll
over
just
the
phone it
season.
in.
Those people that had those deep runs, those people that were so
I think they'll just
consistent
coast.
and got into our top
Imagine.
75,
Imagine.
in, Europe or North America.
I think I will have a
across,
little tinkle
the
actually before the
various
next
other
match
regions,
starts, and then I
in
might
the
do a
world
cheeky.
managed to
I might get a little
those
cheeky
top
grass
placings.
sandwich going with my best mate Liam.
All of them pitting
in
it
the,
out
in the
here.
background. Do a
You've got
little hunty
form
hunt.
consistency.
Like a massive.
You've got
Whoa.
people taking
What am I doing?
a go
Oh,
at
yeah.
trying to have the better matchup in the metagame. There's players that have just said, well, I'm going to run the tried and tested stuff, and I'm just going to try and outplay all my opponents. I think the quality of the field has been so good.
And the quality of the match that we're about to feature as well, my goodness gracious me, because let's not forget that Michal Kelch has also won 2 regional level events this season, and the defending Stockholm regional champion. Absolutely incredible. And top 32 at the Latin America International Championships this year as well. But again, no stranger to the world stage. But as we take a look at Montana's achievements there, yes, winner of the Los Angeles Regional Championships in the 2024 season, but then, you know, some fantastic top 8, top cuts here, as well as online successes.
The one that springs to mind really is Portland, and the team that Montana used at Portland was very similar, only one Pokemon different from what he's using this weekend. I went away from it slightly for NAIC, but that didn't work out quite as well for him, so it's really nice to see him come back from to a bit more comfort in the World Championships. And I think comfort's one of those key things that you've got to be really all about, especially when you're playing against a player like Michal Kelch that's really got nothing to prove at this stage, does want that win, but certainly Montana comes into this matchup a little bit more of an underdog on paper.
Montana has such experience running Calyrex Shadow Rider as well. That is the restricted Pokemon that they won the Los Angeles Regional Championship with back in Regulation Set G. The first trainer to pilot Calyrex Shadow Rider to that success in Regulation Set G as well. So they know this Pokemon inside and out. Some have dubbed Montana the Calyrex Shadow Rider expert.
Equally, Michal Kelsch, a player that is so well known for running Calyrex Ice Rider. Both of their regional championship wins in this season were using Calyrex Ice Rider, but instead it's kind of like the wrong one going for the Calyrex Ice Rider, Shadow Rider rather than Ice Rider in this format, but still finding success, still finding consistency. And the one thing I'm so excited about looking at that matchup, and you can see it in the background right now, is that it's a 5 Pokemon mirror between these two trainers. Only one Pokemon separates their two teams.
And I really love to see Chien Pao and Dragonite on both of these
McLovin.
teams. This is a bit of a throwback trainer to things that we've seen in previous regulations.
Knowing how Pokemon Company works here, you might be right. Well, no.
So that Dragonite can
if you knew how they worked, you'd know that's not right. It's not correct at all.
Band, locking it into the first move it chooses.
Come on, Montana.
The benefit is,
Montana.
Get that
Dragonite. No. Dragonite.
Recently, can take those innocuous attacks, those double ups that you.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling a bit
don't
smug
always want to be
because I'm
able
smarter
to
than my
take,
contact
but
lens
it also
optician.
gives the Chien Pao
I went to see
some
my
more
contact lens
tools at
optician,
its
and they were like,
disposal.
"Oh, we
Ruination
need
is
to
the
order
thing I
you in
think that's
some
been
new prescription
gained the
lenses to
most
try."
popularity overall, and I think that's
They'll be here in a couple.
real
You'll get a call in a couple of
adaptation
days.
to Lunala being
And I was like,
so
"Are you
popular,
sure?"
especially,
Because with my lenses, they normally take a couple of weeks, to my knowledge. And they were like, "What lenses you on?" I'm like, "Mark Energy lenses. They normally, being tailor-made, they normally take a couple of weeks." And he's like, "No, they're normally a lot better now." So actually, I think it'd probably only be a few days. We're about a week and a half since that appointment, and I've not been called to say my lenses are ready. So I'm feeling a bit like, yeah, I knew it'd be this long, you fucker. Try and lie to me. You done fucked up, boy.
But at the same time, Michal's Zamazenta.
Oh yeah, shit. Let's jump on.
Means that not only the Astral Barrage could be
Dragonite.
blocked,
Is this a mirror match? Am I dumb? Is this a mirror match? Go back to Kyle. Boot. Hang on. Moongus, Ogerpon. Okay, one team's got Ogerpon, but one team's got Raging Bolt.
It's an American International Championships this year.
Terra Ghost.
Right,
Calyrex
let's
Shadow
go for
Rider
Montana.
carrying the encore again. It's more control tools in your favor. Here's Michal's team. Let's give it a quick rundown. Calyrex Zamazenta, Chien Pao, Dragonite,
It is top 8.
and Amoonguss.
I will say,
being that cornerstone
with respect to Michael Kelsch,
Michal's team and the Raging Bolt on Montana's.
I'm so glad he's got rid of his facial hair. It didn't suit him at all. He looks so much better now that he doesn't have that bum fluff.
Maybe getting that jump. It's like
well done.
Attack, but the ice type version means that Michal will just be able to break a focus.
This is indeed top 8.
That little bit of chit damage that makes
there are only 8 players left in the tournament.
Especially when you've got these
Dragonite's going to lose. There's a high chance Dragonite will lose. Question about Game Freak. Why do you think they betrayed Nintendo and made Beast of Reincarnation for PlayStation but not for Switch 2? What the heck is happening to Nintendo and Game Freak? Nothing's happening? You're overthinking it like a petulant child? They're literally just making another game. They're a developer making money. That's what companies do. It's not that deep, bruv. You complain every time Activision works with another company. Like, business isn't a friendship. Business is business. Business isn't about feelings. There's no betrayal between companies. Like, it's literally not that deep. What happened is, likely, Sony came to Game Freak and went, "Hey, you want to develop this game for us?" Or Game Freak went to Nintendo and said, "Hey, we're thinking of making this game." And Nintendo were like, we're not really interested. So they pitched it to Sony and went, "We're thinking of making this game." And Sony went, "Oh, we're interested." Like, bruv, it's very dramatic. How you doing, Newt? Like, honestly, I wouldn't worry about it. Like, Game Freak and Nintendo are fine. They're both still 2 of the 3 partners that own the Pokemon Company. So I won't worry about it. But Nintendo, Game Freak, Creatures Inc. own Pokemon. How come they went to PlayStation? Money. They're businesses, mate. Money. They're not exclusive to Nintendo. Game Freak are not a Nintendo exclusive company. Game Freak is a company. Creatures Inc. is a company. Nintendo is a company. All three are separate, but they all happen to be part owners of Pokemon. Does this mean Pokemon might come to PlayStation someday? Not necessarily. They don't half own Pokemon, they 1/3 own Pokemon.
It is going to be a
Pokemon is joint owned by Nintendo, Creatures Inc. and Game Freak.
Competitive Pokemon video game. I want to hear
How come they took a non-Pokemon title to a non-Pokemon company? I know, right? Here we go, top 8, baby. That's all I care about.
And in true fashion,
yeah, listen to Kaylee.
Going on.
Why am I holding my controller like I'm playing?
And Chen Pao's a piece, and both
You're just a hater of Nintendo. No, we didn't say anything bad about Nintendo. What?
Actually go for
Oh, I know who this is. Let's look at the account age.
Great position to start whittling.
Crowd is loud. Yeah, they're excited.
Either side of the field. But really
How can you be a hater of Nintendo by just saying they'll be fine?
It will depend on the terror. It will depend
It's a
on
bit
the
too
targeting,
try-hard,
it will
yeah.
depend on the heavy slams coming out from.
You're not the main character, boo.
These, Zamazentas as to whether or not we're going to start.
I made $100 having a wank today. What have you done?
Want
Whenever these matches start, I also get ready as if I'm playing. Well, no, it's more because I was setting up a union circle, so I could make myself a sandwich, ready for the downtime.
The same lead apiece, but are we now going to have our first difference? As one of these Chien Paos goes for its Terra Ghost, no super effective fighting type damage can affect that slot, but now super effective dark type damage can. The responding terrestrialization heading into
Yeah, right, Jason.
Zamazenta on one of the sides of these fields. So okay,
Actually, nothing stopping Game Freak from putting Pokemon on PlayStation or Xbox. They just don't.
This is what it's all about. Our trainers just picking the moves.
They probably don't think they need to, because remember, the video games are only 19% of their revenue, so they probably just don't care.
In play, but there certainly will be potentially that all-important speed drop.
I won't worry about it. I don't lose sleep over it. I just let companies make games, and if they make a game I like, I'll buy it, and if they don't make a game I like, I won't buy it. It's that simple.
And Zamazenta going for the body press into the Chen Pao.
They might have exclusivity rights on Pokemon, given that they are a 1/3 owner of it. Like, you would think.
That is a physical move.
I feel like Montana's actually got the better end of that in some ways, because the Zamazenta.
But you won't catch me sitting here worrying about betrayals and shit like that, like it's fucking Game of Thrones.
Montana to start bringing in the Calyrex, but I think this bringing in the Amoonguss here is a really clever way to adapt to the situation, because it means that you can start putting on that spore pressure.
Imagine when, like, Nintendo started making Sonic games instead of Sega. If people just went, I can't believe Sega have betrayed Sonic.
From the Chen Pao.
Imagine.
When
When will you learn?
Not to say that Amoonguss is going to enjoy.
It's a betrayal, dude. The fact that we're fully explaining to you in a mature and adult way exactly why it's not, and you're still saying the same points, at this point I don't believe that you believe what you're saying, and I believe that you are just being a silly Billy. So unless you give up the goose and you just go, okay, yeah, I was trying to be funny and it didn't work, then I'm just going to ban you, because we're bored. Why are you comparing this to Sega? Sega died and stopped making consoles. Yep, there you go. You're not here to have a good faith conversation, you're here to be a little bitch, and we don't have time for little bitches.
The Spore, Chien Pao, Mashia's side, not able to act for the next turn.
But Mashal's done really well to reposition here.
That's one thing trolls do really badly, is they'll argue, but when you make a cogent argument, like when you make a cogent, cohesive response that basically ends their argument dead, they then just parrot the same point and pretend to not hear the very obvious responses you're giving, and pretend not to understand, and at that point they just sound stupid, and I just get bored and go by then.
And certainly in these mirror matches,
which is dumb.
Knowing that Montana
it's because they're kids. Like, that was probably like some fucking 13-year-old kid who doesn't know his fucking arse from his trouser leg.
Side, while there's a focus sash still intact on
weirdo.
Montana's side. Actually, this could be the end game that Montana is looking for.
getting that Calyrex Shadow
Call
Rider
them trolls too
sweeping
good, they're more like
through. Now
gremlins.
Chien
No, I
Pao
enjoy
returning to
gremlins.
the
That's got a
high
banging
strength
theme
grind,
tune.
joining the field in its stead. Dragonite.
Oh, Dragonite's hit the field. Where's Kaylee?
Powerhouse Pokemon as the Astral Barrage clatters down onto Montana's side. Amoonguss is down. Zamazenta is hanging on. The Pokemon numbers look very much in Michelle's favor, but that at this stage of the game is not necessarily all
Michelle
said and
is
done.
fucking
The heavy
steamrolling.
slam into Calyrex
Sorry,
Shadow
Mikhail.
Rider.
Mikhail,
It's
Michelle,
softened
we
up.
never know.
The Focus Sash broken.
Focus Sash broken is a
Now that we have a new Mega and Dragonite, who are you hoping to get Mega and ZA?
And now it's
I'm going with Go-Go. I think Go-Go. First Kalos Mega will be Go-Go. Still confused by the Nintendo hater comment. That's what I mean. That's a perfect example. So, like, I basically sit there and say nothing that would even suggest that I don't like Nintendo, because I didn't say anything like that. And their response is to go, "You're just a Nintendo hater." That's someone who no longer has a point to make and is just like, "I'll just throw anything at the wall and see what sticks." And I get bored of that, because like, if you're going to have no originality, then there's no point trying. It just comes across dumb. Yeah, exactly, Kitty. I literally said positive things. There's no way a real person, there's absolutely no way a real person that understands conversation was able, like would hear me saying positive things about Nintendo and come out with, "Oh, we must hate them." You know what I mean? So literally, like, you know then that that person doesn't believe what they're saying. Why are you a bit annoyed, Kaylee? My money's on it being the ban evader, probably, which is really sad at this point. Like, at this point, you don't have to feel sad for them, you just have to feel embarrassed. Because, like, imagine being so salty that you got kicked from a stream for being a twat. That you that you then can't handle not being a part of that stream anymore, so you keep coming back and outing yourself as someone who's ban evading, and thus ultimately just get banned again and again and again. And that's your weekend plans? They come at a bad time? No, Metapod, how you doing?
It's a double KO.
And you can see both players exchanging some smiles,
What's happening, lad?
knowing that that was what this game came down to. Both
Let's have a look in the mod chat.
And sometimes these are the chances.
Hope it's the same annoyance that I have, which is I wish we could ban IP addresses.
Anything in this spot, but does cover the switch in for either of the Calyrex if Michelle had decided to switch it out and not risk the speed tie.
Ooh, to be fair, Montana could be clawing it back. Missed off for day 2. Oh, Metapod, what happened? How did you do that?
When will
2 times speed.
Will it be going for the sucker punch? Does Montana attack?
Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs.
I think Montana goes for the attacks here because I think the Chien
Shining
Pao,
me
and I
Enfu
might
tonight.
have
Nice
missed this,
one,
but
Snyder.
I
Well
think the
done.
Chien Pao
I think you're
has
right for
not
this
yet
turn.
taken a turn of sleep. It's mandatory turn of sleep. Let's be clear.
Mandatory
here.
sleep, baby. Out with the family for Mum's birthday. Oh, fuck Mum's birthday. Mum's birthday sucked. No offense to your mum. I hope she had a good birthday. Give her a kiss from me.
Chien Pao is able to survive a heavy slam in this spot, then it's all to play for here.
Oh yeah, I'm going to a spring dealing outbreak. That's the one.
No Astral Barrage to speak of. Could have been a really nice way.
Heavy slam,
Get on
middle
top.
cream.
The heavy slam. The Chien Pao brought down so low. It needs to set
Mega
itself
Go-Go
up
would be a
soon,
banger
because if
edition.
not,
Meme
it's gonna
in
be
me
slimming
wants to say
all the way
Flygon,
into Montana
but I don't really
taking
care
this
for
game.
Flygon, so maybe something like Claydol or Hariyama. I want Mega Go-Go, Grass and Water type, so it gets Stab on Surf, and give it Storm Drain. Oh, Storm Drain Go-Go, yes please.
The Ice Shard or the Sucker Punch, doesn't matter which one goes into the Calyrex as long as one lands. But the Zamazenta on Montana's side does have some advantage.
Oh yeah,
here
sorry, you're right, Kira Kennedy. Yeah, Dianchi was the first Kalos Mega. It's just because it's a mythical, so it's never going to be competitively viable. It's a waste of time.
That's going to be Montana's Calyrex Shadow Rider down. That was the turn Michelle needed that wake.
That is game.
They might have just stamped their ticket through to game 2 with a win. The body press. It's a
Mate.
double KO. Michelle Kelch with the Midas touch has just turned that win into gold.
Mega slacking with huge power, pure power. Huge pure power.
Through to top 4. They can barely believe it, but they're keeping their heads strong and in that game. The reads.
Mate, McLovin's on fire. Don't call him McLovin.
trainers have to get right. It went Michelle's way that
Where are all
game,
the fucking
but it
dealing?
is going
Oh, they're
to
in here.
Montana's in the next.
This is one of the things that I respect so much about Michelle Kelch as a player. Even though that was absolutely clutch what happened, you can see how well composed he is in this moment. Nothing.
Oh, what was that glare, mate?
In front of him, and I think that's the right attitude to have in that scenario. Now we know in these sort of mirror matches that can come down.
This
to
is a replay, lads.
Reads in the moment, those small turns, and I think Montana played it so.
I'm not
so
finding
well
a lot
to give
of
themselves
dealing
the best
where I wanna be.
opportunity for success, but it was that.
Yeah, I'd say
early
go for a different
terrestrialization,
outbreak,
I
'cause
think,
what the
onto
fuck? Where are all the
Gem
dealing?
Pal that really made that
It's weird.
difference in the end game.
These
Very
Astral
weird.
Barrage mind games, these focus sashes being broken, the fact
shoulder
that
slump?
Dragonite locked into the outrage into Montana's Calyrex Shadow Rider
Montana.
as opposed to the other target, this celebration
Oh,
when
shit.
Chien Pao was waking up. I mean, there was so much there that might not have gone in Michelle's direction, but outrage was so nice to lock into because if you don't target the Calyrex, then you just get super effective damage into the Terra Dragon Zamazenta on Montana's side of the field. But Ben, is there anything Montana can do to try and make a win for them slightly more guaranteed? Is there anything they can do to strip away all of those chance elements?
I think it's going to be hard to get away from it completely, especially
Wub,
actually
wub,
thinking about
wub
it.
dub.
The icy
Wub,
wind coming
wub dub.
onto the
Wub,
Zamazenta
wub,
in the
dub.
early game made the Zamazenta go slower against Montana's.
I
first
got a
time
tweet to
round,
send
but
you?
actually
Oh,
second
God.
time round, it looked like Michelle's actually was outspeeding, so that's
No, it's
definitely
Gen 6
something that
Pokemon
both
absolutely
players
deserves a
are gonna
mega.
need to take into
Deserves,
this match as
we don't
get
use the word
another
deserves in here for
Zamazenta
fictional
on
creatures,
the
remember?
field. Calyrex and
Helioptile, Gen 6 did Electrotite's dirty with the only the Helio line and the Dene being added with only 2 electric megas.
Now, with
Valid.
Zamazenta staring each other down, there's no Chien Pao on the field this time around. There's no
Ooh.
defenses being dropped.
A
We have
Moose
White
Boosh.
Guard mind games aplenty. Amoongus could well be shutting us lot down immediately with sleep.
It certainly could be. I mean, this is
A winter sore
the
spot,
other
that's annoying.
difficulty here, though, is that Calyrex actually is putting a lot of pressure onto this Amoongus, and a double
already
up
have summer
with
dealing going on.
Calyrex's Psychic and Zamazenta's Body Press, depending if it goes for Terra or it doesn't,
Yeah.
really
Oh.
does make this quite difficult for an Amoongus to get something done. But of
Yeah,
course, that's the
Heliolisk,
rate that
Mega
you make in these
Heliolisk.
spots. I mean, if the Amoongus just goes for a Protect, then you can
Liam, check your
launch those
outbreaks in a bit.
attacks into it,
I'm
and
checking.
they're all for nothing.
Valid.
Protect, of course, meaning that it would be completely safe from damage. It's so weak to those psychics,
Spore
and
it.
the terrestrialization is going to be targeted
Spore
into
all of them.
Zamazenta here. On one of these trainers, it's become that Terra Dragon, and the Pokemon of choice was for Michelle there.
Ooh,
Now
Protect.
Calyrex Shadow Rider will be scouting out from behind that
Spore the
Protect shield.
Zamazenta.
Zamazenta 2, just to see what Michelle has locked into here. The
Iron
Amoongus
defense.
and the Zamazenta. Amoongus also going for this Protect.
Ooh.
This means that on the next turn, that option has been spent. So much less likely to work heading into this next turn of our top 8.
Hey, we saw a triple protect from Kyogre.
Calyrex could really
Heliolisk becomes
pay
a
lot of
thing.
dividends
I
here
fear it'll
where,
be a Mega
if you
Dragonite all
go
over again for
for
me.
the
Where you'll
encore
dislike
into
it
the
and then
Amoongus,
like it a few days
then
later.
The Amoongus is just stuck on the field going for
That's
Protect,
valid.
and that's not particularly nice. You can get away around that if you're Michelle.
It's not the
by
worst
just
thing in the
going
world to
for
happen.
Rage Powder this turn. I think that's why Michelle was probably comfortable to do that, because just redirecting attacks away from the Zamazenta usually works out in your
Damn it.
favor overall, and certainly with a Terra Fire on that Amoongus. Actually, against the Zamazenta, it's looking
Solar
pretty
panel?
good
Damn.
overall. Certainly not going to take too much
Panel,
damage.
lalal.
Well, certainly not necessarily going to be in KO range from a combination of attacks here.
Time for the responding terrestrialization.
Dude,
over on
that
Montana's
is
side, and it
Spring
will be that
Source
Terra
Book, yeah,
Dragon.
probably.
Zamazenta once more.
So,
This
go
dog
to
bark
that.
has just turned into
Yeah.
a roar. Now, Psychic, super effective.
Go on, mate. Oh, fuck!
Damage, just enough for the big one-hit
Big
KO.
one hit.
Amoongus down.
No, should have more usage. A fast coaching user like Iron Valiant or Scarf Annihilate alongside Zama to give it extra attack and defense boosts.
Looked in a perfect
Yeah.
position to go on the offensive.
Or
but taking out the
Riolu.
Behemoth Bash with
Riolu's
his
a great
focus
coaching
attack, he's
user.
now
Prankster
not
coaching.
intact anymore.
A critical hit, heavy slam just for a little bit of extra damage.
Cheeky.
Wonderful to see Montana enjoying themselves so much on the stage now. The pressure could not be greater. But they're
Montana.
remembering that we are playing a game that is intended for fun.
The
Even
mood
when
whiplash,
the stakes
right?
are high. This friendly
The
rivalry on the
fucking hell.
stage here between Michelle and Montana. Now Michelle deciding
Mum
what
Water's
they can bring
boobs
into
are
the
out.
match.
My screen has been blessed.
Yeah, I think Michelle's
Titties.
in a great spot to just start thinking about bringing the Calyrex in this situation. But they've both got the Zamazentas if Michelle decides to choose for that. next to them, which offers the wide guard, which stops the astral barrages, and then it makes Psychic not actually
sausage
that
roll. Come on,
effective,
Sauce Butt,
against
score a goal.
the opposing Calyrexes. So I like Mishal's decision to bring in the Chen Pao here, especially after
Who's your
Zamazenta
daddy?
on Montana's side has committed their terror. The Sucker Punch looks very, very threatening
Oh,
onto the Calyrex on Montana's side. And I think that's something that Montana's going to have to think very hard about how they navigate. Equally, there's no Terra Ghost on this Chen Pao this time round. And the Chen Pao cannot play
dad's a Chen
defensively
Pao.
whatsoever. So the Calyrex does get the opportunity to play on the defensive this
I think
turn.
my dad is a Chen
and
Pao,
Montana
actually,
can
thank you.
just choose to launch a body press into the Calyrex. But I
Here
do
we go.
wonder if there's a little bit of a bait going on, whether the Calyrex can switch in on Mishal's side and then take
Oh.
nothing from the body press, get that in for free while you start whittling down
Oh, the
even more of
timing.
the health on Montana's side.
Terra options for both of these trainers spent, of course, on the Zamazenta. There's going to be no switches. It's gonna be
These
the
two big
ruination
simping
from
for each
Chen
other.
Pao, meaning that
It's
this
cute.
bulky dog has had its HP bar halved.
Let's
Now
just
Zamazenta
pause that
is
for a minute,
channeling
Liam.
all
Just
of
chill
that
out.
steel
Let's watch
type
some
energy and
Pokemon.
it was heading
Oh, I need
right
to check
for
what
the Calyrex,
Kaylee
but of
was
course,
saying in the
taking
chat.
no damage through its protect. The
Also
responding
check
heavy
that
slam.
pod show.
Super effective. Enough also for the one-hit KO onto Michelle's Chen Pao, already brought down to their final two Pokemon.
Not just getting the KO here.
Oh my
but
God, that's
covering a switch
amazing.
from that Calyrex is very likely in the back, and there it is on the field.
That's
It's
fucking
Focus
mint,
Sash
Metapod.
intact. Both of our wide guarders with a lot of HP left remaining, but I think Michal is conditioned for this game state where the Calyrex can take at least one more attack. If Michal knows that the Zamazenta on his side is just that little bit faster, a double target into the Zamazenta on Montana's side could seal this game up, could seal his potential to go into top 4 for the 3rd time in a row.
The mind games are aplenty here as Zamazenta goes for the wide guard. Michelle, hands clasped together. What is it they're praying for? The Psychic targeted into
Stick it out of
Michelle's
the way,
Calyrex Shadow Rider. That focus sash broken.
Here we go.
The
Hair is
onslaught.
fully
Now,
finished. Picks then.
Montana's Calyrex will have to keep going for that Psychic
off.
for a few turns.
I mean,
turning our attention to the
when you can.
Zamazenta for
Start like
Michelle.
4,
The
you
body
did.
press, just tickling Montana's here. It's
Excuse
brought down
me?
low, but not low enough.
Tickling Montana.
Now there's some decisions to make here, but I think Montana is in a great spot to do a lot of work because
My dad's
now
name is
it's
Jesus.
the opposite of what we had in
think it
our
is.
game 1, where
Needs a
actually
night to
Montana's
dry.
got 2
That's
more
alright, I
Pokemon
don't
in
mind
the
if you're
back,
wet.
and, those Pokemon have yet to be utilized
You're
whatsoever.
terrible.
if
You need
that's
to
the
die,
Chen
Liam.
Pao,
Oh.
that's in the back for
It's
Montana.
really harsh.
Actually, there's quite a lot of potential here for Montana to take us to a game
Yeah,
3.
Montana
Zamazenta
could have
will
this.
be keeping itself this turn. As this mirror match plays out across
Two
the field,
unrevealed
the
Pokemon.
wide guard
What's
over
wrong,
on
Amma? You
Montana's
love me.
side.
Stop this.
What has Calyrex locked into
It's all right to
from
blush.
Michelle? The Psychic from Montana into the
Ooh.
Zamazenta, and now Michelle's Calyrex Shadow Rider having gone for the Psychic into Zamazenta. Is this going to be enough to
That's
claim
a
the KO?
knockout.
Yes, it certainly is. Montana has finally, in this game too, lost a Pokemon.
It seems like the Encore's doing a lot of work in this situation where actually because Montana has is now locked into Psychic for a little bit, you don't have to wide guard because you know that there is no potential whatsoever to take an Astral Barrage until the Encore
Chen Pao's a good
wears
shout.
off. That's going to be after this turn coming up. Now Chen Pao enters the fray.
Assault
and,
Vest Chen Pao.
Yeah, well, this is the same situation that we had just a moment ago where the
Sucker
Zamazenta
Punch.
on Michelle's side is looking pretty good to be able to knock that out, but not necessarily before this Chen Pao can launch out a Sucker Punch to be able to
Sucker
knock out
Punch,
the
because he
Calyrex.
has to go
Now,
for Psychic.
Both of these players have been in this situation.
That's a
before.
great
The obvious
lock-in.
play is the Sucker Punch, but that doesn't mean that that's what's coming out. And you've got to read a level and a level and a level above in these sort of high intensity.
Nah, man, get rid of
matches. It's not
Calyrex.
as straightforward as what it looks like
Oh.
right now.
I thought he was
Calyrex
encored.
will just be scouting out, going for his protect.
Oh
Any
wait,
such
no,
punches, that will, of course, will be
it's
failing.
Nyx that's
Montana
encored.
goes for its last encored Psychic
I got
into
confused.
Michelle's Zamazenta there. There's no critical hit.
Yeah,
But it's
sorry, I had a
down and
moment.
out. The Ice Spinner super effective into Michelle's
Nice!
Zamazenta. It is down and out. It's just going to be Michelle.
Nah, 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 nah. Michael's fucked. Michael's fucked. Michael's fucked. It's okay, we get a game 3.
From taking us into a game 3, having a bit of a trouble in game 1, not figuring out the matchup.
Game 3, baby. This is what it's all about.
Takes game 2. We're gonna
Come
be
on,
going to a
Montana.
game 3. One of these trainers working so hard to lock their way
Do
into top 4. Can Michelle
Make
do it again?
your
or
dreams
is
come
Montana
true.
gonna knock Michelle out of contention to be our next world champion?
It could go
How's the rest of the
either way
field
in this
doing?
next game. It is essentially all come down to a best
Mate,
of
Mao Harada is already out.
adapting so well.
Giovanni
And it felt like
Chisque beat
them
him.
that They did indeed find a way to be able to make
That's
this
another
slightly
Japanese
less
player out.
positional, slightly less mind-gamey.
There are only
You could
2
argue
Japanese
even
players
that the
left in.
encore coming out from Mishail's side was sort of, it gave them information. It meant that they were
Mate.
locked into the move. It almost made the battle slightly easier in that sense.
Definitely for
Yeah, Giovanni
more
Chisque's through so far.
overall,
That's it.
and
To
certainly
top
that
4.
does help both trainers in some way, but I think it definitely favoured.
Hey, what's on the
Montana,
side
where
stream?
They were just more ready to be able to go on the
You don't have it
offensive
open
because
anymore.
that Chen
Oh, no, I
Pao
do.
had been knocked out early. And I think that's
Side
probably one of the
stream
keys to
is
this
showing
matchup, where
James
Montana
Evans
lost
versus
game
Ko.
1 when the Chen Pao went
And
down
it's
turn
still
1.
0-0, and they've both lost 1
game
Pokemon
to-
each.
The other way round.
Yes. It's game 3, trainers. The final matchup between Montana and Mishail here. This game decides who's
Oh, Ben,
progressing
breaking the
to our
Japanese
top
player wins an
4
odd years
at the
thing, yeah,
World
right?
Championships. And this time around, Zamazenta and Qian Pao for Montana. Qian Pao and
Montana.
Shadow Rider for Mishail.
Michelle
Pillow,
trying to
pillow.
catch out that Calyrex that led
Now
in
say,
game
big floppy
2,
donkey
I think,
dick.
and try to get the
Name
upper
that movie.
hand there, but Montana actually taking a slightly different approach, going back to what didn't work in game 1 with that Zamazenta and Chen Pao lead, but actually that seems to favour Montana a little bit more in this situation because that Chen Pao on Mishail's side is
Mikhail's
under so
not
much
locked in.
pressure, and that's why
You don't
it's
think?
scampering back to his Pokemon.
It is. It's South Park, bigger, longer, and uncut. Well done, Andy Corn. Well done. Quick spot as well.
That mushroom that was putting in so much work throughout this set.
Kill the
Now
mushroom.
Calyrex Shadow Rider will be hiding behind its Protect. The Icy Wind, super effective into the Amoonguss. The speed drop doesn't matter here. It's such a slow Pokemon as it is.
Icy
Connecting
wind.
down, every
Icy
little bit of
wind.
tip counts.
Icy
Mechanicals
wind.
regenerate to switch that away. Just the body press as well is still really, really great damage into that Pokemon.
One
You
ice
can
spinner.
see the dividends that
Job's a
the
good one,
enormous shield
although
defense
it will
boost
break your
pays.
sash.
But now this Calyrex is going to have a little bit of a tough time trying to dish out damage to an assault.
Got no idea what's
Chen
going on, but I
Pao.
never
Only
do.
the Astral Variety
Basically,
is gonna do
the
anything.
Amoonguss
It's actually
switched in,
both blocked by the wide guard,
and
but
it's now
also
at half
blocked
health.
by the dark typing. There's no actual reason for Montana to go for one of their terrors in this spot. They can hold it for a little bit later on in the match. And now that
Oh,
Amoonguss
yeah,
takes
shit, no,
so
that
much
was with the
damage on
encore.
switches,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You can see what Michelle's going for, taking the
Yeah,
body press,
yeah, because I
trying
said
to,
I was
get into
talking about
position where they
Michael
can
being locked
redirect
into
attack,
psychic, but it
certainly
wasn't
at some
Michael. It
point
was
away
Montana
from
that
the
was.
Calyrex and start making some
Lol.
ground. But I think that Icy Wind
Did I just reveal my
onto
oldness?
the,
You absolutely did, darling. You did.
onto the Chen Pao is just so oppressive here in this matchup.
Zamazenta has to
Locked
do an
into
encore
body
now.
press.
It's coming out much sooner than it did in the previous game.
However,
Amoonguss
that's
is
the end of
slowly but surely
Amoonguss.
working its way all the way back to Unova and off the field now. Zamazenta goes for his body press once more into that.
you just
Amoonguss
lost your
block, of course,
Amoonguss.
Thanks to the encore.
You've lost
And
your
now Amoonguss is
Hutsa.
down and out. There's not going to be any pesky
Hutasa.
race, there's not going to be any pesky spores coming out.
At least we've got a Brit in the top 4 seniors for tomorrow, have we? Who is it?
I can kind of see what
Is it
Michelle's
Alfie?
going for in that spot.
It's not
Actually
Alfie.
locking the Zamazenta into body press does two things. First, it means that it's not going to be wide guarding
It's
anymore.
Vikram.
Second is that it can't now
Which
lock
local is
into
Vikram
heavy
from?
slam. And if this Terra Ghost Chen Pao from
Have I
Michelle
met
comes
Vikram?
back in, then maybe
Feel
that's
like I
a
have.
slight ticket to be able to deal a little bit
Maybe I haven't.
more
I forget.
confidently with this game state.
Icy Wind, Icy Wind Qian Pao I might consider for Reg J team since I'm looking for some different speed control options. Yeah, I mean, Assault Vest Qian Pao's banging. He goes to Birmingham quite a bit. Oh, I've definitely met him then. I think I've probably faced him.
One that Michelle won, the Terra Ghost on the Chen Pao was actually something that did really do quite a lot of
Oh yeah,
work.
that Zamazenta's going to love that your Zamazenta is locked into body press, and you'll just keep body pressing it.
Is going to have its blow softened somewhat, but of course it is still
the
super
Vikram.
effective. In the previous 2 games, we saw those terrestrializations
Up the
so
Vikram.
early, but they have not been used yet in this one. Both trainers are going to want to be preserving that little bit of extra
Mate.
information for when it matters the most. But Montana's considering it on their Zamazenta here.
It seems like definitely worth considering in this spot.
Yeah,
You
but
don't
there's a
wanna take
Qian
the
Pao
super
in the
effective
back.
Heavy slam if you can avoid it. I think the most important thing is that the Icy Wind went off onto that Calyrex, and so it being a Terra Ghost is actually really useful for Michelle here
Do
for
it.
not having to worry about the Zamazenta. But equally, it just means that it's
Calyrex
always
is
going to be
faster, which means
susceptible to
Calyrex
sucker
is
punch if
not
it stays on the
terroring.
field.
Zamazenta now has finally gone for its Terra Dragon once more, which worked out so well for Montana in the previous game.
So,
let's see if it will do so
If
again.
Calyrex went for
Zamazenta
anything
is
other
not
than
safe
Protect
from
or
damage.
Nasty Plot or
What
Encore,
is going to befall now?
Oh,
the
it didn't!
Shadow Rider, the sucker punch
What
is
a
double
fucking
super
hit!
effective. That's Miss Shiles. Calyrex Shadow Rider returned to the stables.
Yo!
That dog and that cat, the Chien Pao and that Zamazenta. No damage now taken. My goodness gracious me.
That is huge.
Montana just made the play that has stamped their ticket through to top 4.
That's such a difficult call to make at this stage of the event. All of our trainers here are so well versed in these matchups and the mind games that go alongside.
Body
it.
press the
It's so
Zama
difficult to dig deep
because the Chien Pao
at this
could
late
tear her to
stage of the
ghost.
tournament, But Montana looks like they are just
Yeah, honestly, body press Zamazenta and sucker punch Chien Pao.
If the Chien Pao,
I'm telling you now, body press Zama, sucker punch Chien Pao.
Then Montana's not going to be.
Because
doing
I
as
want
much
Montana to
damage,
win.
but It does mean that the other one is going to be weak to the body press that Montana Zamazenta has been locked into, and with a guaranteed Chien Pao on the field until either Michaels is knocked out and/or Montana's is knocked out. Those body presses are going to be stacking up.
It's ballsy not hitting Terra in front of a Chien Pao, yeah.
The target of choice.
Oh, okay, no.
Once more that dragon typing, meaning it's no longer taking super effective damage from Montana's Zamazenta's body press here.
Oh, boy.
That bark of victory, will it be a bark of glory?
Oh,
The
slowing it down.
Dropping the speeds of both.
Breaking the sash.
HP bars of both a little bit.
Oh, no, it's
quickly
Assault Vest Chien
connecting.
Pao.
Not
It never had a
always gonna
sash.
happen here. Super effective on the Zamazenta, chipping away. Montana Zamazenta going for that body press, taking so much better. Now Ice Spinner, super effective. Michelle once more with the hands clasped. Zamazenta, though, is going to be hanging on. No critical hit. The body press, enough for the one-hit KO, of course, onto the Chien Pao that is so weak to those fighting moves.
It makes so much sense for Montana to target down the Zamazenta with that body press as well, because you don't know whether or not you're going to actually land a body press on the Chien Pao, so better to play it a little bit safer, but also to get that icy wind off.
Body press into Chien Pao, but switch to Raging Bolt.
Wide guard to block an icy wind, then it's not going for a body press, and your Chien Pao stays
Body
on the field.
press Chien Pao, switch to Raging Bolt.
After the icy wind, the Zamazenta with its defense
No.
is easily going to be able to pick up a knockout onto Chien
What in the
Pao
boy,
on the sharp
right? They're
side of the
both
field,
using
and
it.
Only a critical hit sucker punch, I think, would be enough to make this.
Oh.
Or even ice shard there.
Not going to happen.
That was desperation right there.
KO, the ice shard, and Montana Zamazenta hanging on.
Yeah, no,
That
it's
might have
done.
been the
Let's
last
go.
salute
Let's
from
go.
Michelle there. The double super
GG.
effective body press into Chien Pao. It's
GG.
down. It's now just this Zamazenta that could be returning.
The
to
horse had
Galar
the sash.
to play him
Oh,
off back.
yeah, sash
Field
horse,
type
so it wouldn't
damage,
have mattered,
a
yeah.
critical hit to boot, but it looks like Montana just has the resources necessary to secure the game. Michelle put their controller down. They've reached top 8, but for now, it's
Go on, Montana.
who has progressed all the way to top 4.
I didn't know Montana only had one leg. Go on, Montana.
Against one of the best players that we have in the game.
Let's go.
Congratulations to Montana.
Up the Montana.
Stamping their ticket into top 4 here at the World Championships, and look at the support that they're getting as well.
Go on, Montana. Let's go. I want Montana to win even more now.
Their first day 2 at the World Championships. and
Disabled
now
representation,
it's top
let's
4.
go.
My goodness gracious. Everything is coming up Montana here at the 2025 Anaheim Pokemon World
That's
Championships.
sick.
But it's wonderful to see Michelle just taking it
Montana
in their
or the
stride.
Brit
So
to win?
gracious in defeat, and
No, there's
Michelle
no
can
Brit in
content
Masters.
themselves with knowing that they went from top 2 at the World Championships to top
I thought it was
4
common
to
knowledge.
top
I've never
8.
looked at his
3
legs
years in a
before,
row,
to be fair.
top cutting the World Championships. That is something that most trainers only dream of.
Yeah, so
On
arguably
another
going the
screen,
wrong way there, but,
James
I think
Evans is
Michelle's
one up
gonna be
against
pretty happy
Ko.
to have that finish. He's a trainer that
But
really
Ko
does
hasn't revealed
want
his
to go
last 2
all the
Pokemon that he's
way,
brought so
but I
far.
think
But his Miraidon just got
ultimately it does come
encored
down to the calls that you
into
make along the way, and I think Montana did
into
such a great
Protect.
job
And he
in
got a
that
double
game
Protect,
3
though.
of just reading the
Oh, shit, bro.
situation,
Let's
reading
bring
the
this
mirror
in.
match, and this is what it all comes down.
Oops. How am I going to fix this, Liam? That's my secret, Liam. I'm not gonna. That one. That one. And
Okay, so super interesting there. The Miraidon being able to keep its life orb.
I wish they
definitely a
fixed
really
their
nice
game audio.
touch.
It sounds like an emulator.
I think there's a bit of a question though, because this Miraidon now has a really low chance of getting a triple.
Sounds like an
protect.
emulator on
And
fast forward.
Pivoting in the Ursaluna, which is what.
Put
you
on Twitter, I
normally
was
would
annoyed
want
he had to
do,
stand
is
during
super
the
risky
opening
right
ceremony.
now,
Oh.
because that Incineroar could just knock off the Flame Orb and prevent the Guts boost from Ursaluna before that's able to activate. So it's awesome for Ko to be able to
Let's
set up
go.
Trick Room. That's super important for this
I'm
match.
gonna kill some Source Book.
But figuring out how to pivot things in safely and actually make use of that Trick Room is something that James has been trying really carefully this game to make really difficult. Just continually going for the knockoff into that Miraidon slot to try to block an Ursaluna switch.
Mate.
And we do see the Miraidon swap for Ko there.
That capture card is so
into a
sad.
different Pokemon,
Can you hear
which
it?
is going to be the Incineroar. A lot better of a target than the Ursaluna, really preserving that Flame Orb, recognizing how much
He was
that
probably
Guts
quite
boost
uncomfortable having to
does
stood all the time.
for
Oh,
it.
yeah.
The knockoff there, though, going to
This is
knock
James
off
Evans,
the Soul
yeah.
Fest on Ko's Incineroar, meaning it's going to take just a little bit more from a potential Shadow Rider attack. Moongeist being the option for the Lunala,
Oh, yeah,
bringing
down to the sash.
James's Calyrex down to its focus sash, but it is going to get to go for an attack or a move.
Astral
this turn,
Barrage
and
from the
Astral Barrage
garage.
is going to be the move of choice, attacking into a resistant Incineroar and a neutral Lunala. And Lunala, again, now Terrestrialized,
Just realized.
not going to get immediately knocked out.
You shit the
from
bed.
it, more important.
You should probably fix that.
Yeah, I think that Ko very happy to see Lunala actually surviving a Astral Barrage, being sort of still comfortably able to go for
Lando
another
in the
attack,
back for James
not
Evans.
really threatened by anything that
Pirouette.
James can do this particular turn. I do like seeing James go for that Astral Barrage still. I think there's a temptation from Ko's side to maybe try to be cautious about what you switch in, but if that Miraidon had sort of stayed in the field, that Astral Barrage would have done a ton of damage. And I think just getting
If it's road streams now, does this mean they won't be streaming all of top 4?
To find a path
No, I think they will.
this trick room. But I think there's definitely an open question now.
I think
for
we'll see all
what
of top
James will
4
pivot in to try to
because
make
it's
use
the
of Trick Room.
semi-finals, but I don't think we'll
There's
see all of
still
top
3 more
8.
turns of Trick Room left, and Ko is getting in a progressively better position to try to pivot in this Ursaluna at some point before Trick Room expires.
That shit crazy.
Yeah, and I think with Fake Out on the field here, you could have just gone for a Fake Out, but instead is going to go for a U-turn there into the Landorus, which was the Incineroar before, repivoting into that potential Ursaluna that you mentioned, and being able to get under.
So the only person that stands between an American or a Japanese person winning is Victor Medina.
That Flame Orb activation with no knockoff on the field, as Moongeist doesn't finish off the Calyrex Shadow Rider and instead does a little bit of damage to the
Astral
Landorus.
Barrage in the garage.
Going to be completely immune against the Ursaluna, and
Yeah, we'll see
able
2
to
top 8
finish
games, I
off
think, and then
Lunala,
both top
though.
4.
I think that
I think the
boost that
Victory
it's going to
Road
get
stream will
here
wrap up after the top 8.
is going to be a little too late as we see the Incineroar potentially come back in, or even the Miraidon, just to do a little bit more. Again, as you mentioned, this Ursaluna here is under Trick Room, and you're just able to kind of facade slot or just go for headlong
Most games are already
rushes
over.
into
Last
maybe
updated 5
the
minutes
Shadow
ago.
Rider to call a Raging Bolt or an Incineroar swap.
So
Yeah,
we'll
Ko
see.
has finally gotten this Ursaluna into prime position to be able to take some KOs. It did cost Ko's Lunala though, so there's no more Trick Room for the rest of the game, and there's not many more turns of this Trick Room.
Miraidon does not
We're
like
gonna see
facing
Ko
Lando.
just send out that Miraidon. I think we've previously established it is slower than the Calyrex Shadow Rider for sure, and so it's got a nice safe Volt switch into that Calyrex Shadow Rider slot, as the Ursaluna is probably able to threaten a KO into the Landorus. So there's definitely plenty of offense that Ko has now, having lost Lunala but still have a couple of turns.
You're Sanseer, go on,
there
you
really
won't.
are only
Burn the
a couple
Ursaluna
turns
again.
left. And so
Double
I'm really
burn,
interested
stack
to see
the burns.
if James is able to weather this next turn and one more, then the momentum might switch back a little bit. If James is able to preserve the right Pokemon to still
Metromania.
do damage into that Ursaluna and is still able to handle that Miraidon later.
I'm going to keep refreshing just in case.
And I want to really highlight how important it was to get that Moongeist
Refreshing.
Landorus as it goes for Protect here. The next move of choice, though, is going to be the Facade into that Landorus, which would finish it off. But
It wasn't.
It gets down into the Calyrex and an Electro
It was
Drift
into Cali
the
in case of
Calyrex
terror.
Shadow. A great double up there from Ko.
That was the
Recognizing
Irish
that
play,
if
double in.
Or the the Raging Bolt come in, that the Ursaluna
Landorus always protects turn 1. I'm telling you.
Is gone regardless. I think is great heads up.
Landorus
play from Ko.
Incarnate
And,
always
again, I wanted to
protects
mention
turn
before
1.
that
Every
the Moongeist
fucking
going
time.
into the Landorus
That is my
really
believer.
important because if James
I'm a
had
Medina
bully
believer.
Landorus
I'm
and
a
maybe switched
Medina.
into an Incineroar, you had a chance to potentially live a Facade maybe. And
Could
you
do that
go for
trance song as well.
Miraidon,
I'm
but
Medina.
not having that choice and
Doom,
having the
doom,
Landorus
doom,
play at
doom,
this low
doom.
amount of HP really puts Ko in the driver's seat. For
HP
these,
makes a bacon
last turns of
sandwich.
Trick Room.
Yeah, absolutely. This Landorus now no longer really able to survive any attack from the other side of the field unless there's a ton of Intimidate support. Definitely makes it a lot harder for James to make it through this Trick Room. There is just the one turn left, though, and I really like that James sort of let the Calyrex faint and didn't pivot anything else in. Ko was ready for that Raging Bolt to hit
he's
the
going
field or that
Sanseer.
Incineroar,
Interesting.
And so James, I think, making a crucial call to sort of survive a really dangerous turn last turn, still having a couple of Pokemon left, and
Nice.
forcing a Protect from this Ursaluna on the last turn of Trick Room because of that Fake Out pressure.
I mean,
yeah,
I don't
a
think...
Fake Out and Earth Power could spell a lot of damage for either Pokemon on
I don't
both
think
sides,
Ursaluna's in too
going
much
for that
trouble.
Double Protect, even if it means burning through that last turn of Trick Room, is
I mean, its
definitely
biggest
worth
issue
it
that it is
in
that it's
Ko's
regular
favor,
Ursaluna,
or
and
even
that's
a
grim.
Sandsear Storm, as we see James pick that move instead. And as this Trick
Banana
Room turn
Rama.
goes up, I think Ko's actually looking decently fine with a nearly full HP Ursaluna and a Miraidon that
Mate.
doesn't have to worry about a Calyrex Shadow Rider to outspeed it and can go for one of those life orb boosted attacks. And that's just one of the benefits that we see here of that protection.
It's strange
on
seeing
the
Miraidon
Miraidon.
protecting.
Having
Yeah,
the
right. You
flexibility
expect it
of
not to
going
be able
either a
to.
Draco Meteor or an electric
Life Orb
move
Miraidon.
into the Incineroar.
Someone saw all the
or
Koraidon
electric
Life
move,
Orb
yeah,
action and went,
Incineroar
wait a
is
minute.
great
Life Orb's an
flexibility
item?
from Ko's, Miraidon.
Crazy.
Yeah, the Miraidon is definitely in the driver's seat now. It's weathered the Trick Room, and
Still
I think
no updates
is still
in 9
a nice
minutes.
Time position to make use of it now being faster. Now that the Calyrex Shadow Rider is gone,
Must be
I
game
think
threes
There's
for
definitely
Medina.
still one question that's got to be on both players' minds about whether that Draco Meteor will connect if it goes into the Landorus slot. There's definitely a chance for James to just win on the spot almost if that misses. But there's a ton that James is going to have to do if he wants to play to anything better than that 10%. And we are going to see the Raging Bolt swapping in, trying to take a Draco Meteor and buy just a little bit of time for this key player, the Landorus, to do more damage later.
And it is going to hang on thanks to that Assault Vest. Miraidon going to lose a little bit of HP off that Life Orb.
Ooh, that knockoff.
Go into the Ursaluna, not able
That was a
to
big
bring it
knockoff.
to about 50%. Ursaluna's going to get off an attack, and it's the Headlong Rush. Doubling
Yo.
into that slot. Headlong rushing a Landorus slot, recognizing that it was most likely going to swap.
That was a
out
baller
before
play
he
by
got knocked
Ko.
out from the Draco Meteor, being able to
Although,
fire off
reducing
that
your
into the
defense, you
Incineroar.
got to get that
Again,
Ursaluna
a
out.
very heads-out play from Ko, just taking KO after KO, and James is now down to his last two Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that's a really clever Headlong Rush targeting. If Miraidon has to go down too many times from different special attack drops from going for Draco Meteor, then it suddenly loses the ability to threaten the KO on Landorus. So getting rid of that Raging Bolt as soon as possible is pretty crucial for Ko to be able to do. As it stands now, with this Landorus so low,
I think the
it's probably likely
Miraidon
that
protects.
Miraidon's still able to threaten that Draco Meteor KO, unless this Landorus has a little bit of bulk there.
I think Miraidon
and
protects, so I would
if it's able
Earth
to get that
Power
Draco Meteor
into
KO, and
the
if it connects, then things are
into the
still looking
Ursaluna
pretty
slot
tough for James Evans.
to take out Incineroar when
I mean,
it comes
you
in.
said it. I didn't want to say it. If the Draco Meteor connects, that's
Oh,
the
the
big question
Miraidon
to turn,
switches.
but
That's
actually,
brave.
Ko's going to preserve the Miraidon and swap it out.
It's really
here
brave.
In favor of that Incineroar that we knew was.
That was
in
one of the first
back
things
with
you
that
said to me
Assault
when I
Vest.
met you. What was
Maybe
it?
poising
What was
a
one of the first
fake
things I
out,
said to you when I met
essentially
you?
Fake out. This
I got
next turn
big
to just
balls.
guarantee that you are able
Probably.
to get the knockout next turn with the Ursaluna. You could go for a Fake Out and Headlong Rush next turn, and that would make a lot of sense. The Sandsear Storm, though going to be the move of choice from James,
Think about.
is not
that?
going
That's
to
not-
hit the
nowhere near.
Incineroar, and a huge miss. Maybe was
Incineroar.
able to hang on with the Assault Vest, but not too sure.
Yeah,
But,
definitely tough for James to get a miss there. You really want
sad
everything
miss.
you can to go your way. I think one interesting factor, it might potentially be useful for James to have Miraidon not immediately hitting the field again, because now for a little bit, this Landorus is the fastest thing on the field and has an opportunity to try to set up a Sandsear Storm
Barrel
later,
protect.
although it's just going to pressure this turn, stay safe from any
Big
fake out
barrel.
pressure on the other side of the field.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is in
Landorus
fact
always
gonna go
protects
into
first
that
turn.
slot.
Yeah. It's fact. It's factual.
And this makes a lot of sense, making sure you don't get
James brought his
damaged
Lando from
before
Arceus.
You get to attack with your Ursaluna. As
How'd you know
Headlong
that?
Rush comes off into the Incineroar, able to just get the one-hit knockout is absolutely amazing for Ko. And with Miraidon in the back, as well as two damagers on the field as well, even Incineroar.
Oh, did it say
I
it's from
think
the
is
distant
enough
past?
To deal with the Landorus left on the.
I think at
Oh.
this point, there is
You're
one
right,
win
that stream.
condition James has, which is a missed Draco Meteor, and other than that, things are looking pretty tough, and James has got to just be thinking about that game 3. So some really nice
But you
heads-up
can
play
get the distant
from
pass
Ko
ribbon
here
by
to be able to get
sending
down
your
to that
Pokemon
90% win condition.
to
I think
Legends
just an
Arceus
excellently
and taking a
executed
photo
launch
with it,
through
I think.
into Ursaluna sweep game plan.
Pretty sure that's how that works.
But
So
yeah,
it might
let's
not
talk
be.
about it. Oh, Landorus misses the Sandsear Storm, though.
Oh.
Doesn't even get the opportunity to attack into that Miraidon. With how low HP this Landorus is, the Ursaluna is going to be able to finish it off. If James did get the Sandsear Storm knockout on both those Pokemon, though,
Game
the
3,
Miraidon comes
baby.
in. Like you said, the Draco Meteor misses, then an Earth Power can follow
I've
up
got
and
that
get
background.
The knockout, and it could be immediately in James's favor. A very intense last few turns there for sure.
Yeah, I think one really interesting piece. It's hard to say, like figure out the exact probabilities of endgames.
Just like a man, like a Pokeball, catch you soon.
Ko was
You'd be
trying
lucky
to
with a
play towards
Pokeball. I'm a
Draco
dive
Meteor
ball
hit,
bitch.
but like
See you in a bit. Have a good sleep.
Draco Meteor hit towards
I think the only
end
reason you
gave
do
a
that is if you
couple
want
of
a shiny
extra
Lando with the
chances to
ribbon,
not
which
even
is
have to
valid.
roll those dice. Like
Some
if the
people just
Sand
like a
Storm
good
misses
ribbon.
at any point, you suddenly got a
Ribbed
chance
for
to
your
win
pleasure,
the game
you know?
without needing to rely on that. I think those
Let's have a
really
look at the
subtle little
tournament, just in
optimizations there,
case.
not going for a Draco Meteor earlier with Miraidon when the damage rolls were unclear,
Last
sort of
update
trying to keep it around until the very end
51 seconds
was really
ago.
nice. And I think
Yeah,
is
Victor
one of the
Medina and
reasons why
Hirofumi
these players
Kimura
as
are
far as
still
they are.
battling.
Even when you have a 90% win condition, these players say, no, 90%
These guys drowning me out a
I
bit.
have
They
to
seem
try
a
to
little
get
bit
as
loud.
close as possible to a fully guaranteed win condition here.
I mean, exactly, yeah. If you
little
told
bit,
me
maybe?
I have either... It's
One
not
of
the
them's
exact
louder than
odds,
the other.
Obviously, if you compound all of the odds together, but, like, would you rather click Hydro Pump or Draco Meteor, right? Like, those small bits of percentages matter, and especially in the World
Hydro Pump me
Championships,
full of
doing
lead.
anything you can to optimize your odds for
Pump me
winning
full
the
of
game
acid.
really are going to matter, especially
Pump me
in
full of
Ko's case
pain.
where, you know, they're
Not
fighting
pain.
for this game too, to make it to bring it to a game 3.
I'm doing
and
a
now
Toby.
James
I'm
has to
playing. I'm
reconsider,
doing gameplay
his
that you can't
entire
see.
game plan to maybe decide
It's okay.
that,
I'm just looking for a
okay,
shiny
wait, that was
spring
actually
source
really
book.
close,
It's not
but
exciting.
With the terrestrialization on the Lunala,
We
brought
want
that
the
to a
games.
game 3.
We want the
Now, what do I do?
games.
Where do I adapt?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if James sticks with the same Pokemon. It seemed like he
Game
had a really
3,
strong
baby.
game
Game
plan for that
3,
last
baby.
game, and things just didn't work out quite right.
Game
but
3,
that
baby.
Ursaluna got really scary quite quickly. I guess
source
I
book is
will
quite the
say
small book.
James was doing a really good job of controlling the slot where the Ursaluna came in for quite a
You
while.
can't
with those
control
knockoffs.
me,
And it was
but
just the
you
one
control
time that
me.
James wasn't able to get the knockoff into that slot that things really began
Now
to
just
snowball and get
ban
out of
you.
hand. If you don't have a Flame Orb on that Ursaluna, then its facade is not only not guts boosted, but
Flame
it's
Orb,
70 base
these
power
nuts.
instead of 140.
Sausage
and that
roll.
gives so much
That's
more
the one.
wiggle room for
I
the
said
lander.
sausage
So
roll too many times
we'll have
today.
to see if James sticks with the same Pokemon or not. He does, but actually Ko is going to be switching it up with an Ursaluna hitting
That's
the
longer,
field
these
right
last two
away,
matches,
saying,
or the Rock's
I know you're
entrance
going
from
to try to
Mania
knock off my Flame Orb.
last
I'm
year.
just going to lead so that I have the option to go
Rock's
for Protect
entrance
and
from
get that Flame
Mania
Orb
because
right
Rock
away.
stinky.
And I think this is really smart because if you are able to position yourself in a way, you know that James doesn't have the Calvin Shadow Rider on lead, being able to reposition yourself and
Shadow
like you said, go
Rider.
for protect,
Shadow
guarantee the
Rider.
Flame Orb, and then say, okay, I
Shadow
set you up.
Rider.
Now you can go in the back and I can worry about you later. Maybe set up a trick.
Ursaluna lead is wild.
And doing that safely is very, very favorable for Ko here. Even if it looks like initially
Just
you're
go for the
facing
Raging
down
Bolt.
with
Just
Intimidate
fucking
from the
headlong rush into
Incineroar.
Raging Bolt for a
And
laugh.
you even have the option now without the Flame Orb, because both these targets are weak. If you want to fish for a little bit of chip damage, you can go for a headlong rush into either.
But just did some proper grim Jaffa cakes.
Yeah, I
what
really like this
variety of
lead,
Jaffa
though. It
cakes?
looks
Because your
super
first mistake was
unintuitive, leading
buying
your
a
Trick Room see-through
non-original
without
Jaffa
any
cake.
way to set up Trick Room, leaving all your restricteds in the back. But
Spicy honey flavor. What were you thinking?
Pivoting immediately that Raging Bolt into the ground immune Landers Incarnate, even though that
So especially
Ursula
with
is
six-man
just going for the
tags.
nice safe protect, really doesn't
Hey,
want
I've been
to
trying to
have
make a
that Flame Orb
team,
knocked
but
off.
I have like
We're
no
gonna see a
clue what
fake
would
out
work.
going
I've been
to the
planning to
other
make a
slot.
Shaman
So
Sky
pretty much
team,
a dead
but I have
turn
so
here,
little
but that's
experience
such
with
a
team building.
crucial
Oh,
step
think of the
to
follow,
get
Icy
away.
Ivy.
The last game, I think, really the early turns
actually,
revolved around whether and how
to actually know what would make a good combination.
And now Ko's sort of like,
definitely, I would say
box
check
number
out
one
content
along
by
the
Wolf
Trick
Glick
Room
and by
win condition
Cybertron
path.
VGC. Because they're like
The difference
absolute
between this
goats.
game
Like
and last
Cybertron
Ko
for
is that the
definite,
Incineroar
because he
hasn't
tries
gotten
different
the
rental
chance
teams
to
each
knock
week.
off Ko's Incineroar's
So that's
Assault
like
Vest, which
really
means
handy to
it
help.
has a better chance at taking one of these Sands here.
But basically, the only advice I can give, I'm not very good at team building, but have a look at, like, write down Shaman Sky's weaknesses and resistances, and then try and pair it with Pokemon that can counter those resistances, those weaknesses. And then kind of work from there.
Power because of the Flame Orb being on the Ursaluna. But actually,
So, like, for example, Shaman is weak to ice. So maybe find a Pokemon that resists ice. So, like, a Goldengo or something. And then you kind of go, well, Shaman and Goldengo are both weak to fire. So maybe I need something that resists fire as well. And then you might end up with, like,
into what they
Gastrodon or something, and then you'd be like, well, Gastrodon's only weak to grass, but it's a big grass weakness. What have I got that can damage grass? You know, that kind of thing. It's a very bad example, but I hope that helps. Chili and chocolate actually works.
have the same position
the
from
honey
game
in there,
one,
though.
But the Ursaluna
honey.
is set up in the back, and I think his positioning from Ko is amazing.
Yeah,
Being
Ko's
able
done
to
really
get that
good
Mirida
here.
in right then was so crucial. I think this Lunala super dodged a bullet here from the potential knockoff there. But it is just going to be a parting shot, so Lunala can't do as
Too
much damage.
hot.
but I
That's
think it's
quite an
pretty
overpowering
happy not
flavor.
being able
Yeah,
to do
you
much
you only
damage.
need the
It's
littlest
really
bit
here
of honey
to set trick
in
room, and
whatever
that's
you're
that
putting
Ursaluna
honey
that's
in.
already in the back, pre-burned and everything to be able to sort of sweep through the rest of this game. And we're going to have to see. James has to make a really crucial decision here about what Pokemon.
You gave a good example. Oh, cheers, Nick. I hope it helps
anything
someone.
that James brings out here is going to have to try to stop a Trick Room.
For sure.
Or else James is going to have to make it through a really tough win condition that Ko's been setting up here.
Where's me shiny
And I think
sauce?
the tough win condition is
Hiccups,
an
that were.
understatement. We saw how quickly it was able to kind of.
I remember
work
somewhere selling
Pokemon
chili
and
chocolate cheese
Calyrex
before.
comes in
Damn.
here as an attempt
What I
to
do love
maybe
though is making
damage down
Pokemon
some of
builds
Ko's
and use ones that aren't used a lot from what I see.
forcing a
Yeah,
wild
that's
guard
it's
instead of
nice to do. If you can find something that
But Ko
works,
still has, again,
it's
that
really
explosive
fun to
option
find some kind
of
of
a Draco
niche
Meteor
off-meta
into
Pokemon that
Landorus, or
works.
even a Volt Switch into the Calyrex to bring it down to its Focus Sash. The benefit that Lunala has.
But like
against
also never
Calyrex,
feel like you
Moongeist Beam is 4 times
never
super
never
effective
like
if James does not go for a Terraformation.
feel like using any
minus
Pokemon
one
that are
from
meta
Garden
is
Stock
bad
doesn't
because
really
like
matter
it's
as
fine to
much
use
if
them
you
because
are
they're proven to be good. Yeah, I'm not surprised you weren't brave enough to try it, Kitty. It sounds awful.
Being able to survive here is super crucial. I would very much expect to see
Here we go.
as you've been
Oh my word.
discussing before. I think James has some really interesting
Yawny,
choices to
yawny
make
boy.
here.
Yawny
Sort of
boy.
knowing
Switch
that you
out the
don't have a
Lando.
consistent way to stop the Trick Room. We're actually going to see James just pivoting out immediately into Raging Bolt, trying to maybe take advantage of a turn or two when the Trick Room is set up. But actually,
Nice cheeky
Lunala's
wide
gonna
guard.
delay that Trick Room option. It's just going for a wide guard right now, keeping the Miraidon safe. Astro Barrage
Ooh,
coming
nicely
out,
done.
Getting into 2 now protected Pokemon. And the question is,
Night,
what's
Mom Water,
Miraidon
have a
going
good
to
one.
go for? It has a free opportunity to Draco
Enjoy
Meteor
Taser.
or Electrodrift either slot.
And yeah,
Nice
another
Volt
benefit
Switch.
of the Lloyd
Oh!
being able to pick and choose your moves at will is going to choose the
Down
Volt
to
Switch
4
this
hit
time,
points.
Swapping out, bringing
Hey, what's on the
Calyrex down to
mainstream now?
essentially its
That's a good
Focus
point.
Sash there at the 4 HP.
Check.
Miraidon is
Oh, okay,
going
they're
to
killing
swap out
time,
there
I
for
think.
Ko, but with no Trick Room, Ursula
Yeah, they are.
isn't really a safe swap into here. Actually, deceptively, maybe it is, even without the Trick Room.
What disgusting
you are
Pokemon
immune to
Miraidon is, I
Astro
know, right?
Barrage and to 3 of Raging Bolt's moves, and Draco Dragon
Okay,
Pulse
Arcanine
and
hasn't been
Psychic, I'm
updated
not
for 7
too
minutes
sure
in
it would
heaven.
be able to get a knockout on the Ursaluna with how bulky it is.
Why, Jason? How you Jason in?
You know, with Lunala's Terastallization as well, you could go for a Trick Room.
Like, here's some examples. Ghost Terra Cinderace for coaching, Helping
Ko
Hand,
maybe
Court
taking
Change,
a little
Pyroball,
bit more
Rock
time
Terra
here,
Iron Leaves
not
with Psyblade and
fully
coaching.
thinking
Ooh.
through what they want to bring in, either the
Coachella.
Ursaluna or the Ursaluna. And yeah, it is going to be that setup Ursaluna.
Hello, Ursaluna.
So I think it makes sense to bring in the Ursaluna now, seeing that Raging Bolt hit the field. But as you mentioned, there's definitely that question: would a Psychic plus Dragon Pulse finish off the Ursaluna? I think Lunala is in a bit of a weird spot here. It successfully blocked the Astro Barrage last turn, but it does have to worry just a little bit about that Encore lock into Wide Guard. And so I think just trying to bring out the Ursaluna and push
Koraidon
pressure
had a stab pivot
immediately
move,
so
I know,
that
right?
There's not an easy way to Encore lock the Lunala is a nice play from Ko's side. But
Dirty.
there's definitely a
So
lot
next
of
round is the
ways
last
to
round of the
go
night
wrong
since it's
for
top 4.
either side. Here. There's a
No,
ton
this
of
is top
potential
8.
damage from James's side. And that Ursaluna is, of course, threatening a ton of ground type
So I
damage,
think we'll
but
see both
it's
top
definitely
4
gonna
matches,
move last.
probably.
There's no Trick Room on the field
They
here
normally like
now,
to show
and
both
that's gonna make things
semi-finals.
just a whole lot more complicated than maybe we were
'Cause that's where you
expecting
get some of
things
the
to be
best
for
play.
Ursaluna having already set up the Flame Orb.
But we do see that
There
final
we go.
Terastallization here for Ko in this game 3. Or, excuse me, for James, is going to be the Raging Bolt into the Terra Electric. Was kind
Ooh.
of expecting the Lunala there to Terastallize as well in the face of his Astro Barrage, but actually isn't.
It's just gonna hit Lunala.
No
It's got
Wide
Shadow
Guard
Shield, right?
Is going to be able
No.
to knock out this Lunala without the Shadow Shield.
That's an interesting choice. Wolfie was out this morning. No, he went out in round 9. Round 10. No, round 9.
Switch into the Ursaluna makes it being a ground type is
Fine,
going to
these
be
are
immune to
used
it.
Reg
So
G with
the Raging
Terrapagos and
Bolt is going to
Cinderace
have
at
to
Arceus
stay
Koraidon team.
in
Oh,
against
nice.
Ko's Ursaluna as a facade
Decent
goes into the
crit!
Pokemon, and a critical hit just to guarantee
Beautiful.
the knockout there on the Raging Bolt. That's a whole Pokemon and Terastallization gone for James.
That's mad.
Ursaluna really just saying, I don't do Trick Room. I can just do all my damage right now.
Yeah, they have to show both
Staying safe
semi-finals
from
to introduce us
really
nicely to the
terrifying
finalists.
Terra
Yeah,
Electric
exactly.
attack from the Raging Bolt.
That's really well put,
I'm
Emma.
curious to know what James might have been expecting there.
Yeah, that
Probably
was
anticipating a Lunala
bonkers.
Terastallization and wanting to really guarantee a KO on that Lunala, preventing that Trick Room. But instead, James losing that Raging Bolt, I think, is a pretty significant hit, especially because the Terastallization is gone. At the same time, now that this Ursaluna is officially sentenced to never being in Trick Room this game, I think it opens up a couple of opportunities for James to think through some alternative win conditions in this game.
Absolutely. I think as well, the fact
Wide
that
Guard
Ko has
Earthquake goes hard. It
Terastallization as well,
does.
and similar with that bug, we saw how
Tomorrow's in an
impactful
arena. We need to get
it
hype about it. Yeah,
was,
exactly.
or how
It's going to
impactful
look so
it
good.
Even through James's
I'm
team. I
hyped.
think being resistant to the ground type moves could be very impactful
Well, good, Liam.
against
Now,
fighting
everyone else needs to get
Landorus
hyped.
in the back for James here, but
I don't
the
get
Miraidon is
hyped.
going to
I
swap
stay
in
hyped
for
because I'm
Ko, and
Mojo Rawley.
James really
I remember
has
him.
to decide here what you know, he wants to lock into. We see hovering the Encore. If you do
I beg
lock
Victory Road to
the
fix that
Ursula
capture
into
card,
facade,
please.
then you kind of have a guaranteed way around it. Being a
No
ghost
update
type, you
on
need
Arcanine in
the
10 minutes.
facades, but that means the Miraidon gets to go.
Once
for
everyone might actually get a
attack in
seat,
these
right?
spots, and it's really going to come down to these final turns to see where
God, it's going to be
James
bedlam
takes
if it's
the
like
game.
first come, first serve
Yeah,
seats in the arena.
absolutely. We are seeing that Encore definitely, like, James is almost locked into that. So it looks like James is planning on just keeping the Calyrex Shadow Rider safe. A Protect is going to come out again from the Ursaluna, though. Or actually just the first time, pardon. Preventing that Encore as the fake out goes into the Rhydon slot. Rhydon really carefully not protecting so that it can't be Encored. And then that Encore lock, sure, it doesn't happen this turn, but that Ursaluna is still under a little bit of pressure here.
Switch
It
to
avoids
Incin. Switch
being
to
stuck
Incin.
into Facade, but it could still be locked into that Protect now.
And with one turn of Electric Train, Ko really has to decide if keeping that Electric Train around is important or not.
Volt switch the Incin
Calyrex being at such
and
a
switch
low
Ursaluna for
speed,
Incin.
Any attack is going to finish it off from this range. And if you're Ko, you really have to decide how you're getting rid of this Shadow Rider, because if you don't, it's going to be able to do so much damage to not only your Miraidon, but even with Psychic into your Ursaluna as well. James still has a way in this game as well with the full HP Incineroar and
Trust in
with
me.
access to things like knockoff and helping
Switch
hand.
Ursaluna to
James is
Incin because
still
there's
very
probably a
much
Psychic
in the
coming.
driver's seat, I
Oh,
feel
Liam,
like.
yeah?
And Ko has to kind of fight their way through these final turns of the game to maybe get some damage back in
Ooh.
their favor. But we do see a swap.
That's
from
not the switch to
Rhydon
Incin
there
I meant.
into the Incineroar,
Foolish.
repositioning a fake out potentially there to try to reposition a way where you can get some damage with your Ursaluna.
Oh,
yeah, so the
Protect.
Incineroar hitting the field, always a safe switch in when there's a Calyrex on the other side. Calyrex just going for a Protect, pretty concerned about damage.
Knock off the Flame
and
Orb, no
Knock
biggie.
Off firing off, just starting to chip away at that Ursaluna. Ursaluna does not get the targeting right this turn, which is pretty crucial.
But now
Calyrex
Ursaluna
Shadow
can
Rider has
protect
just
and Incin
established
can knock
itself
off.
as
That's
such
the
a
next
threat
turn.
That Ko's really tunnel vision on it, wants to get rid of that as soon as possible. And not being able to this turn means that there's still a ton of pressure from this Calyrex Shadow Rider. It could switch out and still be a threat for the Miraidon in the back.
You gotta
later
keep
on.
the Incin.
I do like that Incineroar getting positioned in so safely here, though. It's now got enough momentum to go for like a nice safe knockoff or try
Yeah.
to U-turn safely to get the Miraidon back in.
To be fair, actually, a U-turn would take out the Calyrex as well.
That are like slowly opening up with bringing that Incineroar back onto the field. But with that, Ursaluna's hit points just slowly whittling away from the burn chip, from the knockoffs and everything.
Oh, I never
Ko's
thought
really
of that,
got a
Kaylee.
timer
Yeah, I
on
need to
being
fix
able
that then,
close
yeah.
out this game. There's just the
I need
damage
to
sort of
put my
slowly
actual
adding
Instagram
up
on
here
it.
that side of
You're
the
right.
field.
And I
Forgot
think
about that.
actually not knocking out the Incineroar there is huge, because that means James
Easily
got
missed.
a free swap into
Appreciate that,
Landorus
though.
and threatened the Incineroar. But
You fucking
keeping
bit.
it in
Love
and
you. That's
forcing
good.
a Psychic
Thank you.
to target down into
I literally
Ursaluna,
forgot.
not getting it out means that this Incineroar potentially could go for a move into the Calyrex and end its reign of
Why did you
terror
let-
once and for all. As it's the U-turn to reposition in, reset the option for fake out, and get Miraidon in. But
I don't
being
think losing the
faster
Ursaluna was a good
with
shout.
Ko's Incineroar means that James gets
Oh,
to
but
go
fake
for an
out
attack
pressure.
of his own into this Miraidon. If that's a knockoff, that's a huge loss of power after the Life Orb gets knocked off. But Ko does get to reset the train here with the Hadron engine.
Ooh.
So Electric Train resets. We'll have to see. It's not
Parting
a knockoff,
shot.
So not damage, not removing the life orb, but reducing that special attack on the Miraidon. Maybe preventing it from threatening quite
Did I
as much
find it? Did I
damage.
find it?
I would anticipate that it's still threatening a whole lot of damage with Haven Engine active and everything to still potentially be able to close
shiny
out on either
sauce,
of these
but
Pokemon.
can't tell,
Depends
but it's
a
a
little bit
shiny.
how Landorus is trained. But crucially,
Lando just wins.
this Incineroar is setting up the fake out pressure again.
Wait, doesn't
Although
Miraidon have Terror
now
available?
Both sides, having just pivoted out their Incineroar, will be able to threaten that fake out, so they can sort of effectively neutralize
We did it.
for this turn.
And the benefit that Ko has as well is that your Incineroar is faster than James is, based off that previous speed interaction. So being able to go for a fake out into James' Incineroar means you can just go for a Draco Meteor into the Landorus if James lets you. You do have the option of Protect, though, to block against that. But of course, that means, Ko could target down into the Incineroar, and that could be disastrous as well. Not knocking off the Life Orb means it's still going to have to take a little bit of recoil from that Life Orb, but, in combination with a knockoff or a ground move
save
here
that.
from the Landorus, that could be enough.
This is why I need to learn to
knock
take
out.
notes,
this game
right?
is still very much in
They used to
both
put it on the
trainers'
screen,
favor,
didn't
and
they?
It could be either of theirs.
We're actually seeing the Miraidon going for a protect, just trying to keep itself safe as the Incineroar does not go. There's no fake outs, just protects for now. The Incineroars are going to lock in what they're going to go for next. Both sides being a little bit concerned. There's one fake out into that Landorus, just preventing any too much damage from coming out, and a knockoff in return into that Miraidon. So just an alternative way for Ko to burn through this almost forced protect from the Landorus side without needing to worry about taking like some Rocky Helmet if you had faked out into that Incineroar and then tried to just immediately go for the Draco Meteor into the Landorus. So I think definitely playing out pretty favorably for Ko's side. Now there's a clearer Draco Meteor, not as easily blocked by Protect into that Landorus. As we see a Terrestrialization coming out from one of the sides here, it's going to be that Incineroar going into that Tried and True Bug type, making sure that even if that Draco Meteor misses, there's not an immediate risk of
Ko's got this, man, I think.
Draco Meteor does
Oh,
connect, though,
not quite, though.
Not able to pick up thanks to that earlier parting shot. Landorus gets to hang on, and with
there goes
Earth Power,
Miraidon.
you are going to be able to knock out Ko's Miraidon.
Incin versus the world.
Is also going to be able to get off an attack, though.
Incin versus the world, thank you.
First because of it. Faster knockoff finishing off the Landorus. Now it's Incineroar versus Incineroar, but James, remember, having a helping hand instead of a fire type move has no way to super effectively hit Ko's Incineroar. Knockoff, though, knocking off the Assault Vest on Ko's Incineroar, though.
Oh, the Terra Bug makes this so much harder for Ko. It was nice to keep the Incineroar safe from potential Sand Seer Storm, but now it has to solo an Incineroar that resists knockoff.
Oh, no, Ko's lost.
That Incineroar right now, get rid of the Rocky Helmet, but with that chip,
they need to take Miraidon and Landorus off the layout.
Things are very much in James's favor with that Terrestrialization having played out.
Nah, it's over.
Absolutely, and I just want to emphasize how
big
of that parting
I guess.
shot was
Terra Bug
before.
U-turn.
We are going to see Ko go for a
desperate U-turn. That was a crit as well.
Hit, though, is able to do a nice chunk of damage.
It's not going to be enough.
Ko's Incineroar. You know,
Ko's
Incineroar is faster. It can live one more knockoff here if it doesn't critically hit. U-turn can go off into the Incineroar 2 more times, and with 2 more critical hits, Ko still has a way back into this game.
Got to get 2 crits in a row, though,
that this match is
which
so
would make
close
3 crits in a row.
Incineroar v Incineroar with that parting shot from James sent on earlier. The Miraidon was
it's not going to be enough.
But no critical hit comes out there. Knockoff from James Incineroar brings Ko's Incineroar down to its final leg.
Don't give up, Ko, but still.
I think maybe a critical hit could still do it for Ko's Incineroar. So Ko's put so much trust into this Terrestrialization option on the Incineroar. There's one more chance for this match to flip on its head if there's a critical hit and a decent damage roll on that U-turn. So we'll have to see. The U-turn's coming out. Will it crit? Well, it
could. You need a really low roll. Oh, Ko's out.
Things off and
James Evans by a fucking Incineroar hair.
James Evans. That's going to bring James to top 4, having taken down the 8-0.
Damn. Are these guys just vamping? Oh shit, we're in a game.
And do nothing.
So that's why you at least have the Incineroar to come in and drop this Calyrex's attack one
Oh
more
damn,
time.
we're watching Victor Medina versus Kirifumi.
We'll be able to see Calyrex start to get
Oh, here we go.
down, but yeah, if it's Incineroar, I mean, that would be crazy.
So that explains why their result wasn't there.
The Leech Seed recovery. You've got Rillaboom now that's going to add in the Grassy Terrain as another avenue to get some HP recovery.
Big turn here. I think there was the ability for a potential nasty block here. That Psychic, by the way, does so much damage. Oh my goodness. But Trick Room is set up. However, Victor has
There's the team sheets. Oh, nice. Cheers, Dad. Cheers, Mom.
Honestly shocked at how much life work Psychic did to an
I'm so used to saying cheers, Dad, to everyone.
So, makes sense. I think Victor wants to respect Smeargle potentially going for a Spore in that position, right? So Calyrex is doing basically no damage right now.
Hirofumi Kimura is the remaining Japanese player.
Now that Trick Room has been set up, you have the faster fake out. So as you see, you can pressure with just fake out plus Astral Barrage.
And that's still going to do a significant
In fact, these 2 players are the only non-US players left.
Start laying some damage down onto that Pokemon. Otherwise, you're going to see Hirofumi
That's wild.
outpace and get those damage.
Metapod sent it last night. I'm just reposting. Oh, there you go then.
So I'm curious to see how this next turn is going to go because Hirofumi at this point with the
team sheet, sausage roll. Come on, Liam, score a goal.
Yeah, I think Hirofumi basically, his Ice Rider is like it's nice, but it's not doing any damage really. It can leech seed. So I think what Victor's going to
Oh, I already have this window open. Oh, yeah.
The Ice Rider and then focus it in the very end, right? So Fake Out plus Astral Barrage was super safe.
Yeah, I've had this open since this morning.
You basically can get
It's in my history. But thank you, though. The thought that counts.
Glacial Lance comes out, but this is a -3 Glacial Lance, and Calyrex basically takes nothing from that. And so now
So we have James Evans. So we have
Ice Rider as well, and that's going to do a really meaningful amount of damage.
we have Kali Shadow.
That looks like 65% to me.
Koraidon.
And so even though we are going to see leftovers,
We have Mao. So Koraidon.
Really healthy. That's
Kali
50%
Shadow.
now that
Uh-oh.
it's able to stay at.
Do we? Oh no, Mao's out,
maybe
man. You
like a
fucking idiot.
positive for him
Oh
is
yeah.
that because this miracle got knocked out.
Oh, it's
you're able to
Montana
get the
Mott.
Robo
Yeah, yeah,
Minute
yeah.
short
Montana,
of the
Montana,
fake out
Montana,
for this
Montana.
next turn. But it's Landorus as the
Giovanni,
wild
who is
Interesting,
Lunala.
So I think it makes sense
Koraidon.
because Landorus, like if you look at Victor's team, like ground type damage is
Montana
already
Mott,
just
who is
powerful,
Zamazenta,
and
Kali
you also have
Shadow.
Sludge Bomb on Landorus, so that could deal with Rillaboom, but I was thinking Koraidon actually would have been a pretty nice
And
Pokemon to
then
bring
one
in
of
here.
these
I
guys.
think actually Landorus also not bad because you can pressure with Sandseer Storm plus a Glacial Lance, and so you can see
Was
Victor's
promoted
like,
to
okay, I know you're
send
gonna outpace
through-
my Calyrex right now under Trick Room.
As
I'm
Amos
just gonna
running with Miraidon
protect.
Terror.
I'm gonna
Oh,
decrease your
prompted.
damage output. I don't have to
Promoted,
worry about your
prompted.
Ice Rider that much, and Incineroar should be faster
Imagine
than
having the
Landorus
home
under
advantage
Trick
3
Room, and
years in a
so,
row.
I think Victor
Wild.
actually is not in a bad spot because Hirofumi set up that Trick Room. It's kind of actually working against him right now.
Really is. I mean, a double protect here from Hirofumi to try to stall out one turn of his own Trick Room here, but also, of course, to be able to bypass some of this extra damage. So a really moot turn here, but I think Victor is still continuing to get some better opportunities from this.
Yeah, my main question this next turn is, like,
Hey.
now that you've baited out the Protect from Shadow Rider, you can obviously double up into it with the Glacial Lance plus an Earth Power. The key question is, Incineroar is going to be able to get that party shot off onto Landorus before the Earth Power comes out. So can Shadow Rider actually survive? And it looks like Victor doesn't think that will be the case. And so you see he's making a nice defensive play here, actually going for that Water
With the home advantage, I got sent through yesterday's stream. Most Americans don't really know where Anaheim is. Oh!
So, yeah, it's like
You
Calyrex
cheeky
is just not
bitch.
the bulkiest Pokemon to begin with, right? So even with the parting shot, Victor's like, I don't think I can actually survive a double up here. Why don't I sacrifice his Zamazenta? My goal now is
Yay,
to stall out
7
your Trick
PPV
Room, then
buys.
get
I'm a
Shadow
happy
Rider
boy.
out. Because I've already eliminated Smeargle. So if I get Shadow Rider out after Trick Room ends, I can just click Astral Barrage freely.
Yeah, no more
That's
immunities. Zamazenta is going to come
111,
in and almost act as a
93. Hell yeah.
piece here because it's really not going to be doing much
See what
else.
Joseph was running. Now team sheets are
also,
up.
of course, you have to
Interesting
see that
variation. Bear in mind, my
Victor
team is
walks
heavily
into
influenced
for
by
that
his.
Terra
Oh
Water
yeah?
on the
Let me have a
Incineroar.
gander.
I love this play as well because you know that even if the Ice Rider Calyrex does manage to
So
switch
not
out and set those
Ugarte,
drops,
it was
it's still going to be a
Joseph
little bit hard, but at least
Martin,
she
yeah.
call out here into the Zamazenta. So all of a sudden,
Wheezing.
even though this Ice Rider Calyrex is not
Strange
doing very
Steam,
much
Poison
damage,
Gas,
he's
Toxic
going to be
Spikes,
close to
Protect,
full
Covert
HP
Cloak,
by the end of this turn.
Terra
But
Ground,
the Life Orb knockoff
Iron
is
Hands,
good, and look at how
Assault
much better
Vest,
this Incineroar is going to
Chi
take
Yu,
that. Still
Choice
looks
Scarf,
like it's going to be another Earth
Iron
Power and this Incineroar
Bundle,
knocked out.
Yeah, exactly.
Hydro Pump,
I
Icy
think
Wind,
Crucial
Taunt,
Terra on
Protect.
the
Ooh,
Incineroar,
not
I think that Terra
Encore.
makes a lot of
Interesting.
sense because at this point in the game, there's nothing else to really Terra, right? Shadow Rider is Dark Terra.
Boom, boom,
that doesn't help
boom.
you
Let me hear say
defensively in this
bundle,
one. Really
bundle.
nice leech seed, though, just to continue healing up with the Ice Rider, right?
England's the laughing stock of
Intimidate
Europe.
is the
Yeah,
way
we're not
you
even
shut
in the
down this Ice
Union
Rider's
anymore.
damage output, but being able to just steal HP turn after turn after turn is a big deal because by the time
Leech
Shadow
seed
Rider
going
hits
ham.
the field once again, Ice Rider's going to be back at full HP. Then it can pressure to even set up a subsequent Trick Room, right?
He used,
And so
he used to have
right now
Bonnet
what
instead of
Victor's
Bundle.
trying to do is stall
Ah.
out the Trick Room, then get
Giving
Shadow
the
Rider
English laugh at
position,
the
and
English,
Hirofumi's
it's
like,
true.
well, that's
We do.
fine because I can just do enough damage right now under Trick Room and then potentially even set up a second one.
Oh, hell yeah.
That would be crazy, especially if the Shadow Rider Calyrex finds itself into a position where it's under Trick Room again.
GG.
That's a nightmare situation there for Victor. And Hirofumi says, okay, well, I mean, thank you for all of that HP.
Yeah,
My
I feel back
Calyrex
up,
is,
I'm good.
Yeah, gonna go back there, and we'll see you later. As the Rillaboom now takes the field in its place, Landorus just goes for a Protect. We will get through this final round of Trick Room.
Nice parting shot here to be able to pivot out with the Incineroar
Alrighty.
there. Landorus, I think, had the ability to go for damage this turn, actually opts not to, and so now Victor will be able to get a free switch, and I think one of the things is that the Smeargle coming into the late game is also incredibly scary because Victor then can spore with it, right? I think
Look at that,
Victor's aiming
Calyrex.
for this end game where you've got Shadow Rider, you've got Smeargle to support it as well. He still has all his Pokemon, right? So I think he's managed himself into a really solid spot, and
Zamazenta's awake.
as well. Goes for the heavy slam into Landorus.
Landorus
is really
always
worried about a
protects.
double up
Can
because of that
Landorus
box
just
will
not
opt to
protect for
but
once?
great
Honestly.
pivoting from Victor. He's
telling you now.
really well so far in this game with Astral Barrage. And
They
now
always
with Ice
protect.
Riders
Turn
off
one.
on the the
Always.
field.
As soon as they enter the field, they protect.
More, but Zamazenta waking up means it is going to be able to pressure with damage, and Instant plus Smeargle just provides so much support in this endgame.
But
so asking a human not to breathe.
That even if Zamazenta doesn't go for damage, now you have the support with the wide guard.
Yeah.
If you look at
widen your
it
guard.
really forces you in that position instead of going for Sandseer Storm. You have to go for single target, either the Sludge Bomb onto the Calyrex or the Earth Power onto the Zamazenta.
Yeah, absolutely. And crucially also, it's just like no more grassy terrain anymore, right? So like, how are you stopping Life Orb Astral Barrage from just sweeping everything, right? Victor timed this perfectly, so Lander switches out, but I mean, like, the hope here is, okay, if my Rillaboom manages to survive the turn and then maybe gets a U-turn and Woodhammer up, but
yeah, this is looking bad for Hirofumi
right now, and this, like, Calyrex has just been able to get Astral Barrage after Astral Barrage off, and so here is another one coming out. We saw how much Psychic did to the Rillaboom here. That almost just gets the knockout.
It doesn't, though. We are going to see that Rillaboom hang on for just a sliver of HP.
Cheeky heavy slam.
That is just to allow the Zamazenta to finish the job. I was kind of wondering if in that situation the Rillaboom survives, maybe you're still able to get less powered
lefties nuts
into the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and maybe you're able to finish it off from there. But it's
need those leech seeds back.
A little tough here. Hirofumi has to bring in this Landorus again and is down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game.
Yeah, and this
it's looking rough.
able to get so many Astral Barrages off. Hirofumi managed to set up that Trick Room, but to me, like, this game really started going downhill.
Yeah, Victor's got this game, I think.
Able to have a faster fake out under Trick Room. There was never just that much damage, right? It was just Ruination and Leech Seed and maybe like 1 or 2 Earth Powers coming out, but Victor stalled out Trick Room really, really effectively. And so I was a little bit surprised to not see the Koraidon come out in this one. Koraidon has so much
It's still game 2.
Board, right? Actually has one-hit KO potential onto almost basically everything. And so I think for Hirofumi, he's probably going to start thinking about that Koraidon going into game 2. That last turn, by the way, super safe to just go for Astral plus the Heavy Slam into the Rillaboom
here
slot.
it comes.
You know you'll likely knock out the Landorus anyway, and so
always. What benefit is it?
The Ice Rider, but it's just not going to be enough.
I mean, Astral Barrage is still going to be doing a ton of damage here.
You're going to get faked out next turn.
On the next turn, you've got the Incineroar to go in for a fake out. Actually, just gets knocked out from that critical hit as well.
Damn.
Yeah, and this was just dominant by Victor.
Unbelievable
I mean, the early game
scenes.
looked a little bit awkward, right? Where, like, Victor got scored
that name
and
was
the
grim.
Zamazenta was forced to switch out. But the thing is, Zamazenta isn't meant to be the star in this kind of matchup. I think Shadow Rider position probably can be
Hirofumi's about to get 4-0.
The main thing is you have to get rid of that Smeargle. Smeargle, when it's out on the field, is so awkward for Shadow Rider to deal with because you have to play the guessing game. Oh, like, is it going to Spiky Shield? If your Shadow
Landorus has the audacity to say at the end of a match, and I helped. I didn't do fucking shit.
This is where Hirofumi's lack of like burst damage really came into play. But if you want some burst damage, you've got a Pokemon on your team, and its name is Koraidon.
Medina's cracked, man.
I feel like that has to be the adjustment. I don't know if you can continue to go for that slow Trick Room game plan.
Yeah.
Because I also think that Victor's Pokemon are much bulkier than even I was anticipating heading into this matchup. Outside of something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider, everything else actually has pretty good sustainability.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think the main thing is Smeargle plus Ice Rider is just not going to deal that much damage. It's great if games are long and drawn out and like it's end games where you can't switch out of the Leech Seed, but being able to pivot out is really, really tough. And Calyrex just got way too many Astral Barrages off for free in that game. And so going into this next game, I think the adjustment that Hirofumi needs to consider is how do I make sure that Calyrex doesn't just get to click Astral Barrage at no punishment, right? And I wonder if part of it is he was maybe expecting the Shadow Rider to be led because it seems like Victor spent so much of his strategies doing that. And he adapted very nicely. It was a Zamazenta lead, which we have not seen from him nearly as much. And so I think that was a really great mix-up. But Shadow Rider seemed like an absolute star in that game. And for Hirofumi, yeah, I'm definitely looking at that Koraidon because I think it just offers you so much more burst damage.
It's also hard when I actually look at how many different immunities Hirofumi
Medina.
has.
I did that earlier. I said Victor Medina.
Instead of just protecting in front of it, you don't have any ghost
Smeargle, baby. Don't like you.
Fantastic.
Hey, Ghost Galaxy Cosplay. Thank you very much for the raid. How you doing? What you guys been up to? Everyone give Ghost Galaxy a follow. Shiny Umbreon. Cheers for the follow. Hello, Dark Wolf.
the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Silver Wolf, thank you for the follow. You've jumped into a right banging match.
There's a lot of offense from both ends, right?
We're in the top 8. This is the last top 8 match remaining of day 2 of the World Championships, and it's fucking baller. It's baller. Leo Good, we've just been playing Fortnite with the Power Ranger skins. Oh, that's kind of sick. I do love all the collabs that Fortnite get. Like, I'm bad at, I'm not good enough to be able to play the game, but love all the skins and shit. Glad you had a good time though. Thank you for joining us. Take a seat if you like, or if you know, if you need to like have a rest or anything. I get how it is. It's 11:30. This is going to be on for hours, mate. Well, a couple more hours.
Yeah, and
because we still got the semi-finals to end the day on.
Opportunity for fake out into the Smeargle because it doesn't have actual.
Ooh, cheeky fake out.
It doesn't have fake out, and it also doesn't protect here. So Incineroar is able to break that focus sash from just.
That's
the
quite an
fake out
interesting
itself.
choice.
And Hirofumi, what is this Koraidon actually? Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Oh, the speed raise is insane.
Speed boost means now, of course, you have the ability to go for that spore into the
fast spore.
Slot. That's really, really scary because Calyrex just protected, and so you can see Victor being like, okay, I know this is my star player. I'm going to pivot out. I actually really love the play he's going for here, though, because by switching out, you know that something will fall asleep. A Water Terra here means that you will survive against the Koraidon, and so you're baiting Spore. You're saying, look, I'm going to let something fall asleep. A Water Terra here is safe. I'm just going to knock out your Smeargle. That means no more Spore and a Shadow Rider, and that's one of your main win conditions out of the way.
And Victor was totally okay.
Yeah, I'll leave it on the background. Don't work tomorrow anyways. Oh, valid. Well, kick back, enjoy.
To take a Ruination plus that
Instant is toast.
Toast. Can still be that bulky tank for the team.
No, he's not. Look.
To just do damage and also have access to wide guard. So Victor putting a lot of pressure on this particular Incineroar.
Zamazenta doesn't give a toss.
As we do see the Smeargle go for the spore into the Zamazenta, but if Victor can get away with this,
cheeky flame charge.
Be able to knock out the Smeargle. We even see a flame charge actually come out of the Koraidon, and it's a one-hit knockout from the critical hit. And
bro!
Wow, I'm actually not sure you want that, just because having a Zamazenta out on the field that has
the crit fucking mattered. That's insane.
Now you do give a free switch it to Victor's end. I like the flame charge play a lot. I was actually going to suggest.
Well, no one's asleep now, at least.
That speed boost, you
oh my god!
Rider, which means you can just threaten it with a one-hit knockout, right?
That's fucking wild, bro.
Now potentially coming out from Victor's end.
I take it back.
And the Water Terra
that Zamazenta is toast.
Really good neutral defensive Terra here, right? But I love the adjustment to Koraidon. This is exactly what we were talking about coming out of Game 1, and now you have so much more offense with this duo.
Oh my god!
Had. And so
don't spore the Lando. It's going to protect. Spore the Koraidon. Trust me, bro.
The spore is going to be scary. One of the things
yes, Lando protects. I guarantee it.
Between the Landers and the Smeargle.
Yeah, well, I feel like most of the time, I wonder if like the Landorus actually is a little bit slower when you have Trick Room available.
It's interesting, yeah, because like Landorus is a very fast Pokemon, and like if you were just running max speed investment or close to it, then you would be outspeeding the Smeargle. But to your point, there is an Ice Rider, there's Trick Room here. It could be super, super bulky Landorus that's slower as well, and so.
NPC Grant in the back is killing me. It didn't protect, but it didn't. But it didn't attack either. It still counts. It did a passive play.
I do think this is the absolute correct decision, by the way, to drop the Ice Rider and switch to Koraidon instead, right? It just offers so much more offense, and so Koraidon going for this protect. I think
you know what? Fair play.
Smart because now you can double up onto Smeargle next turn. There was really such
fake out low kick.
I was gonna say unless Victor had decided to double up, you know.
I think Hirofumi is the one you run in low kick.
Landorus, but of course because the Smeargle is faster, you don't actually get that
special defense.
Of things to happen.
Speed down.
Oh no. Okay, that's the reverse of what a Smeargle would like to see.
This is looking like a win for Hirofumi already, honestly. Like you can just double up onto Smeargle now with Fake Out plus Flame Charge and get a knockout onto that slot, right?
I'm saying with the correct call out.
The Clear Amulet is such a big item here for the Koraidon.
Just want to double check.
The Incineroar just feels so sad. What is it going to do, right? At this point, it's just not going to target the opposing Incineroar, and so we're going to see Smeargle
they'll be back
here,
soon.
opting for Flare Blitz here, saying,
I wonder if they are going to show another match on Victory Road.
Super bulky, I like guarantee the knockout onto the slot. Yeah, I take a little bit of recoil damage, but I don't need a speed boost anymore.
Maybe they will show them both at the same time. That'll be complicated.
Yeah, get rid of the Shadow Rider.
Congrats on water terroring. Like,
we'll have to side by side them.
Like, I'm going to win the 1v1 against you anyway, and so
someone's doing fireworks again. Fuck off. It's alright. We got fucking tropical birds near us. They're fucking annoying.
This was exactly the
I want to kill them.
So with the Koraidon coming into play, And also being faster than the Shadow Word or Calyrex after that one flame charge. If you're Victor going into a game number 3, what are you looking at in order to answer this particular Pokemon?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm going to pause you a little bit here because I'm trying to think, is there a way for
we
Victor
go.
to actually win the game right now still? It's scary, but Sun at least is about to expire, and you have Fake Out available to you this turn. That being said, it's still actually
Remember,
quite scary
Koraidon
because
is
you
at
have to deal with
+1
Incineroar.
speed.
Like, how's Calyrex dealing with Incineroar, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. I don't want to call the game yet, but I do feel like it looks so difficult. And so we'll have to see how this turn plays out. I think it makes sense to try to Fake Out and maybe get a nasty plot off. As you can see, yeah, like that's the only comeback potential, but
Koraidon,
even
Flame
then it's
Charge.
Scary. And there's no Protect from the Koraidon either.
Well,
You can
actually,
see
just
Victor's
Flare
like, my
Blitz.
one way of winning is hoping for you to protect
Flare
the
Blitz in
Koraidon.
the sun.
Hirofumi does not give it to him. Flare Blitz comes out, and bye-bye Calyrex.
That
Mate!
is going to be
Game
the
3!
final restricted
Game
move
3!
here for Victor, leaving this Incineroar all by itself. And Hirofumi now, that one
Hirofumi, what a comeback. What a comeback.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Rose, let's go back to your question. So you were saying Koraidon's hit the field now. Smeargle Koraidon is a lead. Exactly. Now what?
Up, Kimura-san. Up, Kimura-san.
Victor may have led that Zamazenta in game 1.
Mate.
With Koraidon, you do have the Water Terra available on it. And if you look at the Terra types on Victor's end,
one battle away from top 4.
Incineroar is a decent Terra, right?
No pressure.
Survive for a little bit longer, but it didn't
And they
have
stop
any
proving
value
me
in that
wrong?
last game. And so I'm thinking maybe you make an adjustment back to that Zamazenta. Part of the strength in that game, of course, was Smeargle being able to get that speed boost off.
No
pressure with that
replays,
sword
only
as well.
wins.
So you might also be like, okay, well, if you don't get the speed boost there, the game looks a little bit different. But this is what I mean. Like, I think Smeargle is just such an annoying Pokemon to deal with. And yeah, I think it makes sense to maybe shift back to the Zamazenta and then go for a Water Terra with it specifically
motor
to deal
oil.
with Hirofumi's
No, don't do
Koraidon,
that.
because Koraidon actually has a really
Let's
terrible
drink
time
motor
in the Water Terra
oil. No.
Zamazenta.
If I had a nickel for every time Smeargle was annoying, do you know how many nickels I would have?
You would be retired, you know, like, yeah, you would be good.
But
Let's
as we enter into this
go.
game number 3, I think that's a very valuable point to make. If
No one
that
bringing
Smeargle has
Rillaboom.
literally any other moody boost.
More like Rilla benched.
I don't know, maybe Victor does win in that situation.
Totally, yeah. And it's like, I think part of it, though, was
Flame Charge KO was pure filth. Yeah, do you know what? That was a real stroke of RNG.
Flame Charge boost with the Koraidon, it becomes
In
infinitely
Hirofumi's
larger of a
favor.
threat. And so that's what's scary, because it's like, not only do I have to deal with Spore, I also do have to deal with Fire Terra, Flare Blitz. And so I think something like going back to Smeargle Zamazenta would be maybe a little bit stronger, because you pressure with Fake Out and you can Water Terra immediately. But here we go. Running it back with Smeargle Koraidon, and Victor is going to go with Smeargle
Oh,
Zamazenta.
double
So maybe a
Smeargle.
better matchup for this Zamazenta into the Koraidon, and now
Fake
it comes
out the
down to what
Smeargle.
these Smeargles are capable of.
And then Flare Blitz the Zamazenta.
Oh, that's very aggressive.
Going for an immediate Spore here. So I'm nervous here.
An
mainly
immediate
because
Spore and
it's
an
a
immediate
Smeargle
Terra
speed tie.
Water.
You're both clicking Spore on turn 1. Whoever gets the Spore off is going to have such
If I had a
major
nickel for
advantage.
every time they
And
reference
this is
Phineas and
because I was
Ferb,
talking
and
about
I'd
the
have one
Water
nickel,
Terra
which isn't a
Zamazenta
lot, but it's weird that it
immediately. That means
happened.
that at least one slot
So many
can
dogs
move
on
itself
screen.
up against the Koraidon.
Hey.
Terrestrialization first, though, and
That's
so,
Aaron
yeah,
Zeng.
Zamazenta is going to feel, he's feeling so much better, but the sun is still active. And we've seen how these powerful Pokemon can turn the sun and
Low kick,
really
Koraidon, come
make it
on.
into a big advantage, even versus some of these matchups.
Going for the
But
Flame
Smeargle
Charge,
first,
baby.
Smeargle moves first.
Oh, it's going to be a tough call, but the Zamazenta is going to have to move
Oh,
before
that's
we see
juicy.
Smeargles. And it looks like it's going to be Hirofumi's.
Oh.
Smeargle gets put to sleep.
That's wild.
Turn there. This is what I
I
was
summoned
saying,
Pot
like,
of Greed
Smeargle
to
is
draw
often
3
both
additional
going to
cards from my
maximum
deck.
speed, and it is a big deal because you do get a ton of damage off into the Koraidon. Crucially, no speed boost there on Smeargle. Speed boost would have been a disaster because then
But
now you
what
can
does
knock out
Koraidon do
Smeargle
now?
with
Protect?
another Flame Charge and then Spore the Zamazenta. So this turn is interesting. You could theoretically actually go for a Protect.
Oh, I
with your
suppose, yeah, you
Koraidon
could-
and then
you could
Spore
Flame
into
Charge
the
the Smeargle, but
slot.
then-
The Smeargle, of course, has Follow Me, so it can redirect a Body Press away as well as you go for another Flame Charge. So Body Press at least did do a lot of damage, but it was absolutely huge for Hirofumi.
I'd
to
protect
win the
Koraidon
potential
and
speed
Spore
tiger on
Zama.
turn 1.
I think Victor is trying to make a call, though. Do you think that the Zamazenta is going to protect itself? And if it does, then you really want to make sure you're landing that damage down in the Smeargle
Victor's protecting.
before both of your Pokemon do get put to sleep. But Hirofumi's Smeargle has its Focus Sash intact. I think you're always going to be able to get a second Spore off.
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
like,
boy.
If you're Hirofumi, you could just go for Follow Me, Flame Charge, basically guarantee a knockout and say Koraidon sticks around for another turn. It ends up just being Flare Blitz here. Actually,
Fucking
not
hell,
going to
just in
Follow
case of
Me.
a switch.
Flare Blitz, of course, covers for Shadow Rider once again switching in, and so you can just potentially knock that out. But I think this is huge for Hirofumi because with the body press not going into Koraidon, you get to stick around for another turn, and let's see this Moody boost. I mean, if it's a speed boost, it's just going to be an absolute disaster right now.
Yeah, what does Moody do now?
It is going to be a
Special attack.
boost.
Speed down? Oh, special defense
So
down.
at least we're safe.
We're safe for now.
safe for one more turn.
Yep. But I think, yeah, you have to bring in Incineroar here. If you bring out Calyrex, well, one thing you could do with Calyrex is if you bring out Calyrex, you could protect it, and then body press into Smeargle, and then the second turn switch out into Incineroar and basically bait 2 different attacks into it.
Ooh.
Victor's like, you know what, I'm just going to bring in the Incineroar. This gives me the fake out pressure immediately, so now you have fake out plus
Fear
body
Amulet.
press available to you. But one of the things you can do when you have fake out pressure
Switch to
available is bring out your
Kali.
opponents into
Oh my
protecting,
god,
right? And
if
so you can see
Hirofumi reads
Victor's
this.
hoping right now, Hirofumi protects that Koraidon and Smeargle. You bring out Shadow Rider, then Shadow Rider can just
Oh.
run into the Koraidon slot the subsequent turn. Smeargle here does not have wide guard on Hirofumi's end. And so this is a classic bait and switch with fake out. We'll see if it works out though, because by going for this, you do open yourself up.
Hirofumi has to do the hardest fucking read right now.
Yeah, I mean, we will see the Shadow Rider Calyrex at
Oh,
least
this
be
is
able to
tense.
get a bit of damage down in 2 turns, but it does really depend on what this Koraidon decides to do.
Hirofumi doesn't look like he's
So
reacting
we'll
much.
see the switch first and what is to follow. If Hirofumi is able to call this right, and you
If this is Flare Blitz, this will be wild.
You just win on the spot,
Yeah, the game
honestly.
is over.
Yeah, but it's a tough call, yeah, and it makes so much sense to just go for the safe protects. I'm getting nervous for Victor.
Is there a score, though?
Let's see, yeah.
Because, oh, it's just a spiky shield.
Yeah.
Valid.
But if there was a score, like,
Also,
critical.
Totally, yeah. I think for Hirofumi, it makes sense for him to not want to take that risk because he knows he's actually
Cheeky
ahead
body
in this
press.
game anyway. And so now let's see, is there another speed boost here on Smeargle? No speed
Special
boost. I was
defense.
I'm getting nervous for Victor because every turn Smeargle's on the field, that's another possible chance to get
Oh
that
man,
speed
-1
boost,
speed
right?
though.
It's a speed drop, so.
Yep, exactly. So this is still scary though because of the Koraidon getting that flame charge early, right? And so you can see what Victor's
What do we
trying to do
do
is bring
here?
out the attack into Calyrex, protect there, body press, bring the Smeargle down low. But the Smeargle here is just, once again, such a nuisance.
Low
You
kick
have
the
access
Zama,
to
but
that
it's
follow
not
me, so
super
you can redirect
effective.
that body
I
press
think
over
Koraidon
to
goes down here unless it
And I
double
think what
protects.
Hirofumi's trying to do is, I'm just going to ignore your Zama.
I guess just follow me.
I'm going to target down what's next to it. And Victor is like, okay, I'm going to try to play a little bit defensively, then I make sure you don't get to just knock that slot out freely.
Yeah, surely Smeargle
Calyrex
follow me's here.
protecting. We already saw the Zamazenta trying to target down this Koraidon so it can finally knock it out.
Oh,
And
that's
one tall task for
gutting.
Victor. This Flare Blitz from the Koraidon does get negated.
You're losing
by that
Koraidon
protect
then.
as the
Fuck,
body
that's
press
not
is
good.
able to finally finish off this Koraidon. 1 KO apiece here
Ooh.
in this third and final game of this top 8 set. But this Smeargle gets a chance to go for
I
the
don't
score
think that's
and
enough,
keeps his
though.
focus sash intact
To
still.
be fair,
Finally gets the spore off. I think one of the key
Calyrex
trade-offs that
can't
Hirofumi had to
protect
decide, once
against
again, no speed boost, but
Incineroar.
One of the key decisions
Incineroar
is,
can Oko
do
it.
you go for follow me because
So-
you protect your Smeargle or you protect your Koraidon for a turn, but then
And
Victor can
also
just switch
now-
the Shadow Rider back out into Incineroar. Do you want to play that prediction more?
Calyrex
Even Hirofumi
can't
saying, "Look,
protect.
If you don't protect your Shadow Rider, I knock you out immediately. Even if you go for the protect,
Yeah.
you're guaranteed to sleep on the Zamazenta. And to your point, a fully healthy Smeargle. I think what's a little bit scary now for Hirofumi is you don't have a way to get a one-hit knockout onto the Shadow Rider, so you do have to be a little bit careful, but Smeargle's still sitting at full HP. Landers here, I think, should be able to take a Life Orb Psychic or Astral Barrage. You can even protect the Landers, go for
Ooh.
a Spore. And the Zamazenta right now, I think one of the key things I'm paying attention to, is it able to wake up quickly enough?
Was able to get a 1-turn wake up in that game number 2.
Yeah.
So
I'd be
maybe
tempted.
this Zamazenta
I'd be
wants
tempted to go for a
Victor enough to do
Sanseer
it
Storm
for
if I was
him
Hirofumi.
again.
Try and get the
But
burn on
here's
Zama
what-
and just nerf it.
Maybe go for Astral instead. Yeah, split some damage, but it doesn't actually damage the Smeargle at all.
Exactly, yeah. I think if you're going for Asher, you're hoping for enough damage to knock out the Landers. I don't think it gets the one-hit knockout.
I don't know why he's worried about what Zama's going to do, because Zama's not going to move this turn.
No protect from Landers. Here we go.
Okay.
Landorus didn't protect turn 1.
It will, but let's see.
This Landorus is already going to be taking so much damage, but it hangs on with just enough to fire off an attack on this turn. Zamazenta takes its mandatory turn of sleep, so there is a potential for it to wake up later, but it has to take this Earth Power first.
Ooh,
It
big
brings
Earth
it down
Power.
to half HP, and the Spore now into
Spore
the
into
Shadow Rider
Kali is
Calyrex.
fucking
Pokemon
wild.
Sleep here for Victor. You don't want them sleep at this point in time.
time.
Oh, this is so close, but Hirofumi has to be careful about where the damage
Defense
is
rose.
coming from, right? Especially
Attack
if your final
fell.
Pokemon is going to be that Incineroar. Landorus is going to be the primary carry here. One turn of
You've
sleep
got to
first.
get rid of the
And
Zama
if you get
ASAP.
max turns of sleep here on both Pokemon, you probably win this. And so Victor right now is praying, please let me wake up.
Follow me on the Smeargle to protect this Landorus for one more turn
Oh,
in
it's
case there is a wake up
tense.
from the Zamazenta. The Calyrex is going to be the one that takes its
Surely if it's top 8, there should be 4 matches. There are 4 matches, but some are happening on the Victory Road screen, and some are happening on this stream. Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Smeargle special defense at +6.
Barrier for Hirofumi. That's one more opportunity, of course, to get the wake up. It's 1 turn of sleep on Calyrex, 2 on the Zamazenta now. And you are slower with this Landorus, and so
I'd go for a Sanseer at this point. They said 3rd and final. Oh, maybe the 3rd and final one they've streamed, and they didn't stream the other one. Maybe.
On this next turn, though, the Shadow Rider Calyrex has a chance to wake up. The Zamazenta has an even greater chance to
Maybe
do so.
it's still,
And
yeah, like you
this
say,
Landorus
it's bad
wants to try to
wording.
Get as much value out of this next turn as possible.
Oh,
it does not get any
shit.
more intense than this, Aaron, because the Smeargle could even go for something like a spiky shield if it wanted to, but it goes for the follow me. And
Follow
we'll see
me.
if this Calyrex can wake up.
Callie's asleep. Oh, that's it.
Actually do it now.
That might be it. Oh, fuck.
This is what I was saying. If you get 3 turns of sleep on both, I think that's
Oh.
it. Shadow Rider, of course, still has the chance to wake up, but Zamazenta will faint. And if Hirofumi's last
Triple sleep
Pokemon,
is
of course,
tragic.
is that Incineroar, that is a really nice Pokemon to have into Shadow Rider, especially with Water Terra having
Oh, he's at
already
+1
committed
speed
on the
now.
Zamazenta. So really, really
He's at
tough
+1
sequence there
speed,
for
and I
Victor.
think
Makes it
+6
so scary, and this is
special
what I was
attack,
saying, come into the
special
match,
defense.
get a crucial spore off,
If I'm
it makes
counting
such a
right.
big difference. Still not over yet. The Smeargle is still at full HP.
I wonder if a +6 special defense Smeargle can take a psychic. This is why I hate Smeargle. Yeah, same.
Like, get rid of that. You gotta get rid of the Pokesash. The Smeargle's gotta go. You gotta get rid of the Pokesash. You gotta get rid of it.
If he fucking protects
once
that
and for all.
Smeargle.
But Hirofumi still has that mystery fourth Pokemon
He won't
in
protect
the
the
back
Smeargle.
that you could switch in at any moment, and it's going to be now.
It's got to be Incineroar, hasn't it?
Stays preserved for later as we
It's
see
Incin, surely. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, and this is just so tough now. I think this is a super safe play. You can switch in Spiky Shield with your Smeargle like so. Now, how in the world does Shadow Rider beat this Incineroar, right? So, Hirofumi recognizes, look, my Landorus hung on. I can just one-shot the Incineroar in the end game. Let me make sure it does not go down here. I'm not going to risk the chance of a wake-up here from the Shadow Rider. Shadow
Ali
Rider
woke
wakes
up.
but as you
Astral.
see, the Landorus pivoted out crucially.
Don't affect
making sure
Smeargle.
that you get to preserve that for the Incineroar endgame. Astral Barrage not.
This ain't doing much.
Hirofumi's got a huge advantage now. You can
Yeah. Oh, Hirofumi's cornered him.
Victor, though, has been so close to a
Then again, Smeargle's defense is like -4, I think. So I do wonder if a knockoff would get it down to Sash.
It's not gone yet. You still have Pokemon that are able to battle it out with you. And maybe this Incineroar is able to help squeak out just a bit more damage. And this
Ooh.
Protect, can it actually bait out a couple of attacks from these other Pokemon?
Yeah, I think basically what Victor's hoping for is maybe I get the Flare Blitz, get you low enough where then Astral Barrage can finish you off. Flare Blitz here, it can burn the Smeargle. And it actually survives it. You know, it burns, but because of
That
all
was
the
insane.
defense that it had gotten, it actually hangs on crucially.
Aaron, I
thought it was at lower defense than that.
If the burn damage had ticked through the Focus Sash activating,
which
I
you
know
normally
exactly
see, right?
what you were talking about. But it does stick around.
Amma says, always the bridesmaid, never the bride for Victor. Yeah, Amma jinxed it. Let's blame Amma.
Another attack. You get a defense
She's
boost
sleeping,
again
probably.
on top of the defense that you already have. And so it will take this
Na, na, na,
next
na,
Flare
na,
Blitz
na.
to do the job.
No
And
double protect.
the double protect would have been
Oh.
so big for the Shadow Rider Calyrex to be able to make it
Smeargle,
through
fuck
like a
you.
knockoff, but it's not going to be able to get that. So you see the knockoff.
Oh, well
basically
done.
one-hit knockout onto the
And with
Calyrex.
Lando in the back.
Hirofumi Kimura, one Pokemon left to make another.
Keeping Japan's dream alive. Keeping the Kimura family's dream alive.
Get the knockout after the second Flare Blitz. You got to see the
Oh my god. I fucking hate that thing.
Insult to injury there. The fact that we saw Smeargle take 2 flare blitzes is wild, but of course, we've got Landers now out from Hirofumi in the back. How clutch was it? Let us survive that Astral Barrage. If Landers faints there, the game, I think, just ends basically on the spot. But
hey, they've already updated. They've already put the stand-ins for round 14 up, and the game isn't over. Look, they've already put Kimura versus Giovanni. That's so insulting.
Wow, and just
oh,
like
even
that,
the production crew went, yeah, he's fucked, mate.
Best of 3, 2, 1.
The nasty bastards.
Top 4 of the 2025 World Championships.
It was going to take a miracle, but man.
Either way, right? If you win the speed tie with Victor Smeargle and you move first, that's already a completely different.
Unless we're really behind. No, we're not.
And then if you look at that end game
oh,
as
mate,
well,
before the next match, I need a piss. Plus,
yeah, just wake up.
Special attack, Calyrex, Ice Rider. Psychic.
What's so
Ice
tough about
Rider
that one is that
Psychic.
you needed the
Ice Rider. Haley?
In the back, right? And so that's why
when does Ice Rider use Psychic?
Shadow Rider right now, I'm just gonna aggressively target down the Zamazenta.
You silly
survival
sausage.
there on the Zamazenta. So manages to take 2 Earth Powers, but in the end, both Pokemon just sleep for way
silly,
too long.
silly
Shadow Rider
sausage.
eating up 2 turns
You remember
of sleep,
streams probably on
and
delay.
Zamazenta
That's true,
rolls
Bull, so I
three
need a
turns of
wee.
sleep there, and it's
Burp.
once again, it's like if you are able to
Burp.
just get the knockout onto the Smeargle, now suddenly
Right.
you have Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, both which are faster than Smeargle and Landers on the opposing side. And so this was a game, in my opinion, decided solely by Smeargle and how the sleep rolls came out.
So close, but yeah, Smeargle is here.
It's here. It's not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere either. It wasn't even going to go down to 2 flare blitzes there at the end of it. It is so tough, and I think that's why a lot of players had Smeargle on their radar, because of how volatile it really does to make these matchups. Getting that speed boost in game number 2, and of course being able to have those survivals later, the maximum turns of sleep here. Hirofumi was definitely very happy about that, because you just know it allowed you to get through that end game even easier. But yeah, I mean, commiserations to Victor, right?
Yeah.
We've seen him have some incredible sets on stream, a lot of plays that he should be proud of, and that luck in that third game, it's tough when it goes that way.
Yeah, and I want to talk about turn 1 alone because, of course, like, you might be thinking, well, Victor had the ability to go for fake out onto the Smeargle. Why didn't he, right? And the answer is, well, if you fake out Smeargle, like, fake out body press is how you make sure you don't get spored on turn 1. If you fake out body press into Spiky Shield, then you eat the recoil damage from Spiky Shield, Flame Charge KO Smeargle, you body press into Spiky Shield, suddenly you've lost your Smeargle, you're down a Pokemon, and you committed your Terra on Zamazenta on turn 1. So I can't stress enough how much of a difference it makes to have that Spiky Shield, because even though Hirofumi was not clicking it a lot of times throughout the set, the ability to go for it at any given point means your opponent has to respect it.
British Rail levels of delay. It's on heavy delay according to Joe.
Right? And so this game
I don't know why, because Nils Dunlop's already out. Yeah, get Lucas Giraffe.
The main threat was being able to score
Rigaraff.
everything, but Smeargle opts to not go for the Spiky Shield, ends up winning the speed tie, and puts so many different Pokemon to sleep.
We have seen a lot of our matches showcase what the
Boof.
power of an open
Power
team
of friendship.
format can really do to an opponent's
So yeah,
mental.
I caught
It
this
worked
shiny
out
earlier.
so well for Hirofumi Kimura, not
Off
only
cam.
with his team building, but of course winning this top 8 match.
Fuck.
Let's go down to the stage and hear from
Let's
him
go
about
down
what
on your mark. Actually, no, wrong person to say that when they're
Thank
speaking.
you so
yeah, good point.
much. I'm
Oh,
here
shit.
with your next top finalist,
Update the count.
Kimura.
Guaranteed 3-hit KO. Oh god, so it wouldn't have even tickled Smeargle.
Hirofumi, your team was very powerful in that last match.
Hirofumi's my
How did you
dad.
decide to bring
He's
this
not,
team of
is he?
6 Pokemon to
Right,
the World
let's get another
Championships
sandwich
this
going.
weekend?
Try and get the fucking Bratty Deer family
チー
done.
ムは友達の人が、古来白馬っていうアーキタイプを使っていて、それを私がちょっと、借りる形で作りました。
James Evans versus Montana Mott and Hirofumi Kimura versus Giovanni Chisque. Hirofumi Kimura is the only Japanese player left in the tournament, the only non-US player left in the tournament.
How have your other matches gone throughout the
James
tournament?
Evans and Montana
I heard
Mott
you
are both
haven't lost
11-2.
a single match
Hirofumi-
since you battled Ho-Oh earlier on yesterday.
Hirofumi Kimura has only lost once, and Giovanni Chisque has only lost once. That's
そ
wild.
うですね。古来法王以外は全部勝っております。はい。
Yeah, I my team managed to win through everything except the Ho-Oh and Koraidon team. Yeah.
That's incredible. Tell me about your strategy going into this top 8 match.
World's Armor Tail, yeah, but with zeros and a 1 instead of O's and an
そうです
I.
基本的にはもうドーブルが結構通りがいいので、ドーブルのキノコの胞子をちらつかせながら、横の、伝説のポケモンで、パワフルに戦うっていうのが戦略でした。
So the point of this battle was a Smeargle, so like teasing them with a little bit of Spore and stuff like that, and then using the legendary Pokemon to hit hard.
Naughty, naughty, you teasing
and that's
me.
exactly what we saw. Now, Hirofumi, this is your second time making top cut at Worlds. Are you excited for another chance to try for being world champion?
Gizmo, did you remember to spend 45 minutes in the Twitch stream for TCG so that you can get 12 hourglasses in Pokemon TCG Pocket?
なる以外はありえません。
Nothing acceptable other than being a champion.
Incredible. Hirofumi, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
家で見てる方やファンの方に何かメッセージはありますか？
いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。
Thank you for always supporting me.
Amazing. Hirofumi Kimura, once again, congratulations on making top 4. Omedetou gozaimasu. And thank you all so much for sticking with us
wholesome.
throughout these top 8 matches. I believe we have seen all that we have to offer here on the main stream for top 8, which means there's only top 4 remaining. You're not going to want to miss this.
Fucking
so
hell, don't scare me like
you need to
that.
get
I
a
was
snack.
like,
Go
what?
do that now. We're going to take a quick break while we get set up for top 4. So you're going to want to come right back and be seated.
I'm going to want to come.
These matches are going to be incredible, so please stay tuned.
I'm going to come. I could do picture-in-picture. I can do picture-in-picture angel swap around chats. Oh, there. I've got a right itch. There we go.
What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm
Jiggly
gonna get
pussy.
The Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, let's go.
If that counts, though, no idea. No, top 4's today.
Yeah, let's go. Yes, we need to
Top
get
4 is today.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck. Tatsugiri.
Careful of the scalpers, kids. They won't hesitate to knock you down. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's just weird because she was like, that's all we have to offer on the mainstream for top 8. And it was like, oh god, okay. I thought we were going to have to watch the Victory Road stream for top 4. With the horrible, broken sounding capture card. Vikram didn't make the final. Oh, Vikram. Bless him. You know what? He made bank, though, in scholarships.
Remember, you can only have one.
No, they can't. They can have both because they won like 5 grand and 6 grand respectively at EUIC or whenever it was. Is that spring form dealing? Do I need spring form dealing? I think I do.
That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. Thank you.
I thought they could only have one.
Let's head to the arena, okay? Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Igglybuff.
Unless parents are the type to get the kids money for themselves. Oh, I'd do that.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence.
Consistency is
the amount
nuts.
of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time
Kill
as
all the
as needed.
dealing, kill all
So
the
now I'm
dealing,
out of
kill all the...
league.
Whoa!
So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there's some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty
Murder.
down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I'm not going to be able to tell if one's got a pink flower.
Trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice.
Consistency and reg H, impossible.
Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
You teach me and I teach you. Finger blast. Got a finger
The most important
blast.
thing is practice.
because without practice, you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion. Because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win.
Penis
so
burrito.
That's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen
Please don't
entrenador,
force
la
feed me
habilidad de
Doritos.
adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la
There
resiliencia
are all
y ser
the deer.
constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos,
There
seguir
are all the
intentándolo,
deer.
nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just like play with the things that you like, play with the friends that
I
you
never
like,
play with
use,
my
like,
balls.
strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you. I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Kill it, Talonflame. No, Fletchinder.
Precisa treinar seu
Whoever you are.
Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e
That is a
cuidar do
child.
Pokémon muito bem.
That is a child. Where are your parents? Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? They call me Kevin McDad.
All the action.
I feel I got paid for that. Hey, people have. It's great.
Gear up for glory.
I just hope I retain. It's all well and good to have the initial sign-ups, but they gotta stay. Well, the feedback's been very
Hey there,
lovely.
trainers. Jim Lawson here at the Anaheim Convention
It's fucking
Center.
Jim
We're here
Lawson.
for Pokemon Worlds 2025. As you can see, there are tons of great events here at the venue, and our goal
Tons
we
of
want to bring
these
you,
nuts.
the viewing audience, as close as possible.
Oh, that's
to all
actually
the
a
great
clear
events.
review right there.
Where
here.
are we now? We are at the Toyota Engineering Society Miraidon project. And
Wow.
as you can see, we have a life-size Miraidon currently in dry form. Pokemon actually teamed up with Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today.
Yeah, mate,
that
this
the
is like
power of
year-old news.
imagination can
Because of
influence
content
the
too. I hope
world
people
of
pay
tomorrow.
$300 for
We have
that.
trainers
Last
lined
time I
up
hear.
all over here to maybe see, will this Miraidon change forms? We'll have to make sure that
I
we
did
check
a-
back
I
later
did a
to see,
cheeky
but for
PPV.
now, let's get back to the battles.
I charged $19.99. After fees, that's $15.99 each. $4 off $19.99. They're taking fees. Fucking robbing bastards. You know what? 7 people have bought it so far, so I'm happy. How much to test ride them a ride on? Hey, you actually have a bike license, so you could.
Hello, trainers.
Bro got a
and
toy
welcome
Yoda.
back to the 2025 Pokemon World Championship here in Anaheim. The competition has been
Feisty one, you
absolutely
are.
electrifying so far, and trainers have been giving it their all throughout this competition, and we are down
Yoda
to our final
from Star
four, just
Wars.
one match away
It's the same
from
exact
finding
impression I was doing on the
themselves
coach for 2
tomorrow
hours.
for Championship
Oh,
Sunday.
is that what
I
that
cannot
was?
wait
I
to
thought
get
you
started
might,
with
you
this
know,
next
have a
one,
problem.
especially due to the caliber of
Good one.
players have been amazing. I'm Sierra Dawn for the last time today. Here at
Up
Elite
the
Pro
Sierra,
List.
up
It's-
Sierra.
World just goes by too fast, but boy,
know.
every moment amazing.
Yeah, every moment is just absolutely incredible.
Let's go.
You know, and to be at this stage of the tournament when we're getting so close to knowing who will be playing in
Mate.
Championship Sunday is just so exciting. And
Can't believe
the
Lou's
road
not
that
at
we've
Worlds.
taken to get here is just incredible. So it's
What's
been
going
an
on?
absolute pleasure to share it with you. Even though this is our last cast today, which is kind of sad. And like you say, it's went so quick, hasn't it?
I wonder who's doing the
I feel
Masters
like we
finals.
just started the competition.
Bailey,
And all of a sudden we're
here's a
talking about
sausage.
only 4
Would you like
trainers
it?
Left, and it's
Wow.
wow,
Yeah.
so deserving, and it's been honestly
Fucking
such an
gnarly,
honor and
that.
a treat to be able to watch them work their way through the competition.
Come on, dearling.
No matter who takes that championship title tomorrow, you know it's just so well deserved. Looking at this bracket and the journey that these trainers have taken through the later parts of today, these are our semi-finalists. Hirofumi
Damn,
Kimura
bruh.
just taking that win over Victor, finding himself now going up against Giovanni Trisky next, and we're going to be following James Evans and Montana Mott. And I mean, again, I keep saying it, and I will keep saying it. Just
Oh, wait.
These trainers are just
Okay,
all
kill 10
so
more.
worthy.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, to come through the field.
Kill
from
10 more, kill
yesterday
10 more.
into today
Wait,
and
that's
then
the
get
shiny.
to This stage of the tournament is just an incredible feat in itself. But a
Don't
little
kill
bit
10
more.
more.
To go, of course. We've got one more step to getting into the finals, and
It's so
yeah,
random,
you
but it
can
lives
see from
ran
the
through my
bracket here,
head.
the results.
This is
It's
how
been
gay my dog is.
tough
Bailey, here's a
all that,
sausage.
you know,
Would you
lots
like
of results.
it?
I think Giovanni, the only 2-0.
It might be the most
in
Scottish
top
thing
eight
I've ever seen.
progress into the semi-finals, who will be going up against Hirofumi in that one. Obviously, after
Beautiful.
this will be an absolute corking match for
More
us
bang
to
for your
watch and one
decks.
for the history books for
There you
sure.
go,
But
that's called a
before that,
7-minute
we've got
shiny. Job
James
done.
and we've got Montana, who
Fucking
have
eat
been
my
on
piss.
An absolute tear coming in today too.
Actually,
And,
that's
yeah,
extra.
just
I also have
against
another
both
dealing
players,
outbreak
it's gonna be a
there, but
really
it's not.
interesting match, but you've got to
Wait.
congratulate the rest of the players that maybe haven't been able
Still
to
spring
progress.
form nonce.
Unfortunately, only one
Oh.
from each portion of the bracket can go forward, and some players have
Oh,
to
a
go
hypno
home,
out. I do need hypno,
to
but
get to
also
this stage is just
no.
absolutely incredible. So.
It really is. I mean, walking away with a
I've
trophy.
got a grass
I mean,
sandwich
Gio was
on.
talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
What, it's telling on you? Yeah, it's a proper
But
grass.
we definitely have some trainers that have earned awards.
Your
in their
stick's not
past,
even touching the
whether it has been
group,
at
man.
a regional level
Sorry,
or
that's
a
fucking
world
banging.
level.
I already
which
got
I
that
think
sauce
makes this matchup all the
spot.
more exciting. Of course, you're looking at James Evans,
That
who
spring
was the
sauce spot.
2018 senior world champion.
Dirtwig.
Now in top
More like
four,
dirty
and,
bitch.
I mean, that's one match away from being
Then
championship Sunday, two
Stone,
from being
big time,
another
babbity,
world
babbity, babbity.
champion, which is crazy.
Yeah, and James is one of those
Give me
players
a
that,
dealing
I've had
outbreak.
the
It didn't
pleasure
do
to kind
fucking
of come
nothing,
in,
mate. Yeah, what the fuck?
See James come into the scene and have that journey and kind of see his progression.
There's so much
as a player,
chaos in
and
that
he's
clip
always
as well. Your
been
stick's not
one of
even
those
touching the
senior
ground, man, and it's just a fucking alarm going off, all that shit.
that made a huge splash.
Sirens and shit. You're
I
just
think
like,
such
what
a
is
talented
happening?
trainer, it's no
Where are they
surprise to see
going?
them progressing to this
Why are they
stage of the
being
tournament.
filmed?
It's going to be really tough for Montana because, I mean,
Montana.
it's going to be tough at this top 4 stage, but it's just an incredible feat for James to kind of
Oh, I recognize James Evans. Up the Montana. Up Montana. Hang on, I'm just going to change the date and time one more time.
I mean, yeah, you said it perfectly. But Montana, I
Start
mean,
coughing big
look
time,
at what
can't
he's
be
been
Isle.
able to accomplish, especially
Don't need
within
winter
this
sauce,
last
but
little bit. Montana
you don't
was
need
one of
either
those
of the winter
players
ones,
that,
and you now don't need
know,
either of the
sometimes
spring
there's players
ones.
that do really well, or that
It's
we
not
know
winter,
that
that's
there's a skill,
autumn.
but we
Oh
don't
shit, that is
necessarily
autumn,
get to
isn't
see
it?
that on broadcast. And
I don't think I
Montana
have the
just
autumn
break
one.
out to take down the Los Angeles Regional Championships. And I mean, and this is for all of our top
Shiny
4, but I'll
decks.
say it, I'll talk about it for this match. But these two players are so nice, and Montana Mod, I mean, I've been
Just saw a
able to
proper
talk to
creepy
him. He's
Twitter
just one of
account.
the
Was it mine?
nicest individuals. James as well. I mean,
It's
I'm
called
gonna be so
Expo.
happy for either player and so heartbroken for the other. And just watching them on the stage, both of them just with big smiles. I mean, this is
now.
Oh man.
This is peak world championships.
Yeah.
Right?
spelled that
Yeah,
wrong.
it really is.
So
And,
wholesome.
yeah, and I think the team
You are
matchup's
overworked.
really interesting as well when you look at the dynamics of
Hold
what both
forms.
players have got for
Go
support
to the dealing
lines,
bit.
all their restricted choices as well. And it,
Yeah,
it
so we
really
need
is
full
a
dealing, full
worthy
source
match of a
book,
top
summer
4
source
game
book.
at the World Championships, and I think it is going to deliver on
Oh,
every single level.
that's
so
it.
I can't wait
Oh, nice.
to get
Actually, we are
into
getting
it.
there. So, mark
But yeah,
that.
just both
Close that.
really nice.
Bring
just
this
nice
up.
people as well, aren't they? Both of them,
They're
James
flying through it
and
now.
Montana, which is
Just giving live updates on every single one of Wolf's games. Like, surely that's borderline stalker behavior. That is weird.
To be in this position, and they deserve all the credit that they get for being here. And such a tough world championship.
That's like a Stan account,
I've said
but
it
like a
over and
creepy
over,
Stan
I think
account.
this is the toughest world there's ever been. So for these players to get to this stage is just incredible.
It
I'll make
really
that 8.
is. And
1,
I mean,
2,
these are
3,
really
4,
strong teams.
5,
So we have
6,
strong
7, 8.
trainers with strong teams. This makes a lot of sense. And for James, with 2
8
powerhouse
times
restricted
15.
Pokemon here, and looking at it, a little bit of a variation of this NAIC top 32 team. When
What?
you're looking at the restricted, that's going to be the
Oh, you
run
sorted
back.
all the cards
looking
out.
at the group bonded
Jesus,
as well. It's
you-
not necessarily a Pokemon we get to see with everybody,
Oh,
but
good
being
luck.
able to
Did you
really
need the boiler
output a lot of pressure. And Landorus as
Oh,
well.
okay.
I
Do you
know
want me to
this
put
is
it
a
on?
Pokemon of old VGC. It hasn't necessarily
top it
picked up
up.
for everyone in this format.
Oh,
but
yeah,
the
so
amount
you
of
got- you'll
damage
get a
it
bit
can
of hot
offload
water.
with those Earth Powers and Sludge Bombs, like this team can make waves.
Yeah, it's been a really
Nice
niche
stream.
pick, and I think when we have seen it on broadcast
I
this
might have
weekend,
one.
it's been one of those really impactful
Yeah, please.
Pokemon that's made the difference in those matches, and obviously doing the same for James. But like you mentioned,
remaining
with the Blue Bonnet,
Magnum
another
one.
Pokemon that
Please.
Has that disruptive factor.
Surely
as
this
well, but because
just
it is one of those
surely
paradox
just his
Pokemon,
end
it really
of Swiss
has
games, right?
a
What?
good offensive presence.
fuck is
about
happening
it
to the
as well, so
lights?
You can't really just kind
Oh,
of
he's cleaning
leave
the
it alone
camera.
and ignore it. Just because of the spore or maybe that rage powder disruption, you've really got to take note. The seed bomb, the sucker punch that are there.
I imagine someone being there with binoculars, seeing what's going on in the
Don't give it the
games.
respect it
To be
deserves.
fair, Wolf said
And that's
before, people
exactly it.
used to
So
do
going
that.
into
When it
this
was
match,
closed team
there's
sheet,
definitely a
people would
couple of
actually
things that
watch
Montana
his
has to
screen.
look out for. But again, Montana's
CSR
such a
Corridor, my
skilled trainer,
beloved.
regional champion.
Group
and
Bonnet's
when
there
we're
as
talking
well.
about powerhouses of
But I
teams,
kinda want-
mean, look at this, everybody.
kinda want
Tyler
Montana to
Shadow
win.
Rider and Zamazenta. These were the two, I mean, most feared restricted Pokemon, especially paired up together.
Up the Dragonite,
And
up,
looking
up
out
the Dragonite.
the
14 casts. I mean, a couple of these are a bit more a
Yeah,
typical
each
pick.
game of
GM
Swiss
Talon
rounds, that's
Dragonite, though,
dirty.
this was another combination that maybe hasn't been
the most popular for this regulation, but Qian Pao, I mean, being able to have that sort of ruin and how much impact that can have with the Dragonite and Zamazenta is everything.
Yeah, and the change up to the item
Updates
there
on
with the
knockouts
Assault
of
Vest is really
Mons?
a nice change that we haven't seen too
That's
much
weird.
throughout this season, but really popular. for
Japanese
coming into
Streak
the World
Dream is still
Championships.
alive, and the
Gives it that
Kimura family,
longevity, allows it
the
to set
Kimura
field for a bit
family
longer
fucking
to
streak
make
is
more
still
use of that
potentially
Sword
alive.
of Ruin with the
It's
Zamazenta,
the only
with the
Japanese
Dragonite
player
when they
left
are
in the
next to it, which is really
tournament
something that
has the same
opponent
last
wants to
name
kind of
as the
cut that line
2023
down
winner.
as soon as possible. The Terra type on that Chen Pao as well.
It writes
Interesting
itself.
poison, so
But the
it's got
winner's going to
some
be
way
Montana
of
Mott.
getting around potential weaknesses.
Because I
We'll
said
have to
so.
watch out if that
And I've
is
not been
the
wrong
choice
all
of Terra
tournament.
here for Montana, from that
Right, man
line,
on?
because those
How's the
are
world treating
become
you?
a bit more super
Yeah, it's
effective
all right.
if it goes down that line. But yeah,
I've had quite
I
the
think
profitable
the Dragonite is something that James is going to have to really respect as well.
Whoa.
That gets on the field next to the Chen Pao, that combination, the coverage between those two in particular. can
Then again,
cause a
James
lot of
Evans is
issues for
fucking
the
cracked
things
as
that
well.
James might lean into a little bit in this match.
And looking into this matchup with, I mean, a typical restricted Pokemon, things that we've seen before with the supporting cast that maybe isn't quite
What was
as
that
popular.
scream?
I'm curious then where exactly we can see this matchup go, because you're talking about making
No.
sure this Dragonite and this Qian Pao isn't in a position to, I mean,
Sophie
just
says
take away the
everybody,
game.
she loves
But
you.
again, when you're looking at
She's
games
organised all the
these
Pokemon cards now, thanks to
specifically the
Jess.
Landers, for me,
And
that is, again,
then-
something that raises
and
the,
she's now
like-
getting
like
ready to
the
do her
caution
roots.
flags for Montana. Like,
Bloody
you have to make
roots,
sure this
as
Landers is not
Sepultura
in
would
any
say.
sort of position off with that
In
pressure.
that one song that I
and
know by them.
I do think that the
I play a bit of
Calyrex is
Unite,
gonna
I mean
play a big
Showdown.
role in this as
Two
well.
very
You look at
different
both of
games.
The item choices for both these
One
trainers,
moves.
their focus sash, so they've got that little bit of a security blanket where you're going to have to spend 2 turns attacking into those Pokemon to remove them from the field, and that's one of those Pokemon that you don't really want to give too much room to.
Oh, it's
or
fucking
too much
mint.
time on the field.
Bruh,
Because of those
fucking love
grenade boosters
Pokemon,
it
man.
can get, the damage output that it's got access to, the spread damage. So
Magnum.
I think keeping those Pokemon in check in particular is going to be a big key. One of the ways that James can do that, of course, is with Koraidon and getting those flame charges off early, kind of getting the speed
Showdown
jump on
moves
the
too.
Calyrex. You break the sash, then you're in a position to really
In a
pressure it
fashion?
the next turn.
Two powerhouse teams, two powerhouse trainers. The journeys that they've taken so far throughout the World Championships
Here we
have
go.
brought them here, but only one can continue into Championship Sunday.
They do their
Let's get
best.
this
I don't
started.
know that they
As
do
the
their
leads
best.
hit the field between James
Some of their
Evans and
Pokemon
Montana
aren't
Mott,
even
and
gifts,
a lot
they're
of
just
power
static.
already to kick this off.
Definitely a lot of power here. We've got the Koraidon.
Gay
There
rights!
it is, going to get that Aurocalcum pulse ability. The sun
Shiny
on the field.
Stone, are you
So
cheering?
big fire
Are you
type attack
cheering
gonna
for Montana
straight-
Mott?
Straight away threaten the Zamazenta, threaten that Calyrex.
You better,
like
baby.
you said, one of the ways that James can kind of get the jump on the Calyrex is with that flame charge, get that speed boost, and then it will pressure the
1000%.
Calyrex. So I think Montana really needs to protect that as best as possible. At the same time,
Let's
you
fucking
can't
go.
just leave that Zamazenta
Up the
kind of
Dragonite,
alone.
up the
So
Dragonite.
You've got to really kind of pick your target carefully here. If you get the wrong one and a protect comes out,
Let's
things
fucking
can
go.
turn quite bad quite quickly. So I think the Koraidon needs to either go after, really be going
Here we
after
giggity go. I
the
wonder if they
Zamazenta
are doing
here, maybe
anything on Victory
expecting
Road
the
stream.
Calyrex to wanna
It doesn't look
protect
like
that
it. It
sash
says we'll be back
the
soon, but I
following
don't know
turn.
what for.
Of course, as well, you've got the Raging Bolt that has got the priority with the Thunderclap, and it can put out some
Thunderclap
big
these
damage as
cheeks,
well,
baby.
that photosynthesis boost that it's got under its belt. But don't underestimate the Calyrex. If it goes for an attack, something like that followed up by a body press into the Koraidon.
Friends always
could be
roast
in
me
a
for like
position
18 plus stuff on Twitter.
Well, right away, it's
But I found
gonna
out they
be
do the same thing.
Terastallization for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and when we're looking at
How
the
are they
Terastallization,
seeing your likes, man?
this
On
is, of
you,
course,
you
all
can't
about
see
offense,
likes
making
on
sure
Twitter
you
anymore.
do
They're
the
private.
most with an Astral Barrage. So I feel
Suggy,
like
I
you
did.
know
You told
exactly
me
what's
Suggy
about
made
to
day
come,
2.
But of course, it's going to be Terastallization.
Yeah,
for
fucking
both
well
of the
proud.
trainers.
Day
James
2
Evans
worlds
as
for
well,
Suggy.
that Koraidon, as you talked about, when you're in the sunny conditions and you have these fire type moves, Koraidon with this fire type Terastallization can do a lot
Everything's
of
going to be
damage.
amazing. Yeah, that's what
now
I think.
time to see how much the Calyrex is going to do into
No, I
both
get
of
there's going to
these
be no more
Pokemon.
side streams
Of course,
because
Raging Bolt with this Assault
everything's on the
Vest,
main
it
screen,
is
but I
gonna
don't
be a
understand
bit
why
better on the special
their
defensive
Victory
end.
Road live stream
And
is still
yeah, you can
live.
definitely see
Oh
that
no,
they
there
are.
is a match
Koraidon
going
makes
on.
it
The
through
other match
as
is
well.
happening. I
Flame
just
Charge
hadn't clicked live.
Terastallization into the sun. Calyrex
Oh, no,
on
it's
the
not.
opposing end.
No, it's not. They're
Brought
showing the
right
same
down
match.
low health. And of course, you
Oh,
talked about
okay.
that is the speed raise.
They're showing
that
the
could
same
help
match
down
on Victory
the
Road.
line. Body press, Raging Bolt for
That's
a
funny.
speed. Hold on. Volt
switch now. Zamazenta.
Top 40 worldwide is
Survival, and
iconic.
now a pivot
Full diva.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting turn here, and the Raging Bolt being able to barely survive is pretty huge going into that next turn.
That is true, Kira. That's true. They're like, you follow femboys, haha. I'm like, you follow furries too. They are not the same though.
Dealt with that Cryon after the flame charge coming out, so that Calyrex
Why is it their business? Well, it's not their business.
Pressured, especially when you've got
Stop rising to it.
that can come out onto the field. It is going to be a little bit more susceptible to those body presses, so you have to be careful
Know what I mean?
that one there. But the Zamazenta now cannot harass.
Plus, if you like femboys, then surely they can't make fun of you for liking femboys, because that's like going, Liam, you like Pokemon. Yeah, I do.
Would you go after the Zamazenta expecting that maybe to be the Pokemon leaned into by Montana?
Bit different, because obviously you're beating your meat to the femboys, but you already know you are. So when they go, you like femboys, you just go, yeah, I know.
Making it very difficult for Montana.
That's what I'm into. Give a shit.
To clear these things off the field, but early on
Not making fun of me for liking them, making fun of me liking anything NSFW. What's the problem?
Good way to make sure that you're not taking the most.
Oh, you like the human body? Oh no.
We'll take care of the horse.
Oh no, you're a human that feels sexual attraction? Oh no. That's fucking awful. Your friends sound like fucking idiots. They sound immature.
Taking it and getting rid of it with that is pretty huge. The collision course coming into the Zamazenta there, going into that protect.
Tell them one of the most important lessons they can learn in life, which is to shut the fuck up and mind their own fucking business.
It's going to be your Dragonite that has got access to extreme speed, and it can potentially get rid of the Cryogon. The problem is you've got that Rage Powder on the Brute Bonnet that's going to be able to try and drag it in. At least one of the attacks from the Zamazenta, maybe not that extreme speed, which will supersede
We think Amma fell
the
asleep.
Rage Powder if we do see it come
We think
out.
Amanda fell asleep.
Yeah, in this Dragonite, this
said she
is
was
going to be
going,
the
right?
choice band set, so it is going to be 1-2 that this is a move that you're potentially locked into for the next couple of turns unless you want to
I saw some posts of Jess I was replying to.
But then, of course, your next lines are going to be a
Hey,
little bit more
I know Jess. Jess is
telegraphed
fucking
with
hot,
what you
dude.
wanna do. So this Dragonite, I'm curious with what it's
Isn't
going to
bad. It's just a going joke. I enjoy it. Oh,
Going
why are you
for the
whinging
extreme
about it
speed,
then?
trying
Oh
to
my
come
god,
back.
I can't believe we
Looks
just
really
went through this whole
tempting, and that's
conversation for you to
exactly
go,
what we'll see.
oh, I enjoy it
Right
though.
on, taken down, priority move coming out from Montana. Even the score
Fucking
at
hell.
3 Pokemon apiece for these trainers.
What a waste
Looking
of my
at the
fucking
Brute
breath
Bonnet
that
on
was.
the field now all by itself. And the Zamazenta with the body press. That's going to be a lot of damage into it. But Brute Bonnet has a little
Jess,
bit
you
of
mean
bulk
muscle
to him.
mommy? The
Fire
very
off its
same,
sword.
Ryra. The
Dragonite
very same.
Locked into one move, but you won't be able to use it next turn because you're now asleep.
Yeah, it's a nice way to get a little bit
Here
of
we
return
go,
if you're
here we go.
Montana. Then, yes, okay,
Got
if
this
I lose
Montana.
the Calyrex here, I'm going to be able to bring my Dragonite in. I've got access to that extreme speed. I'll be able to get rid of the Crydon with the initial damage. But now the big problem comes as the Calyrex for James now enters the field, and that is going to pressure the
dangerous.
Zamazenta with those psychics.
I do like seeing a
So
Brute
you've got to
Bonnet
be
in
really
use.
careful here. The Brute Bonnet in a position where it is protected by that Calyrex.
Grab world
and can
champion
kinda
Brute
go
Bonnet.
for whatever it wants. If it wants to go for a Sucker Punch into the Dragonite, if it stays on the field and tries to burn through those sleep turns. And the nice thing about the Calyrex
No one
as
get
well,
the
it doesn't
ideas.
really worry about the Dragonite, what it's locked into, so you can
As I
pretty
clean
much
this fucker
just
up.
ignore it this turn. Despite it being asleep, you don't need to worry about it even waking up and just concentrate
They're
all of your
dangerous though. I
efforts
can't have
down
many of
onto
them.
that
That's
Zamazenta.
the
Montana cannot
Sun
really
Lover
go on
Magnum.
the
So it's
defensive here
like
because of the on-court
mango. It's
presence
coconut
with
ice
that
cream with like
Calyrex on
mango
James' side. So if you
puree
go for
around it. Oh
protect here to
god.
maybe stall out these turns.
Fucking
Very
hot,
risky.
dude.
You're going to put yourself in a position where you're going to have to switch
What was the
that
meta
next
like
turn.
before
You really don't wanna
legendaries
get
were
yourself
added in the
into that
DLC? Genuinely
position
can't
where
remember.
you can't get that
Paradox
momentum swing
mons
you're looking
everywhere.
for.
I love that call out because even just the pressure of having that encore on the Pokemon can
Iron
really
Hands
telegraph your
existed.
plays and what you do going on forward. The
No
Brute Bonet's
Solero,
not gonna be
disappointed.
one
They're in the
to
freezer.
especially though,
Alright,
the breaking
alright,
mode is
Kitty.
gonna be joined by
Yeah.
Dragonite. That's going to be the first turn of mandatory sleep.
I was about to say
Now,
no
at any
gooning, but
other
that's
turn,
never
it
been a
can wake
rule
up
in
as
here.
Calyrex
Goon
again,
away.
Offensive. Astro
You
Barrage
fucking
into
gooners.
both of these Pokemon. Good amount of damage into the Dragonite and Zamazenta into a third of its health. Body press
Listen,
into
Sierra,
Raging
we know
Bolt.
what you're
Has
saying.
courage,
Good
keeps
amount of
no
damage just means,
chance.
oh, that was
James
shitter than
down, 2
expected.
Pokemon left.
Yeah, and this is really kind of one of those things where if you are James and you can get rid of that Zamazenta, then the Dragonite for the Calyrex is just not a threat at all. So it will all come down to that last Pokemon that Montana's got in the back. We
Extreme
still haven't
speed.
seen that here. Another Astro
And
Barrage
Wide
you
Guard.
will be enough
Oh,
to
wait,
get rid of
Dragonite's
the
asleep.
Zamazenta. Of course,
Shit.
the Zamazenta does have access to Wide Guard, so can protect its partner and itself for this next turn if you so choose to, because you're not so threatened by the Brute Bonnet here. But you are
No
gonna be
spore,
under
only
threat from getting put
Hall?
to sleep.
What?
So that's maybe a way to check.
Misswing
the
Goons used to be
Wide Guard.
bad guys in the Lego
Astro
Batman
Barrage.
games. I
Wide
mean,
Guard comes
Goons
out,
are.
you go for the spawn
Gooners
to
are
that
different.
Completely shut it down. Get some nice damage onto the Dragonite.
Cheeky
in the meantime
protect.
as well.
Same,
Third of its
same.
health, and with the Dragonite, maybe hopefully he's wake up sooner rather than later. No.
just trying to keep safe. Astro Barrage again. Dragonite is asleep. No damage into the Zamazenta.
So I have some of the top ones at
we
one
saw the
point.
mistake
Oh yeah,
last
it's a
time
world
around,
champion.
But of course, this time, ooh, so close. Dragonite just
Right, it's
on
on a world
sliver
champion
of
team.
HP. Spore into the slot, but Dragonite's already
Wow,
asleep,
going
so
for the
it's
backup
just gonna be
Spore.
the damage. Sunlight gone
Your
as
defense
well.
is down.
Defense. At the point you're at,
Extreme speed into Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, it might not matter. too
Extreme
much. I
speed
think,
wide guard.
yeah,
Bring
you
in
might wanna
Incin,
be-
which I don't
yeah,
think
I
you
know
have,
what
and then
this
win.
is. If the Dragonite stays asleep here, we can see James kind of hovering over that seed bomb to just get rid of the Dragonite, go for the single target, expecting maybe a wide guard. That is exactly what we see from
Beautiful.
Montana.
making sure that you're good up against the Astro Barrage.
Wake
so
up,
no
extreme
split
speed.
damage
Wake
moves
up,
can
extreme
come
speed.
out.
Wake up,
Dragonite is
extreme
gonna wake
speed.
up on this turn too, and that's the extreme speed coming on.
Oh,
for Brute
fucking
Bonnet.
hell.
Doesn't have the defense boost, but it's still going to survive the turn. And this is where we see the single target attacks come
Oh.
on. Zamazenta drop to the Psychic, and James.
Has anyone
sets
terrored
up
in this
spot
match?
With this Calyrex, that's going to be the Grim Nabus. You get that special attack. You're at full health. You have the Focus Sash. And
No.
Seed Bomb is going to take care of the Dragonite.
Knocking out Dragonite
Montana
with Seed
only
Bomb
has
is
one Pokemon left,
disrespectful.
and James looks to be in such a
That
strong
was
position.
homophobia.
Yeah, you gotta expect it's probably that Chen power to come in, and just that survival from the extreme speed. It's the Raging Bolt, so that is, yeah, a little bit not as good. Chen power field does give you a bit of a better option. Now you've got the Rage Powder on the Brute Bonnet that you can use
Raging
to
Bolt.
protect that Calyrex at least one turn, or you could just go for Sucker Punch is a little bit risky because the Thunderclap will probably supersede that, so that would fail. So you really want
I
to
don't
try and
think
protect the Calyrex at all costs here. Astro Barrage go into that. The
Sound like
problem
we originally?
for Montana is it's got the sash.
Yeah, it
The
didn't
Calyrex
sound like
still
that
got
originally.
sash, and you've got that redirection, which is so pivotal in this situation.
I feel like I'm mainly the
so
most
now
annoying
Brute
one
Bonnet
of
is
your
center
friends.
Of attention. Make sure any hit from this Raging Bolt is going to be diverted and single
homophobia.
plus one special attack. Raging Bolt takes so much damage. Thunderbolt now into the Brute Bonnet is going to bring these trainers
Come
to
on,
one Pokemon
critical
apiece.
hit Thunderclap.
But
Come
again,
on.
This Calyrex, that Focus Sash. So
Oh, yeah,
Montana,
shit,
even if
Sash,
you
yeah,
try
no.
and go for a
Oh,
roll
shit,
and
yeah.
you hit into it, you're just on a sliver of health, and Calyrex should be able to clean this up on
Yeah,
the next
that's
turn.
GG
Yeah,
then.
and that looks like that is what is
Come
gonna
on, Montana,
happen.
you claw
Yeah,
it back,
as
claw
the
it back.
battle is cancelled,
Claw
and
it back.
James Evans taking a 1-0
Claw it back
lead
like
in
acrylic
this top
nails.
4 match.
What
Now
bush is
one
that?
game
What bush
away
is that?
from playing tomorrow championship
Is it a-
Sunday. After
is it
such
a
a
Lando
strong
and
set
something
from
else,
both
or
of
is it
these trainers,
is it a shift
this Sun
three?
team as well. I mean, we got to see
What
James
is
go for the
that?
approach where he really just utilized all of those tools.
Try not to
Seeing that
annoy
Brute
them, but
Bonnet
somehow
and
I
the
can
Raging
indirectly
Bolt,
I'll just make them
but
annoyed.
again, that
Is it 'cause you
Calyrex,
talk
the
them in
amount of damage
circles?
and everything else, and even just a heads up play for those spores. I mean, it was a
I mean,
good
to be
match,
fair,
but
out of
James
you and your
just
mates,
really
you're the only
struggled
one that
with
annoys me.
Yeah, and I think from the get-go, I think the terrestrialization of the Koraidon was necessary, but the flame charge
Yeah, I'm bullying.
was key to that.
It's
because
fun.
It put so much pressure on and made it very
No, that was a
difficult
hell of a line, though, to be
for
fair.
Montana to get any momentum swing. And I think one thing you need to do if you're Montana going into this next game is
have a look in
if you're going
my-
to take the flame charge, I think you need to have the follow-up on your attack. If you're going to go Astro Barrage, you need to go body press into that Pokemon to get rid of it, so it's not a threat the next turn, because it was very difficult to deal with, especially when James was able to bring out that Brute Bonnet, pressure the Calyrex with the Sucker Punch, and it freed up then the Koraidon to chase down the Zamazenta, which made it very difficult to get any kind of swing that we were looking for. So I think some adjustments are needed to see if we are going to see them in this game too.
I mean, if there is an adjustment, now would be the time to see it with Montana back against the wall heading into game 2. It's going to be Raging Bolt and Koraidon once against for James. But Montana, we will get to see the switch up with the Calyrex Shadow Rider next to the Among Us.
Yeah, and I think a little
Got
bit
no
better
bra
maybe
on.
keeping one of
You're
those
wearing my
restricted in
t-shirt.
the back for
That's
later.
one of the
maybe
hottest things a
allowing
woman
your
can do.
one of them to deal with the one that's out in front of you and keep the other one preserved in the back to come in that late game might be a better way to deal with things, but we'll have to see how things play out. You've still got the risk of
booty.
that flame charge.
Oh, God,
here
what's
because
happening in
of
this battle
Calyrex.
again?
We know the
Pokemon.
damage there if it goes into the Amoonguss. It's going to do a little bit more super effective, of course. The Amoonguss probably not the one Pokemon that you want to look to Terastallize here, because it's got that water terror typing. So the Raging Bolt really keeping check of that. So do you want to go for the
There we
Calyrex
go.
again, or do you want to save that Terastallization for later and just try and get
You've
damage
only met
onto the
me.
field now? Use the Amoonguss as the sponge.
It's a
that it is,
diverse
throw
group.
in
One of
those
them is like
single target
26,
attacks
most of them are
with
80 to
both
21.
these Pokemon and James'
Oh, are you what
and
they
that'll
call a
give you
bunch of
that
Discord
security that
kittens?
You've got that Focus Sash going forward in the match and just say, okay, I'm going to get damage that I need now. Amoonguss
Oh, they
goes
might have
down
met
and
online
we're
though,
going from
Kaylee, to
there.
be fair.
We'll go on into the first turn of the match. Yet again, we get to see that terrestrialization as that Calyrex. Again, we get to see the
So a little bit of a tale of
Have they always been this quick between games? Sometimes. I guess it's based on the players, I think. Because I think if the players take loads of notes, they're like, oh shit, we bided some time. But then I think sometimes, like, some of the games I've had before, I just fucking lock straight in. I just kind of go, right, fuck it, straight back in. And I think then they're just like, yep, they're back in. I think they base it on when they get to the team preview screen. Plus, they're probably cognizant, they're probably conscious of time as well. They did choose a banging song.
Amoonguss just a little bit of chip and he's able to bring out another Pokemon. Is he going to be keeping with the same Pokemon that he had in that first game? Yes.
Yes, it looks so, and Brute Bonnet might be
They
the Pokemon
call
coming
me
out onto the field. And there was a threat there as well. You know, you could have seen the Amoonguss go for the Spall, so you can see why.
Jamie Boy
Rhino
came
made the protection there,
331st.
As well as
Aw.
James just wanted to see what Montana decides to do. Do you want to lock in to that Terastallization?
Wolf
on the
Glick came
Calyrex
42nd.
to Maybe, and just use that Amoonguss like we were talking about. Now you've got the Brute Bonnet on the
Damn.
field. That Sucker Punch isn't a threat because you've got the Rage Powder, although the one thing that you would say about that, it's still a threat because the Amoonguss is a grass type and the Brute Bonnet will ignore that Rage Powder.
I already
if
want
it
to
comes
evaporate.
out. So the Sucker Punch is
Oh, dear.
active and it will do a lot of damage. It won't take it down because of the sash, but it is going to threaten this turn. So what do we see from the Calyrex here?
Then
We
Duel
see
came
it
150th. That's a
turn,
Pokemon
switch
number.
out from Montana.
Wait,
Try
Suggy had a
and change
better
up that
position
ball
than Wolfie?
The risk
What
is
was
if
Suggy's
he
overall
threw that,
position?
Maybe goes for a Spore into that slot, expecting a switch on the Amoonguss. Things could get a little
Doggy,
bit
no.
dicey and
Suggy.
it's harder to make a comeback from that.
39, let's fucking
yeah, so
go.
whether the Calyrex wants to stay around, go for an attack, go for an protect. It's not going for the switch though. It's going to stick
Let's
around on
fucking
the field. This
go.
Corrado now is going to go ahead and Terastallize into that fire type. Again, making sure the damage with something like that Flame Charge is activated. Especially when you're eyeing up that juicy threat of the Amoonguss onto the opposing end of the field. Notably, is not going to go for
Hell yeah.
any sort of rate.
Big up the Suggy. Up the Suggy. Top 40 in the
goes
fucking
first, a lot
world.
of damage, but
Top
Brute Bonnet
39 in the
is gonna soak
world,
that up.
2025.
Now Flame Charge going into the opposing end, but instead into the Amoonguss. James deciding to target
Sorry, man.
that down.
In about
Get rid
5-ish
of
years,
that
you'll look back at when you're 18 and wish to evaporate. That's normal, yeah. It's a constant state of being, but then you remember dumb shit you did as a teen and regret, yeah.
End of the field, yes. It got a lot of damage out, but it's also going to be a Pokemon that's asleep
Oh,
on this next turn.
no.
Yeah, it's a really good play here from James, making full use of that Flame Charge, knowing that once I Terastallize in the sun, going to be enough to get rid of that support option in Amoonguss, which is huge. Then that
Banana
frees up
Rama
the Brute Bonnet,
Pie.
and I love
That's
the
the
option
one.
not to go for the Sucker Punch here, to maybe
You're
try
right,
and
Azrael.
not waste the turn. I'm going to go for the Spore and shut
No.
down that option, so you don't need to worry
Oh, no,
about it
indeed.
next turn, because it's got that guaranteed sleep
That
turn.
poor-
As
that
Zamazenta
poor
comes out onto
Cali.
the field, yes, it pressured
Poor
the Brute
Cali's
Bonnet,
where your dad
but
lives.
you've got the
Way.
Coridon in a position where it can hit for super effective damage. It can't go for that collision course.
Yeah, that
into
Cali's
Zamazenta.
fucking dead weight
And,
right now.
You know, I think it's really difficult. You lose the Coridon in that situation. You get some good damage onto the field, but then it opens the door for the Calyrex to then come back onto the field.
Yeah, I think Zama into
Yeah,
the
when you're looking
Brute,
at
to be
this
honest.
Coridon, yeah, you have the speed, but when you're still eyeing up the Zamazenta, if the Coridon wants
I was
to go
going
for
to
an
do
attack,
this.
the Zamazenta
Oh,
has a
no.
defensive boost,
Oh, no.
and
Oh,
if you try
yeah.
and target
Oh,
down the
okay.
Calyrex, well, you
Hi.
can, the Zamazenta can go ahead and fire off an attack into you. Brute Bonnet
No,
could
you
be
don't,
good to try
Cap.
and redirect something, but then you might lose a little bit of staying powder, so you really got to see
Naughty.
what you want to anticipate on this turn. Zamazenta wants to kind of scout things out as well and will protect. This will, of course, if we see a target into that slot, could try and waste some time to allow the Calyrex to wake up,
bong,
but James is going to
bong.
target that down. The sash has been broken, and we are going to get another speed boost.
Let's do this.
Calyrex is nice and fast asleep, of course. That is going to be the first mandatory one, and Spore just covering that slot.
Man,
He
the
didn't
Tories
get
were
the
suck.
Zamazenta, but now,
Were suck.
I mean,
Were
Calyrex
rubbish.
is a danger at waking up at any point.
Yeah, and this
Get
is
it,
a really
man, the-
hard decision
yep.
for Montana because of that additional Flame Charge there. You can, if you're James, you just go for the Flame Charge again into the Calyrex and you Spore from the Brute Bonnet into the Zamazenta, and then Zamazenta's got the choice. It will go before the Brute Bonnet, but where do you go? Do you
Boom.
go after the Coridon, get rid of that threat, or do you go after the
Oh,
Brute
dear.
Bonnet and shut down that line of support?
I mean,
Oh, he proper
anticipate
sucked her punch.
Making sure you're covered in case there is a wake up. Sucker Punch won't do anything.
Nice
Calyrex
collision
stays
course.
asleep.
That's gonna be
Flame Charge
brutal.
Into the opposing slot, and still a lot
That
of
wasn't
damage
Flame Charge.
into
That
the
was collision
Zamazenta.
course.
Body press into the Brute Bonnet.
Oh!
6 HP, so that pressure into the Calyrex still there on this turn.
Wow, that's a huge
Mate.
survival. Massive here for James. Now in the position where you can go for that Flame Charge into the Calyrex or the Zamazenta, or you go the collision course into that slot. pick that up, and
That's
you still
fucking
can pressure
awful.
the Calyrex each and every turn with that sucker punch. There's no way of that option not going into the Calyrex, so it is kind of pinned. Even if it wakes up, you're keeping it in check, and all you need to do with the Crydon now is just go after that Zamazenta here. Montana has got one Pokemon in the back, so does have an option to switch around. Maybe you could do that.
Went for the double protect. Oh, got the double protect. I thought that was failing. Go on, Montana.
It is sticking around.
But Flame Charge is going into Cali.
Again, the sash had already been broken, so Cali
Damn.
will be taken down on this
Someone asked me, your father has the surgery. You're going to visit him in the hospital? Rather than saying no, I said, do you want me to?
I love what James is doing. You don't see the sucker punch there. You're kind of
Should've just said no.
forcing Montana to make these
Fuck that guy.
decisions each and every turn.
Hope you don't make it through.
Goes in to protect their souls.
That's what you should have said.
At least one more turn.
I'm proud of myself
So
for not
much
being
pressure coming
disrespectful.
onto the field.
I don't know why you're proud of it.
Fades, the photosynthesis wears off, and
I think you should have just been honest.
type attacks is gone. But a bit of a change
Honesty is the
here
best
as
policy.
Chen Pao now enters the field.
Here we go. Sucker punch.
Coming out makes this quite interesting because, of course, this
Sucker punch into Caridon. Trust me.
But of course, Xian Pao does have ways to get past that with the sucker punch.
Then again,
but
Rage
this is where
Powder,
the
innit?
Brute Bonnet is really good at keeping that Pokemon safe. So it is still a tricky situation here. Brute Bonnet now, Rage Powder, have to eye up what this Xian Pao has gone for on this turn. But of course, it will be
Collision
the Caridon
course.
for
That's
Collision
a
Course.
knockout.
And
Assault
this
Vest
is where
Xian Pao.
the item choice actually really make the difference.
Yep.
Xian Pao, of course, is just going to drop.
Yeah, and that's huge. Here,
Zamazenta versus the world. Oh, Montana.
Zamazenta versus the world here, and will it
I
be
said
enough
that.
to get
I
rid
just
of
said
this
that.
Caridon that's been so
Let's go.
pivotal, so well piloted by James in this game too.
James
'Cause I like
has
having a
been
roof over
in
my head
such
and
a
not being kicked
commanding
out
spot throughout this entire set so far. From the get-go, this Caridon
Yeah.
has put in all
Valid.
of the work. James Evans has been a world champion before. He has been one of the top
I just don't
trainers
understand
we've had
families
in the
that
North
can-
America region for a long time, and with a such
I wrote the script.
strong,
I just don't understand
convincing
families
series,
that will
2-0,
kick
and
a
it's
member
gonna
of the
be
family
here
out for
Championship
disagreeing
Sunday
with them,
to see if he can earn himself
but
yet
won't
another World
disown a
Champion
family
title.
member for literally hitting their children. That's something I'll never understand about your family, Manon. They will kick you out for saying mean things about someone that was mean to you, but the mean person can hit you and that's fine.
I cannot wait to see
Your
how he
family's
performs
fucking
in that
backwards,
final.
mate.
And you
I'm
can
not
see
being funny, but what the
how
fuck?
much this means to him. James has been a trainer.
Your
who's put
family
in
don't just have
so
one
much
screw
work
loose.
every
They don't
single
own any
tournament,
fucking
and a
screws.
lot of pressure
Like,
on
what the
himself
fuck?
As well. And he has been someone who's pushed through
James
a
Evans is in the
lot,
final.
And to be able to see him, it all
It's
just
all
come
up to
fruition,
Kimura.
Be in the World Championship
Or
final.
Giovanni Chisque.
I mean, of course, it just
But
means absolutely
Kimura.
everything. So proud of him. And after such a strong set,
I'm
as
like
well,
Pheasantipity.
it's
I
so
flipped the
deserved.
script.
Yeah,
Flip
so
the
deserved.
script.
I mean,
She
all
crashed
credit to Montana
herself.
for
Right,
the
what are we
top
doing?
four finish. I mean, that is incredible. And watching
Autumn
their
Source
journey
Book.
get to this stage of the tournament is just
Autumn
incredible, but
Source
you've
Book.
gotta give so much credit to James.
Autumn-
because I think
alright,
James
we've heard you.
identified
You're not
the
actually a clock.
advantage that he had in this matchup with the Crydon, how
It's not
pivotal it
actually
was,
from Hawaii, it
and
just says it on the back.
utilising the Crydon so well in this
After
game,
your own,
getting
your
that
own
flame
fucking
charge up
line.
early
Yeah,
on,
it
putting
wasn't my
itself
line,
up
it was
above
Simon's line.
the Calyrex in particular, putting on that pressure and then really flexing the Brute Bonnet.
Autumn
Perfect
Source
time
Book.
to really shut down all of those options that
Autumn
Montana had
Source
and make
Code.
it almost impossible to get any sort of comeback in that game.
I mean, the key word
Dad,
was the pressure from
where's
the get-go
dreadlocks
in that
badly?
match. There was
Your
just
mum,
so much.
where's
Being able
dreadlocks
to get
well?
the speed boost, but never really
Yeah,
just
probably.
let go of that, well, just go button, right? And one score was all you
Pokemon
really
Go.
needed to really just dictate the pace. And even
Button.
then, such a strong position because the Zamazenta
Right, here we go.
was constantly
I never
pressured,
understand those
and the
types of
Caliber
families
Shadow Rider,
who
I mean,
either
wakes
do
up, we
that
got
or
to see the
families
games.
who's
Even
setting
that
up,
one
you're
turn,
going to marry
such a
this
fun
guy,
covering
you're going to get
all
that
of these
job
options
without asking
to
you,
really
yeah.
make sure that once he had a lead in the
It's
match,
fucking
that
wild
there
is what it
wasn't
is.
really this opportunity for Montana to find a way back into it.
No, definitely not. And I think the one thing that James did so well in that game, and he's probably done it
It's
throughout
just
this
so weird to
championship,
me.
is splitting the attention of your opponent,
Like,
where they have to make a choice on
trying
one Pokemon,
to
but you go after one
try
Pokemon and the
trying
other
to
one does
punch your
you.
children
And I think it's really
and
difficult in
trying to
those
choke your
situations
daughter
because you
and
go
throw
after
her to the
Brute Bonnet,
ground.
right? But you leave the
That's
Crydon alone.
okay for the
Crydon's
family.
gonna get an
But if
attack
you
off
say,
into another
you know that
Pokemon,
person who
pick up
did
an
that,
knockout, which
I
would be
think they're
pivotal.
fucking
Change the
awful
game
and
around,
I hope
flip
they
it on its head,
never
and take
live.
it
I hope
all the
they
way for
fucking
James.
die and I never want to speak to them again. That is, oh no, get out of my house. How dare you? How dare you be so so
him. I
awful.
think James is a master at using those techniques.
So
in battle
families
and
are
making it
fucking
so hard for
stupid.
an opponent to get any
And that's
sort
why
of
you choose
grip
your
on the game.
family.
I mean, he is a former world champion.
Yes,
This has
very
been,
true.
Yeah, in the seniors
Oh, this is a
division, he
much
made
more
waves
fun hunt
there, and
because
someone who didn't
the
necessarily
only
slow
grass
down
type
when
that
he got to the
spawns here is
Masters
Sourcebook.
division. We've been able to see him
NAIC champion.
Let's
We've
fucking
been able
go.
to see him take down regionals, and just someone who's always been able to consistently go through these tournaments. And yeah, even just his growth as a player to see has been really, really nice. Even just the mentality, how he approaches the game. And I know going into this weekend, he was
Going into these
so
nuts.
nervous about everything. It's like the most stacked world championship of all time, and to see the work that he
I like
put
the
in
faint
really
sound
pay
for
off. I mean, you
Sourcebook.
saw the expression on his face after how much it meant, and it's really nice to be able to see the journey of a trainer and really be able to see where that journey has taken them.
Well, they've got an opportunity now. They put themselves in the best place possible to be already a seniors world champion. They could now take the crown in the Masters division, which is just, it sounds crazy to say. It's an incredible achievement, but to just be there in the finals tomorrow and be up on the center stage, James deserves it. He's done everything so
sick
well.
of my
And
God.
when we've been able to see him this weekend and look at his team, the concept, the way he's played, it's just been so
Oh yeah,
well
James
executed.
Evans is a
Yeah.
seniors world champion.
Like I say, I cannot wait. I'm
Oh,
very
yeah.
excited to see how James performs tomorrow in the finals.
And I'm excited to see who else is going to be making
Well,
the raid
yeah,
to the finals
that's it.
as
You
well.
know, we've got
because-
another top 4 to come, which
That's a
is
good point.
even more
Yeah.
exciting, right?
Yeah, we have our one finalist.
Forgot, we
now,
literally read that
and
out earlier.
We
I've
still
never- oh, I've
have
read
an
this.
amazing match ahead to be able to
Liam,
figure
you
that
forget
out.
something you
And
said
know, no
earlier.
matter
Yeah, I
who
know,
is
right?
against, it is
That's a
gonna be an
tiny
amazing
source
match.
book.
But I am ready to hear from none other than James Evans, our world finalist, who's over on the stage now for an interview.
Thank
Your
you
dad's
so much.
name
I
is-
have the pleasure of introducing you to
probably.
your first 2025 Worlds finalist, James Evans. Let's get a round of applause.
He's holding a skip loom. An Orlando, that's what they were. Didn't even bring skip loom. That girl that's just on her phone, not paying attention. Disrespect.
Back in 2018, and you ended up winning in the seniors division. How does it feel to be one of the first people to have the opportunity to get a seniors division win and a masters division win?
I say that it's not like I'm even acting either. This is all genuine. I just have no clue what to say. It's just one of those things that I never thought in my life would happen. I literally, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. It's unreal.
Well, maybe a little noise from the crowd will help wake you up. I mean, if you think about it, it's been a very long weekend. What were the challenges? I mean, what has been your toughest battle so far to get here?
That one. Say that one.
Genuinely, probably before the tournament, just the battle with myself.
Oh, cop out, cop out.
I did not have a team for this tournament until 1:30 in the morning, the day of day one.
I didn't know that. I
made
believe
the
that.
last change, and I was fully accepting I was gonna go 2-3 drop. I did not expect to make day 2. I did not expect to make top cut. I did not expect to make it this far at all. But I've been wanting this performance for a very, very long time. And you know, I had a lot of frustration. I would say I was just angry that I wasn't performing up to my expectations in practice. But that's never stopped me before from going to the tournament and clearing my head. And when I sat down for round 1 of day 1, I just said, you're gonna play good Pokemon today. Don't worry about whether you win or lose. You're here. And I just don't know how to describe it. I haven't been stressed about anything. I keep going into every match with a smile on my face, knowing that I'm gonna play good Pokemon. And I keep playing good Pokemon, and all my opponents have played good Pokemon. I'm very happy that it's all been good Pokemon.
Say good Pokemon again.
We just saw some incredible Pokemon in that last match against Montana. Walk us
There
through
we
your
go.
game plan
Definitely
when you
getting
started
lower.
out game 1. What was the strategy?
So,
10 more.
oh my goodness. It's so
Imagine
hard
paying to travel
talk
the
about
world and not
things
just
live.
messing on your
My
phone.
brain feels very fried right now, so I apologize. But I kind of just knew. I haven't been overthinking. I haven't been overstressing. I just kind of knew I'm going to make plays that I know and feel comfortable with. If they don't work out, they don't work out. But I'm going to trust my gut on this one. Just approach the matchup knowing that Root Bonnet's very good into it. A lot
Root
of his
Bonnet's
biggest
really
physical
good.
attackers and the one special attacker that he has that really wants to come to the matchup. Can't really do a lot to it. Spore's very effective into the rest of his team, so that means, you know, Crydon's probably going to be a bring, and if I can get Bonnet and Crydon in the right spots, then they can clear the matchup.
Well, James, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me here and for sharing your thoughts.
Didn't have a team until 1:30 the day of. Liam, your strat has been stolen and announced. Oh, I didn't make that strat.
Thank you so much for
that. That's tried and tested. That's decades old.
Do you want to give any shout outs to anybody in the crowd or watching at home?
Oh, of course. Shout outs to all my friends at school. My parents.
School?
I love you guys so much. Shout outs to my friends Kareem, Brady, Kylie, Zach, Joe, everyone else that I'm forgetting right now. I'm so tired, but NJ, Vishy.
Do you think he's
Beck,
tired?
Everyone that helped me construct the team. I
assume it's the American thing where like he's at university, but they call it school. It must be.
And I'm able to stand here.
Or like they're doing an evening class and they call it school.
I'm in World's Finals again.
Masters is 15 plus.
To reiterate, special shout outs to my family. My mom,
But he
my
won
dad,
seniors
my
in
sister, my
2018, so it's been
grandmother,
7
my
years since he won
my
seniors.
grandfather. I love you all very much.
So he'd have been a minimum of 12. So he's at the very minimum, he's 19.
First World's finalist.
Because I think seniors is 12 and
We'll
up.
be seeing James tomorrow on Championship Sunday take to the arena stage to battle one of our next two top 4 competitors. To
Arena
take
D's
the
nuts.
title
Arena
of
D's
world
nuts.
champion in the
She
year
crashed herself.
2025. We'll have to figure out who that will be, though. So we're going to take a quick break while we set up our next top 4 match.
I'm going to break
so
my
please
hands.
Stay tuned,
Imagine.
everybody.
Go on, Sourcebook. Sort it out. Source it out.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center? Yeah!
No, it's this advert. The acting is cringe, but as long as they got paid for it.
I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
They even forced them to laugh. Do, 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 do.
Yes, we need to get these. Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tatsugiri! Yeah, they call uni school, don't they? Whoa, look at all those sauce. No ketchup, raw sauce. Oh wait, I should also be on the lookout for a Deerling with the pink, because I think I need autumn Deerling as well. Have you seen my nads? Well, most people have. Lego donuts. Let's fucking do this.
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
Horrible parents. When both your kids are finalists at an international, you don't make them only get one. That's bloody rude. What did the parents ever win? Guys, you went to the shop together. You know what you bought.
How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Igglybuff.
There's already a Pokemon called Igglybuff. Bip, 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 bip. Can I maybe get a
What
sheet?
makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence.
Wish I could
the
win
amount of
something.
time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today,
After this, they begin to
that's
bully each other like
reflecting on
normal
my
siblings,
sport,
pulling each
so
other's
I didn't put
hair,
as much time as needed, so
kicking
now I'm
each
out of
other,
the day 2. So persistence throughout
stabbing
the years,
each other.
and
No,
sometimes
not
there's some
stabbing.
setbacks that will
Maybe.
happen, and
No, they're
you
live.
will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
crashed herself. Oh god, that's in my head now.
Practice with friends, help build.
Stabbing. This ain't Derby.
practice,
No, it's
practice.
Murica. It's worse than Derby.
Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon,
I beat you in the tournament. I'm better. Well, I let you win.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y
If you weren't a girl, I'd have stomped you into the ground.
I think the most important thing is practice.
Ooh,
Because
Jason.
without practice, you
Ooh,
cannot
you're
go
right.
anywhere. And of course,
He's out of
second
line, but
comes
he's right.
passion. Because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day,
Yeah,
you will
bit
not
much.
win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Good shout. Good shout, Kaylee. She crashed herself. Oh, God.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir
Beans.
intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
Dinner
I think
and
if
beans.
you just like play with the things that you like,
My
play
penis.
with the friends that you like, use
Oh.
like strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you, I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
No, not no matter what anyone tells you, because if you're using a bad strategy and someone goes, I think that's a bad strategy, and you go, nah, no, fuck you,
Até os míticos e cuidar de
Then you don't
Pokémon
win.
muito bem.
where's my orange sauce book? You know, it's a good shout. Good! I'll cut back on the US slander for today. Oh, you don't have to cut back on the US slander. It's more the harsh reality of the school system.
Gear up for glory.
I can't tell if anything is good.
It's gonna be legendary.
Fucking legs 11 over there. Wit woo.
Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson
Oh,
here
not
at
this one
Anaheim
again.
Convention
I
Center.
don't care
We're
about
here
this
for
bike
Pokemon Worlds
anymore.
2025. As you can see, there are tons of great
It's not
events
even
here at the venue. And our
real.
goal, we want to bring you, the viewing audience, as
It's
close
just
as
the
possible
frame.
to all the great events.
They
Where
only
are we
made the
now?
visible
We're at
bits.
the Toyota Engineering Society Maridon project. And as you can see, we have a life-size Maridon currently in
It has
dry
plastic
form.
tires.
Pokemon
It's not
actually teamed up with
functional.
Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today that
Is the Honda
power of
Maridon bike not there?
imagination can influence the world
I
of
bet
tomorrow.
Toyota put the kibosh on it.
Will this Maridon change form?
It doesn't work.
We'll
I
have to
assume
make
it
sure that
doesn't
we
work.
check back
Have you seen
later
anyone
to see,
ride
but
it?
For now, let's get back to the battles.
Have you seen anyone ride on it? Oh, see, this is more my style. Nope, it don't work. See, I was just taking a guess. Because, like, look at the tires on it. They're not rubber. They're not polyurethane secular alloy. I don't know what that is.
First finalist at the World Championships 2025.
James Evans is my
but
dad.
Just who will be joining them? Gio Sisuke or Hirofumi Kimura?
Wait, does this
Charlie
mean the
Marinelli
finals are
joined
going to
on the
be
desk
Rosemary
together
and
by
Aaron?
Ben
Nice.
Kiriakou to take you through our final top four game, our final
Oh,
game
there's a bike and it
of
ain't. It's a
today's
statue.
action. At the end of this, we will
Alright,
know
Flicks,
who
how
will
you
be our
doing?
finalists tomorrow.
I'm flicking
all
my
comes down to
bean.
this for our players,
Watch
and
me flick my
They've
bean.
done so well to get to this stage, and I think we
A decent
couldn't be
any
prouder
decent
of the
engineering shop could do
journey
that.
they've
Exactly.
made along the way. They've
All they
given
did was
us
a bit of
some
CAD, and then the machines built it for them.
games over the weekend, clutched out victories when something slightly different happens and it goes a different way, and there's just one more match before we find out, of course, who is going to be joining James Evans in the finals. Both
She
these
got me.
players have every opportunity to do it. They could both all go all the way here.
Kaylee's got an opinion.
Kimura versus Giovanni.
It'll have the live transformation on Sunday.
US finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
It had one on Friday already.
Kimura
What does that mean?
Going against James Evans.
It'll
in
have the
that
live
finals.
transformation on
Well,
Sunday.
The action out there has been explosive. The atmosphere
had one on Friday
has been
already.
electric, but only one, of course,
I don't know
can
what that
be
means.
our victor here. After
Cerebi.net.
NA didn't have the most brilliant showing at the North American International Championships. They have really, as they say, clutched up. And they're really firing on all cylinders to make it through to the finals.
Yeah, this is definitely not what we would have predicted, and certainly not what we did predict. coming
Toyota
into
Maridon
this
Project will have a
event. We'd
live
love to
mode
see it,
transformation demo at the
pride
Pokemon World
of
Championships.
That region
But will
just
someone
coming
ride
out
it?
here and going in full force, and I think seeing
She crashed
especially
herself.
James make it to the finals, the first time a senior world champion has actually made it to the
Avaganda.
Masters Division finals so far. We've come close a few times, but this is the first time it's actually happened. And
Wouldn't that be
we've got an
Cam
opportunity to
if
see
not
who
CAD
is
if the
gonna
machines
be
built it for them?
coming up against
Doesn't
them.
Cam
Gio
start with CAD though?
getting a
Don't you have to
2-0
design it
win
first?
against Mal Harada
Can you build
in
something
the
that hasn't been
top 8
designed?
as well? That was a rematch. of
Surely the other
dream
mode is
game
hovering?
that we had round
Yeah,
6
otherwise it's not
yesterday,
Maridon.
Where Mal Harada was able
It's
to
Maridon
take
with a
the
fucking
victory. So
kickstand.
Gio learning from the past
Ma kickstand.
match and
Ma
being able
shiny.
to come to
Nice.
a decisive victory here coming into the top 4.
What?
Giosuke
Jump to 11, that's not bad.
Incredible season.
I can handle that.
2025 season, and what a cherry on top it would be to now go all the way and become
Are you
the world
going?
champion. They would, of course, have to win this top 4 first, and also incredible results in regulations
Okay.
that in grassroots tournaments. On the other side, though, Hirofumi Kimura, a 2-time consecutive year Japan
Adcam is the full
Nationals
package. I'll show you the full
champion
package for the
and
right price.
second at
Woo-hey!
Worlds in the second year of
I'm so
that
smart.
Japan
I just caught a shiny.
Championship win.
Fucking
So
banger.
could they now
Bangerific.
rewrite that chapter
It's
this
marked.
weekend
It's the
for
chipper.
2025? 6
Ooh, that's a 1 in 2800
later
mark.
to
Let's
match second
go.
place at
Shame it's an
Worlds
autumn
into the
source
world
book, but you know
champion
what?
title.
Not many trainers get 2 opportunities to go for the title of world champion.
Little
I think
cheeky bit of
certainly
piss on your
Hirafumi's gonna
collar.
be having that
Piss
on
on
the
your
mind,
collar.
but
I've only
they're
got one
gonna
more
have to
source book
lock
catch
in
now.
in this top 4 because
And 2
Gio is
more
not
dear
gonna give them
lings.
an easy ride by any stretch
Mei
of the
Ling.
imagination. And I think I want to expand on that grassroots events where
I believe I'm being
after
hit on by the
North
famous
American
Solid
International
Snake.
Championships, there are no large-scale events
Where's me
in
font
the official
options?
competitive circuit.
Want
And so
to change
a lot
that
of
to
trainers play in these
green.
online
No, that's the font, you
grassroots events
dickhead.
to try to make
Want to
make
change
sure
the
that they're
fill to
match fit.
green.
And in previous years, way back in
Sent
the day,
Honda Bike in DMs
a
'cause
lot
it
of
wasn't
trainers
for
would try to
Cerebi.
play the information game, not necessarily
Oh.
play the teams that they were going to be running. But Gio's been running this
Crashed
same
herself.
6 composition. I'm sure he's been tweaking it along the way, but he's been
DM,
running it since
DM. Have you
Portland
seen my DM?
and just refining it, adapting it, making it that little bit better, improving on it, and that's clearly the case. That the comfort
Oh no,
that
yeah,
comes
I know the
along
Honda. Ah, it's loud.
running the
Oh my
same
god.
team over and over again, doing the drills against all the different matchups and just improving it. Just
Okay, hang
little
on. The
by
Honda bike
little
is better.
over a season. How much that can pay off.
The
in
Honda
long
bike
run.
is better.
That's Hirofumi currently on a 10-match
The Honda bike
streak
walks
here
and
at the World
blinks.
Championships. I mean, can you imagine?
I can see the real
Claiming
bike
names
underneath.
Left, right, and center. Incredible to see their match against Victor Medina just a little
That's
while
sick.
ago. And, you know, Victor, we know that
alt
that victory
F4.
is coming for you
Shit.
at some point very, very soon.
That woke me up.
indeed.
How you
But
doing, sweetheart? You ready
Hirofumi
for
just now have
the
wind in their
semi?
sails, and that
Ready
could
for a bit
just
of
be
a
what they
semi?
need, that momentum to be able to go ahead
The
and
US
clinch this
versus
game
Japan.
against Gio Siski, and here they are on stage.
I still have a sandwich
Round
going.
2 was the last time.
Fucking
I think
damn
that
right I do for
Hirofumi
2 minutes.
Lost, and it was to Yoshitaka's
Boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you say.
Ho-Oh-based team, the only Ho-Oh
Might have a
on
little
the
wee,
field,
actually.
and Hirofumi
Poor
running
ears, sudden
today.
audio
You can
change. Yeah,
see
blame
why that might be a
Kaylee.
tough matchup, but
Blame Kaylee.
look at
It
our
was a
trainers
clip
on
she
stage
found.
here.
Whoops.
I mean, they're just seem so calm and collected and ready to go. Clearly very proud of the accomplishment of making it this far.
Gio is just breathing it in. Look at that, looking around the venue, that smile on their face. And you're so right, Ben. It's fantastic to see them remaining so calm here, despite being under the pressure, under the lights, under the scrutiny of the hundreds of people that have amassed out there, not just for our video game Masters top 4 here, but for all of the games, Unite Pokemon Go and the Pokemon Trading Card game. And the beady-eyed amongst you will have noticed there that we do indeed have a Koraidon mirror match. In fact, we have 3 Koraidon in the top 4 and only 1 Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta.
This is kind of like EUIC all over again, where Koraidon's making an absolute tear in the tournament, but this time on the world stage, we've got a few more Koraidon making it all the way.
And how poetic it would be to have had Miraidon win our last World Championships in Honolulu 2024.
Oh,
and then potentially Koraidon this year, from Violet to Scarlet, back to the future, or should I say, the past. It's nearly time to take a deeper dive
Crashed
into
herself.
the teams that these trainers have
I
been
thought your audio
running.
was
What
loud as
has
fuck.
been this team of which
Well, the
you
Twitter volume was just on
Gio has been so proud
volume.
of, the team that have got them such consistent results. Well, here it is right now.
Why did you say
Lunala,
Cerebi?
Koraidon, Chiyu, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet, and Ursaluna.
Yeah, there's
Another
love
Brute
this
Bonnet.
combination, quite similar to Fede.
Oh, don't make me root. Don't make me root against Brute Bonnet. I love Brute Bonnet.
Taking Koraidon and taking the team in a slightly different direction, where
Bonnet.
you've got the Brute Bonnet boosted with its protosynthesis.
Brute Bonnet is
getting
kind of
boosted,
a
it's slightly more aggressive than the counterpart.
Koraidon is a
Gives the Lunala a little bit of
Nice.
a hand where
Why is that
you
fucking
can
menu
sucker
bar
punch,
there? Thank you.
Calyrex to stop it going for an Astral
The menu bar
Barrage
there
in
and none
those
of your business.
situations. One of the things that stood out for me so much with where we've seen Gio on stage already is the commitment.
I don't
to
want to
the
root
media
against
beam.
Fish.
A lot of players really do.
Don't look at the
try
audience
to
too much,
steer
Giovanni.
clear of both inaccurate
They'll think you're
moves,
getting your cheating
but also
partner in
just
position.
Not having that.
Yeah, I swear to God,
Moonblast
with
as a
that lizard.
consistent
Wait, so you sit
coverage
there at night
option,
and you go,
for the Lunala-
"Dear Lord."
Lunala. That does give Gio the opportunity to go for a Terra Water, and I really like the way that that works, as well as the offensive, fast and offensive component that he's got with the Koraidon, the Fluttermane, and the Chi-Yu.
And the Meteor Beam is
Rocking
so
the table
big
while it's
that
operating.
Incineroar
Why'd you
here,
hate
that
it? Just
super
enjoy
effective
fun.
damage, a Pokemon that Lunala normally really struggles to hit.
Look, Koraidon!
Lizard.
And Smeargle! And Incineroar!
Put on an absolute
And Rillaboom!
top
And Calyrex!
and Victor Medina do check that out
Landorus.
if you haven't already, trainers.
What
And
the
it's got
hell is even
ruination.
that?
I love this tech because it means that Smeargle
When Reg H
can
comes back,
deal
Blizzard,
significant
Blizzard,
damage.
Blizzard.
You
Oh my
don't
god,
have to
yes.
invest in its offensive prowess. Ruination, of course, just harms
Giovanni uses the
HP
Gatefish
bar
one.
as long as it connects
Gatefish.
into whatever it chooses to go into. And of course, this Smeargle also has a
Gatefish.
protect move in Spiky Shield, which is another thing we don't see so often.
The
As to where
bespectacled
fake out is,
fish.
well, you've already got two of them, an Incineroar and Rillaboom.
Yeah, don't need that on Smeargle as well. And I think this is a really nice way to capitalize on, if you get a speed
Ruination
boost
Smeargle
on
is
Moody,
wild.
Then you put something to sleep, and oftentimes Smeargle tends to be a little bit dead weight after that. It wants to stick on the field, it wants to maintain those
You
Moody
told me
boosts,
3 weeks
but,
ago
hey,
he was
you
losing a
can't
bit of confidence in his
put
team. You love
a
to see
Pokemon
it.
to sleep for even
Damn, now
longer
he's a
by just
he's
continually
semi-finalist.
going for
That's
the
crazy.
I think one of the things that's really important in this matchup, though, is the fact that Hirofumi has dropped moves like Wide Guard and Fake Out on the Smeargle. So having the Smeargle next to another Pokemon doesn't cause the same amount of difficulty for his opponents in like, well, does it fake out? Does it go for a wide guard? Does it go for a follow me? Because actually
She
Hirofumi
crashed
has
herself.
taken those options away from
Proper in
the
my
Smeargle.
head.
But I do think that it could be one of the keys in this matchup for Hirofumi.
I'm happy with
in an
either of these
otherwise
two winning,
a
to be
pretty
honest.
tough
They're
state
both
of
really
affairs.
fucking good.
The Koraidon Calyrex Ice Rider really doesn't necessarily love sitting in front of a Lunala. Certainly not a Lunala with a Power Herb Meteor Beam, and not only boosting up the Moongeist beams, but a Terra Fire on the Koraidon would take super effective damage. You've got the boosted up Meteor Beams to try to deal damage into
And
the
no one brought
Lunala.
Hydrapple.
And as you said before, Charlie, the Incineroar doesn't love to see that on the other side of the field. So I really do feel that Hirofumi has to leverage that as he did in his top 8 match against Victor Medina.
I want to expand a little bit more on this Lunala because we have seen before the wrong call and the Meteor Beam going into a Protect, and then of course that Power Herb has been burnt, and that means that Meteor Beam is going to take 2 turns to activate. On future ones, you do still at least get your special attack boost to your Lunala, whether the Meteor Beam
Helped
connects
my friend
or
take a
not,
dog to the
but
vet
it's
today, and she had
something
someone there in
Gio
case
have to
he
be
has a
very,
serious
very
condition
careful about
his breed is prone to having.
Smeargle
It was a
could
false alarm,
absolutely
apparently,
ruination Gio's day here, but let's
because he's
hope
been
that
launching
Gio
himself
can just
off
get the jump
furniture.
on
He's
that.
clearly too small to
think,
get
like,
down
this
from
is
by
one of
himself.
those
Oh,
situations
Max does
where
that.
We'd be really happy for either of these players to make it to the
And these guys
finals.
just
They've
switched
had
teams, so
such
I only
good
need to want
seasons.
one to
There's
win.
Such good feelings towards all
What
of
would you
these
swap?
players that have made it all this way, and I think they've shown that in one of the hardest worlds ever, they still have what it's got.
Are you ready, trainers? It's our second top 4. Is it going to be GOC's Gale or Hirofumi Kimura joining James Evans in the grand final tomorrow on Championship Sunday? We want to hear you for Koraidon and Chi-Yu, Smeargle.
You want to hear me fuck Koraidon? Well,
Immediately, we're
that's
off
going to
to
cost
a
extra.
really aggressive start from both of these players. The
Damn.
Koraidons staring
But
each other
he's
down.
not going to
But
sausage
Gio
dog in a
with the light
wheelchair,
ball has
aka Meals on
definitely
Wheels.
the
Very good.
advantage in terms of damage output here, and with the Smeargle not able to go for a fake out and instead
Want
only
Chi-Yu to win, but
opting
also
for having
Hirofumi?
a follow
Damn.
me. There is a call to make whether or not Giovanni wants to commit the Terra onto the Chi-Yu or
Cheeky
not
protect.
And decided against it. Chi-Yu is remaining with that dark typing. And just
Ooh.
a double check over from Hirofumi's side. Seeing what Giovanni is going to lock
You're going to need that
especially
Honda
with
bike,
Chi-Yu
Liam.
holding the choice scarf. Now,
Honda
Chi-Yu
bike,
can
Honda
only
bike.
go for heat wave as long as it
I'm
remains
sitting
on the
Honda
field.
bike.
Yeah, it's like this is a pretty nice situation to have to go for the heat, want to go for the heat wave over and over again, but it all comes down.
Oh,
to
if
whether
only
or not
if
this
only he'd
Smeargle
predicted
gets
the
a
double
Moody
protect
boost
and
in
flame
its
charged
speed.
his own
If it
Chi-Yu.
does, Hirofumi can take the advantage.
Special defense, that's not great.
Defense
Special
boost and
attack,
special
doesn't
attack
matter.
drop. It's a good thing that Koraidon wasn't targeting into the Smeargle with the Spiky Shield, because a little bit of chip here, a little bit of chip there from the Life Orb recoil as well, and that Koraidon will be much shorter for this match than
All
Gio might
Heckingtons.
otherwise.
Just think, like, looking at this situation as well, the Chi-Yu, if it goes down in this
Here we
spot
go.
for a little bit of extra damage on Hirofumi's side, I think Gio would probably
Damage,
be pretty happy
these
with
nuts.
that.
These
Especially
nuts
if
have been
he's
chopped
hovering
off.
over the flame
Ow,
charge, gets
ow.
that speed boost,
All right,
and
mate.
does in fact outspeed Hirofumi's Koraidon. The Life Orb really starts
Flame
to
charge,
come
baby.
into its own.
the withdrawal of the Smeagol.
Ooh.
There's not going to be any spore pressure on this turn. What is Hirofumi switching in from the back in its place is going to be Incineroar, reducing the physical attack of this Koraidon with the Life Orb.
That's very brave.
Very much vulnerable
That's
to that.
very brave.
Breathalyzation,
A Koraidon uses collision course into your slot, and you switch in another
One of
Pokemon
these
weak to
Koraidon
fighting.
has gone for its Terra Fire type, embracing that Orichalcum Pulse of the past, that Chandelier, hopefully lighting the way for one of these trainers through to the grand finals. Hirofumi's
Charlie
have gone for
Merriman's
that,
way with
taking
words.
His heat wave, not very effective before Terra, not very effective after. The Flame Charge now into the Incineroar. Crucially, you get your speed boost on Geo's Koraidon.
And it's whether or not this is a Flare Blitz or a fighting type move, a low kick into
Flame
the
Charge.
Chi-Yu. But instead of Flame Charge, so these Koraidons matching each
Oh.
other's speed. Ultimately, that does mean that Chi-Yu remains on the board. Now the question is whether or not that Koraidon on the Hirofumi side
Fake
has
out the
been trained
Koraidon,
to be
flame charge
faster
the
than
Chi-Yu.
without a choice scarf item. I kind of like to think that it probably is, and that puts a lot of pressure onto Giovanni's side of the field. But I feel like Gio can actually play this a little bit defensively as well. There's no other boosting options for this Koraidon, and I think if Gio wants to just go for the protect, play a little bit defensively, then he can come back in the next turn.
So
What's
much damage
gonna
being
happen?
threatened down all around here. Of course, the fire type moves boosted by the sun, not going to be the best option into either.
Into
of these
Lunala's
resisted
interesting.
hit Pokemon, but switching up with the fighting type move is why Chi-Yu is going to be withdrawing for Geo. Lunala joining the fray instead. Will be taking no damage whatsoever.
What if he flame charges the
from
same slot?
Koraidon's big fighting type moves. Koraidon for Geo.
I don't
Just
know
gonna
if
be
that's
keeping
the
itself
good
safe.
idea.
Now we turn our attention over to Hirofumi's side. What did they go for?
Fake out into Koraidon.
Into the Koraidon for
Flame
Geo.
charge into
Not gonna
Chi-Yu.
be flinching here. It's just
But
safe
now
and
Lunala
sound.
breaking
Now
the Shadow
Koraidon
Shield.
for another flame
Yeah.
charge, another speed boost.
I'm not sure on
into
Geo's
Lunala.
play there,
Not
but
only
maybe
meaning that
Geo
they
knows
have
something
the
I
jump
don't.
on Geo's own
Because now
Koraidon, but meaning that
Hirofumi
Lunala
has got the
been
faster
softened up.
Koraidon.
That Shadow Shield broken.
And certainly the fact that it cannot protect itself really does matter here in this position where Hirofumi gets an opportunity to Flare Blitz into the Lunala slot. The Chi-Yu switches in, great. If the Lunala doesn't switch out, also great, because it's probably going to pick up a KO here. And we've had a sneak peek that the Brute Bonnet is the last Pokemon on Geo's side in the back. And so a Flare Blitz definitely wouldn't be something that the Brute Bonnet would appreciate. So I think Geo's
Dad's
in
a
a little bit of a
Flare Blitz.
sticky situation. But if Hirofumi goes on the offensive this turn, he might need to trade that Koraidon for some extra
Here we
damage,
go.
and that may lead Geo to have a little bit of a more safe end game.
Coming into the Incineroar's place now, the Smeagol once more. Will it be brought
Cheeky.
down to its
Oh,
focus match
cheeky.
here? Will it be removed from contention as soon as it joins the field. Hirofumi's Koraidon
You gotta be
won't
careful,
take
there's no
any
trick
damage,
room.
and it was the close combat into that slot. So
Ooh.
Smeagol is at least hanging around for this turn. Lunala, on the other hand, the Meteor Beam, but where did it target? Has this Meteor Beam gone for naught? It's going to be overflowing with space power. It gets its special attack boost. It gets the Power Herb activation. Is it going to connect? Was it into the Protect?
Avoided!
Dodges and gets a boost to its speed.
Oh my god!
This changes everything. This
That
Smeagol
is
now
insane.
Has a chance that it can outspeed this Koraidon. Certainly going to be outspeeding the Lunala
Oh
with a
my
speed
God.
boost, and that spore pressure is ever present.
That
on the
is
field. There's
mad.
nothing on Geo's side of the field.
I
that
think
at
the
the
+1
moment
Koraidon on
can
the other
take
side
a
still
spore, and
outspeeds
of course,
Smeagol, maybe?
If the Smeagol is going to outspeed the Koraidon, then a spore into the Koraidon slot means that Hirofumi can take advantage of those speed boosts on
Shades
his
of NAIC.
own Koraidon, take a big KO into Lunala, and
God.
really set the stage for something special.
Something
She
special
crashed
indeed,
herself.
and we'd
Stop
expect
it.
Nothing less at the
It's in my head
Pokemon
now.
World Championships. The time is ticking for Geo here.
Mate.
This is exactly the momentum swing that Hirofumi needed. Exactly the rolls that Hirofumi
Oh,
needed.
is that into
Not in
Lunala?
Geo's favor.
Yeah.
The Flare Blitz now
That's
boosted
gotta
by the
be.
sun. The Lunala so vulnerable. That
Yo.
mood has been eclipsed. The first KO has been taken, and Geo is now 3 Pokemon down to Hirofumi's 4.
Who moves
A
first?
huge amount of recoil damage though from that oh so powerful.
That's very
move.
lucky,
Koraidon at
but-
least has the opportunity to go toe for toe with Hirofumi's own here, but
Spore.
at what cost? The Smeagol responding
Yeah,
with a spore now, and that's going
oh.
to be Koraidon snoozing all the way back to Area 0.
You know, I like what Geo's thinking in the sense that they're actually trying to take down the Smeagol a little bit
Special attack up.
sooner, or at least set it up to
Attack
be
down.
knocked out. And certainly, if the Moonblast
It won't outspeed
the moon
Chi-Yu,
boosts
will it?
Go in Geo's favor, then that could really set things up. But also, now Gio's so much under pressure, and I think that there was an opportunity to try to knock out the Koraidon that turn instead.
Do we think the Brute Bonnet terrors?
For a follow me to protect the Koraidon, then you still get the same effect overall, but the Koraidon going down would actually be pretty important in this spot for Gio.
Crucially, Gio does still have their terrestrialization option available here, so Brute Bonnet is looking mighty vulnerable right about now. But going for its Terra Water would mean it could soak up some damage that otherwise it would have been oh so.
But if it terrors to water, it can be spored.
And maybe Gio can give Hirofumi a taste of their own medicine here if they're able to get a spore off themselves.
Yeah, one of the things that Hirofumi has chosen.
I personally, I would close combat the Brute Bonnet in case it doesn't terror, and I would spore the Brute Bonnet in case it does terror.
So Flare Blitz, one of the ways that the Brute Bonnet
guaranteed
really
turn
does
asleep,
take
right?
a lot of damage in this spot, but Gio making a call yet again.
Oh, low
not
kick!
To go for his terrestrialization.
Big low kick.
Through the low kick there, the Ruination, and it's just going to halve what already was such a low HP number for the Koraidon.
There's the spore,
just
but
halving whatever HP it's at. But
I
there it
mean,
is, Gio responding with the spore. Now Hirofumi. Koraidon asleep, but another speed boost to this Smeargle.
Oh, Smeargle.
Great, you've got the first speed boost. The second one, yeah, not so much of a problem.
I'd use
for
Ruination
Gio
on
in
Brute
this
Bonnet
spot.
next turn.
What's
There's
really
kind of no
been
reason
great,
not
though,
to.
is the way that Gio has just held their ground in what is quite an adverse field where this Koraidon has just been able to
Sucker Punch is
just
good though.
carry on attacking turn after
But if he
turn.
uses Follow
but
Me-
The good thing for Gio here is that Hirofumi's Ruination is not going to be taking a KO anytime soon.
And that Brute Bonnet was so vulnerable, but holding their nerve and preserving the terror, and it could be that option in the late game that Gio needs.
You all right, Gizmo?
Gio,
I am alive,
back
yeah,
in,
cheers.
Reducing the special defense of everything around
Spiky
it.
shield.
It's getting in relatively for free with Smeargle going for its Spiky Shield, but what has the Koraidon locked into? Being asleep here, Sucker Punch not going to be able to connect down on anything. Hirofumi just burning at these
I don't think a
turns
Sucker
asleep,
Punch
so,
would knock Koraidon out from
gets
that range.
undone. My goodness, this Smeargle could
More
not be speed!
speed!
It is racing around the track.
It's at +4 speed. I think it outspeeds the Chiyu now.
On the field. I like what Gio's conditioning here, though, trying to catch the Smeargle off balance by going
Oh
for
my God.
if it goes for another
Hirofumi's
Ruination,
getting
uses
all the
Brute
hacks.
Bonnet and Sucker Punch knocks it out. But again, leaving the Koraidon to burn through its sleep turns, and I think Hirofumi is doing a really good job here of not falling foul of what Gio's trying to do, keeping their Pokemon as healthy as possible.
Hope
for as
everybody
long
is
as
awake
possible
now.
to try and maintain
Oh dear.
the advantage that they've created here, and with all of the damage that this Koraidon has been
Here we
able
go.
to sink onto the field.
Chiyu has Dark Pulse, and where there's a Dark Pulse, there could be a way going for all of those flinches, but Smeargle is outspeeding everything right now. Koraidon will be remaining asleep.
He's fast
it could
asleep.
Wake up next turn. Brute Bonnet has
Rage Powder's
become the
valid.
center of attention. Any incoming
That would
moves from
redirect
Smeargle,
Spore
yeah,
though.
that's
Ruination?
redirected there.
Yes.
Ruination now into the Brute Bonnet here is a Dark type.
But they probably
it's
both
taking
die to
that
a heat
Dark
wave,
type
even
medicine as
resisted.
well. Able to eat its berry, fascinating tech here, given there's so many Calyrex out there in the field.
I was going to say Citrus Berry is wild. I was saying that earlier, wasn't I? In the other.
Finally able to take care of this Smeargle.
Yeah,
Koraidon
that's
would
in
not-
Sucker
would not
Punch
be able to
range.
Take one more of those.
But now it's safe for this Brute
get
Bonnet to go
Instant
for
in and fake it
I think
out.
That's something that Hirofumi really needs to be aware of in this situation. Really like how Hirofumi was able to get that Ruination damage off onto the Brute Bonnet, and to be able to put it just that little bit closer to being KO'd. Certainly, if the Calyrex is the last
Gio
Pokemon
could
on
definitely turn it
Hirofumi's
around.
side, this Brute Bonnet could prove to be a little bit of an uphill battle.
Definitely.
Falling Hirofumi's side indeed. Turning the table, Gio now threatening down that Spore.
You love to see
Hirofumi
Brute
taking
Bonnet
all
in a
the time
fucking
they
World
need
Championship
to try and
semi-final.
lock in everything on the line. This determines who will progress through
Switching
tomorrow's
Bonnet out to get Sun back would have been big.
Sunday.
Switching Bonnet out
The
to get
attack
Sun back.
drop onto the Brute Bonnet, but it's still able to get up to its pesky shenanigans.
Oh, you mean switching
And
into
Incineroar
Koraidon? Yeah,
holding
yeah,
the
yeah.
safety goggles
At a
here
moment
does
then, I was like,
avoid
Bonnet doesn't
any
control the
shenanigans
sun,
from
but
this
no,
Brute Bonnet. It really can't
you're
hit
one
it
step
that
ahead of me.
hard. Nor can the
You're
Chiyu,
already one
especially
turn
when
ahead
the
of me.
sun is not
Bastard.
remaining on the field.
That's why you always
see
beat me.
The ability for, I think, Incineroar and Hirofumi to target down that Chiyu, put that
Heatwave
put
miss here
pressure
would be
onto
criminal.
that side of the board, especially since Koraidon in the back for Giovanni is
Ooh,
sitting
mate,
pretty low
fake
at the
out
moment.
that
I think
fucking Brute
Incineroar
Bonnet.
actually is one of those offensive Pokemon that really does make a difference.
Incineroar, we don't often call it defensive, but certainly in this situation, it can. The Brute Bonnet really threatened here. A lot being asked of the Koraidon.
Oh yeah, Flare Blitz in the sun, right?
And of course, Hirofumi still has one Pokemon as of yet unrevealed. The wake up now from Koraidon.
Oh, cheeky wakey wakey, protect Duecti.
Able not to take any damage this turn from behind that shield.
Heat
the
Wave.
Heat Wave. Not going to be doing anything into Koraidon, of course, with the connect onto the Incineroar. Good for
Nicely
a decent amount of
done.
damage, what with Beads of Ruin, reducing the special defense of everything, but the Flare Blitz into
Ooh, I see what you were doing, cheeky.
You're going to be softening yourself up there as well, thanks to the recall damage. The Seed Bomb attempted just to take care of this Koraidon once and for all and make it
Seed Bomb was a choice.
Yeah, like trying to get around those Sucker Punch mind games. I think Hirofumi played this really, really well, where I didn't want to take that risk at all. There's a good chance that the Koraidon wakes up that turn, and there is a temptation to go for a switch out, but actually a protect blocks the Sucker Punch at the same time that it stops the Heat Wave from picking up the KO. And
I think go for a double protect.
Spot. Now that Hirofumi has lost the
Maybe.
Smiggle, they've lost their redirection as
I rely
well,
too
and
much
this
on
Brute
double
Bonnet
protect.
starts to really come into its own with the ability to suck
That's
punch,
my
but
Annihilate's
also
fault.
to
He was so good at
range
it.
powder away whatever the last Pokemon.
Oh, we saw a
is in the
Kyogre
back.
triple protect this weekend. That's
Still
crazy.
no terastallization. This could be the moment that Geo decides that the Brute Bonnet is just.
You've got 2 seconds, Geo.
There's still no terror.
He went for the double protect. Smart.
Like
to bait the
Koraidon,
Sucker
but
Punch.
Hirofumi, the Sucker Punch also failing thanks to that protect.
Heat Wave miss.
lock-in, only doing damage into a damaging
Ah,
move. The
that's
Heat
a
Wave
shame.
double connect, that will be Koraidon down, but Hirofumi celebrating there. And now Incineroar.
'Cause he
is
gets
what
a
our
free
attention
switch into,
moves on
like-
to. What can the Incineroar achieve?
Surely
here?
not Cali
Can it
Shadow,
KO
though.
The Brute Bonnet? Can it KO the Chi-Yu? The knockoff. Chi-Yu.
Nicely done.
Clever knockoff there from Hirofumi, just making sure that the Flare Blitz, which recoil damage would have probably knocked out the Incineroar there, was really, really well judged. Now, Koraidon,
Ooh.
asleep in the back, comes in and hits.
Oh shit! Okay, wait a minute. Yep, nope, yep.
Now I think is the time.
I
that
forgot
Geo
he has Cali
to
Ice
commit
and not
their
Cali
terror.
Shadow.
Really just try to not take super effective damage from a Glacial Lance, even with his Protosynthesis boost. in
Ooh-wee.
defense. Now there is an opportunity for the Sucker Punch to knock out the Incineroar in this spot, but the question is can you do that while a Calyrex is on the field and you really want to put that Pokemon to sleep?
Safety goggles.
Such fine margins for this Incineroar, and the Koraidon, of course, snoozing away. It's going to have to wake up to be able to deal with this Calyrex. There's not a huge amount that, well, I mean, with the Sucker Punch on the board state, there are mind games aplenty here, but if Koraidon doesn't wake up on this turn, this could well be
at this point you
Hirofumi
might as well terror
stamping
the
their
bonnet to get
ticket.
rid of the weakness,
The
but
question is what is this Incineroar going to do? Is it going to fall foul of this Sucker Punch? Is the Brute Bonnet going to be able to get that spore off?
if
But one thing it is
Incineroar
gonna be
goes
able
for
to do is
fake
go to
out
that
when
Terra
it's not the
Water
turn it's
defensive
landed
tap Terastallization. We've made
and
it turn after turn for this.
it
Geo now
fails, will
getting
Sucker
it.
Punch still hit? Because that could have been a way around it
It's
to
time
keep
for
the
this crucial
Incineroar.
turn. Koraidon, my friend, are you going to be waking up here?
Because it had failed before.
The
The wake up. Oh shit.
The big Flare Blitz in the sun.
Bro!
Just when the back was against the wall, Geo, the master of suspense, whips things
Yo.
around and claims.
It doesn't
game
even look
one.
phased, man.
What an
That failed 'cause
incredible
priority. So
endgame
really,
there. I thought that Koraidon was gonna
Hirofumi
have to
ought to
stay
have
asleep
gone
a
for
little bit
a-
longer, but Geo,
what do you
just
call it?
knowing that was
It
an
wouldn't have mattered,
opportunity for him going for it, whether or not the Brute Bonnet would have won in that end game
That's crazy.
on its own is something that we will never know. And what a well-played game to both of our players. Hirofumi
Damn.
with the speedy Smeargle just putting a lot of pressure onto
That
Geo's
was
side.
mad.
But Geo remaining so calm in that situation, knowing not to commit the terror too early, and that was
Geo
the
just looks
key
like he's singing to
victory
himself
for
in his
him.
head.
Oh
La
my
la la,
goodness
like
gracious
just
me, Ben. If
chill as hell.
Koraidon doesn't wake up that turn, then the battle is probably going in Hirofumi's direction.
That is
These
crazy.
are the fine margins that can come into contention.
To be fair,
here.
Geo was due
It's a
some
good thing
decent
that
hacks
Koraidon
because
had
like
already burnt some
Hirofumi
turns
had
of
already
sleep
done that.
previously in the game, because switching in on 17 HP, I believe it was, and just able to wake up in the nick of time. Oh my, I'm
That's
not
mad.
sure my heart can take much
Said
more of this
nothing
here.
on
Look
Twitter.
at this, Hirofumi is just so frustrated at that moment that the
My
Koraidon
dad.
wakes up. But listen, that's all in the past. Hirofumi has to find a way to put that behind them as Geo celebrates with their fans. One game stands between Geo and Championship Sunday tomorrow. Potentially two more games stand between Hirofumi and that hallowed World Championship title tomorrow as well. With that Nashville t-shirt, let's see if
Fucking hell,
Hirofumi
someone
can
said, "Yo,
turn things
Felicify,
around,
how is your
get
dog's
themselves
rear
to
end doing?
another
Did you
World
destroy
Final
it?"
since 2019.
I think
Everyone's
Hirofumi
putting
had the
dub
right
mods,
idea
dub
as
mods,
well
banned
with the game
LMAO.
plan. Tried to utilize the Smeagol as much as possible, and he got everything that he
Banned
needed
lol,
to
if that's
set
true,
up
that's
that
peak
board
and major
state. But
props
this
to
is
the
what I was
mods.
talking about in the early
When
game
does Wolf
where,
play?
well, in the team preview where Gio kind of has that little bit of a matchup advantage. It looks like Hirofumi wants to play the
last
aggressive
comment,
early
everyone
game,
laugh at
but
Verlis.
I'm wondering whether or not Gio will be switching things up for game 2.
It could all come down to this, trainers. Potentially our final game of top 4. Here's Gio Sisuke. Here's
Oh, that's so accurate.
It's going to be Koraidon and
Verse,
Chiyu.
you're
It's
so
gonna be
high on
Koraidon and
cope.
Smeagol once more.
You fail to
Let's
realise
hear it for
skill
our
is required to play at
incredible
Worlds.
trainers up there on the stage.
And immediately we're off to this really aggressive start again with Koraidon and Chiyu just putting a lot of pressure onto the Smeagol. Whether or not it gets its Moody boost or not, the question is, and still is, from game 1, whether or not the Koraidon and Hirofumi side can actually deal effectively with this Chiyu.
Flame charge, but don't terror.
Situation where low kick actually comes back to bite Hirofumi in this position, because actually onto a Chiyu, that's a pretty low base power move. Maybe the reason that Gio is content not to go for the terror here.
Is it going to be another double tech just like we saw in game 1? Yes, it certainly is.
Oh.
So now Hirofumi will have the advantage of knowing what Gio is locked
Gio,
into
flame
with
charge
their
your own
Chiyu,
Chiyu.
The heat wave, the move of choice.
I dare
Spread
you.
damage,
I
even more
dare you,
damage in the
mate.
sun. And with the beads of ruin, reducing the special
Oh.
defense of everything around
wait.
it. And now we turn our attention to Gio's Koraidon, just attempting close combat, wanting to remove that Koraidon as quickly as they possibly can.
This is a really nice game plan from Gio as well, is trying to knock out the Koraidon there as quickly as possible, because that's
What
the
speed?
main
What stat
damage
went up
dealer
on
that
Smeagol?
Gio
I
is
didn't
worried
notice. I assume it's not
about.
speed.
Hirofumi's going to have to be mindful of that. But if you go for the follow me, you're not going for the Spore in these sort of scenarios. So you have to trade your Smeagol for the ability for your Koraidon to attack. Otherwise, Gio's Koraidon, which looks like it's going to be the speedier one in this situation, in combination with the Heat Wave from the Chiyu, would easily be able to pick up the KO on Hirofumi's Koraidon.
Will it be the move of choice for Gio here? One game stands between them and making it to Championship Sunday tomorrow, and they're going to have to lock in to be able to secure it, because one thing
Follow me is valid.
Hirofumi is not going to be able to give them an easy time of
Heat
it.
Wave will
The
do
Heat
a
Wave,
lot.
there's gonna be
It
a
missed
miss on
something.
One of these targets, and the Dodger will
It
be
missed the
Smeagol.
Smeagol!
His focus sash remains intact. That could be huge. That means that the close combat is not going to be KOing the Smeagol through his focus sash this turn. What has the Smeagol been responding with? Well, first of all, after the Koraidon for Gio softens itself up, the recoil of that close combat, and indeed the life orb.
The Smeagol won't be responding. Low kick.
And it's
Yo!
KO onto Gio's Koraidon there, softened up as it was.
That
in
was
close
fucking
combat.
mint.
And now the Smeagol, the boost to the speed.
Oh, shit.
And the attack drop. I don't know what Hirofumi is telling this Smeagol in the break between games, but it's certainly getting all the rolls that it needs.
And this is the point where you've got to make a decision if you're Gio. That speed boost happening again, but we know the Brute Bonnet can redirect any spores away from this Chiyu, and maybe the Chiyu is the thing that Gio needs to rely on in this match. Just keep on attacking over and over again with a Heat Wave, and eventually you do enough damage to be able to carve through your opponent. If Gio can maintain that Lunala with a Meteor Beam as well, and a likely Incineroar that's in the back,
Ooh,
a
it's
likely
tricky.
Calyrex Ice right there, if game 1 is any indication, that would be in the back. Lunala is that Pokemon that you really do want in the end game, rather than the Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love a Heat Wave miss. You love a Heat Wave miss.
The ace card that Gio needs in this situation.
Oh,
But
Brute
Bonnet is
Bonnet.
making an earlier
Let's fucking
appearance
go.
this game. The Protestants is giving him that all-important defense boost. Oh, that Smeagol is still staring down Gio's team from the other side of the field when it could have been down and out on the previous turn.
And it's so
That
difficult
Heat Wave
as well
miss was
because
crucial.
If the Brute Bonnet redirects an attack from the Koraidon and it goes down, it's probably a Flare Blitz that would be needed to knock it out on this turn. It might be one of those situations where the extra recoil coming out from Flare Blitz, Brute Bonnet with the really high HP is enough to put the Koraidon into range of the heat wave from Chi Yu. Maybe that could be the difference maker in this match.
I think the Chi Yu is still faster than Koraidon, isn't it?
Considering the sucker punch into the Smeagol here, predicting a damaging move. Koraidon
Oh.
coming in its place. Gonna have to be careful what's coming in because Chi Yu could really threaten it. Now.
Valid.
Incineroar, the perfect switch in. Fire Dark versus Fire Dark. The attack drop onto the Brute Bonnet crucially.
Nice.
Smeagol just protecting itself. Has Hirofumi got
And
there?
obviously no
Incineroar
Spore.
in for free here. The sucker punch attempted, so Smeagol, really good call there. And now, of course, we know that Chi Yu locked into Heat Wave, which in the sun and with the Beads of Ruin is not going to do insignificant damage to this Incineroar.
Ooh, it's
by any
decent.
means.
No, it's like
It's
this
decent.
is a really clever set of plays.
Defense
from
went up,
both of our
valid.
Players, right? Because
Speed went down.
Speed drop
Oh.
now, but the Smeagol still has one
Plus
speed
one.
boost. And
Yeah.
actually, that,
Still at
that
plus
is
one.
a big deal in this scenario, actually, because the
Chi Yu will be faster.
Smeagol now being at 1+ speed is likely slower than the Chi Yu on Geo's side.
Fake out the Brute Bonnet.
Ghost could be
Oh, no, wait,
one
no,
of the
never
ways
mind.
that Geo can get around this fake out and still go for a heat wave. But if you do that, you open yourself up to a knockoff from this Incineroar, and so
Ooh.
Hirofumi still looks to be on the upper end of this this scenario.
Fake out into the Chi Yu's nice.
Not moving this turn with a critical hit for style points.
Rage
the
Powder, valid.
Brute Bonnet is the center of attention. We know GU isn't dishing out any damage. This means that Brute Bonnet could be really taking one for the team.
yep.
Of course, the Spore. Brute Bonnet, a grass type, is not going to be put to sleep. Now, what's going to be the drop? The attack. Smeagol still at +1 to its speed.
It's
But now
not faster than
is
Chi Yu,
likely
though.
gonna be outspeeding it and putting pressure on with a heat wave. We've
And
seen
you
Hirofumi
switch back to
really be
Koraidon,
quite
but,
comfortable to have that Smeagol
what would you
stay
do
in and
here?
hedge their bets as to whether or not the Moody is going to activate in their favor or not. I wouldn't be surprised to see that again from Hirofumi.
What do you do?
And Chi Yu is doing a great job of just whittling down Hirofumi's
Yeah,
team.
just
and,
switch to
that's
Lunala,
something
but
that
yeah, just
Hirofumi's
spam
definitely
Heat Wave
gonna
because
need to be
you're choice
mindful of,
scarf. What are you
because
going to do?
Can't switch a
What are you
Calyrex
gonna do?
in on one of those heat waves. The only way to have that taking front and center would be to have a Pokemon like Smeagol knocked out on this turn and try to bring it in. Most notably as well, Hirofumi
Geo
not committed
gets
to the Terra
through,
yet, so a
and
Terra
Brute Bonnet
on
is going to
the,
be world champion, and that
Calyrex
feels wild to me.
likely
Yeah,
in the
right.
back could be a route to victory here.
Yeah, because James
the
Evans has got
Brute
one, hasn't he?
Bonnet is taking is off the field. Lunala, the Pokemon fan, is joining in. and
I love that. I love Brute
trainers.
Bonnet.
That gleaming, shiny Lunala in the face of another spiky
Cheeky,
shield
spiky
from the
shield.
Smeagol here, just trying to preserve it as long as Hirofumi.
I suppose actually, yeah, if he knocks off the choice scarf,
And again, it's
then
all
Smeagol
backed up
outspeeds,
against
right?
Incineroar, but
Potentially.
Actually, it's going to be the miss here. So Incineroar is all the safer
Avoided!
now. Knockoff into the Chi Yu.
Nice.
The choice scarf now removed.
And now, if the Moody drops the speed again, I think Hirofumi will be a little bit unhappy. Here's the special pressure rise.
And the
Attack.
drops.
Okay, so now this Smeagol with the choice scarf removed from the Chi Yu.
Spore
One stage of increased speed will
the
be the fastest Pokemon
Lunala.
on the
No.
field. But now it can only target one Pokemon at a time, right? So Lunala gets the opportunity to try
I kind
to
of think
attack.
Ruination on the Lunala and follow up with a
If Chi Yu is
knockoff.
the target of a Spore from Hirofumi, then Chi Yu gets
That'd
the
do it, right?
It's not
Incineroar could take
necessarily a
Lunala from
great
half
thing
health,
as
can't
well
it?
to remove the choice
Yeah,
scarf
unless it
from Chi Yu,
terrors.
because it means you can switch up the move you lock into. He could actually come back to bite Hirofumi later in the game.
It all comes down to the switches as well with that Brute Bonnet in the back. If Hirofumi can make the right call here, then maybe this could put him in
Can
a
only use Heat
really
Wave, mate.
nice scenario to be able to clear.
Oh no, he can use anything now, can't he? Yeah.
Here, come back in the set. If Hirofumi loses here, they are out of the tournament. They don't get a second try at
I
getting
wonder if he
a
doubles
win
in and he
the
goes for the
World
Ruination
Finals.
and the knockoff on the Brute Bonnet.
Come back and Brute
Spore.
Bonnet coming in its stead. The Spore attempted into that slot. Geo making fantastic calls.
There's the
left,
Heat
right,
Wave.
center, And finally, that Smeagol is down and out. Incineroar taking less damage than it did before.
But that does
The
mean
sun no
Koraidon
longer
gets back in.
shining, beaming down
With the
from
sun back.
sky, but what has been locked into the parting
Oh.
shot. Chi Yu now hitting less hard, and Incineroar going all the way to the
And
back.
Incineroar can come back in with fake out pressure. That's really good. That's actually really good for Hirofumi.
But both the Brute Bonnet coming in and the Smeagol going
Mate,
down.
this
puts
is
a lot
tense.
less pressure on this Brute Bonnet again, just like in game one, to stay in its grass type form. That's going to
Mate,
make
this
a
is
big difference
banging.
against the Koraidon.
Now this
And,
is
as we
pod
keep saying,
racing.
likely Calyrex Ice Rider in the back. Especially as well in this position in game one, Geo had lost the Lunala at this point, and keeping it healthy in the back is a really great way to find a find a solution to the end game, especially with your Shadow Shield intact. And I think Hirofumi is going to have to do a lot of work to be able to deal with the Pokemon Geo still has remaining. Here's that Calyrex Ice Rider, though, coming back in.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lunala is something that Hirofumi wants to bait out sooner rather than later. Try and get some much-needed damage on that.
Kali is here. Oh, you're going to have to fake out the Chi-Yu now.
Now,
Or just Terror the Kali.
Chi-Yu special attacker shrugs off that attack drop.
I think the route here for Hirofumi could be to try to go for a Leech Seed onto that Brute Bonnet, start trying to recover away. It's not the fastest way to win a match, but it's certainly keeping that Calyrex as healthy as possible could be something that's very important.
But Brute Bonnet, the grass type, isn't going to be able to take that Leech
Right,
Seed.
so if it's Terra Water or not.
Water.
Yeah.
And that's another reason that these mind games are oh so prevalent in these trainers' minds.
I think it's like the Brute Bonnet doesn't at the moment have its Defense Pro Synthesis boost and won't be able to take advantage of the Citrus Berry with Calyrex on the field and its as-one ability. So it is a difficult call to make to not go for your Terra Water in this spot. But the Calyrex is going for a Terror of its own. That Terra Fairy gives it a great matchup in this scenario.
An incredible match between these two fantastic trainers.
Here we
the
fucking
Terra
go.
Fairy, but the Brute Bonnet is staying as a grass type. Has this been
Careful of the
call
burn.
they need? Well, the Spore able to connect down into the Calyrex. A little bit of breathing room now for Geo.
Guaranteed turn asleep.
Vulnerable to the Incineroar that could threaten it with the Flare Blitz.
Nice.
Knockoff once more. Chiu's already lost its Choice Scarf. And that means that Knockoff isn't hitting as hard, but you're just chipping away.
Damn, bruh.
as
Are
much
you a
as
damn,
can,
bruh? 'Cause
and
damn,
maybe
bruh.
trying to get the jump on a Lunala that could have been switching in there.
Yes, Lunala in the back is looking even more devastating in this spot where the Brute Bonnet is a little bit faster than I think maybe Hirofumi was expecting, and that's certainly something that has put the advantage squarely in Geo's favor.
Yeah, Geo is in a
With the
good
Calyrex
place.
asleep, yes, he could wake up at any point, but the Glacial Lances would have to start connecting and getting those boosts.
I think a knockoff and a Glacial
so that
next
the,
turn work, though.
Calyrex could try to deal with this Lunala.
Unless
in the
Kali
back.
gets burned.
Let's not forget as well, the Lunala in the back is also a Terra Water, just like this Brute Bonnet. So there is two ways that Geo can utilize a very nice defensive Terra Water against his opponent Hirofumi.
Need to remove this Incineroar as quickly as possible to make your Lunala.
Going for an overheat into the Incin.
Now it is time for that terrestrialization.
The commentators aren't
Geo
whispering, they're just,
perfectly in
they're
the
not,
last games.
they're not
But it
yelling.
works out just as well in this one. Brute Bonnet is now a water type.
They're very
Pokemon.
calm.
Is not taking half as
I
much
think they might be
damage from
tired.
fire. Is not taking half as much damage from ice. The overheat, fire type move into the Incineroar. Not going to be enough to secure the KO here.
I don't think the
Reducing
Seed Bomb will do it
special attack
either.
drop harshly
Oh,
off
he
that
don't give a
Chi-Yu
shit.
And the backup Flare Blitz as well. There will be some recoil, but it looks
They
like
did the Irish
Incineroar
play, the double
might
in.
just be hanging on the field for Hirofumi here. Yeah, that looks like about 1 HP that it's clinging on with. The Seed Bomb, though, that's going to be enough to remove the Incineroar from contention. We're down to a 2v2 trainers. Brute Bonnet and Lunala versus Koraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider.
Gotta get those Leech Seeds in.
From Hirofumi there to try to take a knockout.
Leech Seed!
Oh,
Yo!
as well. Okay.
My goodness me, this means that Calyrex is going to be moving first. The slowest Pokemon, Trickram, has just
That's not
reversed
great
the
for
speed
Koraidon,
orders
though.
here.
But that does mean that the Lunala in the back is going to be faster than the Koraidon in the back for Hirofumi.
Doesn't Lunala normally run
Brute Bonnet
Moonblast?
Spore is still
No,
very
Meteor
much
Beam.
a threat for Hirofumi to be able to deal with, and so
Yeah, it doesn't have
can
fairy
see
type
where,
coverage.
Where Hirofumi
Yeah,
is
Proto
trying
boost.
to go in this match, trying to really leverage.
Gotta get
the
that Leech
power
Seed
of
going,
Calyrex
baby.
Ice Rider in this endgame scenario, but reversing the dimensions looks like it's helping Geo more at the moment.
Leech Seed the
Gotta
Brute
love
Bonnet.
that defense boost on the Brute Bonnet as well in the face of these two physical attackers. That could make the difference between Geo losing this game and winning it. 1 HP is infinitely more than 0.
And now the decision as to where you target. I think you've got to be really accurate here, but I think there's no reason for Geo not to play this just nice and straight. Go for the Spore on the Koraidon and just get that special attack boost on the Lunala. It's going to be so difficult for Hirofumi to come back from this scenario.
The Leech Seed, of course, will be breaking Lunala's Shadow Shield. The Meteor Beam now with the Power Herb, it's going to be activating in one turn. But
if it
can
lands.
connect the special attack boost, the Power Herb activation. Lunala channeling all of that Luna energy. Here it is, the Meteor Beam into Hirofumi's
Fucking
Calyrex.
nothing,
It
mate.
takes it pretty handily.
And the double leech seed here actually could be a route to victory for Hirofumi. Both the Brute Bonnet and the Lunala are really high HP Pokemon, but it might be so difficult if
Shadow Shield break, yeah.
If Hirofumi isn't able to protect every other turn to deal with the fact that to get the extra turns of recovery, especially as Koraidon's asleep. The Moongeist Beam from the Lunala is almost certainly a KO into that slot, and now here it is, the Calyrex protecting, just wanting to get as much HP recovery as possible.
The Spore attempted down into that slot just to try and make this.
It's going to get scary.
For Geo, but now the Moongeist Beam, Koraidon for Hirofumi.
+1 special attack as well.
To Area 0 on this turn.
Oh!
Yes, it certainly will with that special attack boost.
It's
Geo
a stall game now,
having a
babies.
Mini celebration, remaining so calm and so very collected. The leftovers recovery, though, the Leech Seed recovery to boot. If there's one Pokemon that might be able to turn this around for Hirofumi, it is this oh-so-bulky, oh-so-healthy Calyrex Ice Rider.
The Leech Seed has done a lot of work in this end game where the Lunala now doesn't have its Shadow Shield. The Calyrex is keeping itself relatively healthy. And
Missed the Leech Seed. It's going to get spored.
Coming up, Geo now. Spore, Calyrex Ice Rider not going to
I think Geo's got it.
Be asleep for at least the next turn. This seems like it could be it.
I think Geo's got it.
The light is clear. The sky is starry.
Oh.
The moon is shining bright.
That's a big hit, but the Leech Seed will save it for one more turn, but
especially with leftovers, especially with
it's got a
Leech
guaranteed
Seed,
turn
all
of sleep
sudden,
next turn as
it
well.
looks like this horse might have galloped its last.
It's looking that way as the HP recovers onto the Calyrex. I think that second Leech Seed could have been absolutely pivotal there
that
for
is rough.
Hirofumi. Looking at the amount of HP recovery, if it was able to recover just slightly more than Geo is able to do every turn, then maybe there is a way for the Calyrex
this
to
is
come
foregone
back. But here's the
conclusion.
Seed Bomb, and it's going to be the Moongeist Beam following it up.
That's the end.
But it's probably not going to be able to get the KO unless there's any kind of critical hit here.
Oh, it's a crit!
Critical hit. Trainers, meet your second finalist in
Damn.
Championship Sunday tomorrow, Geo Siski!
James Evans versus Geo, mate, that's fucking banging. Japan, the Japan pattern has been broken. Odd year Japan winner is over. We're definitely going to have an American winner, and we're definitely going to have a world champion Brute Bonnet.
Absolutely wild. We have an all-NA final here in Anaheim, California. You couldn't make it up. Breathe it in, my friend. Yes, it's all for you. Hirofumi,
So we're
huge
guaranteed to have
congratulations
Brute
as well.
Bonnet
It's wonderful to see
and
a little smile
Koraidon
on
as a world
Hirofumi's
champ.
face there. My goodness, Ben. Geo Siski, the trainer who has had an absolute.
It's going to be
breakout
Cali Shadow
season,
versus
the
Cali
trainer
Ice.
Who has capitalized on
No,
all
it's
of
going to be
those
Cali Shadow
fantastic
versus
regulation
Lunala.
set
Oh, yeah,
results
I'm
with
an
this
idiot.
team that they barely changed
There's
over the
Saluna.
course of the entire
Oh.
format. It just goes to show, stick with what you know.
That is
Yeah,
the
it's either
message
Cali
here. I
Shadow
think
or Lunala.
The way that Geo
For
played that was
Koraidon
absolute testament
and
to
Brute Bonnet.
knowing your team through and through.
Giovanni has a fluter main.
Running, and the many other teams.
That's me a lot for today. That's our lot for today. Because now we're back tomorrow, and we're going to watch the whole thing tomorrow. I'm going to watch Go. I'm going to watch all the shit, and then we're going to watch the proper finals. It's going to be fucking torture. It's going to be great. But yeah, I'm going to bed. I need sleep. I got gym in the morning. I don't look like this by accident. Right. I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody, and we'll see you for the finals.
Interesting or intricate combinations of Pokemon that don't look like they're